Chapter 867. Right when the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort were at their wits' end, 2 figures appeared in the sky above the inner fort of Skywolf Fort. Shit! It's that young miss! As the leader of the 5 vice fort masters, Luo Fu noticed the 2 young women at the first possible moment, and his face went grim. That young miss seems to be very angry. She wouldn't tear down our Skywolf Fort, right? Meng Li sucked in a cold breath. What should we do now? Feng Wei laughed bitterly. Even though it was the first time he'd seen these 2 young women 3 days ago, he was terrified to the point of losing his temper when he found out about the yellow-clothed young woman's background from his master. What a joke! How could their Skywolf Fort afford to offend an existence that even a martial monarch stage expert could be taken as a servant? I think we should go appease her. Otherwise, the Skywolf Fort might really be torn down by her. Ningkan laughed bitterly. Let's go. Let's go together. Luo Fu deeply agreed, and then he called out to the 4 of them before the 5 of them soared up into the sky and arrived nearby the 2 young women in a short moment. Presently, strands of cold air were sweeping out from the yellow-clothed young woman's body that spread out in all directions. The cold air covered the heavens and the earth as it swept down, and it wasn't long before it caused the entire inner fort of Skywolf Fort to seem as if it had fallen into winter. So cold! Many elders and disciples flew out from all over the inner fort of Skywolf Fort. When they saw the 2 young women and the 5 vice fort masters standing opposite each other in the sky, all of them stopped and watched from afar to watch the show. So it's this young miss that's showing her might. I heard even the fort master has gone into hiding because of her. I'm truly curious who she is to actually be able to make our Skywolf Fort's fort master be so afraid of her. After all, our fort master is in existence at the peak of the void stage, and he's only half a step away from the martial monarch stage. We can confirm that her identity and background aren't simple. Not only is her identity and background extraordinary, her strength is obviously extraordinary as well. All the elders and disciples of Skywolf Fort discussed animatedly. Their faces were filled with helpless, bitter smiles. The Skywolf Fort was one of the 4 great forces in the southern region of the northern desert. They were not afraid even if they were to face the Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion-Severing Sect, who were also part of the 4 great forces. But now, he lowered his head in front of a 15 or 16-year-old girl. Moreover, when the most powerful fort master of Skywolf Fort heard that the girl had come, he deliberately hid himself and didn't want to see her, treating her as a scourge. High up in the sky, the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort were filled with fear and trepidation as they faced the girl in yellow. Miss Xuanai. The leader, Luo Fu, braced himself and greeted them. Miss Xuanai. Miss Xuanai. As for Ning Kan and the other 3, they all squeezed out smiles with great difficulty as they greeted each other. I've already waited for 3 days, but that big dog of your Skydog Fort still hasn't come out. Han Shu and I looked at Luo Fu and the other 4 with a frosty expression on her beautiful face. She said in a cold voice, if he still doesn't come out today, I'll freeze all 4 of you little dogs into popsicles. Freeze into popsicles? As soon as Han Shu and I said this, at the same time that Luo Fu and the other 4 laughed bitterly and helplessly, they didn't take it seriously. Even though the young girl had comprehended ice concept and possessed extraordinary strength, as far as they were concerned, the young girl ought to be unable to do anything to them. Miss Xuanai, our fort master has really gone on a long journey. Luo Fu laughed bitterly. Yes. Ning Kan and the other 3 nodded in unison. We'll know right away if he's gone on a long journey. As soon as Han Shu and I finished speaking, she took a stride forward. Instantly, the icy cold aura that had been accumulating in her body since long ago swept out. The bone-piercing coldness swept through the sky, causing the airflow in the air to freeze. The 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort hadn't even reacted when the extremely icy cold air had already enveloped them. The terrifying cold air was like numerous dreadful beasts that fiercely collided with them. In next to no time, Feng Wei's expression went grim. This was because he noticed that after the cold air enveloped his entire body, his body had started to become stiff. In the next moment, the cold air was like a bone-piercing gangrene that pierced into every single pore on his body before charging into his meridians and freezing his meridians and origin energy. Moreover, the flesh, blood, tendons, bones, and internal organs in his body were frozen as well. No matter how he circulated his origin energy, he was unable to suppress the bone-piercing cold air. Shit! At this instant, Feng Wei's face went grim. He realized a terrifying problem, and that was the 5 vice fort masters had underestimated this little girl. Originally, they were afraid of this little girl because of the huge force behind her, not because of her own strength. Yet now, he noticed that this little girl's strength was even above his own. In just an instant, she'd frozen a dignified 7th-level void transformation stage expert into an ice sculpture. What sort of strength was this? As he felt the coldness that came from his entire body and the origin energy that he was utterly unable to utilize, Feng Wei's heart was filled with bitterness. He even noticed that with the current state of his body, the little girl whose strength was originally not worth mentioning in his eyes had shown mercy. Otherwise, he would have frozen to death long ago. Feng Wei stood in midair and had transformed into an ice sculpture, and the origin energy on his body had been completely obliterated. The reason he didn't fall down was because there was a shapeless force supporting him, causing him to not fall and shatter into pieces. At the same time, Ning Kan and Yu Kong, 2 existences at the 8th level of the void transformation stage, had successively transformed into ice sculptures. Through the ice sculptures, one could see their extremely unsightly expressions. Just like Feng Wei, they'd never imagined that Han Shuanai possessed such a terrifying strength and actually suppressed them in a single move. When their eyes that were barely able to move saw Luo Fu and Meng Li before them had transformed into ice sculptures as well, they completely lost their temper. Even the 2 great 9th-level void transformation stage vice fort masters of their Sky Wolf fort weren't able to escape, let alone them. The 5 ice sculptures stood there in midair, and if it wasn't for a shapeless force supporting them, they'd have fallen down long ago and shattered into pieces without leaving behind any corpses. The hearts of the 5 people that were sealed within the 5 ice sculptures were filled with terror because they'd realized the dangerous situation they were in at this moment. Only a single thought from the yellow-clothed young girl would cause them to die without a doubt. Fort Master, quickly come out. Fort Master, save us. Presently, only this thought remained in their hearts. Due to the origin energy within their bodies being completely sealed in ice, they were unable to send a voice transmission to the young girl before them to beg for mercy. Otherwise, they would surely put down all their pride and beg for mercy. Big Dog. Han Shuanai, who controlled the life and death of the 5 great vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, spoke out abruptly, and her voice contained origin energy that spread throughout the entire Skywolf Fort's inner fort. 5 breaths. If you still don't come out within the time of 5 breaths, then I'll smash all 5 of your Skydog Fort's little dogs into pieces. Han Shuanai's voice soared through the sky and clearly entered into the ears of everyone in the inner fort, and her tone was filled with an unquestionable tone. Whoosh. The entire inner fort was in an uproar. Who the heck is she? She actually froze our 5 great fort masters of Skywolf Fort into ice sculptures by herself. Is the ice concept of legend really so terrifying? When did our Skywolf Fort become a Skydog Fort? If the fort master is a big dog and the 5 vice fort masters are little dogs, then what are we? Perhaps in her eyes, we're only a group of little puppies. The group of elders and disciples of Skywolf Fort laughed bitterly as they looked at the yellow-clothed young girl in the sky. At this moment, in their eyes, the yellow-clothed young girl was utterly a little devil that couldn't be offended, and anyone that offended her would suffer misfortune. Elder Ghost, who the heck is she? She possesses such terrifying strength at the mere age of 15 or 16. Could it be that she's a demon? At a certain corner of the inner fort, Zishang stood there as he looked at the yellow-clothed young girl in the sky from afar, and he asked with a fearful expression. She's not a demon. A wave of ghastly and hoarse voice reverberated within Zishang's mind. She's just like you, a human. What? Zishang's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but gasp. Elder Ghost, you're not joking, right? How old is she? How could a human possibly possess such terrifying strength at such an age? Her strength is probably not inferior to the elusive fort master of Skywolf Fort, right? Zishang asked. Unless the fort master of Skywolf Fort is a martial monarch stage expert here, then perhaps he might be able to go against her. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to be a match for her. Elder Ghost's voice continued. Besides that, I felt a trace of a familiar aura when she attacked. If she's really cultivated that cultivation method, then the power behind her. As he finished speaking, Elder Ghost's voice started to tremble, and he seemed to have recalled something terrifying. What about the power behind her? Zishang couldn't help but be curious when he heard the terror in Elder Ghost's voice, and he really wanted to know what power caused Elder Ghost to be so afraid. Very strong. Strong to the point it's beyond your imagination. Elder Ghost's voice became extremely solemn as he spoke word by word. No matter what happens in the future, don't offend this young miss. Even when I was at my prime, I was only an ant in the eyes of the weakest group of people in the power she belonged to. What? Elder Ghost's words completely terrified Xianxia. Someone as strong as Elder Ghost at his prime was only an ant in the eyes of the weakest group of people in the power the yellow-clothed young woman belonged to? Exactly how strong was that power? In the past, he'd heard Elder Ghost boast about how strong he was when he was at his prime. Now, for the first time, he knew that even Elder Ghost had times when he was afraid. Who exactly is she? Xianxia looked at the young woman in the sky with a burning gaze. If I'm able to be related to her, then wouldn't I be able to soar into the sky? There's still 2 breaths of time left. Looks like you don't want to care about the life and death of these 5 little dogs. Han Shu and I spoke once more, and at the same time, the shapeless force she released showed signs of being restrained. Young Miss Xuanai, please show mercy. Chapter 868. At the same time, an old figure appeared in the sky. This was an old man in azure clothes. He had gray hair and white brows, and his face looked slightly ferocious and savage. He had a short goatee on his chin. Fear that came from the bottom of the old man's heart appeared in his eyes as he looked at the yellow-clothed young girl. At the same time, he couldn't help but stretch out his hand to protect the goatee on his chin. The scene from a few years ago was something he could never forget. The goatee he had grown for many years was pulled out one by one by the young girl before him. That kind of heart-wrenching pain was a shadow that he would never be able to erase in his life. Big dog, you've finally come out. I was wondering how it could be so coincidental that you went on a long journey the moment I arrived. Looks like my guess wasn't wrong. You were intentionally avoiding me. After the azure-clothed old man appeared, Han Xuanai's eyes lit up as if she had seen something rare and interesting. Young Miss Xuanai, I haven't seen you for a few years, but you haven't changed at all. The azure-clothed old man laughed bitterly. At the same time, he was surprised by the young girl's appearance that hadn't changed at all after a few years. He still remembered that when he first saw the young girl had the same appearance as now. A few years had passed, yet the young girl still hadn't grown up. However, the young girl's harmless and pure smile was no different from a devil in his eyes. He knew that this was a little devil from head to toe. Her appearance was only used to confuse others. Big dog, don't change the topic. Tell me quickly, why are you avoiding me? If you don't tell me clearly today, I'll turn these 5 little dogs into ice sculptures. Han Xuanai glared at the azure-clothed old man as she spoke. The azure-clothed old man was the elusive fort master of Skywolf Fort, Qinglang. He was an existence that had stepped into the peak of the void stage. The void stage was divided into the void prying, void initiation, void interpretation, and void transformation stages. The highest stage was the 9th level of the void transformation stage. However, even if they were all 9th level void transformation stage martial artists, their strength was different. For example, Feng Wei's master, Luo Fu, the leader of the 5 great vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, had a strength that surpassed the other 9th level void transformation stage vice fort master, Meng Li. If the 2 of them really fought, Luo Fu could defeat Meng Li within 10 moves. In the end, it was because the strongest concept Meng Li had comprehended was only the 8th level void transformation concept. The strongest concept he had comprehended was only the void interpretation concept. Luo Fu, on the other hand, had not only comprehended a 9th level void transformation concept, but he had also comprehended a lower level void transformation concept. The difference between the 2 was like a chasm. However, in front of the fort master of Skywolf Fort, Green Wolf, Luo Fu could not even withstand a single blow from him. This was because Qinglang was a 9th level void transformation stage powerhouse that had comprehended 2 types of 9th level void transformation stage concepts. Such a 9th level void transformation stage powerhouse was also called the peak of the void transformation stage. He was only half a step away from stepping into the martial monarch stage and becoming a martial monarch. It was common knowledge that once a martial artist on Cloud Continent stepped into the void realm, they would begin to come into contact with concept. The void prying stage's force, the void initiation stage's elementary concept, the void interpretation stage's intermediate concept, and the void transformation stage's advanced concept. However, if a 9th-level Void Transformation Stage powerhouse wanted to break through to the Martial Monarch stage, he must first comprehend Profundity. Only a 9th-level Void Transformation Stage powerhouse who had comprehended Profundity could become a Martial Monarch stage powerhouse. If one wanted to comprehend Profundity, the prerequisite was to first comprehend at least 2 types of 9th-level Advanced Concept. In other words, it was 2 types of 9th-level Void Transformation Concept. If one could not even accomplish this, it would be impossible for one to comprehend Profundity. For example, if a 9th-level Void Transformation Stage powerhouse who had comprehended the 9th-level Advanced Concept of Fire wanted to further comprehend the Fire Profundity, he must exert pressure on the powerhouse. Only other concepts that were similarly at the 9th-level Advanced Concept were capable of exerting pressure on him. Moreover, it might not succeed. It was common knowledge that fire and water countered each other. If a 9th-level Void Transformation Stage martial artist that had comprehended 9th-level Advanced Concept of Fire was able to comprehend 9th-level Advanced Concept of Water as well, then the martial artist would most likely be able to smoothly break through to the Martial Monarch stage and become a Martial Monarch stage powerhouse. However, because fire and water countered each other, unless one obtained a fortuitous encounter, otherwise, it was practically impossible to comprehend these 2 concepts to the 9th-level Advanced Concept at the same time. On the other hand, if a 9th-level Void Transformation Stage expert that had comprehended 9th-level Advanced Concept of Fire didn't comprehend 9th-level Advanced Concept of Water, and instead comprehended another 9th-level Advanced Concept, then the effect would be greatly reduced. On Cloud Continent, there were many martial artists that had comprehended 2 9th-level Advanced Concepts at the same time, yet were unable to take the final step to become a Martial Monarch stage powerhouse in their entire lifetimes. There was a difference in strength between peak Void Transformation Stage experts. On Cloud Continent, there were some peak Void Transformation Stage experts that had comprehended 3 or more 9th-level Advanced Concepts. The probability of these peak Void Transformation Stage experts breaking through to the Martial Monarch stage was much higher than peak Void Transformation Stage experts that had only comprehended 2 9th-level Advanced Concepts. All in all, if one wanted to become a Martial Monarch stage expert, then one at least had to comprehend 2 9th-level Advanced Concepts at the same time because this was the lowest threshold. Miss Xuan, I've been in closed-door cultivation recently. Before I went into closed-door cultivation, I once warned them that once someone comes looking for me, they should say I've gone somewhere far away. So, I didn't intentionally avoid meeting you, Miss Xuan. Qing Lang laughed bitterly when faced with Han Xuan's overbearingness, and he utterly didn't dare admit that he'd intentionally avoided her. Han Xuan's expression eased up slightly when she heard Qing Lang. Miss Xuan, since I've come out now, I hope that you won't hold a grudge against me and spare them. Green Wolf lowered its head in front of Han Xuan. Humph. Han Xuan grunted in a low voice, and with a raise of her hand, the shapeless energy that held up the 5 human-shaped ice sculptures vanished. At the same time, the icy cold energy on the bodies of the 5 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort was withdrawn by her as well. The ice on the surface and within the bodies of the 5 Vice Fort Masters vanished along with this, and the frozen origin energy returned to normal. After the 5 of them fell for a while, they circulated their origin energy to stabilize their bodies. At this moment, the gazes they looked at Han Xuan with were filled with terror, and it was as if they were looking at a dreadful beast. This young girl that looked to be only 15 or 16 years old had a strength that wasn't inferior to their fort master. I truly never imagined that after not seeing you for a few years, not only did Miss Xuan comprehend the 9th-level Advanced Ice concept, you even comprehended the 9th-level Advanced Wind concept. Moreover, Miss Xuan is already able to skillfully fuse these 2 concepts together. I'm afraid you're only a step away from the Martial Monarch stage, right? Qing Lang gasped and couldn't help but ask. A few years ago, when he met the young girl for the first time, the young girl's strength wasn't worth mentioning before him. He was afraid of the young girl because of the powerhouse by the young girl's side. Today, when he saw the young girl for the second time, he faintly realized a problem. The young girl's strength was already above his, and she was even closer to the Martial Monarch stage than him. He had a feeling that it probably wouldn't be long before the young girl would be able to smoothly break through to the Martial Monarch stage and become a Martial Monarch powerhouse. Big dog, you have good eyesight. Now that I speak of it, I haven't ridden you for a few years. The reason I came looking for you this time is mainly because I want you to be my mount for a period of time and bring me and Shui to look for my big brother Ling Tian. Han Xuan's eyes narrowed as she spoke slowly to Qing Lang. Qing Lang's face instantly went grim when he heard this. On the other hand, the other 5 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort were dumbstruck at this moment as well. Isn't the request of this young miss a little too much? Asking their fort master to be her mount? Their Sky Wolf Fort's fort master was a formidable demon, and this was something they knew. But even if it was them, they'd only heard that the fort master's true form was a demon wolf, and they'd never seen the exact appearance of the fort master's true form. Young Miss Xuanai, why don't I arrange for another demon to be your mount? How about a 9th-level void transformation stage martial artist? Its speed isn't much inferior to mine. Qing Lang laughed bitterly. No, I want you. Big dog, you're becoming more and more disobedient. Do I have to call out Qing Nu before you're willing to listen to me? Han Xuanai frowned and spoke with slight displeasure. Qing Nu. Qing Lang's face went grim when he heard Han Xuanai, and he hurriedly said, Young Miss Xuanai, there's no need to trouble the ancestor with such a small matter. It's little Qing's honor that you fancy little Qing to be your mount. It's little Qing's honor. As soon as he finished speaking, Qing Lang glanced at the 5 dumbstruck vice fort masters, then glanced at the group of Sky Wolf Fort's elders and disciples that stood in the sky below him, and he had a slightly troubled expression. Young Miss Xuanai, you. Look at me. I'm the fort master of Sky Wolf Fort at any rate. Why don't we go somewhere else? Asking him, the dignified fort master of Sky Wolf Fort, to transform into his true form before so many people and become the mount of 2 young women was something he was truly unable to do. The scene before their eyes caused the 5 vice fort masters of Sky Wolf Fort to be completely petrified. They discerned that this lofty fort master of Sky Wolf Fort had obviously agreed to this young miss's request and temporarily become her mount. Ancestor? Most importantly, they discerned some clues from what the fort master said earlier. Master, do you know who the Qing Nu this young miss spoke of is? Why did the fort master address her as ancestor? Feng Wei couldn't help but ask Luo Fu via voice transmission. I remember that a few years ago, the expert that seemed to be at the martial monarch stage or above by this young miss's side was addressed as Qing Nu. Luo Fu replied via voice transmission. But I never imagined that. So it turns out that there's such a relationship between that expert and our fort master. Humph. This young miss doesn't have the time to go anywhere else with you. I still have to urgently look for my big brother Ling Tian. Quickly. Han Xuanai grunted and urged. At this moment, the elders and disciples of Sky Wolf Fort below were too far away, and they were unable to hear the conversation between Han Xuanai and their fort master. Chapter 869. The fort master of Sky Wolf Fort, Azure Wolf, who was urged by Han Xuanai, had a helpless and bitter smile on his ferocious and hideous face. After taking a deep breath, Azure Wolf raised his hand and pressed down. In an instant, whoosh, a vast flame gushed out from the center of his palm, and in the blink of an eye, it enveloped the sky above the inner fort and formed a fiery red barrier. This fiery red barrier was like an expanse of flaming clouds, and it obstructed the vision of the Sky Wolf Fort elders and disciples that stood at a low altitude, causing them to be unable to see what was happening in the sky. At this moment, Azure Wolf couldn't help but sigh with emotion at his own resourcefulness. Under the dumbstruck gazes of the 5 vice fort masters of Sky Wolf Fort, the azure-clothed old man's entire body swelled up, and strands of azure fur grew out from his body. After a short moment, his azure clothes were torn apart, and the azure-clothed old man no longer existed, and in his place was a demon wolf that was completely covered in azure fur. The demon wolf's size was maintained at the size of an ordinary horse. When the azure fur wolf appeared, the 5 vice fort masters of Sky Wolf Fort couldn't help but look at the badge on their chests. The wolf head on the badge was actually exactly the same as the head of the fort master of Sky Wolf Fort. Looks like our Sky Wolf Fort's identity badge was made by the fort master based on his own head. For a moment, the 5 vice fort masters of Sky Wolf Fort thought to themselves. The demon wolf that was completely covered in azure fur stood in midair, and there was a faint crescent-shaped mark between its brows that was completely green. A green crescent-shaped mark. Moonhowl Sky Wolf? Mu Shui, who'd always been standing silently beside Han Xuanai, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when she saw Azure Wolf reveal his true form. The Moonhowl Sky Wolf was a type of formidable demon beast. A Moonhowl Sky Wolf that had a violet crescent-shaped mark between its brows was a sacred beast with a noble bloodline. In the Moonhowl Sky Wolf clan, their innate talent was divided into a total of 7 levels, and their innate talent could be seen from the color of the crescent-shaped mark between their brows. The 7 levels of innate talent corresponded to the 7 colors of the rainbow. The 7 colors of the rainbow were respectively red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. Moonhowl heavenly wolves that possessed a crimson moon brand between their brows were existences with the lowest natural talent in the Moonhowl heavenly wolf clan, and they were at most barely able to break through to the void interpretation stage after they reached adulthood. The natural talent of a Moonhowl heavenly wolf that possessed an orange moon mark was slightly higher. After it matured, so long as it worked hard, it wouldn't be a problem for it to cultivate to the 9th level of the void interpretation stage. A Moonhowl heavenly wolf that possessed a yellow moon brand possessed a higher innate talent than the former, and it was usually able to smoothly cultivate and break through to the void transformation stage. As for Moonhowl heavenly wolves that possessed the green moon mark, just like the fort master of Skywolf Fort, Qinglang, they were usually able to break through to the 9th level of the void transformation stage when they cultivated to the limit. However, it was extremely difficult to break through to the martial monarch stage unless one had a fortuitous encounter. Behind them were the Moonhowl heavenly wolves with the azure moon brand, blue moon brand, and violet moon brand. Amongst them, the Moonhowl heavenly wolf that possessed the violet moon mark was a true saint beast. As for the Moonhowl heavenly wolf that possessed the azure moon brand and blue moon brand, it could be considered a descendant of a saint beast, and its natural talent was extremely extraordinary. Whoosh! When Qinglang transformed into his true form, Han Shuanai's body floated and landed steadily on his back before she sat on him. Shui, come here. Subsequently, Han Shuanai called out to Mu Shui, and the two of them sat on Qinglang's back together. Big dog, let's go. Han Shuanai shouted and urged Qinglang to fly out. In just a blink of an eye, they disappeared before the eyes of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort. I'll leave the matter of Emperor Wu's secret treasure to all of you. As long as I can obtain the Fire Profundity Fragment or the Thunder Profundity Fragment, I'll be able to break through to the Monarch stage in one go. At the same time, Qinglang's voice transmission entered Luo Fu and the others' ears clearly, causing them to nod hurriedly. The Monarch stage was the general name of the Martial Monarch stage and the Demon Monarch stage. When a human martial artist entered the Monarch stage, he was a martial monarch powerhouse. When a demon beast entered the Monarch stage, he was a demon monarch powerhouse. Qinglang was a demon beast that had transformed into a demon, and the next step would be the demon monarch stage. So long as our men are able to obtain the profundity fragment that the fort master requires from Emperor Wu's secret treasure, then the fort master will become a demon monarch powerhouse. At that time, our Skywolf Fort will advance a level and become a second-rate power in the foreign lands. The 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort glanced at each other, and they were able to see the excitement in each other's eyes. Right. Suddenly, Ningkan thought of something and said with slight fear, we haven't had the time to tell the fort master about the Duanling Tian. How should we treat him in the future? That Duanling Tian obviously has a deep relationship with young Miss Xuanai. Even that saint weapon in his possession might have been given to him by young Miss Xuanai. Meng Li's eyes flickered with fear. If he knew earlier about the relationship between Duanling Tian and Han Xuanai, then he would absolutely not lead his men to pursue Duanling Tian with the intention of seizing the saint weapon in Duanling Tian's possession. Don't offend that Duanling Tian in the future. A trace of fear flashed past the eyes of the leader of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, Luo Fu. All of you have seen how formidable young Miss Xuanai is. I reckon even the fort master isn't a match for her. Moreover, she has a mysterious and enormous strength behind her, and coupled with the fort master's ancestor being her servant, she isn't someone our Skywolf Fort can afford to offend. Exactly. Yukong nodded in deep agreement. I truly never imagined that Duanling Tian would be able to be related to that young miss. Humph. Feng Wei took a deep breath. Even though he was unwilling in his heart, he knew that he couldn't afford to offend Han Shuanai, and he could only grunt gloomily. Ningkan, since that personal disciple of yours shared the matter of Duanling Tian possessing a saint weapon with you, I presume he has irreconcilable enmity with Duanling Tian. If it's possible, advise him not to go against Duanling Tian so as to avoid dragging our Skywolf Fort down with him. Meng Li looked at Ning Kan as he spoke. Yes. Ning Kan nodded. No. Don't tell Zishang about this for now. Luo Fu shook his head, and after he successfully attracted the gazes of the other 4 vice fort masters, he continued. Now we still don't know exactly what enmity there is between Zishang and Duanling Tian. If it's really that sort of irreconcilable enmity, then junior brother Ning, if you ask him to give up his enmity, then he would be disgusted and even betray our Skywolf Fort instead. The opening of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure is at hand. Xianxia is the main force of our Sky Wolf Fort, and we can't allow any unforeseen events to occur. As he finished speaking, Luo Fu had a solemn expression. Master is right. Let Xianxia deal with the enmity between him and Duan Lingtian himself. Even if he really does anything to Duan Lingtian in the end, it wouldn't be too late for us to expel him from Sky Wolf Fort when young Miss Xuanai comes looking for us. Feng Wei agreed. Meng Li, Ning Can, and Yu Kong agreed with Luo Fu's suggestion as well. On the other hand, the person involved, Xianxia, was kept in the dark at this moment, and he frowned as he looked at the flaming clouds that gradually dispersed in the horizon and those 5 figures. The fort master and those 2 young women have vanished. Xianxia spoke with surprise. When Xianxia saw the 5 vice fort masters in the sky disperse successively, he took a deep breath before soaring up into the sky to greet Ning Can before bowing respectfully. Master! Is there something you need? Ning Can lightly smiled as he looked at Xianxia, and he was extremely satisfied with this personal disciple of his. Master, may I know who that yellow-clothed young woman is? Xianxia asked with a gaze that carried yearning. The smile on Ning Can's face froze completely when he heard Xianxia mention Han Xuanai, and then he revealed a fearful expression as he said, I'm not too sure exactly who she is, and I only know that everyone calls her young Miss Xuanai. But her background seems to be extremely terrifying, and she isn't someone our Sky Wolf Fort can afford to offend. Remember, no matter where you meet her in the future, you have to maintain respect, and you can't be rude. As he finished speaking, Ning Can's expression was exceedingly heavy. Understood. Xianxia nodded as flowing light spun within his eyes as evil thoughts arose in his heart. If I'm able to subdue her and obtain the support of the power behind her, then wouldn't I be able to do whatever I want in the future? Needless to say, Xianxia's dream was extremely beautiful, but whether it was able to be realized was another matter altogether. As the saying goes, dreams are beautiful, but reality is cruel, and these words weren't spoken without reason. Time silently flowed by. In the blink of an eye, almost 10 days had passed. Settlement City. Within the 5-element Sexwood Peak, an estate that occupied a vast area. On the innermost practice grounds, a beautiful figure was ceaselessly flashing about, and her movements were graceful like a butterfly. Swish, 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 swish. Every time the sword in the beautiful figure's hand flashed out, it would form a flower of the sword, and it looked extremely gorgeous. Suddenly, the ancient mammoth silhouettes above the young woman had undergone a change, and a few tens of ancient mammoth silhouettes had appeared out of thin air, yet they were extremely unstable. A seed of force? The gaze of Duan Lingtian, who stood at the side of the practice grounds, lit up abruptly, and he was slightly surprised. Whoosh! The beautiful figure on the practice grounds successively struck out a few tens of times before stopping and putting away her sword, and then she arrived by the side of Duan Lingtian. Elder brother Duan, when I cultivated my sword skill earlier, I seemed to have a slightly different feeling. Moreover, its might seemed to have become even greater. What's going on? The person that arrived by the side of Duan Lingtian was a young woman, and it was precisely Yi Xian, the daughter of the Ye family of Drift Cloud Town. Silly girl, that's a seed of force. Accurately speaking, it's a seed of sword force. With this seed of sword force, once you step into the void prying stage in the future, you'll quickly be able to comprehend true sword force. Duan Lingtian smiled. That's sword force? Yi Xian's gaze lit up. As the daughter of the Ye family of Drift Cloud Town, she naturally knew what force was, but she never imagined that she would comprehend it so quickly. I can help you improve your natural talent, yet I'm unable to help you with your comprehension ability. I was worried earlier. Now it would seem that I was worried for nothing, as your comprehension ability has already exceeded my imagination. Duan Lingtian smiled. Duan Lingtian. Chapter 870. Chen Wei. With a single glance, Duan Lingtian noticed Chen Wei and Ku Zheng. Beside them was a robust young man that was almost 2 meters tall. He was a little over 30, had a careless appearance, and a pair of bright and piercing eyes. You're Duan Lingtian? The 3 of them had just approached Duan Lingtian and Yi Xian when the robust young man's gaze locked onto Duan Lingtian, and his eyes were filled with dense battle intent. I heard you once defeated Chen Wei in a single move? Yes. After Duan Lingtian greeted Ku Zheng, he looked at the robust young man and nodded. I'm able to defeat Chen Wei in a single move as well. Come fight me. As soon as the robust young man finished speaking, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that arrived at the center of the martial practice grounds in a short moment, and his robust body didn't seem to be clumsy or cumbersome in the slightest. Needless to say, Duan Lingtian was shocked by the robust young man's words. He knew of Chen Wei's strength. 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage. Comprehended the 3rd level intermediate fire concept. This robust young man that looked to be a little over 30 was able to defeat Chen Wei in a single move as well? At the first possible moment, Duan Lingtian didn't investigate the robust young man's cultivation, and he instead looked at Chen Wei with a gaze that contained slight curiosity as he was curious if what the robust young man said was true. Chen Wei laughed bitterly as he nodded, and he squeezed out a sentence after a short moment. Both of you are the same, both of you are freaks. Freaks? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and he was slightly surprised. He'd long since become accustomed to being called a freak. Now, even Chen Wei had called the robust young man a freak, so the robust young man presumably did indeed have some strength. Duan Lingtian, it wouldn't be that you don't dare fight me, right? The robust young man that stood at the center of the martial practice grounds and didn't wait for Duan Lingtian for a long time grunted coldly, and his tone was filled with disdain. Big guy, what are you talking about? How could my elder brother Duan be afraid of you? Before Duan Lingtian could say anything, Yi Xian could not stand it any longer. She worshipped Duan Lingtian the most. Naturally, she would not tolerate someone mocking her idol. Go. Duan Lingtian. Chen Wei smiled to Duan Lingtian, and then he said via voice transmission, I only told him that you defeated me in a single move, and I didn't tell him that you dealt with 8 bandits by yourself, and the strongest bandits were 3 at the 6th level of the Void Interpretation stage. In the end, Chen Wei had a smirk on his face as if he was taking revenge maliciously. Duan Lingtian shook his head. This Chen Wei couldn't be thinking that he had to use the soul skill, 1,000 illusions in order to deal with that robust youth, right? Ku Zhang didn't say anything and stood at the side as he waited to watch the show. Even though he'd only been with Duan Lingtian for a short period of time, with his understanding of Duan Lingtian would absolutely not refuse the challenge of the robust young man. The facts proved that Ku Zhang was right. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out as if transforming into a gust of wind that instantly arrived before the robust young man and stood in confrontation with him. What's your name? If you want to know my name, you can defeat me first. The robust young man stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze, and his voice was like a thunderclap that rolled out. Interesting. Duan Lingtian started laughing. Hey, big guy, you must not cry after losing to my elder brother Duan. Yi Xian laughed as she cried out from the side, and she wished for the world to be in chaos. I'll lose to him? Hearing Yi Xian's words, the robust young man was enraged, and he opened his mouth and roared. Little girl, open your eyes wide and watch properly. Watch how I, Huang Dainiu, defeat him. So you're called Huang Dainiu? Yi Xian playfully stuck out her tongue and said with a smile, what an old-fashioned name, it's much worse than my elder brother Duan's name. You! Only now did Huang Dainiu realize that he'd inadvertently let slip his name, and he was instantly slightly embarrassed and angry. However, he naturally wouldn't vent his anger on a harmless little girl like Yi Xian. He stared at Duan Lingtian and said in a low voice, Duan Lingtian, today I'll let that little girl know that a nice name doesn't mean anything. Hearing Huang Dainiu's words, Duan Lingtian was speechless. This Huang Dainiu's temper was really no different from a child's. Please. Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Dainiu and smiled faintly, indicating that he was ready. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huang Dainiu didn't waste any time. His legs stomped on the ground, and 2 bursts of khaki energy gushed out from beneath his feet and pushed him straight towards Duan Lingtian. The khaki energy was the fusion of origin energy and earth concept, and it transformed into the material earth energy. Above the void, the heaven and earth energy stirred, and it finally condensed into 160 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that charged towards Duan Lingtian with Huang Dainiu in a ferocious manner. When he saw the 160 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons, Duan Lingtian's expression had already changed. Never did he expect Huang Dainiu's strength to be so strong. It was completely beyond his imagination. Huang Dainiu's speed was so fast that Duan Lingtian's eyes couldn't follow him. He hurriedly pierced his spiritual energy into the soul brand in the depths of his soul, and executed his soul skill. 1,000 illusions! Along with a dim light flashing in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes, An illusory space appeared out of thin air, and it enveloped down with Duan Lingtian as the center, and it practically enveloped half of the martial practice grounds. Huang Daniu just happened to be within the area. When Huang Daniu arrived nearby Duan Lingtian, his raised fist was practically about to smash down. But in the next moment, his figure swiftly stopped. Subsequently, Huang Daniu turned around and charged to the side, and he smashed out a punch with a ferocious momentum. Vast khaki energy swept out, and it gave rise to a wave of ear-piercing explosions. The airflow in the air was compressed and flashed, and it spread out to form a wave of piercingly cold gales. 5th level Void Interpretation Stage. Origin energy exploding out completely is comparable to the strength of 70 ancient horned dragons. 5th level Intermediate Earth Concept is comparable to the strength of 60 ancient horned dragons. Coupled with the fact that they're fighting on the ground, the Earth energy he can borrow is half of the Earth energy of a 5th level Earth Concept, and it's comparable to the strength of 30 ancient horned dragons. On the ground, even if he doesn't utilize a spirit weapon, he's still able to exert a strength comparable to the strength of 160 ancient horned dragons. Even a 5th level Void Interpretation Stage martial artist that has similarly comprehended a 5th level intermediate concept would probably not be a match for him. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and he was shocked by Huang Daniu's strength as well. With Huang Daniu's strength, he was probably an existence that was ranked at the top even in the entire younger generation of the Five Elements sect. If Duan Lingtian didn't use his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, he would really not be a match for Huang Daniu. Bang! 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 Every single punch of Huang Daniu's had a vast khaki energy sweep out, and it was like numerous enraged and roaring dragons. But unfortunately, his attacks missed every single time. Illusory space? Suddenly, a surprised voice sounded out. Subsequently, an aged figure appeared outside the martial practice grounds. It was a one-armed old man, and it was precisely the Wood Peak's elder, Yongling, senior brother. Ku Zhang looked respectfully at Yongling, martial uncle. Chen Wei bowed respectfully and reverently. Both of you knew since long ago? Yongling glanced at Duan Lingtian, who stood in the martial practice grounds with a composed expression, and his eyes flashed as he looked at Ku Zhang and Chen Wei. He was able to discern that Ku Zhang and Chen Wei seemed to not be surprised in the slightest when faced with the scene before them, and they obviously knew since long ago. Senior brother. Ku Zhang nodded, and then he said, "That's the illusory space created by Duan Lingtian's innate ability." Innate ability? Yongling was first stunned, and then he seemed to have thought of something, causing his gaze to abruptly light up as his breathing became slightly hurried. What you mean is, he's a variant? Yongling had heard a little about variants, and he knew that they were existences blessed by the heavens and possessed unique innate abilities. Yes. Ku Zhang nodded. Haha, good. Ku Zhang, I never imagined that you'd actually find such two outstanding young disciples on your trip this time. With their addition, the Wood Peak will surely be able to be ranked second in the Battle of the Five Peaks this time. Yongling laughed loudly and seemed to be extremely excited. The reason he said second was because Yongling knew that even if Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu's strengths weren't bad, they weren't a match for the outstanding disciples of the Gold Peak. The Gold Peak was the #1 peak in the Five Elements sect, and its status had never changed since ancient times. Moreover, with their strengths, they'll surely be able to fight for the greatest benefits for our Wood Peak at that place. If they're able to obtain what the Peak Master needs, then the Peak Master will become the first martial monarch stage expert in the history of our Five Elements sect. Yongling's eyes lit up as if he'd already seen the scene of the Wood Peak rising once more in the Five Elements sect. Martial uncle, why haven't I seen those two fellows? Chen Wei looked at the surroundings and asked curiously. Them? They've already been killed by me. Yongling spoke indifferently. Ku Zhang and Chen Wei were both shocked. They're spies that the Earth Peak's Tang Lin placed in our Wood Peak. A few days ago, he even wanted to rope Duan Lingtian into the Earth Peak, and he even promised a Grade 2 spirit weapon and 7th level concept fragment. Yongling's eyes flickered with cold lights as he explained. What? Ku Zhang and Chen Wei were greatly shocked when Yongling said this. Spies? I truly never imagined that I'd misjudged as well. But that Tang Lin has truly gone too far. Not only did he place spies in our Wood Peak, he even wants to rope in our Wood Peak disciples. Ku Zheng's expression was extremely gloomy as cold lights flickered in his eyes, and he seemed ready to swallow someone up. It's not the first time they've done this. But, Duan Lingtian isn't bad indeed. If it was me, perhaps I would be tempted by the Grade 2 spirit weapon and 7th level concept fragment, but he didn't. As he finished speaking, Yang Ling revealed a smile. Grade 2 spirit weapon. 7th level concept fragment. Our wood peak will absolutely not treat him unfairly. Ku Zhang looked at Duan Lingtian as the cold lights in his eyes gradually vanished and were replaced by gratification. Originally, I was already pleasantly surprised that you found Duan Lingtian for the wood peak. Yet I never imagined that you found another young expert. This Huang Daniu's strength isn't bad, and I was inferior to him when I was his age all those years ago. Chapter 871. It's time to end this. Duan Lingtian glanced at Huang Daniu, who was still running around like a headless fly, and he smiled indifferently before flying out. After a short moment, he arrived beside Huang Daniu. Huang Daniu didn't notice him at all, and he was still punching the air. His punches were like a landslide, and they gushed out like an earth dragon leaving its hole as they swept out. Bang! Duan Lingtian casually slapped out with his palm, and it landed on Huang Daniu's back and blasted him flying. At the same time that Huang Daniu flew out, his face flushed red, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. After that, he looked behind him and shouted loudly, "Who is it? Who's helping Duan Lingtian?" Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he looked at Huang Daniu, who was looking at him. In the illusory realm that Huang Daniu was in, there was no one around him. When he saw Huang Daniu looking left and right as if he wanted to find out who attacked him, Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, and then he withdrew his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, and the illusory realm was destroyed. At the same time, he appeared before Huang Daniu. "You! Why are you here?" When Huang Daniu saw Duan Lingtian, it was as if he'd seen a ghost. Subsequently, he hurriedly turned around to look behind him, but he noticed that there was no one there. Impossible! How can your speed be so fast? Unless you're a void transformation stage expert, otherwise, it's impossible for your speed to be so fast. Huang Daniu shook his head ceaselessly, and he didn't dare believe that everything before his eyes was real. Haha! Daniu, are you convinced now? Meanwhile, Chen Wei walked into the martial practice field with large strides and stood beside Duan Lingtian, and he grinned as he said to Huang Daniu, "Needless to say, your strength is really not bad. But you must know that Duan Lingtian once killed 8 bandits with extraordinary strength by himself. Amongst those 8 bandits, there were 3 existences at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage." Chen Wei spoke of Duan Lingtian's past accomplishments. What? Huang Daniu's eyes narrowed, and his face was filled with shock. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian and gasped, "You? Don't tell me you're really a void transformation powerhouse? Do you think that if I were a void transformation stage expert, you would be able to withstand a single blow from me?" Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He felt that Huang Daniu was too naive. To put it bluntly, he was simple-minded. "Daniu, Duan Lingtian is a 5th-level void interpretation martial artist just like you." Chen Wei smiled. "Impossible." Huang Daniu shook his head decisively. "It's impossible for him to be a 5th-level void interpretation martial artist. If a 5th-level void interpretation stage martial artist wants to defeat me on the ground, then he must have comprehended 6th-level intermediate earth concept or has comprehended another 9th-level intermediate concept." Huang Daniu was very confident in his own strength. Moreover, the speed at which he arrived here from that side was extremely fast. It was so fast that I was completely unable to react in time. In front of me, only a void transformation stage expert is able to do this. Huang Daniu spoke with extreme certainty. Chen Wei was slightly speechless towards Huang Daniu's one-track mind. But he still spoke of the truth. "Then what if I told you? Earlier, Duan Lingtian used an illusory realm to confuse you before injuring you? In other words, the Duan Lingtian you've always been attacking isn't the real Duan Lingtian, but was created by an illusory realm. In the world in our eyes, you've always been attacking the air." Chen Wei finished speaking in a single breath. "Illusory realm?" Huang Daniu frowned, and then he looked at Chen Wei with an expression that said, "Don't try to deceive me." "I didn't sense any fluctuation of an inscription or inscription formation earlier. It's impossible for it to be an illusory realm." Unless this Duan Ling Tian is a person transformed from a demon, then he would be able to use spiritual force to construct an illusory realm. Huang Daniu added. I've said it before, Duan Ling Tian's true cultivation is only at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage. I wonder if you've heard of a variant? Qin Wei shook his head and directly spoke of Duan Ling Tian's identity in the end. A variant. Huang Daniu frowned and muttered. I seem to have heard someone mention it in the past. Wait, let me think. Huang Daniu fell into deep thought as he spoke. What an idiot. Yi Xian playfully stuck out her tongue and couldn't help but grunt. Duan Ling Tian shook his head, and then he walked out of the martial practice grounds. Only now did he notice that Yang Ling had suddenly arrived, and he instantly greeted with a smile. Elder Yang. Duan Ling Tian, your cultivation is at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage, yet the illusory realm you constructed with your innate ability is actually able to affect a 6th level void interpretation stage martial artist. Yang Ling asked with a dumbstruck expression, and he obviously heard what Chen Wei said earlier. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a light smile. Even though my cultivation is at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage, but because I've consumed spirit fruits that improve the level of my soul, my spiritual force is higher than my cultivation. Haha. Yang Ling laughed loudly. Looks like there'll be a good show to watch in the Battle of the 5 Peaks this time. Battle of the 5 Peaks? Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Yang Ling. What's that? The Battle of the 5 Peaks is a martial competition of the 5 peaks that our 5 Element sect is going to hold recently for the younger generation. However, it's different from an ordinary martial competition. In the Battle of the 5 Peaks, apart from determining the individual strength rankings, each peak will also send out 3 of their strongest young talents to compete in team martial competitions with the other peaks. Finally, the specific rankings of the 5 peaks will be rearranged according to the individual strength and team strength rankings. Ku Zhang smiled as he explained. As far as he was concerned, the Battle of the 5 Peaks this time was an opportunity for the Wood Peak, an opportunity to reclaim their glory. I've decided to go back with all of you to join in the fun. Yang Ling said. At the same time, his eyes stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian, and his eyes faintly flickered with anticipation. He hoped that Duan Ling Tian would be able to obtain a good ranking for the Wood Peak in the Battle of the 5 Peaks this time. I remember now. Suddenly, a voice that was like muffled thunder sounded out. It was Huang Daniu who was in the martial practice grounds that had recovered from his shock, and he looked at Duan Ling Tian as if he was looking at a monster as he exclaimed in surprise. So you're a variant. In that case, the illusory realm you constructed earlier to affect me was your innate ability? Innate ability? Duan Ling Tian smiled and didn't admit nor deny it. Some things might not be a bad thing when misunderstood by others. However, when Duan Ling Tian's smile entered into Huang Daniu's eyes, it was undoubtedly a tacit agreement. How old are you this year? Unknowingly, Huang Daniu had arrived by Duan Ling Tian's side, and he stared at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze. Based on your appearance, you're only around the age of 25. Your true age is probably over 30, right? 28. Duan Ling Tian shrugged as he spoke. What? Huang Daniu was instantly shocked when he heard this. You're actually younger than me? I'm already 31 years old. Monster. You're the real monster. As he finished speaking, Huang Daniu scolded with a grin. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. He'd long since become accustomed to this. But even though Duan Ling Tian was accustomed to it, it didn't mean that Yi Xian was accustomed to it as well. When she heard Huang Daniu scold Duan Ling Tian, she was instantly displeased. You're the monster. Your entire family is monsters. Currently, Yi Xian was completely like a female leopard protecting her cubs. When they saw this scene, Yang Ling and Ku Zhang laughed heartily, and they were both amused by Yi Xian. Duan Ling Tian and Chen Wei couldn't help but laugh as well, and they looked at Huang Daniu at the same time as they wanted to see how he would react. Huang Daniu was speechless instead, and he had nothing to say. As far as he was concerned, him scolding Duan Ling Tian like that seemed to be another type of praise, right? After all, he was extremely happy every time someone called him a monster in the past, because it indicated that he was outstanding and different from the masses. When do all of you intend to depart? Yang Ling looked at Ku Zhang and asked. Tomorrow, Ku Zhang said. At dawn the next day, the group of people departed from Settlement City and headed towards the Five-Element sect. As soon as the five of them left the city, a middle-aged man appeared from the shadows and returned to Settlement City. He headed straight towards a mansion that occupied a vast area, and entered a back garden. Elder Tang. The middle-aged man stood outside the pavilion in the back garden and bowed respectfully to the old man inside. Have you found out their whereabouts? The old man that was playing chess with himself, the Earth Peak Elder, Tang Lin, slowly raised his head and asked with a low voice. No. The middle-aged man shook his head, and then he said, But, Kuzhang brought people back to the sect today. The two of them didn't return with Kuzhang, so they've probably perished. Whoosh. Tang Lin abruptly stood up from his seat, and cold lights flickered within his eyes as he said with a low voice. Wood Peak, how audacious! They actually dared to touch a disciple of my Earth Peak. The middle-aged man was speechless in his heart when he saw Tang Lin flare up. You've already sent people to the Wood Peak to be spies, yet you still won't allow them to clean up the sect? Of course. He only dared think like this in his heart and didn't dare speak it out. Besides Chen Wei, was there another young man around the age of 25 that traveled with Kuzhang? Tang Lin took a deep breath and stared at the middle-aged man with a burning gaze as he asked. I didn't dare approach too close, so I didn't see his appearance clearly. Besides that, it wasn't just one person that traveled with Kuzhang and Chen Wei, but four. The middle-aged man continued. Four? Tang Lin frowned. Who else? One of them is the person in charge of the Wood Peak stronghold in Settlement City, Elder Yang. As for the other three, all of them are unfamiliar faces, and one of them is comparatively tall. The middle-aged man spoke of everything he saw. That old fellow, Yang Ling? Tang Lin's face sank. That old fellow actually left Settlement City and returned to the sect with Kuzhang? Could it be that he thinks that merely that Duan Ling Tian is able to make the Wood Peak turn the tables in the Battle of the Five Peaks this time? Humph. Yang Ling, Kuzhang. I'll let all of you know that your Wood Peak has been busy for so long, yet in the end, all of you were only paving the way for our Earth Peak. Tang Lin grunted coldly as he muttered, and then his figure flashed out to vanish into thin air from the pergola in the rear garden. I'm returning to the sect. You take charge of the matters in Settlement City. Chapter 872. The Five-Element sect was situated on an enormous mountain. It was like an enormous mountain where an enormous beast lay dormant, and the peak of the mountain was flat and empty. Whereas on this flat and empty peak sat five precipitous peaks that were connected together. When looked at from afar, the five peaks were like the fingers of a human, and they were both tall and short as they shot straight into the sky. Five-Finger Mountains. When he saw the five precipitous peaks before him, this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind at the first possible moment. These five precipitous peaks are the grounds of our Five-Element sect. The tallest peak in the middle is our Five-Element sect's Gold Peak. Chen Wei introduced to Duan Lingtian, Huang Daniu, and Yi Xian. That's the Water Peak, that's the Fire Peak, and the shortest is the Earth Peak. Our Wood Peak is that one. After introducing the third, fourth, and shortest precipitous peaks, Chen Wei pointed towards the second tallest precipitous peak and spoke to Duan Lingtian's group of three. The gazes of Duan Lingtian's group of three descended onto the Wood Peak. The Wood Peak shot straight into the clouds, and its entire appearance couldn't be seen clearly. When they saw Chen Wei introducing the Wood Peak to Duan Lingtian's group of three, Kuzhang and Yang Ling flashed out to be the first to flash towards the Wood Peak. After a short moment, the two of them had become two little black dots in the eyes of Duan Lingtian's group of four. Let's go over as well. Chen Wei called out to Duan Lingtian's group of three before taking the lead to chase after Kuzhang and Yang Ling. Duan Lingtian's group of three followed closely behind. Of course, Yi Xian was brought along by Duan Lingtian to chase after them. Not to mention that Yi Xian hadn't stepped into the void prying stage yet and didn't know how to fly. Even if Yi Xian had stepped into the void prying stage and knew how to fly, Duan Lingtian wouldn't allow her to fly by herself. Compared to existences that were at least at the fourth level of the void interpretation stage, the flying speed of a void prying stage martial artist was no different than an ant walking. Under Chen Wei's lead, Duan Lingtian's group of three descended onto a vast flat platform at the mountainside of the Wood Peak. Chen Wei, arrange a residence for them first. Your martial uncle and I will go see the Peak Master first, and we'll register them as official disciples tomorrow. After Kuzhang informed Chen Wei, he left with Yang Ling. All of you, follow me. Chen Wei spoke to Duan Ling Tian's group of 3, then he brought Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 to a nearby mountainside, and they stood in the sky above the continuous cluster of buildings. Most of the buildings were pavilions, but there were also a few palace-like buildings. The pavilions over there are all empty. Someone usually cleans them. You can stay there for the time being. If you feel uncomfortable, I'll change them for you later. Chen Wei led Duan Lingtian's group of 3 to fly towards the row of pavilions ahead, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived in the sky above one of the pavilions. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed many young men and young women flying out from some pavilions nearby, and they curiously sized him, Yi Xian, and Duan Lingtian up. The appearance of 3 new faces in the Wood Peak obviously caused these Wood Peak disciples to be rather surprised. Right when Chen Wei led Duan Lingtian's group of 3 to dive down and intended to enter the pavilion. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 ear-piercing howls of the wind sounded out at the same time, and they grew closer and closer. After a short moment, 2 figures appeared on the path of Duan Lingtian's group of 4 and obstructed their path. These were 2 young men around the age of 35. One wore blue clothes, the other wore green clothes, and their ages were similar to Chen Wei's. But based on the ridiculing smiles on their faces, they obviously didn't come with good intentions. Luo Chen, what's the meaning of this? Chen Wei's face sank as he looked at the blue-clothed young man and asked in a low voice. Obviously, Chen Wei recognized this blue-clothed young man. Moreover, from Chen Wei's extremely unsightly expression and the cold lights that flickered in his eyes, it was obvious that he had quite a bit of conflict with this blue-clothed young man. For a time, Duan Lingtian realized that this blue-clothed young man had come for Chen Wei. Chen Wei, what sort of attitude is this? I only want to see what sort of figures are the Wood Peak disciples you brought back after making a trip with Elder Ku. Luo Chen, who wore blue clothes, smiled lightly, and then his eyes narrowed as he sized up Duan Lingtian, Yi Xian, and Huang Daniu from top to bottom. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Luo Chen started roaring with laughter for no reason, and he laughed for a long time to the point tears almost fell from his eyes in the end. What are you laughing at? Cold lights flickered within Chen Wei's eyes. The brows of Duan Lingtian's group of 3 couldn't help but knit together. If it wasn't out of consideration that this was the Wood Peak and he just arrived here, Duan Lingtian would have been unable to restrain himself from slapping Luo Chen twice since long ago. What are you laughing at? Luo Chen's laughter stopped when he heard Chen Wei, and then his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian and Yi Xian. Chen Wei, don't tell me. These 2 are Wood Peak disciples you and Elder Ku brought back this time. So what if they are? Chen Wei replied with a cold voice, and the cold lights in his eyes grew even colder. I remember that the elders of our Wood Peak received orders to go out for the sake of recruiting void interpretation stage martial artists below the age of 40, right? You and Elder Ku bringing back 2 useless trash seems to have gone against the orders of the Peak Master, right? A wisp of ridicule appeared on the corners of Luo Chen's mouth as he ridiculed. Luo Chen, watch your mouth. Chen Wei's face went grim when he heard Luo Chen call Duan Lingtian and Yi Xian trash, and he shouted out with a grim voice. The expressions of Duan Lingtian and Yi Xian sank as well. It seems to be the first time they've met Luo Chen, right? Luo Chen called them trash the first time they met? Duan Lingtian's eyes were suffused with slight coldness as he stared coldly and indifferently at Luo Chen, and the origin energy in his body roiled. If this Wood Peak disciple dared say it again, then he wouldn't hesitate in the slightest to make a move. At this moment, he was filled with disgust towards this Wood Peak disciple that he'd never met in the past. Luo Chen seemed as if he didn't hear Chen Wei's grim shout, and he continued ridiculing. Or perhaps you and Elder Ku were truly unable to find a void interpretation stage young expert below the age of 40, so you found these 3 people to make up the numbers? When he spoke up to hear, not only did Luo Chen start laughing, even the green-clothed young man by his side couldn't refrain from laughing. Luo Chen, you'll regret it. Chen Wei's expression became even more gloomy, and the coldness in his eyes was on the verge of erupting as he shouted out with a low voice. The expressions of Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu were extremely unsightly as well. He said they were making up the numbers? Regret. Luo Chen was first stunned when he heard Chen Wei, and then he couldn't refrain from roaring with laughter. Chen Wei, don't forget that our strengths are equal. You can dream of obtaining any advantage at my hands. Or perhaps you want to rely on them. Forget about these 2. Perhaps they have some natural talent, but they're completely useless to our Wood Peak now. Luo Chen's gaze of disdain flashed past Duan Lingtian and Yi Xian before locking onto Huang Daniu in the end. This big guy looks to be not bad. But how strong can a person that's a little over 30 be? At most, he's only a first-level void interpretation martial artist. The gaze Luo Chen shot at Huang Daniu was still filled with disdain. Huang Daniu's face went grim, and he was slightly unable to restrain himself, causing the origin energy in his body to surge as he wanted to make a move against Luo Chen. But when a voice transmission sounded out by his ears, it caused him to suppress the impulse in his heart, and at the same time, a wisp of a cold smile suffused the corners of his mouth, a cold smile of ridicule. Luo Chen. Chen Wei took a deep breath as a cold smile suffused the corners of his mouth. You're constantly ridiculing the Wood Peak disciples my master and I brought back. Yet I wonder how strong the Wood Peak disciples you and your master brought back are? The Wood Peak disciples my master and I brought back are naturally stronger than the Wood Peak disciples you and your master brought back. Do you see this person by my side? He's called Hong Shi, 36 years old, and his strength isn't inferior to us. Luo Chen looked at the green-clothed young man by his side as he spoke, and his face was filled with complacency. At this moment the green-clothed young man, Hong Shi, flashed his gaze past Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, and then he laughed with disdain. Even if these two pieces of trash join forces, I'll be able to make them fall to the ground with a single move. As for Yi Xian, she was directly disregarded by him. Luo Chen, as expected of a Wood Peak disciple you and your master brought back. This Hong Shi's mouth is as smelly as yours. Chen Wei's gaze that was piercingly cold like a blade swept past Hong Shi before descending onto Luo Chen in the end. You! Luo Chen's expression went grim when he was ridiculed by Chen Wei, and he was enraged to the point the origin energy on his body roiled and was on the verge of bursting out. Luo Chen, this Hong Shi your master brought back probably hasn't been officially registered as a disciple of our Wood Peak, right? Chen Wei's expression suddenly turned serious as he asked seriously. He hasn't. Luo Chen couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the changes in Chen Wei's expression, and he answered as if he was possessed. But after he answered Chen Wei, he returned to his senses, and a wisp of a ridiculing smile appeared on his face. Chen Wei, why are you asking this? You'll know very soon. This time, Chen Wei utterly didn't look at Luo Chen, and he only glanced deeply at Hong Shi. Subsequently, he looked at Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu. Duan Lingtian, Daniu. The various peaks of our five-element sect have a rule. Everyone that hasn't been officially registered as a disciple of the various peaks isn't considered to be a member of the sect, and even if they're killed, the sect won't pursue the matter. Chen Wei's words caused the gazes of Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu to be unable to help but light up. Luo Chen said with disdain when he heard Chen Wei, Chen Wei, you wouldn't be thinking that the joint forces of these two pieces of trash can kill Hong Shi, right? What an enormous joke. Trash? The smiles on the faces of Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu froze completely when they heard Luo Chen. Their gazes that were filled with coldness locked onto Luo Chen at the first possible moment, and they were about to swallow him up. So long as the other isn't crippled or killed in a battle between official disciples of the sect won't pursue the matter. Meanwhile, Chen Wei added another sentence. For a time, the frozen smiles on the faces of Duan Lingtian and Daniu bloomed once more, and it was extremely brilliant. Daniu, which one do you want? Duan Lingtian asked. Me. I want both of them. Huang Daniu was first stunned, and then he spoke resolutely after he recovered from his shock. Daniu, aren't you too greedy? Since it's like this, then let's see who's faster. Chapter 873. You're shameless. When he saw Duan Lingtian fly out as soon as he finished speaking and utterly didn't give him the chance to prepare, Huang Daniu cursed and hurriedly followed up. Bang! Bang! The material earthen yellow energy beneath Huang Daniu's feet soared through the sky, whereas, he relied on it to flash out swiftly, and his speed was so swift that it even surpassed Duan Lingtian. Even though this wasn't the ground and he couldn't rely on the energy of the earth. But he was a 5th-level void interpretation stage martial artist that had comprehended 5th-level intermediate earth concept after all, and even if he didn't rely on the energy of the earth, he was still capable of exerting the strength of 130 ancient horned dragons. As for Duan Lingtian, even though he was at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage as well, he'd only comprehended 3rd-level intermediate wind concept, and even if he utilized his other elementary concepts, he was still inferior to Huang Daniu by the strength of over 10 ancient horned dragons. So even though Duan Ling Tian was the first to make a move, he was still caught up by Huang Daniu. Both of them tacitly chose the same person as their first target. Luo Chen. Both of you. Luo Chen, who was stunned by Chen Wei's words, instantly shuddered when he saw two figures pouncing towards him in the blink of an eye, and he recovered from his shock. He saw that ancient horned dragon silhouettes that caused him to be astounded had even appeared in the sky above these two people. 110 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. 130 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Accompanied by the violet-clothed young man and the tall and robust young man, they flashed directly towards him. Luo Chen was dumbstruck. Completely dumbstruck. How could the strengths of these two people possibly be so strong? Slap. Slap. Two clear slaps sounded out at practically the exact same moment. It was Duan Ling Tian and Huang Daniu that had arrived before Luo Chen in the blink of an eye, and they slapped him from both sides. Instantly, Luo Chen's face that could be considered to be handsome swelled up to become a pig's head. You. Both of you. AH. The eyes of Luo Chen, who was slapped into a pig's head, were suffused with gloominess, and he wanted to speak ruthlessly. But he hadn't finished speaking when Huang Daniu's fist struck his stomach, and he was blasted flying while emitting a wave of miserable shrill cries that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Luo Chen was barely able to stop his figure. Presently, he'd been beaten to the point he'd completely sobered up. Looking at the 130 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Huang Daniu's head, he felt a chill run down his spine. This big guy is actually so strong. He did not use any spirit weapon. When he attacked, he drew upon the heaven and earth energy to form 130 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. If it was a 4th-level void interpretation stage martial artist, then only a martial artist that had comprehended 6th-level intermediate concept would be able to accomplish this. 5th-level void interpretation stage martial artists were capable of comprehending 5th-level intermediate concept as well. A 6th-level void interpretation stage martial artist only needed to comprehend 4th-level intermediate concept to accomplish this. However, no matter what kind of person they were not people he could provoke. There was also the purple-clothed youth. Luo Chen's gaze descended onto the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth above Duan Lingtian's head. There were 110 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes wriggling down from there, and they possessed imposing auras that shot into the sky like rainbows. Drawing upon the heaven and earth energy to condense 110 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Even his strength is stronger than mine. Luo Chen's expression was as unsightly as it could be as he stared fixedly at the purple-clothed young man that he'd looked down upon earlier. So strong. Meanwhile, the spectating Wood-Peak disciples exclaimed in shock successively. For a time, they were shocked by the strength of these two unfamiliar faces, Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu. Both of them are the Wood-Peak disciples that Chen Wei and Elder Ku brought back this time? Aren't they too strong? Especially that big guy. He looks to be a little over 30, yet as soon as he attacked, it was like a rock shattering the heavens and the earth as he drew upon the energy of the heavens and the earth to condense 130 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. That violet-clothed young man isn't weak as well. He looks to be around the age of 25, yet his strength has already surpassed Chen Wei and Luo Chen. The group of Wood-Peak disciples looked at Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu with gazes that contained excitement mixed within. So long as that big guy isn't poached away by the other 3 peaks, then our Wood-Peak might not be at the bottom in the battle of the 5 peaks this time. Exactly. The big guy's strength is formidable, and coupled with him comprehending Earth concept, once he attacks on the ground, he'll be able to draw support from the extremely terrifying energy of the Earth. The big guy's strength on the ground is sufficient to crush all the young disciples of the Water Peak, Fire Peak, and Earth Peak. The gazes of most of the Wood-Peak disciples locked onto Huang Daniu tightly. At this moment, at the same time that they revealed excited expressions, their eyes faintly contained slight perturbation, and they were perturbed that Huang Daniu would be poached away by the other 3 peaks. After all, similar incidents had occurred numerous times in the past, and it caused them to feel rather powerless. Haha. Daniu, they're all extremely afraid that you'll be poached away by the other 3 peaks. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but roar with laughter when he noticed the gazes of the surrounding crowd of spectating Wood-Peak disciples, and he looked at Huang Daniu as he spoke. Humph. Huang Daniu grunted with a voice that was like a thunderclap. All of you are underestimating me. Huang Daniu. How could I, Huang Daniu, be a fence-sitter that swings with the wind? When Huang Daniu spoke up to hear, The surrounding crowd of Wood Peak disciples revealed benevolent expressions, and they felt that their Wood Peak would have another young expert that was like a pillar that could hold up the heavens from now onwards. But what Huang Daniu said next caused them to be completely dumbstruck. Of course, if anyone is willing to give me 8 or 10 grade 2 spirit weapons and another 10 or 20 concept fragments at the 7th level or above, then I think I'm still willing to leave the Wood Peak and join their peak. Huang Daniu changed the topic and chuckled. For a time, the crowd of Wood Peak disciples reacted to what Huang Daniu had said, and they emitted benevolent laughter. 8 or 10 grade 2 spirit weapons. Even if all the grade 2 spirit weapons in the possession of the peak masters and elders of any peak in the 5-element sect were added together, they seem to not possess so many spirit weapons, right? 10 or 20 concept fragments at the 7th level or above was even more outrageous. Perhaps Huang Daniu's strength wasn't bad, and even if it was amongst all the disciples of the younger generation in the 5-element sect, he was still unable to make the other 3 peaks pay such a great price. Qinwei, I truly never imagined that you and Elder Ku actually found 2 freaks like this. Hongxi, let's go. Luo Chen, who realized that he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage today, glared hatefully at Qinwei, and then he rubbed his swollen face before calling out to the green-clothed young man and intending to leave. Early on, when he'd witnessed the strength that Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu revealed, Hongxi's expression had gone grim and become extremely unsightly. Even though his strength wasn't bad, it was only comparable to Luo Chen. If he didn't utilize a spirit weapon and attacked with his full strength, then he would at most possess the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons. Not to mention being inferior to that big fellow, he was even inferior to the violet-clothed young man. Now, when he heard Luo Chen's call out to him, Hongxi's gaze abruptly lit up, and he flashed towards Luo Chen as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He didn't want to stay at this place for a moment longer. But was it a place where he could leave as he pleased? Swoosh! Swoosh! An azure-colored bolt of lightning accompanied by an earthen yellow-colored bolt of lightning flashed through the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared on Hongxi's path and obstructed his path. A violet-clothed young man that was completely enveloped in azure-colored strong winds, and a tall young man that was completely enveloped in an earthen yellow-colored light barrier firmly obstructed Hongxi's path. What are all of you doing? Luo Chen's expression went grim. Hongxi's expression went grim as well when he saw the 2 people that appeared before him, and then he took a deep breath and tried hard to squeeze out a trace of a smile on his face. Both of you, I didn't. You motherfucker. Hongxi hadn't finished speaking when Huang Daniu had already shouted out explosively to interrupt Hongxi, and at the same time, he attacked out like a bolt of lightning. Bang! Huang Daniu smashed out with his fist, and his fist was like a toppling mountain. Vast earthen yellow-colored energy spilled out and seemed to have transformed into an earthen yellow-colored divine dragon that fiercely smashed towards Hongxi's chest. Bang! The vast energy collided with Hongxi's chest, and it smashed Hongxi's entire body, flying like an arrow that left the bowstring. Ah! At the instant Hongxi flew out, his face flushed red as he spat out a large mouthful of blood that was mixed with blood. Obviously, it was the fragments of his internal organs that were shattered by Huang Daniu's fist. Bang! Bang! When he saw Hongxi flying out, Huang Daniu obviously didn't intend to let Hongxi off just like this. Huang Daniu stomped on the air to shatter an enormous earthen yellow-colored rock that appeared beneath his feet, and he relied on the force of the collision to fly out. Swoosh! Huang Daniu's speed was like a swift bolt of lightning, and he caught up to Hongxi in a short moment. Bang! He smashed out another punch that struck right onto Hongxi's dantian and completely destroyed it, causing the origin energy within Hongxi's dantian to spill out uncontrollably. Hongxi emitted a wave of miserable shrill cries that sounded like a pig being slaughtered, and the origin energy in his body was obliterated along with this, causing his body to lose the support of his origin energy and fall down. Without his origin energy, even if Hongxi was able to sense the concept in the heavens and the earth, but without origin energy as a carrier, it was insufficient to fuse into his body and support him up. Luo Chen, save me. Hongxi's falling speed grew faster and faster, and he opened his mouth with great difficulty to ask Luo Chen for help. If Luo Chen didn't save him, then he would surely fall to his death. When Hongxi's dantian was destroyed by Huang Daniu, the gaze Luo Chen shot at Hongxi had completely changed. Now when he heard Hongxi's cry for help, he grunted coldly. Humph. Useless trash. After that, he flew off and didn't even look back as he allowed Hongxi to continue falling, and he crashed onto the cliff with a bang before smashing into a pile of mush. This Hong Shi is pitiable. After withdrawing his gaze from Hong Shi, Duan Lingtian glanced at Luo Chen's figure that was disappearing into the distance before shaking his head. That Luo Chen is really a bastard. Big brother Niu I was merciful and only crippled the dantian of his companion, and I didn't intend to kill his companion. But he actually disregarded his companion and directly fled. Huang Daniu smacked his lips as he cursed. Merciful? The surrounding crowd of Wood Peak disciples were speechless when they heard Huang Daniu. You fucking crippled his dantian, yet you're merciful? If you didn't cripple his dantian, would he have fallen to his death? Let's go. Chen Wei seemed to be accustomed to Huang Daniu's violence, and after he called out to Duan Lingtian's group of 3, he continued to dive down towards the pavilion below. Humph. Humph. That Luo Chen got off easy. Chapter 874. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but shudder when he heard Yi Xian. If this little girl grows up in the future, she'll probably be a figure like the little she-devil. When he thought of the little she-devil, Duan Lingtian's gaze became dazed, and the figure of a yellow-clothed young woman appeared in his mind. The yellow-clothed young woman was precisely Han Xuan'ai. I wonder what Xuan'ai is doing at this moment. There's also Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White. I wonder if they've come out from that place. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart, and when he returned to his senses, he'd already descended onto a 3-story pavilion with Chen Wei. There's a master bedroom on every single floor of this pavilion. All of you can make your own arrangements. Chen Wei said to Duan Lingtian's group of 3. If you lack anything, all of you can come look for me. I'm staying in that pavilion. As he spoke, Chen Wei pointed towards a 2-story pavilion in the distance. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 nodded, and then they entered the pavilion. Huang Daniu took the lowest floor, Yi Xian stayed on the 2nd floor, whereas Duan Lingtian stayed on the top floor. As soon as they left the master bedroom on the top floor, a boundless blue sky and white clouds would appear before their eyes. When Duan Lingtian's group of 3 entered the pavilion, those Wood Peak disciples that were watching the show dispersed successively, yet their faces were filled with indescribable excitement. I truly never imagined that Senior Brother Chen and Elder Ku would bring back 2 such outstanding young experts this time. Our Wood Peak can hold our heads high now. The Battle of the 5 Peaks is only the beginning. The Battle of the 5 Peaks is in another 3 days. It's truly something that I look forward to. Smiles suffused the faces of all the Wood Peak disciples. They were disciples of the Wood Peak and shared both honor and disgrace with the Wood Peak. The Wood Peak being at the bottom amongst the 5 peaks of the 5 Element sect caused them to suffer disdain from the disciples of the other 4 peaks and be unable to hold their heads high. They'd been unable to endure such days since long ago. This time, when they saw they had a chance to turn the tables, they were naturally extremely excited. Not long after, more than half of the Wood Peak found out about what had occurred earlier. For a time, all the Wood Peak disciples that found out about this matter were excited and seething with excitement. Right when most of the Wood Peak disciples were in an uproar, there were some disciples that were exceptions. Luo Chen was one of them. After Luo Chen consumed the healing pill, his swollen face returned to normal. There were no signs of injury. However, his current expression was extremely ugly. He stood there in the air, feeling somewhat uneasy. At a place near the peak of the Wood Peak stood a 3-story pavilion. This pavilion was isolated at the side of a precipitous cliff, and it looked to be extremely dangerous, causing others to be unable to help but feel terrified. As he gazed at the pavilion before him, Luo Chen's face was filled with a conflicted expression. In the end, he gritted his teeth and flew out to descend onto the pavilion. He's back? At this moment, an old man in red clothes walked out of a room on the 3rd floor of the pavilion. The old man had a strong body and a curly beard on his face. He looked careless. Master. Luo Chen was extremely respectful when facing the old man, but his expression was somewhat ugly. His mouth moved, but he didn't say anything in the end. It was as if there was something that was difficult for him to say. What? The curly-bearded old man noticed that something was off with Luo Chen, and he asked with bewilderment. Master. Luo Chen took a deep breath. He knew very clearly in his heart that even if he didn't say anything now, it wouldn't take long for his master to find out about Hong Shi. So he chose to be frank. Hong Shi, he. Luo Chen looked at the curly-bearded old man, his master, with a slightly perturbed expression, and he slowly spat out 3 words before hesitating slightly and seeming to be unable to continue. Some time ago, his master could be said to have paid a great price for the sake of pulling Xianxia into the 5-element sect and the Wood Peak. Besides wasting time for nothing, he'd even spent a great deal of grade 3 spirit weapons and concept fragments on the power Xianxia was in. Yet now, Xianxia had died, and he'd died in the Wood Peak. What happened to Xianxia? The curly-bearded old man's face went grim. Master Xianxia, he was killed by someone. Luo Chen took a deep breath and finally mustered up the courage to speak. What? The curly-bearded old man's pupils constricted as cold lights flashed within them, and he asked with a grim voice. Was it the members of the Water Peak, Fire Peak, or Earth Peak? None of them. Luo Chen shook his head. None of them? The curly-bearded old man frowned. Then how did he die? Could it be that it was the members of the Gold Peak that did it? When the Gold Peak was mentioned, the old man's eyes revealed a trace of fear. No. Luo Chen shook his head once more and laughed bitterly. It was the members of our Wood Peak. The members of our Wood Peak. The curly-bearded old man was shocked, and then he frowned as he asked. Could it be that he offended an elder, or perhaps he offended a middle-aged disciple? As far as he was concerned, with Xianxia's strength, besides the elders of the Wood Peak and those middle-aged disciples, practically no one in the entire Wood Peak was capable of killing him. Xianxia's strength was comparable to the most outstanding disciples in the younger generation of the Wood Peak, Chen Wei and Luo Chen, and even if Chen Wei and Luo Chen made a move, it would be impossible for them to kill Xianxia. No. Luo Chen shook his head once more. No. The corners of the curly-bearded old man's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this, and his eyes revealed astonishment. Could it be that it was done by a young disciple that the other elders found from outside? Yes. Luo Chen nodded as 2 fierce lights shot out from his eyes. It was a young disciple that Chen Wei and Elder Ku found from outside. They killed Xianxia as soon as they arrived at the Wood Peak. A bright light flashed within the curly-bearded old man's eyes, and he went silent for a time. Meanwhile, Luo Chen looked at the curly-bearded man and urged anxiously. Master, the reason they dared kill Xianxia was none other than because Xianxia hadn't officially registered as a disciple of our 5-element sect, and they firmly believed that the sect wouldn't interfere. Now, those 2 fellows haven't registered as well, so even if they die, the sect won't pursue the matter. Master, you must take revenge for Xianxia and kill those 2 fellows. As he finished speaking, Luo Chen's eyes had piercingly cold lights that seemed ready to swallow someone up. Today, he originally only wanted to provoke Chen Wei and suppress Chen Wei. But who would have imagined that not only was he unable to successfully suppress Chen Wei, even the companion by his side was killed by someone by Chen Wei's side. At the instant Xianxia was killed, he was able to notice the ridiculing gazes of the surrounding Wood Peak disciples looking at him. It was the first time in his entire life that he'd suffered such great humiliation. Now, he only wanted those 2 fellows that caused him to suffer such humiliation to die, and he couldn't be at ease until they died. 2. The curly-bearded old man who'd originally fallen into silence couldn't help but frown when he heard Luo Chen. You mean that they joined forces to kill Xianxia? Yes. Luo Chen nodded. He knew clearly in his heart that if it was said that Huang Daniu had killed Xianxia by himself, then for the sake of the Wood Peak's future, his master might not do anything to Huang Daniu. Yet now, it was completely different to say that they joined forces to kill Xianxia. Before the curly-bearded old man could reply, Luo Chen grunted. If they didn't join forces, then how could they be a match for Xianxia? Besides that, Chen Wei is to blame for this matter. It was he who stopped me and didn't allow me to save Xianxia. It was precisely because of this that Xianxia was killed by those 2 fellows. As he finished speaking, Luo Chen had an expression of grief and indignation, and it seemed as if everything he said was true. At least, the curly-bearded old man believed him. Humph. The old man grunted coldly when he finished listening to Luo Chen. It would be fine if they killed Xianxia in a one-on-one situation. With them in the Wood Peak, it wouldn't be affected even if Xianxia wasn't here. But they actually dared join forces to destroy a prospective Wood Peak disciple that was even more outstanding than them. 2 people that are inferior to Xianxia are completely useless to our Wood Peak. As he finished speaking, the old man's face was covered in a layer of frost. Since they were audacious enough to kill Xianxia because he was a prospective Wood Peak disciple, then I can similarly kill them. They're only two tiny prospective wood-peak disciples. The curly-bearded old man's words were filled with coldness. A prospective wood-peak disciple referred to a person that the wood-peak was willing to accept and was willing to join the wood-peak, yet hadn't officially registered as a disciple of the Five-Element sect. A person like this wasn't protected by the Five-Element sect. Master, if you want to kill them, then we'll rush over now and kill them before Chen Wei brings them to register as official disciples. A trace of complacency flashed within the eyes of Luo Chen, who clearly sensed his master's rage, and he couldn't help but urge. Lead the way. The curly-bearded old man nodded, and he obviously felt that what Luo Chen said made sense. Yes. Luo Chen flew out excitedly and led the way at the front before plunging down. As for the curly-bearded old man, he followed behind Luo Chen unhurriedly from the beginning until the end, and he descended onto a pavilion at the mountainside of the wood peak with Luo Chen. It's Luo Chen. His master, Elder He, is there as well. Instantly, many people stuck their heads out from the nearby pavilions and recognized Luo Chen and the curly-bearded old man. What VE they come here for? They wouldn't have come to get even with those two young disciples that Chen Wei and Elder Ku brought back, right? They probably won't. Perhaps Luo Chen is capable of doing something like this, yet Elder He is surely unable to do it. Elder He wholeheartedly serves the Wood Peak, and he surely won't do anything that harms the Wood Peak's interests. Because of the appearance of the curly-bearded old man, the Wood Peak disciples in the various pavilions didn't dare approach to watch the show, as they were all afraid of accidentally offending this Elder He. Elder He's temper was famous in the Wood Peak for being irritable, and there weren't many people that dared take the initiative to offend him. They're in there? The curly-bearded old man, the Five-Element Sect's Wood Peak's elder, He Gang, looked at the three-story pavilion beneath his feet as a strand of cold lights flashed within his eyes, and he asked with a low voice. Yes, Master. Luo Chen replied respectfully, and then he urged his voice with origin energy to directly flash down towards the three-story pavilion. Even though his voice converged and spread throughout the entire three-story pavilion, it wasn't heard by the other Wood Peak disciples that were spectating in the distant pavilions. Duan Ling Tian, Huang Daniu, come out and receive your death. These were Luo Chen's exact words. Chapter 875. For a time, Yi Xian walked out of his room and looked up at Luo Chen, who was high above in the sky, and his eyes flickered with rage. Duan Ling Tian and Huang Daniu soared up into the sky successively, and they arrived in the sky in the blink of an eye to stand in confrontation with Luo Chen from afar. Before Duan Ling Tian and Huang Daniu could speak, they saw a curly-bearded old man in red clothes descend from the sky to descend by Luo Chen's side, and then he stared at them with a ghastly gaze. A void transformation stage expert? Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted as astonishment suffused his face. Huang Daniu revealed slight fear as well, and he said to the nearby Duan Ling Tian in a low voice, Duan Ling Tian, looks like Luo Chen has called his master over. Luo Chen's master was the Wood Peak's elder, He Gang. Duan Ling Tian had obtained this information from the whispers of some Wood Peak disciples when Chen Wei and Luo Chen were in confrontation earlier. But never had he imagined that Luo Chen would actually call his master over. Master, it was the two of them that killed Hong Shi. Luo Chen looked at Duan Ling Tian and Huang Daniu as he spoke to He Gang with a low voice. Strands of terrifying cold lights were mixed within his eyes, and he seemed to be choosing to swallow his enemies. Hong Shi was killed by the two of you? He Gang stared at Duan Ling Tian and Huang Daniu with a piercingly cold gaze, and his face revealed rage. At the same time, the red clothes on his body fluttered without the wind and swelled up. Duan Ling Tian and Huang Daniu didn't have the time to speak when Luo Chen had already stretched out his hand and pointed towards the distance. Master, look. That's Hong Shi's corpse. After they crippled Hong Shi's cultivation, they allowed him to fall to his death. The direction Luo Chen pointed at was precisely the side of the cliff where Hong Shi fell to his death. There was a pool of horrifying fresh blood there, and there was a corpse that had been smashed into mush. He Gang glanced over, and his pupils couldn't help but constrict. Unknowingly, a vast and condensed milky white origin energy gushed out from his body, flowing around his body like liquid. Within this vast and condensed origin energy that was like liquid, there were also traces of a tyrannical aura that seemed as if it would spill out at any moment. A person's death is but a simple matter. But the two of you actually used such a cruel method to kill Hong Shi. All of you don't have the qualifications to become disciples of my Wood Peak. He Gang was furious. His cold eyes stared at Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu. His voice was extremely cold. Not only that, the two of you will have to pay for Hongxi's death. Not qualified to become a disciple of the Wood Peak? Pay the price for Hongxi's death? Hearing He Gang's words, Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu couldn't help but look at each other. They could see the extreme anger in each other's eyes. Unknowingly, a sneer appeared on the corners of their mouths at the same time. You're the Wood Peak's elder, He Gang? Duan Lingtian took a step forward and met He Gang's gaze without the slightest fear as he asked coldly. How presumptuous! He Gang hadn't spoken when Luo Chen had already shouted out. Duan Lingtian, how can a prospective Wood Peak disciple like you directly address my master's name? Not to mention you're only a prospective Wood Peak disciple now. Even if you become an official Wood Peak disciple, my master's name isn't something you have the qualifications to address directly. But Duan Lingtian paid no attention to Luo Chen and looked at He Gang instead as he asked coldly. Elder He, you said repeatedly that you want us to pay the price for Hongxi's death. Could it be that you think we killed Hongxi for no reason? Or perhaps, you think Hongxi wasn't wrong? He Gang's expression was extremely unsightly when questioned by Duan Lingtian. Who was he? A dignified elder of the five-element sex Wood Peak. An existence at the 6th level of the Void transformation stage. A prospective Wood Peak disciple dared to be so presumptuous before him? But when Duan Lingtian finished speaking, He Gang couldn't help but frown as he realized that he'd overlooked the most important thing. How did Hongxi offend these two people before him? Then I want to hear from both of you. What mistake did Hongxi make? He Gang asked with a cold voice. I'm afraid you'll have to ask Elder He's good disciple about this. Duan Lingtian's eyes were suffused with coldness, and then he looked at Luo Chen as he spoke word by word. He Gang instantly looked at Luo Chen when he heard this. Luo Chen speak. Yes, master. Luo Chen replied respectfully, and then he said, I admit that I was in the wrong in the matter today. I saw Chen Wei bring them to the Wood Peak, and I aroused the desire to win, so I stopped them. As Luo Chen spoke, he stretched out his hand to point at Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu. Yes. He Gang nodded as he revealed a gratified smile. He naturally understood his disciple. This disciple of his was used to being competitive, so it wasn't strange for him to do something like this. But since Luo Chen was able to recognize his mistake, then it was a good start, and it was understandable. When Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu saw that not only did He Gang not blame Luo Chen after Luo Chen explained the reason for the conflict, but He Gang instead revealed a smile, their expressions instantly became slightly unsightly. Duan Lingtian, looks like this old fellow is a brainless person that protects his own. Huang Daniu's voice transmission that contained rage sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was exceedingly clear. I discerned it. Duan Lingtian nodded as his eyes narrowed slightly, and he said via voice transmission, like disciple like master. Perhaps we were wrong since the beginning, and the reason the Wood Peak declined wasn't entirely because of the other 3 peaks targeting it. This old fellow actually dares to say that I, Big Brother Ox, don't have the qualifications to become a disciple of the Wood Peak. Does he really think that I, Big Brother Ox, want to become a disciple of the Wood Peak? With Brother Ox's natural talent, even that gold peak of the 5-element sect wouldn't refuse Brother Ox. Huang Daniu's voice transmission was filled with disdain. Later on, Hongxi and I only used inappropriate words and slightly offended them. But they didn't say anything before exploding and crippling Hongxi's cultivation, and they threw Hongxi to his death. Luo Chen continued. As he finished speaking, he looked at He Gang as extreme rage suffused his face, and he said angrily, Master, you must take revenge for Hongxi. Even if Hongxi was in the wrong first, his crime doesn't warrant death. He Gang nodded, and the gaze he shot at Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu was filled with icy cold killing intent. Do the two of you still have anything to say now? Humph. Huang Daniu grunted and revealed a disdainful expression as he said, Now, is there any use in saying anything? No wonder Luo Chen is so arrogant and dares to cause trouble for no reason. So it turns out that he has a good master like you supporting him from behind. With a parasite like you here, it's no wonder the Wood Peak declined. As he finished speaking, Huang Daniu didn't hold back in the slightest. You're courting death. He Gang's face went grim when he heard Huang Daniu. Subsequently, The origin energy on his body that was almost liquid shook before transforming into numerous thick violet-colored bolts of lightning, and waves of low and deep thunderclaps faintly sounded out from within them. Whoosh! In the sky above Jianghu, over 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes gathered there in a formidable array, and they were like dark clouds that pressed down upon a city and brought an extremely oppressive feeling to others. 6th level of the Void Transformation Stage. 6th level Advanced Lightning Concept. Duan Lingtian's face sank slightly. Even though he knew since long ago that Jianghu was an elder of the Wood Peak, yet he never imagined that Jianghu's strength would be so formidable. An elder at the 6th level of the Void Transformation Stage would surely possess an extraordinary status in the Wood Peak. For a time, coldness arose in Duan Lingtian's heart. He suddenly felt that what Huang Daniu said earlier was so correct. Perhaps the decline of the Wood Peak wasn't only because of the powerlessness of the younger generation of the Wood Peak, and it was also because this elder of the Wood Peak couldn't distinguish right from wrong. As the saying goes, a pitiable person would surely have something detestable about him, and the Wood Peak was like this as well. Shit! Oh my god! Elder, he actually wants to make a move against them. They're the future of our Wood Peak. This won't do. We absolutely can't allow anything to happen to them. Once something happens to them, we'll be unable to hold our heads up high before the other 4 peaks like before. Senior brothers and junior sisters that don't want to suffer humiliation in the future, follow me. No matter what, we can't allow Elder He to harm the future hope of our Wood Peak. Let's go. I'll go notify senior brother Chen Wei. Right when Jianghu raised his hand and intended to make a move against Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, a talisman had appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand, and his gaze locked tightly onto Jianghu as he prepared to toss out the talisman to crush Jianghu at any moment. Stay your hand. Elder He, you can't kill them. You can't destroy the future of our Wood Peak. Elder He, if they're killed by you, then you'll become a sinner of our Wood Peak for eternity. Jianghu, I don't care if you're an elder of the Wood Peak or not. If you want to touch them, then you have to step over my dead body first. Waves of seething voices that were like thunderclaps swept over from all directions, and it caused Jianghu's expression to be unable to refrain from going grim. As for Luo Chen, he was completely dumbstruck when he saw the group of Wood Peak disciples charging over here in a formidable array, as he'd never imagined that such an exaggerated incident would occur. These Wood Peak disciples have come to help Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, these 2 outsiders? At this moment, at the same time that his heart was filled with disbelief, boundless jealousy and hatred arose in his heart as well. Subsequently, he hurriedly looked at Jianghu and urged, Master, quickly kill them. Quickly kill them. At this moment, only a single thought remained in his heart. Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu must die. Duan Lingtian, who was originally shocked by the Wood Peak disciples that converged over from all directions, went grim when he heard Luo Chen, and he hurriedly moved his attention onto Jianghu and locked his gaze onto Jianghu. So long as Jianghu made the slightest movement, then he wouldn't hesitate in the slightest to toss out the talisman in his hand and crush Jianghu. But Jianghu seemed as if he didn't hear Luo Chen, and he slowly lowered his hand before the violet-colored lightning that coiled around his body vanished without a trace. Jianghu was dumbstruck as he looked at the group of Wood Peak disciples that converged over from all directions, and a trace of a bad premonition faintly arose in his heart. Chapter 876. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Numerous figures of both men and women flashed through the sky and arrived before Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu in a short moment, and they formed a human wall that protected them behind them. These people were all disciples of the Wood Peak. This is... Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu glanced at each other, and they saw the shock in each other's eyes. At the same time that the actions of these Wood Peak disciples caused them to be shocked, warmth arose in their hearts. These Wood Peak disciples were protecting them. Presently, the group of Wood Peak disciples had protected Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu behind them, and they looked at the Wood Peak elder, Jianghu, with vigilant expressions as if Jianghu was a dreadful monster. Elder He, you can't touch them. Elder He, if you want to kill them, then you have to pass through us first. The group of Wood Peak disciples were united as one, and their faces were filled with rage when facing Jianghu. All of you. What are all of you doing? Jianghu took a deep breath, and his face beneath his curly beard was filled with shock. Never had he imagined that 2 young men that had just arrived at their Wood Peak, and hadn't even been registered as official disciples, would actually possess such a strong charisma. Can someone tell me exactly what the fuck is going on? What are all of you doing? Luo Chen stood by He Gang's side as he swept the group of Wood Peak disciples with a cold gaze, and then he said with a low voice, "Don't all of you forget that all of you are disciples of the Wood Peak. Now my master, an elder of the Wood Peak, wants to punish these two prospective Wood Peak disciples that willfully slaughter the innocent, yet all of you dare interfere? Do all of you want to die?" As he finished speaking, ghastly killing intent suffused Luo Chen's eyes, and it swept towards the group of Wood Peak disciples as if he wanted to use this to threaten them. But unfortunately, the group of Wood Peak disciples seemed to have utterly not heard Luo Chen, and their gazes had always descended onto He Gang with gazes that were filled with vigilance. It was as if they were deeply afraid that He Gang would make a move against Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainiu once more. For a time, the atmosphere at the scene became extremely heavy. He Gang stood there in midair without moving in the slightest. Even though he had the absolute certainty of killing Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainiu, even if a group of Wood Peak disciples interfered, he didn't do this. Right now, he was filled with curiosity. On what basis did Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainiu make a group of Wood Peak disciples go to such an extent for them? As the saying goes, whoever wins the people's hearts wins the world. Even though Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong hadn't officially become disciples of the Wood Peak, yet they'd obtained the support of everyone in the Wood Peak, and even he, an elder of the Wood Peak, felt ashamed of his inferiority. "Duan Lingtian, Dainiu, are you guys okay?" An urgent voice approached from afar, and it was accompanied by a swift figure that flashed over to arrive before the crowd of Wood Peak disciples that had formed a human wall in a short moment. "I'm fine." At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainiu stepped out from behind the crowd and stood in front of the newcomer. The person who had arrived was precisely Chen Wei. At this moment, Chen Wei's expression was extremely unsightly. Before he came here, he'd already roughly found out about everything that happened before him from the Wood Peak disciples that went to look for him. Never had he imagined that not long after he'd just returned to his residence and sat down cross-legged to cultivate, such a great incident would occur outside. There was actually someone that wanted to kill Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainiu, and they wanted to annihilate the future of their Wood Peak. If it was in the past, Chen Wei would surely greet the Wood Peak's elder, He Gang, first after he made an appearance. But he didn't do that now, and he instead bowed to the group of Wood Peak disciples and said with a serious expression, "Thank you, all of you are great. I believe that with all of you here, the future of our Wood Peak will surely be bright." "Senior brother Chen Wei, you're too kind." "Yeah, senior brother Chen Wei, this is something we ought to do." "Senior brother Chen Wei, you and Elder Ku are the great contributors of our Wood Peak. What we've done is just some insignificant things." The group of Wood Peak disciples replied successively, "Thank you." Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainiu bowed to the group of Wood Peak disciples as well. Perhaps not a single person in the group of Wood Peak disciples before them possessed a strength that was stronger than them. But everything these Wood Peak disciples had done earlier caused them to feel heartfelt gratitude. When faced with Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainiu's thanks, the group of Wood Peak disciples smiled with good intentions. "Elder He." Chen Wei turned around to look at He Gang who stood in the distance, and his face sank. "I wonder how Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainiu offended you? It actually made you want to kill them." Chen Wei's tone was filled with an interrogative tone. "Chen Wei, who do you think you are? Are you even worthy of speaking like this to my master?" He Gang hadn't spoken when Luo Chen had already sneered with disdain. "Luo?" He Gang had already noticed that something was off, and he couldn't help but frown when he saw his disciples were still so rash, and he intended to stop them. But he just opened his mouth when he was interrupted by a cold and indifferent voice that descended from the sky. "If he's unworthy, then am I worthy?" The cold and indifferent voice descended and drew the gazes of everyone. High above in the sky, two old men descended side by side. But the expressions of these two old men were extremely unsightly at this moment. Especially the one-armed old man that spoke earlier. His eyes even flickered with extreme icy coldness. He was like a dormant venomous snake that would explode out and harm another at any moment. "Elder Yang, you've returned?" He Gang couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the one-armed old man, as never had he imagined that this old man would return to the Wood Peak. After all, since the old man's personal disciple was poached away by the Fire Peak's master 10 years ago, the old man left the Five Elements sect in a fit of rage and headed to the Wood Peak's base in Settlement City. He never imagined that after 10 years, the old man would actually return once more. "Who are you?" Luo Chen obviously didn't know the one-armed old man, and he frowned as he asked with a low voice. Luo Chen, don't be rude. This is Elder Yang, the number 2 expert of our Wood Peak. Quickly apologize to Elder Yang. Cold sweat broke out on He Gang's forehead when he saw his disciple actually daring to offend the old man, and he hurriedly shouted out with a grim voice. The number 2 expert of the Wood Peak? Luo Chen's expression went completely grim as soon as He Gang spoke. He's Elder Yang Ling? Suddenly, Luo Chen's gaze had descended onto the severed arm of the one-armed old man. Subsequently, his body trembled for no reason, and he seemed to have recalled something terrifying. Even though he'd only taken He Gang as his master 8 years ago and had only arrived at the Wood Peak 7 years ago, he'd heard of this old man from his master on more than one occasion. This old man was called Yang Ling, and he was the strongest existence beneath the Peak Master in the Wood Peak. Elder Yang. Luo Chen couldn't help but shudder, and he lowered his head in panic as he bowed to Yang Ling. I didn't know Elder Yang's identity earlier. I hope Elder Yang doesn't blame me. Humph. Yang Ling grunted coldly, and he didn't seem to make any movement when a bang resounded out. In the next moment, Luo Chen's entire body flew out like an arrow that left the bow, and he repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood on the way. Luo Chen, who was barely able to stop his figure in midair, had an expression that was ghastly pale as he looked at Yang Ling with a terrified expression. Elder Yang, I was wrong. I was really wrong. From the beginning until the end, he wasn't able to react to when the one-armed old man before him made a move. He knew that if the one-armed old man wanted to kill him, then he wouldn't be able to live until the next breath. Elder Yang, why did you do this? When he saw Yang Ling still make a move against him after his disciple apologized to Yang Ling, He Gang was slightly unable to maintain his composure, and he asked with a low voice. Why? Yang Ling glanced indifferently at He Gang, and in the next moment, he vanished on the spot. When he appeared once more, he was already at the spot He Gang was at earlier, whereas He Gang was blasted flying to follow in Luo Chen's footsteps. Duan Ling Tian, Huang Dainiu. The Wood Peak will give both of you an explanation for what happened today. Ku Zhang, who'd come over with Yang Ling, spoke to Duan Ling Tian and Huang Dainiu with a solemn expression. In the distance, He Gang's face was ghastly pale as he glared angrily at Yang Ling. Yang Ling, don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you're the number 2 expert of the Wood Peak. If you don't give me an explanation for what happened today, then I'll look for the Peak Master to seek justice. Peak Master? A wisp of a cold smile suffused the corners of Yang Ling's mouth when he heard He Gang. If it wasn't me that was standing here now but the Peak Master, do you think you and your disciple would suffer this little bit of punishment? Needless to say, Yang Ling's words had shocked He Gang. Subsequently, He Gang's gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian and Huang Dainiu, and he faintly realized that everything before him was related to these 2 young men. Who exactly are these 2 young men? Why would this group of Wood Peak disciples willingly protect them? Why would Yang Ling and Ku Zhang stand up for them? At this moment, besides bewilderment, there was only bewilderment in his heart. Chen Wei, as soon as we heard He Gang wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian and Huang Dainiu, we rushed over extremely hastily. What exactly is going on in this matter? Right when the atmosphere was slightly strange, Ku Zhang looked at Chen Wei and asked with a low voice. Chen Wei took a deep breath and didn't conceal the slightest thing as he spoke about how he was obstructed by Luo Chen and Hong Shi when he brought Duan Ling Tian and the others over today. Not only did Luo Chen and Hong Shi obstruct us, they even repeatedly humiliated Duan Ling Tian and Huang Dainiu with their words, and they called them trash. All of this is something that many senior brothers and senior sisters can bear witness to. When he spoke up to hear, Chen Wei glanced at the surroundings and looked at the crowd of Wood Peak disciples that were scattered in the surroundings. Exactly. I can bear witness that Luo Chen and Hong Shi did indeed humiliate Duan Ling Tian and Huang Dainiu like that at that time. I can bear witness as well. If it wasn't for them being overbearing, Duan Ling Tian and Huang Dainiu would surely not have made a move. Even a man made of clay has a temper. Not to mention Duan Ling Tian and Huang Dainiu are people. If I was them, I wouldn't be able to endure being humiliated like that as well. All the Wood Peak disciples spoke out successively. Martial artists were firm and unyielding as they stood in the heavens and the earth, and the might of the heavens and the earth was unable to press down on their backs. They would rather die standing than live kneeling. If they were still able to remain indifferent after being humiliated like that, Then what was the point of cultivating their martial strength? If they were unable to even protect themselves, then how could they protect their loved ones? Chapter 877. Never had Gang imagined that such an important matter would actually be casually mentioned by his disciple. If he knew beforehand that Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu had made a move because they suffered such humiliation, then he would absolutely not make a move because he was utterly in the wrong. Why didn't you tell me clearly? Gang looked at Luo Chen as he asked with a low voice, and his expression was unsightly to the extreme. Luo Chen went silent. It was naturally impossible for him to explain this matter clearly. Because he knew that once he explained it clearly, then with his master's character, it would be impossible for his master to make a move against Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu. But never had he imagined that when Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu were about to be killed by his master, those Wood Peak disciples would come over in a formidable array to cause trouble and obstruct his master. The winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. This was the portrayal in Luo Chen's heart. But Luo Chen wasn't worried. Even though he'd gone slightly overboard in this matter, the two people involved, Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, were fine after all. As far as he was concerned, it wasn't to the extent that he had to pay with his life. Moreover, the Wood Peak was in need of people now. As an outstanding figure in the younger generation of the Wood Peak, he believed that even Yongling and Kuzhang wouldn't really do anything to him. Once something happened to him, it would be a loss to the entire Wood Peak. So he had nothing to fear. After Luo Chen and Hong Shi humiliated Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu on numerous occasions, the two of them were unable to endure it any longer and slapped Luo Chen twice. Subsequently, Hong Shi was heavily injured and his cultivation was crippled. Chen Wei continued speaking of the scene at that time. At that time, even though Hong Shi's cultivation was crippled, but if someone saved him, then he wouldn't fall to his death. Hong Shi had once sought help from Luo Chen, yet Luo Chen left without looking back and didn't go save him. The surrounding crowd of Wood Peak disciples nodded successively, and they agreed with Chen Wei. Slap. A clear sound of a slap sounded out, and it drew the gazes of everyone. It was Gang who'd slapped Luo Chen under extreme rage, and he slapped Luo Chen so heavily that it caused Luo Chen's head to tilt to the side as he spat out a mouthful of shattered teeth. It wasn't just that, half of Luo Chen's face was slapped to the point it swelled up, and it seemed extremely like half a pig's head. Master, you! Luo Chen was stupefied, completely stupefied. This was the first time his master had been so angry in front of him, and the first time he had beaten him so ruthlessly, which made it hard for him to accept. You two little fellows. Now that the truth of this matter has been revealed, and Gang and his disciple have received the lesson they deserved, how about we end it like this? After knowing the sequence of events, Yang Ling coldly glanced at Gang and Luo Chen, and then he looked at Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, asking for their opinions. A lesson that should be taught? Duan Lingtian sneered. Was this the lesson he deserved? Impossible. Huang Daniu shook his head and said resolutely. This elder he was extremely formidable earlier, and he said that Duan Lingtian and I don't have the qualifications to become Wood Peak disciples. Since it's like this, then there's utterly no need for me and Duan Lingtian to head to the Wood Peak. Huang Daniu glanced indifferently at Gang and chuckled slyly. As soon as Huang Daniu said this, not only did the expressions of Yongling, Kuzhang, and Chen Wei go grim, even the expressions of the surrounding group of Wood Peak disciples went completely grim. For a time, the group of Wood Peak disciples glared angrily at Gang. As far as they were concerned, if it wasn't for what Gang said, how could Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu have the thought of leaving the Wood Peak? Don't worry, elders, even if Daniu and I leave the Wood Peak, we won't go to any one of the 3 peaks. We'll go to the Gold Peak, and I presume the Gold Peak won't refuse us. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yongling and Kuzhang as he spoke indifferently. Humph. Meanwhile, Gang grunted coldly and said with disdain, 2 kids that don't know their limits. The matter from before was indeed my disciple's fault, but Elder Yang has already said that it's over, yet both of you still dare try to take a yard after taking an inch? You only joined forces to cripple Hong Shi, who has a similar strength to Luo Chen. Do both of you really think you're strong? Do both of you really think you're important to our Wood Peak? As he finished speaking, Gang looked at Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu with a gaze that was filled with disdain. Ha 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 ha. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but roar with laughter when he heard Gang, And then he looked at Yongling and Kuzhang before shrugging indifferently. Elders, both of you have seen it as well. Since the Wood Peak doesn't welcome me and Dainyu, then Dainyu and I will naturally not be thick-skinned and stay here. Duan Lingtian, let's go get Xiaoxian first, and then we'll leave the Wood Peak. I don't want to stay in this damnable place for a moment longer. Huang Dainyu said. All right. Duan Lingtian agreed readily. Yongling and Kuzheng's expressions went grim as they glared angrily at He Gang, and their gazes that were fierce like blades wished for nothing more than to slice He Gang into pieces. Now they finally understood. It turned out that He Gang utterly didn't know the true strength of Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainyu, and he thought that the two of them would only be able to barely defeat Hong Shi, who possessed a strength similar to Luo Chen, if they joined forces. Duan Lingtian. Dainyu. Wait a moment. Right at this moment, Chen Wei stopped Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainyu. Chen Wei, no matter if I stay in the Wood Peak or not, we'll always be friends. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. Me too. Huang Dainyu spoke as well. Duan Lingtian, Dainyu. Wait a moment. Just wait a moment. All right? Chen Wei's tone faintly contained a trace of pleading. Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainyu glanced at each other, and after they came to an agreement, they nodded to Chen Wei and agreed. Chen Wei heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this, and at the same time, he looked at He Gang, who stood in the distance, and said with a low voice, Elder He, what did you say earlier about Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainyu joining forces to defeat Hong Shi? As far as I'm concerned, that's simply the greatest joke in the world. As soon as Chen Wei said this, He Gang was first stunned, and then he frowned. Could it be that it isn't? This was something his disciple, Luo Chen, had told him himself. Could it be false? This ought to have been told to you by Luo Chen, right? Looks like Luo Chen really hates Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainyu to the extreme. For the sake of his own selfish desires, he completely disregarded the Wood Peak's future. After he saw He Gang's current reaction, Chen Wei easily guessed some things, and he hit the nail on the head. The Wood Peak's future. As soon as Chen Wei said this, He Gang's face went grim, and he revealed a gaze of disbelief as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainyu, and his heart shook. Could it be? Could it be that they were able to cripple Hong Shi in a one-on-one battle? What? Luo Chen actually didn't tell Elder He that Huang Dainyu crushed Hong Shi in a single move and crippled Hong Shi's Dantian in a second move? Huang Dainyu has comprehended Earth concept, so even if he attacks in midair, he's unable to rely on the energy of the Earth. He doesn't utilize a spirit weapon, yet he's able to draw upon the energy of the heavens and the earth to condense 130 ancient horned dragon silhouettes when he attacks. Duan Lingtian isn't bad as well. His strength has already surpassed senior brother Chen Wei and Luo Chen at such a young age. Elder He's expression seems to be slightly unsightly to me. Looks like Luo Chen really didn't tell him clearly about Huang Dainyu and Duan Lingtian's strengths. Luo Chen is truly selfish. For the sake of his own selfish interests, he didn't hesitate to ruin the future of our Wood Peak. The crowd of Wood Peak disciples discussed animatedly, and in the end, they couldn't refrain from glaring angrily at Luo Chen. Slap. Another resounding slap sounded out, and it was He Gang that had given Luo Chen another slap, causing the other half of Luo Chen's face to swell up, causing Luo Chen to once again become a pig's head. In a single day, Luo Chen had successively become a pig's head. Bastard! You're trying to trap your master into disloyalty. Presently, He Gang seemed to have transformed into an enraged tiger that wished for nothing more than to open his bloody mouth and swallow Luo Chen, yet he was unable to do so in the end. Luo Chen didn't beg for mercy and continued maintaining silence. He knew that at this time, silence was the best protection. Duan Lingtian. Huang Dainyu. In next to no time, He Gang took a deep breath as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainyu, and then he bowed deeply to them. I apologize for what I said earlier. No matter what, both of you must stay in the Wood Peak. The Wood Peak can't endure any more storms. The Wood Peak needs people like both of you to create its future, and the disciples of the Wood Peak need people like both of you to stand up for them and allow them to hold their heads high. He Gang's words were extremely sincere. Since he found out about Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainyu's strengths, he seemed to have become a completely different person, and he became a person that placed the future of the Wood Peak before everything. Humph. Duan Lingtian grunted coldly and paid no attention to He Gang. Do you think that what both of you did to me and Duan Lingtian can be resolved with just a few words of apology? If it's really so simple, then we might as well not cultivate and cripple our own cultivations. Huang Daniu sneered. So long as both of you are willing to stay, then I'll agree to anything no matter what. He Gang spoke with a sincere expression. Are you sure? The sneer on Huang Daniu's face grew even deeper. I'm sure. He Gang nodded. All right. Since you're so frank, then I won't waste my time with you. So long as you agree to 2 of my requests, I can continue staying in the Wood Peak, and I guarantee that I won't join any of the other 4 peaks. Huang Daniu spoke slowly. What about him? He Gang looked at Duan Lingtian. I'm unable to make a decision on his matters. Huang Daniu shook his head. Daniu, what did you ask him to agree to? Duan Lingtian asked curiously via voice transmission. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian received Huang Daniu's reply, and he couldn't help but gasp as he replied via voice transmission with slight astonishment. Daniu, you're really ruthless. Hehe. Who asked them to offend Big Brother Nyo? Especially that old fellow. He almost killed Big Brother Nyo earlier. Huang Daniu couldn't help but feel a slight lingering fear in his heart when he recalled the scene from before. So long as you agree to Daniu's 2 requests, I can stay in the Wood Peak with Daniu, and I won't join any of the other 4 peaks. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto He Gang, who was staring at him as he spoke indifferently. He Gang's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he hurriedly looked at Huang Daniu and asked anxiously. What requests do you have? Please speak. Chapter 878. The first request is that you cripple your own cultivation. As soon as Huang Daniu spoke, it was like a rock shattering the heavens, and it caused the expressions of everyone present besides Duan Lingtian to go grim. Never had they imagined that Huang Daniu would actually put forward such an absurd request. Asking a Wood Peak elder to cripple his own cultivation, isn't this a joke? What? You're unwilling? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sneer when he saw He Gang's expression go grim. Don't forget that Daniu and I were almost killed by you earlier. Now we don't want your life as well, and we only want your cultivation, and we can already be considered to be extremely benevolent to you. The surrounding Wood Peak disciples were speechless when they heard Duan Lingtian. Can this be called benevolent? He Gang, an elder of the Wood Peak, an existence at the 6th level of the Void transformation stage. His cultivation was something that he'd experienced most of his lifetime of cultivation and accumulation. Once it was crippled, it was obvious that he would surely suffer a fate worse than death. Duan Lingtian, don't go too far. Luo Chen, who'd always maintained silence, finally couldn't refrain himself from shouting out in a grim voice. Luo Chen, shut your stinking mouth. It isn't your turn to speak now. Believe it or not, Daniu and I will leave the Wood Peak right away if you dare speak another word of nonsense. Duan Lingtian glanced coldly and indifferently at Luo Chen as he spoke with a low voice. Duan Lingtian's intentions are my intentions. Huang Daniu chimed in. Bastard, shut up. He Gang's face sank as he berated. If you dare say another word, today I, as your master, will personally end your life. Luo Chen's expression was unsightly, yet he didn't dare speak another word. He knew his master's temper extremely well, and his master would absolutely do as he said. Little fellow. Yang Ling looked at Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu as he frowned. Can the both of you change your request? Elder, he is a pillar of our Wood Peak after all. Both of you. Elder Yang, Daniu and I didn't insist on making him cripple his own cultivation. Duan Lingtian bluntly interrupted Yang Ling and spoke indifferently. That's good. Yang Ling was not angry because Duan Lingtian interrupted him. Instead, he heaved a sigh of relief. But if he doesn't satisfy our request, then we'll leave the Wood Peak right away. Duan Lingtian finished what he was about to say. For a time, Yang Ling's expression changed greatly. He never expected that Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu would be so stubborn. From their words, it seemed that they would only stop after He Gang's cultivation was crippled. However, on second thought, he felt relieved. According to Duan Lingtian's words, they had almost died in He Gang's hands. Putting himself in her shoes, such a request wasn't too much. Yang Ling's current thoughts were exactly the thoughts of the surrounding group of Wood Peak disciples. After they were shocked by Huang Daniu's request, they immediately recalled what happened earlier and couldn't help but feel relieved. If they were in Huang Daniu's position, they would have made the same decision. Daniu, looks like Elder He still hasn't made his decision. Let's go. Duan Lingtian glanced at He Gang, whose expression was changing ceaselessly, and he shook his head before calling out to Huang Daniu and intending to leave. Wait. Right when Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu intended to leave, He Gang finally spoke out, and he seemed to have instantly aged by over 10 years. After all is said and done, even though the matter today was caused by this rascal of mine, I myself can't escape the blame. So, I apologize to both of you once more. He Gang bowed once more to Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, yet the latter only looked at him coldly and indifferently. Bang! Right at this moment, He Gang moved, and he struck out like a bolt of lightning to descend onto his dantian. Whoosh! In the next moment, vast origin energy that was almost liquid gushed out from He Gang's dantian, and it charged into the sky in the blink of an eye before vanishing. As for He Gang himself, his face was ghastly pale as his body fell down. Without his cultivation, he already didn't have the ability to continue flying in the sky. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and it was swift to the point most of the people present were unable to react to it. Alas! Yang Ling sighed, and with a raise of his hand, a shapeless force swept out to support He Gang, whose cultivation had been crippled, allowing him to avoid falling to his death. You take Elder He to rest. Yang Ling looked at a Wood-Peak disciple. Yes, Elder Yang. The Wood-Peak disciple that was called out replied respectfully before leaving with He Gang. Meanwhile, everyone including Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu had recovered from their shock, yet their faces were covered in shock. Obviously, they'd never imagined that He Gang would really do that. This He Gang really dares to take responsibility for his actions. He crippled his cultivation at the 6th level of the void transformation stage just like that without the slightest hesitation. I have to admit that he's a qualified Wood-Peak elder. The hatred in Duan Lingtian's eyes vanished and was replaced by admiration. A 6th level void transformation stage martial artist was willing to cripple his own cultivation for the sake of the Wood-Peak's future. Just this alone was enough to earn his respect. But unfortunately, his judgment was too bad and took a selfish disciple that destroyed his entire life. Huang Daniu's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. Master! Right at this moment, Luo Chen, who stood in the distance, cried out sorrowfully, and then his figure flashed out to swiftly pursue towards the direction He Gang left towards. Want to leave? Luo Chen had just moved when Huang Daniu, who'd always been staring at him, chased after him. With Huang Daniu's strength, he caught up to Luo Chen in the blink of an eye and stopped Luo Chen. Luo Chen's face sank when he saw Huang Daniu appear before him, and then he looked at Yang Ling. Elder Yang, my master is old, and his cultivation has even been crippled now. I want to go take care of him. At this moment, Luo Chen played the emotional card. He knew clearly in his heart that after his master crippled his own cultivation to satisfy Huang Daniu's first request, Huang Daniu would surely raise a second request. He didn't even have to think about the second request to be able to guess that it was related to him. So he only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. But unfortunately, he just moved when he was stopped by Huang Daniu. Humph! Yang Ling grunted coldly when he heard Luo Chen, and his wise eyes stared at Luo Chen as if they could see through everything. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. How could a selfish person like you really be concerned about Elder He? Little fellow, what's your second request? Yang Ling glanced at Huang Daniu, and then he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, speak. Huang Daniu chuckled as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, his eyes stared fixedly at Luo Chen, and he seemed like a hunter that had set his eyes on his prey. The second request of Daniu and I is very simple. This Luo Chen can choose one of us to have a life and death battle with. If he's able to persist for 3 breaths of time, then we'll let bygones be bygones and stay in the Wood-Peak. Even if he's killed by the person we choose within 3 breaths of time, we'll still stay in the Wood-Peak and represent the Wood-Peak to participate in the Battle of the 5 Peaks and fight for glory for the Wood-Peak. Duan Lingtian's words were spoken resolutely and powerfully. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and it caused the surrounding crowd of Wood-Peak disciples to be unable to refrain from going into an uproar. The time of 3 breaths? Aren't they underestimating Luo Chen too much? If Luo Chen and Huang Daniu were to fight, then perhaps Luo Chen wouldn't be able to persist for 3 breaths of time. But now, they're asking Luo Chen to choose one of them to carry out a life and death battle with. In this way the variable is great. If Luo Chen chooses Duan Ling Tian, then I presume he'll be able to persist for 3 breaths of time. For a time, most of the Wood Peak disciples thought that Duan Ling Tian and Huang Daniu intended to let Luo Chen off. Only Yang Ling, Ku Zhang, and Chen Wei, who were clearly aware of Duan Ling Tian's strength, knew of this. Duan Ling Tian's strength far surpassed Huang Daniu, and if he wanted to kill Luo Chen, it probably wouldn't even take the time of a single breath. Alright. I agree to your requests. After he heard Duan Ling Tian's second request, Luo Chen, whose expression changed ceaselessly, gritted his teeth and agreed in the end. Elder Yang, I hope you can bear witness to the agreement between me and them. Luo Chen looked at Duan Ling Tian, and his words seemed to be extremely afraid that Duan Ling Tian and Huang Daniu would go back on their word. You choose any one of them to carry out that life and death battle with. So long as you're able to persist for 3 breaths of time, then I guarantee your safety. Yang Ling didn't refuse and agreed. Of course, he knew that these words of his were unnecessary because it was impossible for Luo Chen to persist for 3 breaths of time at the hands of Duan Ling Tian or Huang Daniu. Wind blew by slowly, and it carried traces of coldness mixed within. High above in the sky, the crowd of spectating Wood Peak disciples stared fixedly at Luo Chen. Even though they were mentally prepared and guessed that Luo Chen would surely choose Duan Ling Tian, they still felt slight anticipation when Luo Chen was about to make his choice. Duan Ling Tian. Just as most of the Wood Peak disciples had thought, Luo Chen's gaze had locked onto Duan Ling Tian, and he'd taken Duan Ling Tian to be a soft persimmon. When he saw Luo Chen choose Duan Ling Tian, Huang Daniu revealed a smile of having succeeded in his scheme. This Luo Chen actually dares challenge Duan Ling Tian. He's truly courting death. Presently, Huang Daniu seemed to have completely forgotten that even if Luo Chen didn't choose Duan Ling Tian and chose him, Luo Chen would similarly be unable to escape death. After a short moment, 2 people stood in confrontation within the encirclement of the crowd of Wood Peak disciples. Duan Ling Tian. Luo Chen. Luo Chen stood in midair and withdrew his spirit weapon at the first possible moment. It was a grade 3 spirit sword that flowed with flowing lights, and he seemed to be seeking a sense of security because of this. Now, he stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian as his breathing became hurried, and cold sweat started to appear on his forehead as he was extremely perturbed. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian stood there silently without moving, like a mountain. From the beginning until the end, he didn't look Luo Chen in the eye, and his absent-minded gaze didn't seem as if he was undergoing a life-and-death battle in the slightest, and he seemed as if he was staring blankly. Humiliation. Undisguised humiliation. Duan Ling Tian's attitude caused Luo Chen's rage to rise, and he tightened his grip on the grade 3 spirit sword in his hand as he prepared to attack at any moment. Today, the Wood Peak disciples Duan Ling Tian and Luo Chen are undergoing a life-and-death battle. The sect won't pursue the responsibility of any one of them that dies. All the Wood Peak disciples present are witnesses. Chapter 879. As soon as Yang Ling finished speaking, Luo Chen moved and chose to gain the initiative by striking first. Swish! Luo Chen's figure was like a swimming dragon as he shot towards Duan Ling Tian, and the grade 3 spirit sword in his hand tore through the sky and emitted waves of ear-piercing sword howls. Swimming dragon sword technique. When Luo Chen struck out with his sword, the sword in his hand seemed to have perfectly coordinated with his body. If it was said that his body was like the body of a dragon, then the sword in his hand was the dragon claw. The sharp dragon claw tore through the sky without the slightest mercy as it clawed towards Duan Ling Tian. When facing Luo Chen's sword strike that approached menacingly, Duan Ling Tian lazily stretched his body before yawning lazily. The surrounding crowd of Wood Peak disciples were speechless when they saw this scene. Perhaps Luo Chen's strength was inferior to Duan Ling Tian, yet it wasn't much inferior. As far as they were concerned, Duan Ling Tian was too careless, and he was probably going to suffer a loss. After all, Duan Ling Tian hadn't even withdrawn his spirit weapon now. Whoosh! Right at the same time that Luo Chen flashed towards Duan Ling Tian with his sword, 140 ancient horned dragon silhouettes dashed out from the sky with imposing auras that shot into the sky like rainbows as they bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Duan Ling Tian. 1,000 illusions! When he saw Luo Chen and his sword were only a foot away from him, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force that he'd accumulated since long ago entered into the soul brand in the depths of his soul before directly executing his soul skill. An illusory space appeared and enveloped an area of a few tens of meters around Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Luo Chen just happened to be within the area enveloped by the illusory space. Whirlwind. When facing Luo Chen's sword strike that approached menacingly, Duan Lingtian flashed to the side. Subsequently, the spectating crowd of Wood Peak disciples were shocked to the point their eyes stared wide open, and some even gaped in astonishment and were unable to close their mouths for a long time. All of this was because they'd seen a scene that they were unable to forget in their entire lifetimes. They could clearly see that when Duan Lingtian dodged to the side, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed to the side. Logically speaking, Luo Chen, whose strength was far superior to theirs, seemed as if he hadn't noticed at all. He continued to stab towards Duan Lingtian with his sword. His sharp gaze was fixed on the air in front of him, as if Duan Lingtian was still there. What is Luo Chen doing? Is he blind? Didn't you see that Duan Lingtian had already dodged to the side? If he doesn't stop now, his back will be completely exposed to Duan Lingtian. The scene before their eyes caused the crowd of Wood Peak disciples to be stunned, and they were unable to understand why Luo Chen would make such an obvious mistake. Only the few people who knew Duan Lingtian well knew why Luo Chen acted like this. Luo Chen did not make a mistake. It was to the extent that in that world in Luo Chen's eyes, Duan Lingtian had not dodged at all. That was why he was able to charge forward and strike with his sword. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian, who dodged to the side, raged with origin energy, and then it transformed into strands of piercingly cold strong winds that coiled around his palm and ceaselessly converged together. In the sky above him, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth gradually condensed into form. First, 70 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, and then another 40 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. A total of 110 ancient horned dragon silhouettes spiraled down as if they were displaying Duan Lingtian's current strength. 5th level of the Void Interpretation Stage. 3rd level Intermediate Wind Concept. It's over. Luo Chen is finished. When they saw Luo Chen still hadn't noticed Duan Lingtian, and his momentum of charging forward didn't change from the beginning to the end as he stabbed towards the spot Duan Lingtian stood earlier, many Wood Peak disciples sighed. Swish! Luo Chen charged out with his sword and flashed past Duan Lingtian, causing his back to be completely exposed before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Duan Lingtian's palm that had been accumulating force since long ago suddenly shook the sky, and it was accompanied by a wave of oppressive sounds of air exploding as it fiercely descended onto Luo Chen's back. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out as Luo Chen was blasted flying by Duan Lingtian's palm strike, and he was barely able to stop himself after repeatedly spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. Who is it? Luo Chen hurriedly turned around, and with a single glance, he saw Duan Lingtian that stood there, and his face couldn't help but go grim. You! Why are you there? Aren't you already dead? Luo Chen seemed as if he'd seen a ghost as he looked at Duan Lingtian who stood before him. Earlier, the sword in his hand had clearly pierced Duan Lingtian's chest and killed Duan Lingtian. But right when he was feeling extremely excited from his success, he felt a vast force come from behind him, and it descended onto his body and heavily injured him as he was blasted flying. Originally, he thought it was Huang Daniu that was unwilling to accept the fact that Duan Lingtian had been killed, so Huang Daniu launched a surprise attack against him. But when he turned around, he instead noticed an extremely terrifying thing to his astonishment. The Duan Lingtian that ought to have been killed by him was actually standing completely unharmed before him, and this caused him to be slightly unable to accept it. I'm already dead? Duan Lingtian sneered when facing Luo Chen, who was struck with panic. Do you think you're capable of killing me? Earlier, he'd utilized his soul skill, 1,000 Illusions, to confuse Luo Chen and make Luo Chen kill the him that was created within the illusory space because he wanted Luo Chen to deliver himself to him. Everything that happened after that was within his control. After he heavily injured Luo Chen, he withdrew his soul skill, 1,000 Illusions, and exposed his true self before Luo Chen. Luo Chen naturally seemed as if he'd seen a ghost when he saw Chen. She was still alive. After all, Luo Chen had already killed the him that was created within the illusory space, and Luo Chen was utterly unaware of the existence of the illusory space. Impossible! How could this be possible? How could such a thing have occurred? Impossible! Impossible! Luo Chen's gaze was dumbstruck as he ceaselessly shook his head, and he was slightly hysterical. There's another breath of time. Right at this moment, Yang Ling's voice sounded out. The gazes of the surrounding crowd of Wood Peak disciples lit up as they stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian and Luo Chen, and all of them wanted to know if Luo Chen would be able to persist for another breath of time. If he could, then he would be able to survive. If he couldn't, then he would die here. Flee! When Yongling's voice entered into Luo Chen's ears, it was like a talisman that hastened his death, causing him to not dare divert his attention and think of anything else, and only the thought of leaving Duan Lingtian remained. So long as he was able to endure through this final breath of time, then he would be able to survive. As for anything else, he couldn't be bothered to think about it, nor did he dare think about it. At this moment, there was only a single thought remaining in his mind: survive. But would he be able to survive? Right when Luo Chen's figure flashed with the intention of fleeing, and he was about to make a move. Whoosh! A swift violet-colored figure appeared by his side like a ghost, and it terrified him to the point his soul almost left his body. No! As he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was almost within reach, Luo Chen's face went grim, and at the same time that he shouted out explosively, the grade 3 spirit sword in his hand shook before stabbing towards Duan Lingtian. Swish! A slight sword howl had just resounded out when it stopped abruptly in the blink of an eye, and it only appeared briefly. In the next moment, all the spectators clearly saw it. A fine mark of the sword had suddenly appeared on Luo Chen's throat. After a short moment, the mark of the sword bloomed, and strands of dazzling and resplendent fresh blood gushed out freely and dyed Luo Chen's entire body red. Subsequently, Luo Chen's gaze went slack as his hand that stabbed towards Duan Lingtian stopped halfway, and then it flashed forward with a slightly reduced speed. Luo Chen's corpse that had lost all signs of life in the blink of an eye flashed out along with him. Luo Chen's corpse fell down, and it fell onto a cliff at the side of the wood peak in a short moment before transforming into a pile of mush. Silence. The scene was deathly silent. The group of Wood Peak disciples withdrew their gazes and shot tacitly at the nearby violet-clothed young man, and their gazes were filled with astonishment. Suddenly, a 1-meter-long blade had appeared in the violet-clothed young man's hand. The brief sword howl from before was precisely the sound emitted when the 1-meter-long blade in his hand flashed out. Sword drawing arts. It was the sword skill Duan Lingtian used to slit Luo Chen's throat after he arrived by Luo Chen's side like a shadow. The sword skill wasn't high grade, yet it emphasized extremely on speed. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, when he executed the sword drawing arts, his speed was swift to an astonishing extent. At the very least, amongst the people present, only Yang Ling and Ke Zhang were able to see it clearly. Even if it was Huang Daniu, who was similarly a 5th-level void interpretation stage martial artist like Duan Lingtian, he was similarly unable to capture the flash of the sword light. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, the grade 3 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was put away into his spatial ring. At the same time, the almost 160 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky dispersed along with this, and they vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian's sword strike earlier was so swift. Yeah. From the beginning until the end, we only heard the brief sword howl. When we reacted to it, Luo Chen was already dead. But this was also because Luo Chen was already injured. Otherwise, he might not have been caught up by Duan Lingtian. I still don't understand the injuries on Luo Chen's body. After Duan Lingtian dodged, why did he still charge forward with all his might and expose his back to Duan Lingtian? The strangest thing was that after he was heavily injured by Duan Lingtian, he actually said Duan Lingtian was already dead when he turned around to look at Duan Lingtian? His desire to excel was probably aroused to the point of hallucinating. In this way, everything makes sense. It was because of hallucinations that he exposed his back to Duan Lingtian. The crowd of Wood Peak disciples discussed animatedly, and the content of their discussion was none other than the scene of the battle between Duan Lingtian and Luo Chen earlier. Haha. Duan Lingtian. Amazing! When Duan Lingtian withdrew his sword, Huang Daniu laughed loudly and gave him a thumbs up. That Luo Chen is an idiot as well. He actually dared to choose a freak like you. If he didn't choose me, could it be that he would choose you? Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at Huang Daniu. If a fellow like you made a move, you'd probably be able to kill him in a single move. I at least allowed him to live for 2 breaths of time. Nearby, Yang Ling and Ke Zhang glanced at each other and sighed. They were naturally not sighing because of Luo Chen's death, but because He Gang crippled his own cultivation. He Gang, an elder of the Wood Peak, an existence at the 6th level of the Void transformation stage. Chapter 880. No matter what, the matter today could be considered to have come to an end. But the news of the Wood Peak's He gang crippling his own cultivation still spread through the entire Wood Peak with an extremely swift speed, and it even spread to the other 4 peaks of the Five-Element sect. For a time, practically all the members of the various peaks of the Five-Element sect knew that 2 disciples that had just arrived at the Wood Peak had forced He gang to cripple his own cultivation. Duan Ling Tian and Huang Daniu were completely famous. Earth Peak. Even though the Earth Peak was the shortest peak amongst the 5 peaks of the Five-Element sect, it was only compared to the other 4 peaks of the Five-Element sect, and when compared to the other peaks, the Earth Peak was an existence that stood out like a crane amongst chickens. The peak of the Earth Peak shot straight into the clouds, and when looked at from afar, it was utterly impossible to see clearly what was there. There was a vast platform halfway up the mountain at the side of the peak, and on the platform stood a palace that occupied a vast area. This was the Earth Peak's discussion hall. Normally, the higher-ups of the Earth Peak would come here to discuss matters. Peak Master. The travel-worn old man stood within the discussion hall, and he bowed respectfully as he looked at the middle-aged fatty that sat at the head of the table. The middle-aged fatty wore an earthen yellow robe, and his figure was short and fat, and he was only around 1.5 meters tall. Elder Tang, why have you returned? The short middle-aged fatty was precisely the Peak Master of the Earth Peak, Jianghu, and his small eyes that were already mostly covered by the fat on his face had narrowed into slits, causing him to seem harmless. The old man was precisely Tang Lin that had rushed back from Settlement City, the person in charge of the Earth Peak's outpost in Settlement City. Peak Master, I've returned because I have something important to report. Tang Lin spoke respectfully. Is it related to the matter of the Wood Peak's Yongling returning from Settlement City? And the matter of the Wood Peak recruiting 2 young experts? Tiangu asked indifferently. Peak Master, you know everything? Tang Lin was surprised, and then he asked with bewilderment. But, Peak Master, you said 2 young experts? According to my knowledge, the Wood Peak seems to have only recruited a single young expert that's capable. Your information is behind the times. Tiangu shook his head. I just received news half an hour ago. Those 2 new young experts of the Wood Peak caused a great commotion as soon as they arrived at the Wood Peak. Tang Lin's eyes flashed with curiosity. They killed a prospective Wood Peak disciple with a strength comparable to Chen Wei and Luo Chen as soon as they arrived at the Wood Peak. That prospective Wood Peak disciple was brought back by the Wood Peak's He gang. Tiangu said. Tang Lin was shocked when he heard this. Even though he knew that the Wood Peak had recruited a young expert that could easily defeat Chen Wei, yet he never imagined that the young expert would be so audacious and cause such a great commotion as soon as he arrived at the Wood Peak. Moreover, the person he killed was someone brought back by the Wood Peak's He gang. He gang, an elder of the Wood Peak, was in existence at the 6th level of the Void Transformation stage just like him, and his status in the Wood Peak wasn't inferior to his status in the Earth Peak. He gang won't let this go, right? Tang Lin's eyes flickered as he asked. He had experienced He gang's fiery temper before. He gang. Tiangu sneered. Indeed, he won't give up. However, I'm afraid the outcome will be beyond your expectations. Yongling and Kuzhang have appeared. When he heard Tianhu, Tang Lin faintly realized that the 2 young experts that Yongling and Kuzhang brought back to the Wood Peak ought to not have been harmed by He gang. It wasn't just them that appeared. Right when He gang wanted to kill those 2 young experts, all the Wood Peak disciples present had appeared and surrounded the 2 of them, and they didn't allow He gang to touch a single hair on their heads. When he spoke up to hear, Tiangu sighed. Even though the Wood Peak has declined, the unity of the Wood Peak disciples is far from something our Earth Peak disciples can compare to. When he first heard this news, the first thought that arose in Tiangu's mind wasn't what those 2 young experts were like, but was instead shocked by the unity of the Wood Peak disciples. Unity was like an impregnable fortress. Was there anything they couldn't accomplish? Hiss. Tang Lin gasped when he heard this. I truly never imagined that the 2 people Yongling and Kuzhang brought back would actually possess such a strong ability to rally. Looks like the Wood Peak disciples have taken them to be the hope of the Wood Peak. As he finished muttering, a strand of cold light flashed within Tang Lin's eyes. As a member of the Earth Peak, he naturally didn't wish for the Wood Peak to rise once more. Once the Wood Peak rose, it would mean that it was extremely likely for their Earth Peak to become the peak at the bottom once more. 20 years ago, when the Wood Peak was like the scorching sun in the midday sky, it was their Earth Peak that was at the bottom. With their strengths, they do indeed possess the qualifications to be taken to be the future hope of the Wood Peak. But, after He Gang caused such a commotion, they aroused the intention to leave the wood peak. Tiangu continued. Tang Lin was first stunned when he heard this, and then his eyes lit up. Peak Master, our Earth Peak can strive to pull them over. I never imagined that He Gang would help us. Let me finish. Tiangu was slightly displeased from being interrupted by Tang Lin, and he continued after Tang Lin shut up in embarrassment. At the critical moment, Yang Ling and Kuzhang made an appearance. Subsequently, Tiangu told Tang Lin everything he'd heard earlier, including the matter of the Wood Peak's elder, He Gang, being forced to cripple his own cultivation, and the matter of He Gang's personal disciple, Luo Chen, being killed. What? He Gang actually agreed to their request and crippled his own cultivation? Tang Lin's pupils constricted, and his heart was filled with shock. He Gang, an existence at the 6th level of the void transformation stage, had crippled his own cultivation that he'd spent more than half his lifetime to attain because of the absurd request of 2 little kids. As far as he was concerned, He Gang's actions were truly stupid. But he couldn't help but admire He Gang's resolution in his heart. For the sake of the Wood Peak's unknown future and for the sake of taking responsibility for the mistake he'd made, he'd resolutely crippled his own cultivation. He Gang was worthy of respect. I didn't pay much attention to that He Gang in the past. Yet I never imagined that he would be able to do this when faced with a great matter of right and wrong. Even Tiangu, the Peak Master of the Earth Peak, couldn't help but reveal a trace of admiration when He Gang was mentioned. After He Gang caused such a commotion, it's impossible for Duanling Tian and Huang Daniu to leave the Wood Peak and join our Earth Peak. Truly a pity. Tang Lin knew clearly in his heart that it was impossible for Duanling Tian and Huang Daniu, who'd made a promise before the 2 Wood Peak elders and the crowd of Wood Peak disciples, to join any of the other 4 peaks of the 5-element sect. Not to mention that Duanling Tian and Huang Daniu might not be willing. Even if they were willing, the Wood Peak wouldn't let the matter go. At that time, even the Peak Master of the Wood Peak would probably interfere. Even though the Wood Peak had declined, it was only limited to the decline of the younger generation. The experts of the older generation of the Wood Peak were only inferior to the number 1 peak of the 5-element sect, the Gold Peak. Over 20 years ago, the Peak Master of the Wood Peak was the number 2 expert of the sect that was only inferior to the sect leader of the 5-element sect. Even though he was injured later on, but after so many years had passed, no matter how heavy his injuries were, he ought to have recovered. During these past few years, the reason their Earth Peak, Water Peak, and Earth Peak dared to poach the Wood Peak's disciples on numerous occasions was because the Peak Master of the Wood Peak disdained to lower himself to interfere in such a trivial matter. But the matter this time wasn't a trivial matter, and it was related to the cultivation of a 6th-level void transformation stage elder of the Wood Peak. Once Duanling Tian and Huang Daniu went back on their word, then the Peak Master of the Wood Peak would probably be the first to make a move and kill them. This was something that Tang Lin didn't doubt in the slightest. I returned this time mainly for the sake of notifying you, Peak Master, about the Wood Peak recruiting a young expert. But I never imagined that not only did the Wood Peak recruit a young expert this time, it even caused such a great incident. Tang Lin sighed. Looks like I've made a trip for nothing this time. It can't be considered to be for nothing. Since you've returned this time, stay behind and guide those little fellows. The Battle of the 5 Peaks is in a few days. Tiangu's eyes flashed with a cold light. The rise of the Wood Peak is already inevitable. But I think that no one in our Earth Peak would hope for the Earth Peak to be ranked at the bottom in the Battle of the 5 Peaks this time. Moreover, the ranking of the 5 peaks this time is related to the quota to enter that place. It's of extraordinary significance to our Earth Peak. As he finished speaking, Tiangu's eyes flickered with traces of burning yearning. Tang Lin nodded heavily. He naturally knew the significance of that place to the 5-element sect and the Earth Peak. Fire Peak, on a platform halfway up the mountain. 3 Fire Peak disciples were gathered together and chatting happily. Have all of you heard about the matter of the Wood Peak? Suddenly, the expression of a Fire Peak disciple became serious as he asked the other 2 people. I've heard. I truly never imagined that the Wood Peak would be able to find such outstanding young experts this time. For the sake of making those 2 young experts stay, the Wood Peak's elder He Gang, an existence at the 6th level of the void transformation stage, even crippled his own cultivation. The Wood Peak's resolution this time is extremely great. Supposedly, those 2 young experts were brought back by the Wood Peak's elder Yongling and elder Kuzhang. Elder Yongling? Hu Fei's master from before? The second strongest of the Wood Peak? Exactly, it's him. Supposedly, after Hu Fei was poached by the Peak Master to join our Fire Peak 10 years ago, Elder Yongling was enraged to the extreme and severed one of his arms before leaving the sect. I never imagined that he would return this time. It can't be, right? Even if Hu Fei betrayed him, there's no need for him to harm himself, right? You don't know about this. Supposedly, when Elder Yongling met Hu Fei all those years ago, Hu Fei was an orphan, and he was chased by a pack of wolves and fell down a 30 kilometers tall cliff. It was precisely Elder Yongling who passed by that saved him and brought him back to the Five-Element Sect's Wood Peak to foster him into a genius. I've heard of it as well. The arm Elder Yongling severed seemed to be the arm he used to grab Hu Fei and save Hu Fei all those years ago. He obviously did that because he regretted saving an ingrate all those years ago. The three Fire Peak disciples discussed animatedly, and all of their words snorted disdainfully at Hu Fei. Could it be that the three of you don't know that it's extremely impolite to talk about others behind their backs? Suddenly, a chilly voice sounded out. Chapter 881. The young man wore a fiery red robe. He had a handsome yet devilish face. His eyes were extremely deep and seemed to contain an endless amount of demonic power. He appeared out of thin air like a ghost. Just one sentence from him was enough to make the three Fire Peak disciples' faces change as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Senior brother Hu Fei. One of the Fire Peak disciples had a grave expression on his face. It was true that one should not speak ill of others behind their backs. He was just saying that Hu Fei was an ungrateful wretch when Hu Fei himself appeared. Senior brother Hu Fei. The other two Fire Peak disciples looked anxious as well. They lowered their heads, not daring to look at Hu Fei. Humph! Hu Fei snorted coldly. A cold gleam flashed across his deep eyes before he took a step forward. In an instant, a vast amount of origin energy gushed out from Hu Fei's body. Halfway through, it transformed into a raging flame that blotted out the sky. It was as though it had transformed into a giant flaming beast that pounced towards the three Fire Peak disciples. Senior brother Hu Fei, please spare our lives. No! The three Fire Peak disciples did not expect Hu Fei to attack them all of a sudden just because they spoke the truth behind his back and talked about him objectively. The three of them who were filled with despair did not even have the chance to escape in front of Hu Fei. In just a blink of an eye, they were engulfed by the flame that seemed to have transformed into a giant beast. They turned into ashes and completely disappeared from this world. Not far away, a few Fire Peak disciples who happened to pass by happened to witness the scene. Their faces changed immediately. Ha! Hu Fei noticed the few Fire Peak disciples immediately. He frowned slightly as a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. Senior brother Hu Fei. Senior brother Hu Fei, we didn't see anything. The few Fire Peak disciples hurriedly said. They were afraid that Hu Fei would kill them to silence them. Swear. Hu Fei's eyes were fierce and his voice was as cold as ice. The few Fire Peak disciples heaved a sigh of relief when they heard his words. At the same time, they pinched their fingers one after another. Drops of blood shot up into the sky. In the next moment, they each swore an oath. The content of the oath was that they would not tell anyone about what they saw today. Otherwise they would be punished. At that moment, a series of thunderclaps came from the sky. It was the tribulation oath, the 9-9 heavenly tribulation, that was responding to their oath. Hu Fei was the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak. He had killed someone in Fire Peak. Even if the Peak Master of Fire Peak knew about it, he would not really do anything to him. However, the problem was that Fire Peak was only one of the 5 peaks in the Five-Element Sect. Above the Peak Master of Fire Peak, there was another Peak Master of Gold Peak, who was also the sect leader of the Five-Element Sect. If what happened today was only spread around Fire Peak, Hu Fei would be fine. However, if news of this were to spread, even his master, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, would not be able to protect him. There was a rule in the Five-Element Sect. The disciples of the Five-Element Sect were not allowed to casually cripple or kill their fellow disciples. Otherwise, no matter who it was, they would be severely punished. Humph! Hu Fei snorted softly when he saw the few Fire Peak's disciples swearing on the 9-9 heavenly tribulation. In the next instant, he vanished into thin air. After Hu Fei left, the few Fire Peak disciples took a deep breath and looked at each other. They could see the relief in each other's eyes. He rejoiced that he had survived. Wood Peak. On the balcony of the top floor of a 3-story pavilion, 3 young men were gathered together and were chatting about something. So, Elder Yang crippled his own arm and left the sect to go to Settlement City. It can be considered as a silent escape. Chen Wei sighed. Currently, he was answering Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu's questions. After Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu found out that Yang Ling was the second strongest person in Wood Peak, besides being surprised, they were also filled with curiosity about Yang Ling's severed arm. They obtained the answer from Chen Wei. Yang Ling's severed arm was actually severed by himself. The specific reason was because of the direct disciple that he regarded as his own son, who betrayed him and joined the Fire Peak's Peak Masters faction. Hu Fei. Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu's expression was slightly unsightly. Although they were neither relatives nor friends with Yang Ling, let alone help him take revenge. However, when they found out about the dispute between Yang Ling and Hu Fei, monstrous rage involuntarily rose from the bottom of their hearts. Hu Fei's life was saved by Yang Ling. His ability was taught by Yang Ling. However, in the end, because he despised the Wood Peak that was unable to recover from the setback and coupled with the temptation of the Fire Peak's Peak Master, he betrayed the master that nurtured him and betrayed the Wood Peak. During the Battle of the 5 Peaks. If I meet him, I'll surely teach him a good lesson. Huang Daniu waved his fist as he spoke angrily. In his entire life, he hated ungrateful people the most. Although the matter between Hu Fei and Yang Ling had nothing to do with him, Hu Fei's actions caused him to be unable to stand it and even detest it. According to his own words, "I, brother Niu, just can't stand the sight of you and want to beat you up, so what?" Although Duan Lingtian did not say anything, his pair of cold eyes undoubtedly indicated that his thoughts were similar to Huang Daniu's at this moment. Hu Fei had also touched his bottom line. Daniu, don't underestimate that Hu Fei. It's said that he's already at the 6th level void interpretation now, and has comprehended the 7th level intermediate fire concept. It's precisely because of his outstanding innate talent that the Peak Master of Fire Peak poached him away from Elder Yang at all costs. Chen Wei said with a solemn expression. If it was not for the fact that the Peak Master of Fire Peak paid a huge price, why would Hu Fei, who had followed Elder Yang since he was young, betray Elder Yang? Humph! If he dares to fight me on the ground without a spirit weapon, I'm not afraid of him. Huang Daniu snorted. Although he was only at the 5th level of the Void Interpretation stage and had only comprehended 5th level intermediate concept, he had comprehended the Earth concept. Once he executed it on the ground, he would be able to draw support from the Earth energy that was equivalent to the strength of 30 ancient horned dragons. If he unleashed his full strength, it would be equivalent to the strength of 160 ancient horned dragons. If Hu Fei did not use a spirit weapon and unleashed all his techniques, his strength would only be equivalent to the strength of 160 ancient horned dragons. That was why Huang Daniu said so. However, although Huang Daniu said so, he did not think so in his heart. This could be seen from the fear in his eyes. The Battle of the 5 Peaks is about to begin. It's time for me to go back and cultivate. Both of you should cultivate well during this period of time. Although both of you are quite strong, there are many young disciples in the other 4 peaks who are much stronger than me. Chen Wei said to Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu with a solemn expression. Both of them nodded. After Chen Wei left, Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu parted ways and returned to their own rooms to cultivate. After returning to his room, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on his bed. He held the wind concept fragment in one hand and the thunder concept fragment in the other. While comprehending 2 completely different concepts, he cultivated at the same time. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. Sword Dragon Form. If those 9th level Void Transformation Stage experts were to find out that Duan Lingtian was able to comprehend 2 different concepts by relying on 2 different concept fragments at the same time, they would probably be jealous to the point of spitting blood. What a 9th level Void Transformation powerhouse pursued was not to comprehend 1 concept to the 9th level advanced stage, but to comprehend 2 concepts to the 9th level advanced stage. Only then could they be considered to have touched the threshold of the Martial Monarch stage. Otherwise, they would never be able to step into the Martial Monarch stage and become a Martial Monarch powerhouse. Duan Lingtian's current situation was every 9th level Void Transformation powerhouse's dream. Comprehending 2 different concepts at the same time also meant that Duan Lingtian could take half a step into the Martial Monarch stage in the shortest time possible. Compared to ordinary martial artists, It was much easier for Duanling Tian to break through to the martial monarch stage. With the same comprehension ability and the same conditions, Duanling Tian could comprehend 4 types of 9th-level advanced concepts in the time it took a 9th-level void transformation powerhouse to comprehend 2 types of 9th-level advanced concepts. On Cloud Continent, almost all 9th-level void transformation powerhouses that comprehended 4 9th-level advanced concepts at the same time would be able to break through to the martial monarch stage and become formidable martial monarch powerhouses. Time silently flowed by. The overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill ceaselessly converged with the origin energy in Duanling Tian's body, and it circulated according to the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique Sword Dragon Form mental cultivation method to assist his origin energy to swiftly improve. After an unknown period of time, the bottleneck from the 5th level of the Void Interpretation stage to the 6th level of the Void Interpretation stage appeared, and it caused Duanling Tian to feel extremely pleasantly surprised. The appearance of this bottleneck also meant that he was another step closer to the 6th level of the Void Interpretation stage. He really looked forward to the 6th level of the Void Interpretation stage, because he urgently wanted to verify something. He wanted to know if his spiritual force would improve to the 7th level of the Void Interpretation stage along with his cultivation after his cultivation broke through to the 6th level of the Void Interpretation stage, or would his spiritual force stay where it was and synchronize with his cultivation. If it's the latter, the side effects left behind by the Devil Seal tablet after it caused me to be devilified the other day would truly be too exaggerated. Even though Duanling Tian was prepared for the worst, he was still slightly perturbed. He hoped that his spiritual force would improve along with this. Otherwise, the effect of his soul skill, 1000 illusions, would be greatly reduced, and it was even equivalent to being useless. Duanling Tian, who continued cultivating, felt that it wasn't long before someone called out to him from outside. The voice was old yet familiar. When Duanling Tian stopped cultivating, opened his eyes, and returned to his senses, he recognized the person that called out to him from outside. Elder Yang. Duanling Tian opened the door and smiled lightly as he looked at the one-armed old man that stood outside the door. It was the number 2 expert of the Wood Peak, Yang Ling. There was a faint smile on Yang Ling's face, and he looked kind and benevolent. Could it be that the Battle of the 5 Peaks is about to begin? When he saw Yang Ling's arrival, Duanling Tian's heart clenched as he secretly guessed. In the next moment, Duanling Tian knew that he was overthinking things. Duanling Tian, the Peak Master asked me to pass this origin-enhancing fruit to you. With your innate talent, I think you'll be able to absorb its medicinal efficacy before the Battle of the 5 Peaks begins and improve your cultivation. Chapter 882. The spirit fruit in Yang Ling's hand was purplish-black in color. It was surrounded by a faint halo and emitted a pleasant fragrance. The fragrance entered Duanling Tian's body through his nose, causing the origin energy in his meridians to become restless. Even the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill became restless as well. It seemed to be resonating with it, but it was not repelling it. Although the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill repelled the heaven and earth origin energy that was accumulated in the origin energy, it did not repel the medicinal efficacy of the spirit fruit. Although the rebirth pill was not a spirit fruit, it had the same destination as the spirit fruit. It could be considered as a family. Since it was a family, why would it repel it? Origin-enhancing fruit. After taking a deep breath, Duanling Tian regained his senses. He could not help but be pleasantly surprised. The origin-enhancing fruit was a spirit fruit used by void interpretation martial artists. Among the many spirit fruits used by void interpretation martial artists, the medicinal efficacy it contained was ranked above average. It was extremely rare. Through Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, Duanling Tian easily found out about the origin-enhancing fruit. Even if a martial artist who has just made a breakthrough to the 5th level void interpretation consumes the origin-enhancing fruit, he'll be able to make a breakthrough to the 6th level void interpretation in a short time as long as he fully absorbs the medicinal efficacy. Duanling Tian's eyes shone brightly as his emotions surged. I'm only a step away from the 6th level void interpretation now. The medicinal efficacy of the origin-enhancing fruit can help me make a breakthrough easily. Not only that, with the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill, it's very likely that the bottleneck to the 7th level void interpretation will appear in my body. It was not that Duanling Tian did not think about making a breakthrough from the peak of the 5th level void interpretation to the 7th level void interpretation, but he thought it was unrealistic. There was a watershed between the 6th level void interpretation and the 7th level void interpretation. The difference was like a chasm. Even if a martial artist who had just made a breakthrough to the 6th level void interpretation consumed the origin-enhancing fruit and fully digested the medicinal efficacy, it was impossible for him to make a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation. He would reach the peak of the 6th level void interpretation at most. Otherwise, why would it be called a watershed? For this reason, even with the help of the rebirth pill's overbearing medicinal efficacy, Duan Ling Tian did not think he would be able to make a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation after consuming the origin-enhancing fruit. Because it was too difficult. Perhaps the heavens are looking out for our wood peak. When the peak master went out some time ago, he happened to come across these origin-enhancing fruits. Moreover, there were 2 of them. Yang Ling said with a smile. Originally, he was preparing to give it to Chen Wei and Luo Chen, but the appearance of Yuan Dainyu made him change his mind. 2. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. One must know that a person would be extremely lucky if they could come across a high-grade spirit fruit like the origin-enhancing fruit once in their lifetime. However, the peak master of Wood Peak actually came across 2 of them at once. This luck was simply heaven-defying. Even though Samsara Emperor Wu had lived 2 lives, he had only seen 1 origin-enhancing fruit in his first life. And it was at a large-scale auction. One could easily imagine how rare the origin-enhancing fruit was. Cultivate well. Our Wood Peak's hopes are all on Yuan Dainyu in the Battle of the 5 Peaks this time. Yang Ling said solemnly as he passed the origin-enhancing fruit in his hand to Duan Ling Tian. Don't worry, Elder Yang. I'll definitely do my best. Duan Ling Tian looked at the spirit fruit in his hand with a joyful expression as he promised Yang Ling. All right. I'll go look for Dainyu now. You continue to cultivate. Yang Ling nodded and left the top floor of the 3-story pavilion. He headed to the lowest floor to look for Huang Dainyu. After Yang Ling left, Duan Ling Tian did not hesitate. He immediately closed the door and sat cross-legged on the bed. With this origin-enhancing fruit, I can definitely make a breakthrough to the 6th level void interpretation in a short time. At that time, I'll be able to verify the exact situation of my spiritual energy. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Duan Ling Tian opened his mouth and swallowed the origin-enhancing fruit in just a few mouthfuls. In an instant, a stream of alternating hot and cold liquid flowed down his throat and into his body. It merged with all the meridians in his body, big and small. The origin energy in Duan Ling Tian's body seemed to have sensed something and began to stir. After it merged with the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill, it welcomed the alternating hot and cold liquid. Boom, 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 boom. In Duan Ling Tian's meridians, the origin energy and the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill finally collided with the medicinal efficacy of the origin-enhancing fruit. As soon as they collided, the 2 completely merged into one. At the same time, the origin energy under the dual medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill and the origin-enhancing fruit seemed to have transformed into a runaway wild horse as it rampaged through all the meridians in Duan Ling Tian's body. Pooh! Before Duan Ling Tian could even react, the meridians in his body were almost torn apart by the collision. His internal organs were also injured to a certain extent. His blood surged up and forced him to spit out a mouthful of blood. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Sword Dragon Form. Duan Ling Tian did not dare to hesitate at all. He hurriedly cultivated his mental cultivation method and gradually controlled the origin energy in his body that was like a runaway wild horse to get it on the right track. When all of the origin energy was on the right track, Duan Ling Tian did not know how much time had passed. It felt like it was only a moment, but it also felt like an entire day had passed. Whoosh! The overbearing medicinal efficacy urged the origin energy to sweep out like waves after waves of stormy waves as it rushed toward the bottleneck leading to the 6th level void interpretation. It was very aggressive. Boom! A soft sound reverberated in Duan Ling Tian's body. It was the vast origin energy that broke through the bottleneck leading to the 6th level void interpretation and continued to sweep out. At this instant, Duan Ling Tian felt the origin energy in his body undergo a qualitative change, and it was as if he'd been reborn. 6th level void interpretation. Duan Ling Tian knew that he'd broken through and smoothly broke through to the 6th level of the void interpretation. The advancement of his cultivation allowed him to possess an unprecedentedly formidable strength. Spiritual force. After he knew he'd broken through, Duan Lingtian's thoughts moved onto his spiritual force. He urged his origin energy to continue circulating according to the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique Sword Dragon Form mental cultivation method, while observing his spiritual force, as he wanted to know if his spiritual force had improved. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian finally detected the situation of his spiritual force. It was even to the extent that at this moment, he could clearly sense the transformation of his spiritual force. It was a transformation that was like his origin energy being reborn, and it had improved by an entire level. Spiritual force. 7th level of the Void Interpretation stage. When he detected the level of his spiritual force after its transformation, Duan Lingtian was extremely excited. At this moment, he felt as if he possessed the entire world. Excitement and satisfaction swept out from his soul and spread to his entire body in just a blink of an eye. He'd broken through. He'd finally broken through. The after-effects that the Devil Seal tablet had given him previously only forcefully reduced the gap between his cultivation base and spiritual force to 1 level. His cultivation base was now at the 6th level of the Void Interpretation stage. His spiritual force was now at the 7th level of the Void Interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian was extremely excited. He was truly excited. This feeling of regaining what he'd lost made him want to open his throat and shout, "Awesome!" The origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body continued to surge under the dual medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill and the origin-enhancing fruit. It continued to circulate according to the mental cultivation method of the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the Sword Dragon form. His cultivation base continued to improve. At the lowest floor of the 3-story pavilion where Duan Lingtian was, Huang Daniu, who was also sitting cross-legged in his room to cultivate, suddenly opened his eyes. "I've broken through." 6th level Void Interpretation stage. Huang Daniu's face was filled with ecstasy. He clenched his fists tightly. The moment his origin energy raged, the heaven and earth phenomenon above his head began to form. There was a total of 80 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. They were extremely lifelike. I still have more than half of the medicinal efficacy left. If I can break through to the 7th level of the Void Interpretation stage in one go, I won't be afraid even if I encounter Hu Fei on the ground, even if I use my spirit weapon. When the time comes, I will definitely avenge Elder Yang. Huang Daniu took a deep breath and closed his eyes again. He continued to cultivate and quickly digested the medicinal efficacy of the origin-enhancing fruit that was circulating his origin energy in his body. Gold Peak. It was the first peak of the 5-element sect. It was also the main peak that was personally controlled by the sect leader of the 5-element sect. Ever since the establishment of the 5-element sect, it had been the absolute overlord of the 5 peaks. Of course, the reason why Gold Peak was strong was not only because there were many powerhouses there. The sect leader of the 5-element sect was there as well. The main reason was because the legacy of the younger generation in Gold Peak was the most outstanding among all the peaks in the 5-element sect. On a vast platform halfway up Gold Peak, there was a stream of people. Many Gold Peak disciples were sparring with each other on the platform. The battle was like a raging fire. It was a scene of bustling activity. This was the battle platform of Gold Peak. As long as one was a Gold Peak disciple, they would come here to improve themselves through actual combat after their cultivation. Suddenly, 2 figures came from afar. It was as though they had transformed into 2 bolts of lightning. In just a moment, they appeared above the vast platform and stood in the air. They were 2 young men who were about 30 years old. They were handsome and elegant. The most eye-catching thing was, the 2 of them actually looked exactly the same. If it was not for the fact that their attire and clothes were different, nobody would be able to recognize them at first glance. The blue-clad young man stood there with a blank expression on his face. His eyes were cold and dull. The red-clad young man stood there and looked at the bustling scene on the vast platform with great interest. He smiled and said, "Second brother, look. The martial spirit of our Gold Peak is still as strong as before. It's far from what the other 4 peaks can compare to." Humph. Unlike the red-clad young man who was cheerful and active, the blue-clad young man's expression remained unchanged as he snorted coolly. It was as though he was saying to the red-clad young man, "I'm your big brother." When the red-clad young man saw the blue-clad young man's expression, he naturally guessed his thoughts. However, he was not bothered by it. Or perhaps, he had already gotten used to it. Ever since they were sensible, they had never really distinguished who was superior. He did not accept him as his big brother, And he did not accept him as his big brother either. Chapter 883. It's Senior Brother Chen and Senior Brother E. On the vast platform, someone cried out in alarm. At once, all of the Gold Peak's disciples on the platform, including those who were sparring, stopped what they were doing and raised their heads to look at the two young men in the sky. At this moment, there was a faint trace of respect that came from the bottom of their hearts in their eyes. The twin brothers in front of them were the strongest among the younger generation of Gold Peak. They were also the direct disciples of the Peak Master of Gold Peak, who was also the sect leader of Five Element Sect. Senior Brother Chen. Senior Brother E. Senior Brother E. Senior Brother Chen. All of the Gold Peak's disciples greeted the two young men respectfully in unison. The red-clad young man who was addressed as Senior Brother E smiled and waved his hand at the crowd. He looked outgoing and easygoing. As for the blue-clad young man who was addressed as Senior Brother Chen, he stood there with an expressionless face. He was indifferent to everything around him. He was introverted and cold. However, the group of Gold Peak's disciples did not show any dissatisfaction. It was as though they were used to it. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the blue-clad young man moved and disappeared before the group of Gold Peak's disciples. The red-clad young man raised his eyebrows and smiled at the group of Gold Peak's disciples before chasing after him. Second brother, I heard that two young powerhouses came to Wood Peak a few days ago. Have you heard about it? The blue-clad young man did not reply. However, his calm eyes were undoubtedly telling the red-clad young man the answer. I also heard that Elder He Gang from Wood Peak was forced by the two young powerhouses to the point that he crippled his own cultivation base. The red-clad young man continued. The blue-clad young man still did not show any reaction. His face was expressionless as though everyone in the world owed him money. However, the red-clad young man did not feel bored or even shut his mouth because of this. He continued to talk to the blue-clad young man as though he was singing a one-man show. He was not impatient at all. Time passed by quietly. The day of the Battle of the Five Peaks was getting closer and closer. The Battle of the Five Peaks was a tradition of the Five Element Sect. It was held every 3 years, and only the younger generation of disciples from each peak were eligible to participate. In the end, the ranking of each peak would be decided according to the performance of each peak's disciples. The higher the ranking, the more cultivation resources such as origin stones, pills, and so on they would be able to obtain in the next 3 years. The lower the ranking, the lesser the cultivation resources they would obtain. Under this virtuous and vicious cycle, the gap between the 5 peaks of the 5 Element Sect was very clear. Wood Peak that was ranked at the bottom 20 years ago, it was because of this setback. If the Wood Peak wanted to make a comeback, then the first step was to first escape the fate of being at the bottom, and then reclaim its former glory step by step. If it was in the past, everyone including the members of the Wood Peak would already know the outcome of the Battle of the Five Peaks before it began. Wood's Peak would definitely was peak. But this time, because of the addition of these two young experts, many unstable factors had been added to the Wood Peak. So during this period of time, the gazes of the other 4 peaks had converged onto the Wood Peak. Would those two young experts that had just joined the Wood Peak be able to allow the Wood Peak to turn over a new leaf? Peak. Squeak. The door to the room on the top floor of the 3-story building opened. A purple-clothed young man walked out and arrived in front of the pavilion's balcony. He squinted his eyes and looked at the boundless blue sky and white clouds in front of him. A smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Ling Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with excitement when he recalled the experience earlier. However, the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy is really amazing. I've only consumed a little after consuming it for such a long time. The remaining medicinal efficacy is enough to help me break through to the martial monarch stage. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Unfortunately, my current cultivation base is still too low. The speed of consumption of the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy is much slower than the spirit fruits. Duan Ling Tian sighed. Due to the assistance of the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy, his cultivation speed had been constantly increasing. However, due to the restriction of his cultivation base, the speed of his cultivation was not as fast as the speed of his cultivation after consuming the spirit fruit. Just like the origin-enhancing fruit he had consumed recently. Under the influence of the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill, He had completely absorbed the medicinal efficacy in just a few days. Not only that, but the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill was also absorbed by him by the medicinal efficacy of the vitality-enhancing fruit. With my innate talent and the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill, it's impossible for others to catch up to me if they don't consume the spirit fruits. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew this was unrealistic. Perhaps I should think of a way to get more spirit fruits to aid my cultivation. In that case, not only will the medicinal efficacy of the spirit fruits help me improve my cultivation base, but I'll also be able to absorb more of the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy. As long as I have a lot of spirit fruits to consume, who on the Cloud Continent would have a faster cultivation speed than me? Duan Lingtian believed that as long as he could obtain more spirit fruits, coupled with the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill in his body, he would be able to surpass the young powerhouses in the foreign lands who grew up eating spirit fruits. This time, after coming out of the secret treasure left behind by the martial emperor and reuniting with Jianghu and the others, it's time for me to plan my future. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, I must break through to the void transformation stage in the shortest time possible. Then, I'll get a rough map of the Cloud Continent and confirm the location of the northern desert. After that, I'll find the place where the reincarnation Emperor Wu left behind the great treasure. Elder brother Duan. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears, causing him to snap back to his senses. Without him noticing, Yi Xian had come to Duan Lingtian's side. Duan Lingtian looked over and extended his spiritual energy instinctively. He immediately noticed the changes in Yi Xian's body. Xiao Xian, why you've broken through to the 9th level nascent soul stage? Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. Almost a month ago, Yi Xian had just broken through to the 8th level nascent soul stage. Yet now, she'd actually broken through once more. Yi Xian chuckled and said, Elder brother Duan, it's all thanks to you that I'm able to break through so quickly. If it wasn't for you cleansing my meridians and marrow, it would be impossible for me to possess such natural talent. It's true that I helped you improve your natural talent, but I never imagined that your improvement would be so great. Duan Lingtian sighed. Elder brother Duan, I saw you staring blankly into the distance earlier. What were you thinking about? Yi Xian asked curiously. I wasn't thinking about anything. Duan Lingtian lightly shook his head, and then he looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Xiao Xian, according to your current cultivation speed, you ought to be able to break through to the void prying stage in 3 months at most. A martial artist on Cloud Continent could only be considered a true martial artist after stepping into the void stage. Once one stepped into the void stage, one would be able to fly and roam the horizon. My goal is to break through within 2 months. Yi Xian was filled with confidence, and then she said, Elder brother Duan, I'm going back to cultivate. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Xian left in a hurry. This girl is really impatient. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Then the Battle of the 5 Peaks ought to be starting soon, right? After returning to his senses, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. He knew that after the Battle of the 5 Peaks, he would surely become a young representative of the 5 Elements sect and head to the treasure vault left behind by Emperor Wu to obtain the things the 5 Elements sect needed. The 5 Elements sect was one of the 3 great powers in the eastern area of the northern desert after all. Only spirit weapons at grade 2 or above, concept fragments at the 7th level or above, and the exceedingly precious profundity fragments were able to enter its eyes. Since the treasure vault was left behind by a powerhouse like Emperor Wu, there should be a lot of these things if there were no accidents. After I come out from the treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse like Emperor Wu and meet up with Tian Wu and the others, I'll leave Wood Peak and the 5 Elements sect. No matter what, I'll do my best in the Battle of the 5 Peaks this time and fight for the greatest benefits for Wood Peak. In this way, I can consider it as returning the favor of the origin-enhancing fruit from the Peak Master of Wood Peak. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian continued to cultivate. At the same time, he seriously comprehended the wind concept and thunder concept. He had even made some breakthroughs in the latter. The Battle of the 5 Peaks arrived as scheduled under the anticipation of the 5 Elements sect's disciples. There was no specific location for the Battle of the 5 Peaks. It would be held directly in the sky outside the Gold Peak, the tallest peak in the 5 Elements sect. That place allowed the disciples of each peak to do whatever they wanted. Early in the morning, the sky outside the Gold Peak was already filled with people. It was a grand scene. When Duan Lingtian, Huang Daniu, and Chen Wei arrived, they were also shocked by the scene in front of them. The sky was densely packed with people. It's Chen Wei. Chen Wei from Wood Peak. Soon, some of the disciples from the other peaks recognized Chen Wei. Chen Wei used to be one of the most outstanding disciples among the younger generation in Wood Peak. Many people knew him. That purple-clad young man and that tall young man next to Chen Wei seemed to be unfamiliar. Many people noticed Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu who were next to Chen Wei. Both of them. Don't tell me they're Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu? Somebody cried out in surprise. It caused the group of 5 element sex disciples in the sky to turn around and look at Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu. For a moment, both of them became the center of attention. They're the 2 young powerhouses that Wood Peak took in not long ago? It said that when they just arrived at Wood Peak, they killed Luo Chen from Wood Peak and even forced Luo Chen's master, He Gang, to cripple his own cultivation. He Gang is a top-ranked elder in the Wood Peak, and his cultivation is at the 6th level of the Void Transformation stage. For the sake of giving these 2 people an explanation and making them stay in the Wood Peak, he was willing to sacrifice his cultivation. From this, it can be seen that Elder He Gang is very confident in their strength. I'd like to see if Wood Peak can change its fate of being at the bottom in today's Battle of the 5 Peaks. Chapter 884. Duan Lingtian was already used to being the center of attention, so he did not mind at all. However, Huang Daniu was different. When had he ever seen such a scene before? At once, he could not help but frown. It was not until Duan Lingtian and the other 2 moved to the side that the sudden arrival of a person caught everyone's attention. Hu Fei. It's Hu Fei. The direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak, Hu Fei. A young man dressed in a fiery red long robe flew in the air from afar. He was alone and looked extremely arrogant. He did not seem to make any movements, but the fiery red long robe on his body fluttered like a ball of blazing flame. In just a short while, he arrived at the empty space at the side. Subsequently, Hu Fei, who was hovering in the air, began to close his eyes to rest. At this moment, it seemed like he did not notice the gazes that were on him at all. He stood there by himself as if he was deaf to everything around him. He's Hu Fei? Huang Daniu's face turned grave as he glared at the red-clad young man in the distance with a murderous gleam in his eyes. The origin energy in his body stirred as he took a step forward, ready to beat the man up. Daniu. Chen Wei's eyes were sharp as he stopped Huang Daniu. He said with a fearful expression, I just received news 2 days ago. This Hu Fei has already broken through to the 7th level void interpretation. 7th level void interpretation. These 5 short words caused Huang Daniu's face to turn grave. His legs felt like they were filled with lead, and he could not move at all. Although he had broken through to the 6th level void interpretation, he still did not have the confidence to fight a 7th level void interpretation martial artist. Although there was only a difference of 1 level between the 6th level void interpretation and the 7th level void interpretation, the gap between them was like a chasm. This was because there was an insurmountable divide between the 2. There was a difference of 20 ancient horn dragons' strength between the 2. Moreover, this was under the premise that they did not use any spirit weapons. If both of them used spirit weapons, the 7th level void interpretation would not only have an advantage of 20 ancient horn dragon strength compared to the 6th level void interpretation, it would have an advantage of 30 ancient horn dragon strength instead. Daniu, you really want to beat him up? Duan Lingtian, who had been standing quietly at the side, asked Huang Daniu with a cold glint in his eyes. Of course. Huang Daniu nodded without any hesitation. He really wanted to rush up and give this kind of ungrateful person 2 slaps to teach him how to behave properly. Then come with me. Duan Lingtian smiled. He stepped into the air and headed straight for Hu Fei, who was resting with his eyes closed. Duan Lingtian. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words and seeing Duan Lingtian flying out with incomparable confidence, Chen Wei, who had just reacted, was stunned. He did not know where Duan Lingtian got his confidence from. According to his understanding of Duan Lingtian, when he faced the 7th level void interpretation stage bandit leader that day, Duan Lingtian seemed to be helpless. At that time, his innate ability was obviously useless against a 7th level void interpretation stage martial artist. However, Now that Duan Lingtian knew Hu Fei was a 7th-level void interpretation stage martial artist, he still dashed up to Hu Fei. Moreover, he was exuding confidence from head to toe. Could it be that he has made a breakthrough? Chen Wei's eyes widened in shock. All right. When Huang Daniu heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was stunned for a moment before he hastily followed them. He knew Duan Lingtian had consumed the origin-enhancing fruit. In his opinion, since he had made a breakthrough, Duan Lingtian must have made a breakthrough as well. It seems like there's going to be a good show today. When Chen Wei saw Duan Lingtian and Hu Fei flying away, he smiled faintly and followed them. Yang Ling was his senior uncle. In the past, Hu Fei could be considered as his senior brother. However, the moment Hu Fei betrayed his senior uncle and joined the Peak Master of Wood Peak, he no longer treated Hu Fei as his senior brother. In fact, there were countless times when he wished he had the strength to defeat Hu Fei. In that case, he would be able to avenge his senior uncle and teach this ungrateful wretch a lesson. Now that there was someone who could help him realize his dream, he felt happy from the bottom of his heart. Duan Lingtian and the other two flew towards Hu Fei. In just a moment, they hovered in the air not far away from Hu Fei. They were only 100 meters away from him. Their actions naturally attracted the attention of the others. What are they trying to do? 10 years ago, Hu Fei betrayed Wood Peak and joined Fire Peak. Don't tell me Duan Lingtian and the other two are trying to clean up the mess for Wood Peak? It's possible. But are they a match for Hu Fei? As far as I know, Hu Fei has already made a breakthrough to the 7th-level void interpretation stage a few days ago. Many people discussed among themselves. Someone even revealed that Hu Fei had already made a breakthrough to the 7th-level void interpretation stage. For a moment, the scene was in an uproar. What? Hu Fei has already made a breakthrough to the 7th-level void interpretation stage? No way! He made another breakthrough so quickly? No wonder the Peak Master of Fire Peak would try to poach him to Fire Peak at all costs 10 years ago. As it turns out, his innate talent is so strong. 7th-level void interpretation stage. Doesn't that mean his strength is on par with Brother Nangong from Gold Peak? Brother Nangong is only at the 7th-level void interpretation stage as well. The group of 5 element sect's disciples discussed among themselves. Their faces were filled with astonishment. Hu Fei had actually made a breakthrough to the 7th-level void interpretation stage. This was a shocking piece of news. In fact, in the past, among the younger generation of 5 element sect, only Nangong and Brother Nangong from Gold Peak had made a breakthrough to the 7th-level void interpretation stage. Now there was a third person. It was Hu Fei, the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak. Perhaps it was because he heard the discussions in the surroundings that were related to the Wood Peak. Hu Fei, who had been resting with his eyes closed, finally opened his eyes slowly. His calm gaze immediately locked onto Duan Lingtian and the other two who were 100 meters away. Junior brother Chen Wei. Hu Fei's gaze swept past Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu before it landed on Chen Wei. He opened his mouth and greeted him nonchalantly. Humph. However, in the face of Hu Fei taking the initiative to greet him, Chen Wei did not care at all. He said sarcastically, "In my eyes, the senior brother Hu Fei from the past is already dead. As for you, the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak, I, Chen Wei, dare not claim connections with you. So, you should just call me by my name." It was obvious that Chen Wei was mocking Hu Fei for betraying Yang Ling and Wood Peak. Upon hearing Chen Wei's sarcasm, Hu Fei's face turned grave. His tone turned cold. "Chen Wei, I really don't know where you get your courage from to actually dare to talk to me like this. Haha. As expected of the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak. What an imposing manner." Chen Wei continued to mock him. Put aside the fact that he believed that Duan Lingtian could deal with Hu Fei, even if Duan Lingtian could not, he would still not be able to hold himself back from scolding Hu Fei when he faced him head-on. All of this was because he looked down on this ingrate, Hu Fei, from the bottom of his heart. Seeing that Chen Wei still dared to take a yard after taking an inch, Hu Fei's eyes shot out 2 cold lights, and his voice was low and indifferent. "Chen Wei, you can't be thinking that the 2 pieces of trash beside you can stop me, right?" Trash? Horror dawned on Huang Daniu's face. It did not cross his mind that Hu Fei would scold him and Duan Lingtian as trash the moment he opened his mouth. One must know that he did not have any interaction with Hu Fei before this. In an instant, Huang Daniu was filled with rage. His eyes gleamed with a chilling gleam. Stop you? Just when all the 5 element sect's disciples present had their eyes on Duan Lingtian and the other two, Duan Lingtian took a step forward and looked at Hu Fei indifferently. Do you deserve it? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly. Do you deserve it? Duan Lingtian's voice was not loud, but it was filled with origin energy. It entered the ears of everyone present, causing the group of 5 element sect's disciples present to be stunned. This Duan Lingtian. Is he crazy? How dare he provoke Hu Fei like this? Is he seeking death? This Duan Lingtian is really bold. How dare he provoke Hu Fei? Among the younger generation in our 5 element sect, I'm afraid only the 2 brothers, Nangong from Gold Peak, are not afraid of Hu Fei, right? I have to say that I admire this Duan Lingtian's courage. However, he's definitely going to be in trouble. That's for sure. In the past 10 years, those who dared to speak ill of Hu Fei behind his back did not have a good ending. Many of them even went missing because of it. Most likely, they were killed by Hu Fei and had their corpses destroyed. Each and every one of the 5 element sect's disciples looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of pity in their eyes. Although they knew that Duan Lingtian was quite strong, they did not dare to underestimate him. After seeing Duan Lingtian in person today, they faintly realized something. This young man who looked like he was only 25 years old was definitely not a match for Hu Fei. In fact, Hu Fei had already made a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation. He was the 3rd person among the younger generation in the 5 element sect to make a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation. In their opinion, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to be a match for Hu Fei. After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Hu Fei was stunned. He was completely stunned. When had he ever been provoked like this in the 5 element sect? Moreover, it was a young man who looked like he was only 25 years old. Based on his words, it was obvious that he did not take him seriously at all. Boy, you're seeking death. Hu Fei was enraged. He was completely enraged. In the next moment, a cold gleam flashed across his eyes. With a flash of his body, a vast flame that shot up into the sky rose up from his body. It was as though he had transformed into a gigantic flaming beast as he pounced forward. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the gigantic flaming beast pounced toward Duan Lingtian. It opened its bloody mouth wide as though it was going to swallow Duan Lingtian whole. Many of the 5 element sect's disciples could not help but close their eyes. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian would be crippled even if he did not die in the face of Hu Fei, who attacked in rage. Right now, Hu Fei had completely lost his mind. He had completely thrown the rules of the 5 element sect to the back of his mind. All he could think about was killing this purple-clad young man who dared to provoke him. Harmph! When Duan Lingtian saw the 180 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the sky above Hu Fei, who was shrouded in flames, he snorted softly and narrowed his eyes. Chapter 885. 1,000 Illusions. As Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed, the spiritual energy that he had been accumulating earlier entered the soul brand in the depths of his soul, and unleashed his soul skill. In an instant, the illusory space swept out and covered an area of more than 100 meters, including Hu Fei, who was charging at him. Whirlwind. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian dodged to the side. At the same time, he looked at Huang Daniu and said through voice transmission, "Daniu, do as I say now." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Hu Fei, who had transformed into a giant flaming beast, missed his target. Just when the crowd thought Hu Fei was going to attack Duan Lingtian again, they noticed Hu Fei, who was shrouded in flames, was still standing on the spot. He was looking around in a daze. In the depths of his eyes, there was a hint of fear, as if he had encountered something special. In Hu Fei's eyes, he was in a boundless desert. There was no one around him at all. Illusory space? Hu Fei's face turned grave. He could guess what he had encountered at the first moment. I didn't sense any waves of inscriptions or inscription formations. Could it be that there's a special demon beast with extraordinary talent hiding nearby and plotting against me? This was the first thought that rose in Hu Fei's mind. In his opinion, since the illusory space he was facing was not constructed by inscriptions or inscription formations, it must be constructed by spiritual energy that was similar to a soul skill. Amongst the human martial artists, only the legendary martial emperor powerhouses were capable of constructing an illusory realm with spiritual energy. Naturally, he did not think that it was Emperor Wu who was attacking him. What a joke! A powerhouse like Emperor Wu could kill him with just a thought. Why would he need to trick him like this? Therefore, it could only be a demon beast that was causing trouble in the dark. Moreover, the demon beast's spiritual energy was at least at the 7th level void interpretation. Otherwise, it would not be able to affect him. Don't! Just when Hu Fei opened his mouth and was about to say, "Don't play dirty if you dare," a gust of wind suddenly attacked half of his face, causing his expression to change drastically. Pah! Just as Hu Fei reacted, half of his face received a resounding slap. His head was slapped to one side, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of broken teeth. At the same time, half of his face swelled up. The ruthlessness of the attacker was obvious. Who is it? Hu Fei, who was still in a daze from the slap, finally regained his senses after spitting out some broken teeth. His expression was gloomy, and the flames on his body surged once again. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At the same time, Hu Fei took out a pair of spiritual gloves made of an unknown material. As he raised his hand, palm after palm whizzed out and covered his entire body. It was as if they had formed a dense and inescapable net that protected his entire body. Boom, 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 boom. Hu Fei's palms pierced through the air, causing the airflow in the air to be compressed, setting off a series of deafening explosions. Many solid palm prints whizzed down and landed on the cliff beside Gold Peak. At the same time, it set off a series of loud noises and set off waves of sand and dust. In the sky, other than Duanling Tian, Chen Wei, and Huang Daniu who stood quietly in the air, there was no change in their expressions at all. The 5 element sect's disciples were dumbstruck as they looked at Hu Fei, who was going crazy there. Who can tell me what's going on here? I don't know. This Hu Fei attacked Duanling Tian, and after his attack failed, he no longer chased after Duanling Tian. Instead, he just stood there and looked left and right as if he couldn't find Duanling Tian. What kind of joke is this? Duanling Tian is not far away from him. How can he not find Duanling Tian? Then what do you think he's doing now? When Huang Daniu got close to him, he didn't even notice it and took a hard slap from him. Has Hu Fei gone crazy? The group of 5 element sect's disciples were stunned. They had no idea what was going on in front of them. After a while, perhaps he was tired, Hu Fei's movements slowed down. Daniu! Duanling Tian looked at Huang Daniu and smiled. Huang Daniu's eyes lit up. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he charged toward Hu Fei again. In just a short while, he arrived in front of Hu Fei. He raised his hand again and slapped him. At this moment, the group of 5 element sect's disciples who were watching felt chills running down their spines. Many of them could not help but feel their hearts in their mouths. Would Huang Daniu be able to succeed this time? Slap. Another clear and loud slap resonated in the air and answered the question in their hearts. When they saw Hu Fei's head tilted and he spat out another mouthful of blood with many broken teeth mixed in the blood, many of the 5 element sect's disciples felt their scalps tingle. This Huang Daniu was too ruthless, right? The other half of Hu Fei's face that was originally intact was now completely swollen. His entire head seemed to have turned into a pig's head. It was hard to see his face anymore. No matter who you are, you'll definitely die. You'll definitely die. Hu Fei, who was slapped twice by Huang Daniu, continued to roar loudly. At the same time, the speed of his hand increased again. The vast palm print formed a layer of protective shield that protected him within it. Perhaps, this was the only way he could feel the sense of security that he deserved. Hu Fei's loud roars entered the ears of the group of 5 element sect's disciples. They could not help but be stunned. Then they were all dumbfounded. Hu Fei doesn't know that Huang Daniu is the one who slapped him? What the F***ck is going on here? Not only did Hu Fei not notice that Huang Daniu was approaching him, but he even took 2 slaps from Huang Daniu. After that, he still doesn't know that Huang Daniu is the one who slapped him. Could it be that he's really crazy? I don't think he's crazy. He's blind. Each and every one of the 5 element sect's disciples stared at Hu Fei with their mouths agape. They felt that the scene in front of them was unbelievable and incomprehensible. Who could tell them what the hell was going on here? I think that not only is he blind, but he's deaf as well. We've said so much, but it's as if he didn't hear a thing. I also think that he's both blind and deaf now. But why did he become like this? Other than Hu Fei himself, Duan Lingtian, Huang Daniu, and Chen Wei, all of the 5 element sect's disciples present on the scene were dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with confusion. Until now, they still did not know what was going on. When they saw that Hu Fei's movements had slowed down again, everyone's gaze fell on Huang Daniu again. They were all curious about where Huang Daniu would hit Hu Fei this time. Chen Wei, do you want to give it a try? Duan Lingtian looked at Chen Wei and asked with a smile. When Huang Daniu slapped Hu Fei twice and retreated unscathed, Duan Lingtian noticed that Chen Wei was a little tempted. Now that the opportunity had presented itself again, he could not help but ask. All right. Upon hearing this, Chen Wei's eyes lit up. With a flash, he charged toward Hu Fei. Under Duan Lingtian's guidance, Chen Wei threw out a punch at lightning speed. It hit Hu Fei's head and sent him flying. Of course, Chen Wei had held back. Otherwise, this punch of his could have taken Hu Fei's life. Although he hated Hu Fei and wanted to avenge his senior uncle, Yang Ling, he had never thought of taking Hu Fei's life. All he wanted was to teach him a lesson. Right now, his dream had come true just like that. It made him feel as though he was in a dream. Until he could not help but pinch his thigh. The waves of intense pain that came from his thigh seemed to be telling him that this was not a dream. All of this wasn't a dream. It was real. Who's there? At this moment, Hu Fei, who was sent flying with his head bleeding, looked around in all directions in a wretched manner. However, he did not look at Chen Wei at all. At once, the group of 5 element sect's disciples present on the scene could only feel chills running down their spines. Did this Hu Fei see a ghost or something? In the sky, 2 figures appeared out of nowhere. One of them was a young man in blue while the other one was a young man in red. The blue-clad young man's face was expressionless. It was as though even if the sky fell, it had nothing to do with him. However, there was an obvious hint of surprise in his eyes. It was as though he had discovered something. What? What did you discover? After the red-clad young man retracted his gaze that was filled with shock, he happened to see the surprise in the blue-clad young man's eyes. He could not help but ask curiously. Spiritual energy. It was rare for the blue-clad young man to open his mouth. His voice was cold, and he was a man of few words. Spiritual energy? The red-clad young man's eyes lit up immediately. You mean, Hu Fei became like this because of some spiritual energy technique? Could it be that he's in an illusion? When the red-clad young man reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but guess. This time, the blue-clad young man did not answer him. Instead, he stood there quietly. However, his pair of dull eyes was staring at a person from afar. That person was none other than Duan Lingtian, the purple-clad young man who was standing in the sky not far away from Hu Fei. It was apparent that he had discovered that the owner of the spiritual energy was Duan Lingtian. When the blue-clad young man was staring at Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something as well. He raised his head abruptly and looked at the sky that was even higher. Soon, the 2 figures that were hidden in the clouds appeared clearly before his eyes. Twin brothers. Although there was a distance between them, Duan Lingtian's current eyesight was far superior to ordinary people. With just a glance, he could tell that the 2 young men that appeared before his eyes looked exactly the same. The blue-clad young man in particular stared at him as though he could see through him completely. Inscription Master? Soon, Duan Lingtian sensed a faint wave of spiritual energy that originated from the blue-clad young man. He could not help but be taken aback. Moreover, he also confirmed another thing from the blue-clad young man's spiritual energy wave. The blue-clad young man's spiritual energy level was not lower than his. Duan Lingtian knew very well what this meant. Don't tell me. These 2 are the Nangong brothers from Gold Peak that the 5 element sect's disciples mentioned earlier? Chapter 886. Don't play dirty if you have the guts. Don't tell me all of you from Wood Peak only know how to rely on external forces. Looks like I still have the foresight to leave Wood Peak early. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to me, Hu Fei, to be associated with all of you. Hu Fei continued to roar loudly. As he roared, he moved his body swiftly as though he was afraid that someone would sneak up on him again. 2 slaps and 1 punch had turned Hu Fei's head into a pig's head, causing his head to bleed profusely. He was in a sorry state, and he no longer had the high spirits he had in the beginning. The group of 5 element sect's disciples were dumbstruck as they looked at Hu Fei, who seemed to have transformed into a ball of flame that continued to sweep across the sky. They believed that the scene that they saw today would be one that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Hu Fei, the third 7th level void interpretation martial artist to appear among the younger generation of 5 element sect, looked as though he had seen a ghost and was possessed in front of the 3 Wood Peak disciples. That Duan Ling Tian is not as simple as he looks. Of course, there was no lack of people who were meticulous among the 5 element sect's disciples. Their eyes immediately landed on the purple figure in the distance. In their opinion, everything that happened before their eyes originated from this purple-clad young man, Duan Ling Tian. In the beginning, Hu Fei was clamoring to teach Chen Wei a lesson, and even said that Duan Ling Tian and Huang Daniu were trash. At that time, they clearly saw the expressions on Duan Ling Tian and Huang Daniu's faces. Huang Daniu was furious. His eyes were red, and he almost lost his mind. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face as he took a step forward and glanced at Hu Fei indifferently. Are you even worthy? At that time, their first thought was the same as most of the 5 element sect's disciples. They all thought that Duan Ling Tian was purely seeking death. This was because Duan Ling Tian was just too young. They could not relate Duan Ling Tian to a powerhouse who could defeat Hu Fei no matter what. However, as time went by, things had progressed to this stage, and they had no choice but to re-evaluate Duan Ling Tian. From the moment Duan Ling Tian provoked Hu Fei, everything seemed to be under the control of Duan Ling Tian. He was the real master. He was not afraid at all when faced with Hu Fei, who attacked him in anger. Instead, he faced him calmly. It was only until the moment when Hu Fei was about to pounce on him that he barely managed to dodge to the side. He did not move to leave his spot. He continued to watch Hu Fei as though he was a monkey's show. This Duan Ling Tian. He's a person we can't afford to offend. At once, the few 5 element sect's disciples who managed to react felt a chill in their hearts. It rushed straight to their heads, causing them to shiver uncontrollably. There to Duan Ling Chen to Duan Ling Tian. He would rather offend Hu Fei than Ling Tian. 8. Unknowingly, another 3 young men walked side by side from afar. The young man on the right looked at the ball of flame that was constantly moving in the sky, and could not help but ask. The young man on the left looked at the heaven and earth phenomenon in the sky, and his expression changed slightly. 250 ancient horned dragons' strength. He knew very well what the strength of 250 ancient horned dragons' strength meant. Even a 7th level void interpretation martial artist would need to comprehend the 7th level intermediate concept and use a grade 3 spirit weapon before he could mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form such a heaven and earth phenomenon. It's Hu Fei! The young man in the middle exclaimed in a low voice. He wore a long green robe and had an ordinary appearance. There was a hint of dread in his eyes as he muttered, I originally thought that I would be able to fight Hu Fei after I've broken through to the 6th level void interpretation. I can't believe that he has already broken through to the 7th level void interpretation. The green-clad young man sighed as he muttered to himself. What? Upon hearing the green-clad young man's words, the young men on both sides of him widened their eyes and stared blankly at the young man in the ball of flame that was constantly moving. The young man's face was swollen like a pig's head. Half of his face was covered in blood, and he looked extremely wretched. It was difficult for them to connect this young man with Hu Fei, the strongest person among the younger generation in Fire Peak. Who is it that made Hu Fei look so wretched? The green-clad young man's attention shifted away from Hu Fei to another place. Among the younger generation of the 5 element sect, only the Nangong brothers from the Gold Peak were able to put Hu Fei into such a sorry state. However, the Nangong brothers and Hu Fei had always minded their own business. Logically speaking, it was impossible for them to treat Hu Fei like this. Moreover, the Nangong brothers were not present at the moment. His gaze gradually shifted to the 3 figures near Hu Fei. They were 3 young men, and he only recognized one of them. It's Chen Wei from Wood Peak. He did not take Chen Wei seriously in the past, and he still did not take him seriously now. His gaze quickly shifted to the other two people. These two must be the two young powerhouses that Wood Peak recruited some time ago. I think they're called Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu? For a moment, a hint of dread could be seen in the green-clad young man's eyes. He faintly realized that the reason why Hu Fei was in such a wretched state was most likely related to these two people. Tianzhen, you're really early. Suddenly, a light and pleasant voice resonated in the air, causing the green-clad young man to shift his gaze to the lady who was flying in the sky from afar. The lady was dressed in green, and she had a graceful figure. Although her appearance could not be said to be devastatingly beautiful, it was still extremely outstanding. It was enough to tempt many men. The moment she appeared, she attracted the attention of many five-element sect's disciples. It's senior sister Tan Huan. Senior sister Tan Huan is here. Not long after, most of the five-element sect's disciples shifted their gaze from Hu Fei, who seemed to have gone mad, to the green-clad lady. In the distance, Duan Lingtian cast a glance at the green-clad lady, and his eyes lit up. The spiritual energy that he extended out immediately told him the green-clad lady's cultivation base. She was at the 6th level void interpretation. It was rare for such a young lady to have a cultivation base at the 6th level void interpretation. Her name is Tan Huan, and she's the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Water Peak. She's also the strongest person among the younger generation of Shufeng. Her cultivation base is at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage. Her cultivation base is at the 5th level void interpretation, Chen Wei said with a hint of dread when he noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze. 5th level void interpretation? Upon hearing Chen Wei's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Chen Wei, she's not just at the 5th level void interpretation now. What? Chen Wei was shocked and exclaimed in a low voice. You mean, she has made a breakthrough? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I can't believe she has made a breakthrough as well. Chen Wei sighed as though he had thought of something. When his gaze landed on Duan Lingtian, a smile appeared on his face. So what if she had made a breakthrough? Today, as long as Duan Lingtian was here, the rise of Wood Peak would be unstoppable. Who's that green-clad young man who's talking to Tan Huan? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he narrowed his eyes and stared at the green-clad young man who was surrounded by two young men in the distance. The reason he noticed this person was because Duan Lingtian noticed that he was also a young powerhouse who had stepped into the 6th level void interpretation. He's Tianzhen from Earth Peak, the son of the Peak Master of Earth Peak. Chen Wei said with a fearful expression. He had already made a breakthrough to the 6th level void interpretation half a month ago. However, I didn't expect Tan Huan to have made a breakthrough as well. I'm afraid the Battle of the Five Peaks this time is going to be interesting. Chen Wei laughed when he reached the end of his sentence. Gold Peak had Nan Gong and his brother. Wood Peak had Duan Lingtian. Water Peak had Tan Huan. Fire Peak had Hu Fei. Earth Peak had Tianzhen. As for Huang Daniu, he was instead dim and lusterless under Duan Lingtian's brilliant brilliance, and he was directly disregarded by Chen Wei. Of course, this was also because Chen Wei did not know that Huang Daniu had also made a breakthrough to the 6th level void interpretation. Otherwise, he would not have thought this way. Tianzhen, is that Hu Fei? What's going on? The gaze that shot out from Tan Huan's eyes landed on Hu Fei, who was constantly moving back and forth. Her face was filled with astonishment. She had no idea what had happened to Hu Fei that caused him to be in such a wretched state. I've just arrived as well. Tianzhen shrugged, indicating that he had no idea as well. Whoosh, whoosh. Right at this moment, two gusts of wind whistling sound fell from the sky. Two figures, one red and one blue, appeared before everyone's eyes in just a blink of an eye, attracting everyone's attention. These were two handsome young men who looked exactly the same. One of them was dressed in red and had a gentle smile on his face that made people feel as if they were bathed in the spring breeze. The other one was dressed in blue and stood there. His face was cold and unapproachable. When the two of them stood together, one was moving and the other was still. It created a huge surprise. It's senior brother Yi and senior brother Chen. At once, many five-element sect's Gold Peak disciples' eyes lit up as they exclaimed in surprise. Senior brother Yi. Senior brother Chen. The younger generation of five-element sect's disciples who were present greeted the two of them enthusiastically. Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi were twin brothers. At the same time, they were also the direct disciples of the strongest person in Five Elements sect, the sect leader of Five Elements sect. Not only did they have a superior position in Gold Peak, but they could also be considered as the favored ones in the entire Five Elements sect. Junior brother Tian, junior sister Tan. Congratulations! The moment the red-clad Nangong Yi appeared, the first thing he did was to look at Tian Zhan and Tan Huan and congratulate them with a smile. At once, many Five Elements sect's disciples' eyes landed on the two of them. Don't tell me senior sister Tan Huan has also made a breakthrough? Many of them whispered among themselves as they speculated. Tian Zhan was still fine. The news of his breakthrough had already spread out half a month ago. Therefore, it was not a secret at all. Senior brother Yi, why you know about it? Tan Huan, on the other hand, was horrified. She did not expect Nangong Yi to know that she had already made a breakthrough. In fact, other than her and her master, the Peak Master of Water Peak, no one else knew about her breakthrough. Now that Nangong Yi had pointed it out, how could she not be shocked? This young man with a cold face and a taciturn expression who did not fit in with his surroundings gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. This feeling was something that Nangong Yi could not give him. I originally thought that with my current strength and the soul skill 1000 illusions, I'd be able to dominate the younger generation in the Five Elements sect. However, it seems like I've underestimated the Five Elements sect. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He was not completely confident that he could defeat Nangong Yi Chen. Nangong Yi, Tian Zhan, and Tan Huan, who were standing next to Nangong Yi Chen, quickly learned about the ins and outs of the matter from the Five Elements sect's female disciple. At this moment, the three of them looked at Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu without blinking. It was as though they wanted to see something from them. Interesting, interesting. Looks like Wood Peak might not be the one who's at the bottom this time. Nangong Yi smiled faintly. This matter did not concern him, so he just let it go. Tian Zhan and Tan Huan, on the other hand, could not be as calm as Nangong Yi. Their faces were extremely solemn. When they looked at each other, they could see the sparks dancing in each other's eyes. If it was really a trick cast by either Duan Lingtian or Huang Daniu, they did not have the confidence to deal with both Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu. After all, even Hu Fei, who was stronger than them, was hit by the trick. Hu Fei was a disciple of Fire Peak, and they admitted that they were no match for him. For this reason, the peak at the bottom of the Five Elements sect's 5 peaks could only be decided between Water Peak and Earth Peak. None of them were willing to let the peak they were in be at the bottom. The peak at the bottom would not be able to receive the good cultivation resources from the Five Elements sect for the next 3 years. This was because the good cultivation resources had already been distributed to the 4 peaks in front of them. If one had to make an analogy, that was, the peak at the bottom could only eat the leftovers left behind after the other 4 peaks had eaten their fill. But senior brother Hu Fei kept roaring earlier. What did he say about external force? The female disciple added. External force? The moment the female disciple's words left her mouth, Tian Zhan and Tan Huan, who were at loggerheads with each other, suddenly brightened up. If the trick that Hu Fei was hit by was an external force, then they really did not have to worry. This was because during the Battle of the 5 Peaks, the representatives of each peak were not allowed to use any external force, including spirit weapons. They could only fight with their origin energy and concepts empty-handed. The reason for such a requirement was that the Five Elements sect did not wish for any of the peak's disciples to have any accidents. Once they used their spirit weapons, even if there was a group of Five Elements sect's senior officials present, they might not be able to rescue the Five Elements sect's disciples in time when they were in danger. In the past, the Five Elements sect had suffered many similar losses. For this reason, in the current Battle of the 5 Peaks, the young representatives of each peak were not allowed to use any external force, including spirit weapons. If they don't use any external force, they're definitely no match for Hu Fei. At the same time, they might not be a match for us either. Tian Zhan and Tan Huan looked at each other tacitly and smiled. Both of them had guessed each other's thoughts. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. All of a sudden, the wind and clouds in the sky stirred. In the next instant, silhouettes appeared out of thin air one after another. Among these people, there were middle-aged men and old men. Upon seeing these people, the 5-element sect's disciples present on the scene were filled with respect. In the end, they looked at the middle-aged man in plain robes who was the leader with reverence. Sect leader. Sect leader. Sect leader. The group of 5-element sect's disciples bowed respectfully at the middle-aged man in plain robes. He's the sect leader of 5-element sect? For a moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes also landed on the middle-aged man in plain robes. The middle-aged man was dressed in plain robes. His appearance was extremely ordinary, but there was a hint of determination on his face. That pair of calm eyes of his was even more profound, as though they could contain all the rivers in the sea. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the back and saw Yang Ling and Ku Zhang. At this moment, Yang Ling and Ku Zhang were following behind a middle-aged man in grey robes. This middle-aged man in grey robes, on the other hand, was standing side by side with 3 other people behind the sect leader of 5-element sect. He's the Peak Master of Wood Peak? Duan Lingtian speculated inwardly. Unlike the sect leader of 5-element sect who had an ordinary appearance, although this Peak Master of Wood Peak was already middle-aged, and time had left traces of vicissitudes on his face, he must have been a rare handsome man when he was young. Ha! Soon, Duan Lingtian noticed that the Peak Master of Wood Peak was looking straight at him and nodding at him with a smile. You're Duan Lingtian? At the same time, Duan Lingtian's eardrums trembled slightly when he heard the voice of a middle-aged man that was filled with magnetism. The owner of this voice was undoubtedly the Peak Master of Wood Peak. Duan Lingtian greets the Peak Master. Also, thank you for the origin-enhancing fruit that you gave me a few days ago. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. 3rd place. Are you confident? After a moment of silence, the Peak Master of Wood Peak's voice resonated again. 3rd place? Upon hearing the words of the Peak Master of Wood Peak, Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses and realized what he was talking about. It was none other than the specific ranking of the 5 peaks after the Battle of the 5 Peaks today. The Peak Master of Wood Peak was asking him if he was confident that Wood Peak would be ranked 3rd among the 5 peaks. Peak Master, my goal is to be ranked 2nd at the very least. If there's a chance, I'll definitely take the 1st place. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he replied through voice transmission. Ha ha ha. Good, good. If you can take the 2nd place, I'll owe you a favor. If you have any requests in the future, as long as it's within my ability and it doesn't endanger the 5-element sect, I'll definitely fulfill your request. The Peak Master of Wood Peak's voice transmission was filled with hearty laughter as he made a promise. Thank you, Peak Master. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, this promise from the Peak Master of Wood Peak was no different from a free gift. Hu Fei, what are you doing? All of a sudden, a loud voice resonated in the air and snapped Duan Lingtian back to his senses. Duan Lingtian looked over, and only then did he realize that the old man who was standing side by side with the Peak Master of Wood Peak behind the sect leader of 5-element sect was looking at Hu Fei, who was still flying away with a grave expression on his face. The old man had seen Hu Fei's wretched state. This was also the reason why his expression was grave. Spiritual energy? Right at this moment, a short middle-aged fatty next to the old man narrowed his eyes as though he had discovered something. What a powerful spiritual energy! Almost at the same time, Duan Lingtian felt a powerful spiritual energy attacking him. It instantly shattered the illusory space that he created with his soul skill, 1,000 illusions. Which Peak Master is that short fatty from? Chapter 888. He's the Peak Master of Earth Peak, Jianghu. Chen Wei said. Peak Master of Earth Peak? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. Then, does this mean that he's Tianzhen's father? Yes. Chen Wei nodded. Earth Peak. Duan Lingtian was no stranger to Earth Peak. Before he came to the 5-element sect and was still in Settlement City, the Earth Peak's disciple who was lurking in Wood Peak's stronghold had already tried to tempt him to join Earth Peak with the price of a Grade 2 spirit weapon and a 7th-level concept fragment. Due to this reason, he had long been acquainted with Earth Peak. When Duan Lingtian saw Jianghu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak, looking at him immediately after he shattered the illusory space with his spiritual energy, he knew that he was the owner of the spiritual energy that created the illusory space. However, he did not mind at all. He looked back at him fearlessly. However, very soon, both Duan Tian and Tiangu shifted their gazes away from each other and shifted their gazes to another place. Unknowingly, the old man who was standing next to Tiangu disappeared before Duan Tian's eyes. When he reappeared, he was already standing next to Hu Fei, who was in a panic, beaten up, and battered like a pig. Hu Fei, what were you doing just now? The old man scolded Hu Fei with a solemn face. It did not cross his mind that his proud disciple would end up in such a wretched state today. Not only that, it was in front of a group of 5 Element Sect's senior officials and disciples, embarrassing him completely. He's the Peak Master of Fire Peak, Cha Bai. Chen Wei's voice entered clearly into Duan Tian's ears. Duan Tian nodded his head. In fact, even if Chen Wei did not say anything, he could already guess the old man's identity. This old man was standing in a row with Tiangu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak, and the Peak Master of Wood Peak. There were a total of 4 people standing in a row behind the sect leader of 5 Element Sect. Based on this, their identities were obvious. They were none other than the Peak Masters of the other 4 peaks in 5 Element Sect other than Gold Peak. Master. At this moment, Hu Fei finally regained his senses. When he saw Cha Bai in front of him and noticed the strange gazes that were being directed at him from the surroundings, a chilling gleam flashed across his eyes. Chen Wei, I'm going to kill you. Hu Fei suddenly looked at Duan Tian, Huang Daniu, and Chen Wei, who were standing not far away. The flames that rose from his body raged even more violently. He wanted to attack the 3 Duan Tian. Pa! A crisp sound of a slap resonated in the air. It was Cha Bai who had raised his hand and slapped Hu Fei, causing half of Hu Fei's face to swell even more. Don't you think that you've embarrassed yourself enough? Cha Bai's gloomy voice was mixed with a hint of anger. After being slapped by Cha Bai, Hu Fei's body trembled all of a sudden. With a jolt, he finally regained his senses and lowered his head in shame. Master, this disciple is useless. I've embarrassed you. However, if they didn't rely on external forces, this disciple wouldn't have ended up in such a pathetic state. Don't worry, Master. Once the Battle of the 5 Peaks begins, this disciple will definitely make them regret it for the rest of their lives as long as they dare to make a move. When Hu Fei reached the end of his sentence, he gritted his teeth. His eyes that were filled with hatred flashed with a chilling gleam as he glanced at Duan Tian and the other 2. Upon hearing Hu Fei's words, the surrounding 5 Element Sect's disciples burst into an uproar. External forces? Hu Fei was made into such a pathetic state by external forces? At this moment, they finally came to a realization. No wonder the situation earlier was so strange. So it turns out that the people from Wood Peak had used external forces to make senior brother Hu Fei suffer such a humiliation. Humph. Nobody is allowed to rely on external forces in the Battle of the 5 Peaks. Otherwise, it would be considered as a loss. I'm afraid these 3 people from Wood Peak are going to be in trouble if they don't admit defeat. I'm looking forward to seeing how senior brother Hu Fei, who has been humiliated, is going to take revenge on the 3 people from Wood Peak. Many of the 5 Element Sect's disciples began to discuss among themselves. All of them felt that Duan Tian and the other 2 were going to be in trouble. Of course, there were exceptions as well. For example, Nangong and his brother, Tiangu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak, Wood Peak, and the 2 old men behind him, Yang and Kuzhang. Senior brother Yang, looks like these 3 little fellows have helped you to vent your anger. Kuzhang said to Yang with a smile. Yang nodded his head lightly. However, one could not see any fluctuation in his emotions. At this moment, his gaze landed on Hu Fei's body. After consuming the healing medicinal pill, the wounds on his face were healing at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Traces of complicated light flashed across his eyes. After 10 years, he realized that when he faced this disciple who had betrayed him in the past again, he was no longer as angry as before. Everything seemed to have faded away now. As expected, time could dilute everything. Now, the peak masters of the other 4 peaks, please gather with the young representatives of the other 4 peaks. Half an hour later, the Battle of the 5 Peaks will begin. At that time, the 5 peaks will be ranked again. According to the ranking, the resources that each peak will enjoy in the next 3 years will be decided. Soon after, the sect leader of the 5 Element Sect announced in a loud voice. At once, The 3 peak masters behind the sect leader of the 5 elements sect spread out one by one with the elders behind them and flew to the side of the sky not far away. For example, the peak master of Wood Peak brought Yangling and Kuzhang to the side of Duanling Tian and the other 2. Peak master. After Duanling Tian and the other 2 greeted the peak master of Wood Peak with a smile, they looked at Yangling and Kuzhang and greeted both of them as well. During this time, Duanling Tian learned the name of the peak master of Wood Peak from Chen Wei's voice transmission, Qi Yu. As for the sect leader of 5 Elements sect, his name was Guochong. Tiangu, the peak master of Earth Peak, brought along an Earth Peak elder and gathered with Tianzhen. Father. Tianzhen greeted Tiangu respectfully. As for the other 2 people beside him, they also addressed Tiangu as peak master. Yes. Tiangu nodded his head with a smile. However, even though there was a smile on his face, there was a hint of worry in between his brows as though he was worried about something. Father, don't worry. I'll definitely defeat the 2 young powerhouses that Wood Peak found. I won't let Earth Peak be at the bottom. Tianzhen seemed to have guessed what his father was worried about, so he comforted him. No. Upon hearing Tianzhen's words, Tiangu shook his head. Ha! Tianzhen was puzzled. Zhener, your opponent this time is not the 2 people from Wood Peak. It's Tan Huan from Water Peak. When Tiangu reached this part of the sentence, he looked into the distance. There, Tan Huan was gathered with a middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman was none other than Yu Feng, the peak master of Water Peak. For a mere woman to become the peak master of Water Peak, one of the 5 peaks of 5 Elements sect, Yu Feng was naturally not a simple person. Her cultivation base was not inferior to Cha Bai and Tiangu at all. Father, I might not be able to win against Tan Huan. She has also made a breakthrough to the 6th level void interpretation. Tianzhen smiled wryly. In the past, when he and Tan Huan were both 5th level void interpretation martial artists, they had fought before. At that time, he was slightly inferior to her. Initially, he thought he could defeat Tan Huan after he had made a breakthrough to the 6th level void interpretation. He did not expect Tan Huan to have made a breakthrough as well. What? Tiangu was shocked. She has made a breakthrough as well? Looks like our Earth Peak is really in danger this time. Zhener, you must try your best to defeat Tan Huan. Otherwise, our Earth Peak will be quiet for 3 years. Father, what are you talking about? Even if I can't win against Tan Huan, that Duanling Tian and Huang Daniu from Wood Peak might not be a match for me as well. I heard that they're only 5th level void interpretation martial artists. Tianjin said. Humph. Tiangu snorted coldly. Do you think a person who can make Hu Fei so wretched would be a 5th level void interpretation martial artist? Tianzhen was stunned for a moment before he continued. Father, didn't Hu Fei say so earlier? It's because the 3 people from Wood Peak relied on external forces that made him so wretched. However, external forces are not allowed in the Battle of the 5 Peaks. A confident smile appeared on Tianzhen's face when he reached this point. If they don't rely on external forces, it won't be difficult for me to defeat them. External forces. Tiangu sneered. Hu Fei said it was an external force, but you really think it's an external force? Looks like the name I gave you back then was right. Tianzhen. Naive. Father, what do you mean by that? Tianzhen faintly sensed that something was amiss. His face turned solemn immediately. You should know that other than being a martial artist, I'm also an inscription master who studies the Tao of inscriptions. I can release my spiritual energy. Do you know that I was the one who saved Hu Fei earlier? Tiangu said. Father, I know you're an inscription master, and I know that inscription masters can release their spiritual energy. However, you said you were the one who saved Hu Fei. What do you mean by that? Tianzhen asked with a puzzled expression. If I'm not mistaken, Hu Fei should be in a place similar to an illusory realm. That illusory realm was constructed with spiritual energy as the foundation. Tiangu took a deep breath and voiced his speculation in a low voice. What? Illusory realm? Or is it an illusory realm constructed with spiritual energy? Tianzhen's eyes narrowed as he exclaimed in shock. Don't tell me that Duanling Tian and the other 2 have some kind of special demon beast that has an innate soul brand and can cast soul skills before entering the Emperor stage. Humph. If that's a demon beast's technique, then it's also an external force. It won't affect the Battle of the 5 Peaks. Jianghu snorted and said in fear. However, the problem is, after I used my spiritual energy to destroy the illusory realm constructed with spiritual energy, I realized that the owner of the spiritual energy was Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian. When the three words entered Tianzhan's ears, it was like a sudden clap of thunder that caused his expression to change drastically. Father, you mean that Duanling Tian is able to construct an illusory realm with his spiritual force? Don't tell me he's a demon? Tianzhan gasped. Shock was written all over his face. Demon. Even the weakest demon was in existence at the first level of the void transformation stage, and a single move was sufficient to defeat him. Of course not. Even though his spiritual energy is pretty good, it's still far from the spiritual energy of a void transformation stage martial artist. I'm guessing that it's very likely that he's a variant born from a human and a demon, a heaven-defying variant that possesses an innate ability. Chapter 889. Variant? Tianzhan's eyes narrowed when he heard that. Shock was written all over his face. Naturally, he had heard of the variant before. They were either mediocre or heaven-defying. Duanling Tian was obviously the latter. Innate ability. He's casting his innate ability. Tianzhan exclaimed through voice transmission as he looked at Tiangu with dread in his eyes. That's the only possibility. Tiangu nodded. His face was extremely solemn. After all, a human who was neither a demon nor a powerhouse like Emperor Wu could only be a variant if he wanted to cast something similar to a soul skill with his spiritual energy. However, Tiangu would never have thought of that. Duanling Tian was able to construct an illusory space with his spiritual energy not because he was a variant, but because he had inherited a soul brand deep in his soul. That soul brand was made by an inscription master. Perhaps that inscription master's cultivation wasn't high, but his persistence in the Tao of inscriptions was shocking. This could be seen from the fact that he was able to research the soul brand. Father, I'll do my best. After learning about Duanling Tian's background, Tianzhan no longer had any thoughts of competing with Wood Peak. His attention was completely focused on a woman in the distance. Water Peak. Tan Huan. For Earth Peak, he must win. 2 representatives of the younger generation from each peak? Duanling Tian was surprised when he learned about the rules of the Battle of the 5 Peaks from Qi Yu, the peak master of Wood Peak. In the Battle of the 5 Peaks, each of the 5 peaks of the 5-element sect would send out 2 representatives. The 2 representatives had to be disciples of the younger generation. Yu and Dainyu will be the representatives of Wood Peak. Work hard. Yang Ling said to Duanling Tian and Huang Dainyu with a smile. Don't worry, Elder Yang. Duanling Tian and I will definitely obtain the first place in the Battle of the 5 Peaks for Wood Peak, and let Wood Peak ascend to the top of the 5 peaks. Huang Dainyu said confidently as he waved his fist. The reason he dared to say so was because he had confidence in Duanling Tian. It was precisely because of this that he felt they had full confidence in assisting the Wood Peak to seize the first in the Battle of the 5 Peaks. Duanling Tian shook his head. Of course, he could guess what Huang Dainyu was thinking. He felt that Huang Dainyu had underestimated the people from Gold Peak. One had to know that even he did not dare to say that he was completely confident. On Jin Feng's side, the 2 Nangong brothers would definitely go up together. He was not afraid of Nangong Yi, but he had no choice but to be afraid of Nangong Chen. Nangong Chen was the same as him. They were both inscriptionists. Perhaps, Nangong Chen's attainment in the Tao of inscription was far inferior to his. However, as an inscription master, Nangong Chen could control his own spiritual energy at will. Furthermore, Nangong's spiritual power was at the same level as Hua Yuhao's spiritual power. Hua Yuhao's soul skill, 1,000 illusions, was of no use. There's no need for first place. It's enough if we can get second place. Qi Yu shook his head before looking at Duanling Tian. He smiled and said, Don't you agree, Duanling Tian? I'll do my best. Duanling Tian replied seriously. I believe in you. Qi Yu nodded his head. On Gold Peak side, which was also where Guocheng, the sect leader of the 5-element sect, was at. At this moment, there were 2 figures next to Guocheng. They were 2 young men who looked exactly the same. They were a pair of twins. One of them was dressed in red while the other one was dressed in green. They were none other than Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi. Both of them were Guocheng's direct disciples, and they were also his only 2 disciples. Even if he only had these 2 disciples, it was enough for Guocheng to be proud of himself. It was enough to make many people envious. Whether it was Nangong Chen or Nangong Yi, both of them were martial Dao geniuses with extraordinary innate talent. They were only in their early 30s, but they were already the leader of the younger generation in the 5-element sect. There's no problem, right? Guocheng suddenly asked. It was obvious that he was asking his 2 direct disciples next to him. He's no match for Duan Lingtian. The surprising thing was, the person who spoke first was not Nangong Yi. Instead, it was Nangong Chen who had a cold expression on his face. When Nangong Chen answered Guocheng's question, it was obvious that the cold expression on his face had eased up a little. Oh! Guocheng's eyes lit up as he asked curiously, "What do you mean?" "Master, that Duan Lingtian is a little monster. According to me and second..." Nangong Yi was just about to say, "second brother," when he noticed Nangong Chen's cold gaze that was as sharp as a knife. He could only swallow the word, brother, back down. After swallowing the word back down, he continued to say, "According to our speculations, Duan Lingtian should be a variant." Variant? The moment Nangong Yi's words left his mouth, Guocheng's eyes narrowed as a shocked expression appeared on his face. As the sect leader of the 5-element sect, he naturally knew what the word variant meant. A variant was either mediocre or heaven-defying. It was obvious that Duan Lingtian was not the former. "Why do you think he's a variant?" Guocheng asked. Nangong Yi took a deep breath and told him everything that he had learned so far. Naturally, he was talking about how Duan Lingtian made fun of Hu Fei. "Chen, are you sure it's Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy that created the illusion?" When Guocheng heard this, he looked at Nangong Chen with a solemn expression on his face. Although he had noticed Hu Fei's abnormality when he first arrived, he thought it was Duan Lingtian and the other 2 who had used some external force when he heard Hu Fei mentioning something about an external force. It did not cross his mind that it was not an external force but Duan Lingtian, the variant's innate ability. Yes. Nangong Chen nodded his head firmly. He was extremely certain. Guocheng took a deep breath. He knew this disciple of his very well. If he did not have 100% confidence, he would not have nodded his head. "What's the level of his spiritual energy?" Guocheng continued to ask. "It's not inferior to mine," Nangong Chen replied truthfully. "7th level void interpretation?" Guocheng's eyes narrowed as he said in shock. "No wonder you said is not a match for him. It seems like he's either hiding his cultivation base or he's consumed a spirit fruit that can improve his soul." As the sect leader of the 5-element sect, Guocheng was very knowledgeable. In just a short moment, he had already guessed many things. "Chen, how confident are you that you can defeat him?" Guocheng asked. 90%. Nangong Chen pondered for a moment before replying. "You're not 100% confident?" Guocheng frowned. Gold Peak had always been the #1 peak in the 5-element sect. No matter how many years had passed, its position had never changed. However, if Gold Peak was defeated by Wood Peak today, the legend that Gold Peak had created in the 5-element sect would be broken. That was not something he wanted to see. No. Nangong Chen shook his head and stared coldly at the purple figure in the distance. "He gives me a very dangerous feeling. I am not sure if a miracle will happen on him." "A miracle?" When he heard Nangong Chen's words, Guocheng frowned. Then he smiled and said, "That's right. After all, he is a variant." On Cloud Continent, variants, especially those who possessed innate abilities, were known as the favored children of the heavens. In the history of the 5-element sect, there had never been a variant. However, today, when Guocheng was in charge of the 5-element sect, an anomaly had appeared. Just this point alone was enough to make the later generations of the 5-element sect remember him forever. At that point they would say, "In the past, our 5-element sect had a sect leader named Guocheng. During the era when he was in charge of the sect, a variant appeared in the sect. A variant with an innate ability." On Fire Peak's side, Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, had a grave expression on his face. His eyes that were staring at the few people from Wood Peak seemed to be burning with extreme fury. It was a fury that could burn everything into ashes. To him, It was a humiliation that his direct disciple was humiliated in such a way. It was a naked humiliation. Duan Lingtian, Huang Daniu. As long as you dare to fight with me, even if I can't kill you, I'll definitely cripple you. Only then can I, Hu Fei, vent the hatred in my heart. It was as though there were only 2 young men left in the world in Hu Fei's eyes. His eyes that were staring at the 2 of them were filled with intense red as though he was about to devour them. On Waterpeak's side. Huaner, you've already made a breakthrough to the 6th level void interpretation. It shouldn't be a problem for you to suppress the 2 people from Wood Peak. However, I still hope that you can suppress Tianjin as well so that Water Peak can continue to be the 3rd peak of the 5-element sect. Yu Feng, the peak master of Water Peak, said solemnly. Don't worry, master. I'll definitely give it my all. Tan Huan nodded her head heavily. Currently, other than the 4 young disciples from Gold Peak and Wood Peak who were already in their positions, there were 3 more people from Fire Peak, Water Peak, and Earth Peak besides Hu Fei, Tan Huan, and Tianjin. Soon, half an hour had passed by. Same old rules. Guachong, the sect leader of the 5-element sect, glanced at the peak masters of the other 4 peaks and said slowly. Just when the 4 peak masters of the 5-element sect narrowed their eyes and the surrounding 5-element sect's disciples were staring at them intently, Guachong spoke. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As Guachong raised his hand, 10 streaks of light shot up into the sky and disappeared into the clouds in just a blink of an eye. What's going on? Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu were puzzled. They had just arrived at the 5-element sect not long ago, and this was their first time experiencing the Battle of the 5 Peaks. It was also their first time witnessing such a scene. It's 10 pieces of paper. On the pieces of paper, the numbers 1 to 10 are written. The 10 young talents from the 5 peaks will fight against each other according to the numbers written on the paper until the final ranking is determined, Chen Wei explained. The Battle of the 5 Peaks is divided into 2 stages, the individual battle and the group battle. This is the first stage, the individual battle. Duan Lingtian finally understood. Huang Dania's eyes narrowed as he exclaimed in shock. Those are actually 10 pieces of paper? Oh my goodness! As expected of the sect leader. His strength is really terrifying. If he throws those pieces of paper at me, wouldn't I be in grave danger? Compared to Huang Daniu who was making a fuss over nothing, Duan Lingtian had a calm expression. Guachong, the sect leader of the 5-element sect, had most likely already reached the peak of the void. To a powerhouse at the peak of the void, even a piece of paper could be turned into a lethal weapon in their hands. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Instead, he would become the last person to help Gold Peak ascend to the top at the critical moment. As for the 2 of you, I also suggest that we let Daniu advance first. Duan Lingtian, you should recuperate for now. Unless the other 8 people from the other 4 peaks are no match for Daniu, then Daniu can win the first place. Otherwise, you still have a chance to surpass Daniu's ranking. Chen Wei continued. Duan Lingtian nodded. As for Daniu, there was no problem. He admitted that he was not a match for Duan Lingtian, so he might as well let Duan Lingtian rest while he fought first. In any case, in the end, the person who fought for the top rankings of the individual battles for Wood Peak would be Duan Lingtian. After number 10 Nangong Yi advanced, number 2 would fight number 9. Number 2, another female disciple of Water Peak. Number 9, Hu Fei of Fire Peak. Facing Hu Fei, the female disciple of Water Peak was very self-aware and directly admitted defeat. Number 9 Hu Fei advanced. The Battle of the 5 Peaks continued. Number 3 would fight number 8. Number 3, Tianjin of Earth Peak. Number 8, another male disciple of Earth Peak. Tianjin admitted defeat. Just like Nangong Chen, he would recuperate and wait for the results to be out before initiating a challenge to get a good ranking for Earth Peak. Number 8, another male disciple of Earth Peak advanced. Number 4 would fight number 7. Number 4, another male disciple of Fire Peak. Number 7, Tan Huan of Water Peak. Number 7, Tan Huan advanced. Then, it was number 5 and number 6, Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu's turn. Duan Lingtian admitted defeat while Huang Daniu advanced. The results of the first round were out just like that. Coincidentally, the ones who admitted defeat in the first round were number 1 to number 5. Number 6 to number 10 had all advanced. They were respectively Huang Daniu, Tan Huan, another male disciple of Earth Peak, Hu Fei, and Nangong Yi. They continued to fight head to tail. In the first round, Huang Daniu was up against Nangong Yi. Both of them stood in the air, facing each other. Daniu, this Nangong Yi has already broken through to the 7th level void interpretation. Even if you admit defeat in this round, nobody will laugh at you. This was what Chen Wei told Huang Daniu before he entered the arena. However, Huang Daniu still entered the arena without any hesitation. According to him, it was a 7th level void interpretation. It was rare for him to have a fight with a 7th level void interpretation martial artist. Moreover, there was no danger to his life, so he did not want to miss it. This Huang Daniu actually dares to fight with senior brother Yi. He must be tired of living. Senior brother Yi is a 7th level void interpretation powerhouse. I heard that this Huang Daniu is only a 5th level void interpretation martial artist. I really don't know where he got his courage from to fight with senior brother Yi. Senior martial brother Yi will be able to defeat him easily in one move. The group of 5 element sect's disciples who were watching by the side discussed animatedly. Nobody thought that Huang Daniu would be a match for Nangong Yi. I heard that you're one of the 2 strongest people among the younger generation in the 5 element sect. Your cultivation base has already broken through to the 7th level void interpretation. I wonder if you dare to fight with me there? Huang Daniu ignored the discussion around him. He looked at Nangong Yi seriously and pointed his finger at the cliff beside the gold peak. Upon hearing Huang Daniu's words, Nangong Yi raised his eyebrows and asked, "You've comprehended the earth concept?" It was obvious that he had guessed Huang Daniu's intention. He wanted to borrow the earth energy from the earth concept to fight with him. "Yes. Of course you can reject it," Huang Daniu said. "However, even if you reject it, I'll still fight with you. Even if I know that I'll lose." At this moment, the group of 5 element sect's disciples who were watching by the side quieted down. It was obvious that they wanted to know if Nangong Yi would agree to Huang Daniu's ridiculous request. "Why should I reject it?" Nangong Yi smiled and answered Huang Daniu. "As expected of senior brother Yi. He knows that the other party has comprehended the earth concept. As long as he's close to the ground, he'll be able to borrow the earth energy. However, he still agreed to his unreasonable request. This is courage. Ordinary people might not even have it." "Of course. Do you think that everyone is like senior brother Yi?" "Senior brother Yi, go for it. I believe that even if he borrows the earth energy, he's still not a match for you. Senior brother Yi, make Huang Daniu accept his defeat wholeheartedly." The group of 5 element sect's disciples shouted excitedly. They were full of confidence in Nangong Yi. Whoosh! Huang Daniu flew out and arrived at the side of the Gold Peaks cliff in just a moment. He slowly closed his eyes and let out a long sigh as if he was sensing something. In just a moment, strands of solidified khaki energy appeared on Huang Daniu's body and began to roll as if it was resonating with the earth. At this moment, Nangong Yi appeared in front of Huang Daniu. He could not help but feel surprised when he saw the energy rolling around Huang Daniu's body. "Looks like I've still underestimated you," Nangong Yi muttered to himself. Whoosh! Unknowingly, the solidified khaki energy around Huang Daniu's body seemed to have completed a brand new transformation as it emitted a terrifying aura. In the next moment, the heaven and earth phenomenon began to form above Huang Daniu's head. Silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared out of thin air one after another. They were majestic and their numbers continued to increase as if there was no end to it. 50. 70. 100. It was still increasing. Gradually, the increase slowed down and finally stopped there. 185 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons hovered above Huang Daniu's head. 185 pairs of sharp eyes looked down at Nangong Yi as though they would pounce on him at any moment. How's this possible? This Huang Daniu is actually so strong. The 185 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in front of them gave the group of 5 element sect's disciples a great shock. Even Tan Huan from Water Peak and Tianjun from Earth Peak had dread written all over their faces. 6th level Void Interpretation, 6th level Intermediate Earth Concept, coupled with the Earth energy that you borrowed from your Earth concept. You're qualified to fight with me now. Nan Gongyi opened his mouth slowly and directly pointed out Huang Dania's background. The 6th level Void Interpretation had the strength of 80 ancient horned dragons when his origin energy was fully unleashed. The 6th level Intermediate Earth Concept was equivalent to the strength of 70 ancient horned dragons. The Earth energy borrowed from this level of Earth Concept was equivalent to the strength of 35 ancient horned dragons. It was also half of the energy contained in the Earth Concept. In total, it was equivalent to the strength of 185 ancient horned dragons. I'm looking forward to the battle with you. Huang Daniu took a deep breath and stared at Nan Gongyi with a burning gaze. Putting everything else aside, I, Huang Daniu, admire you for your courage to let me borrow the Earth energy from my Earth Concept to fight with you. Haha. Interesting, interesting. Faced with the straightforward Huang Daniu, Nan Gongyi had a good impression of him. He laughed out loud as the origin energy on his body stirred and transformed into waves of blue waves that swept across his entire body. Chapter 891. When did Daniu comprehend the 6th level Intermediate Earth Concept? Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned when he saw the 185 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Huang Daniu's head. He did not find it strange that Huang Daniu's cultivation base had broken through to the 6th level Void Interpretation. After all, Huang Daniu had consumed an origin-enhancing fruit just like him. The medicinal efficacy of the origin-enhancing fruit was enough to help Huang Daniu break through. What surprised Duan Lingtian was that Huang Daniu had actually comprehended the 6th level Intermediate Earth Concept. He still remembered when he first met Huang Daniu a month ago. Huang Daniu had only comprehended the 5th level Intermediate Earth Concept. In other words, his current 6th level Intermediate Earth Concept was something he'd only comprehended recently. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of air flowing could be heard. It attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. The heaven and earth energy above Nan Gongyi who was confronting Huang Daniu began to stir. Subsequently, it quickly gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared first. It was as if they were telling the people around Nan Gongyi's current cultivation base. 7th level Void Interpretation. Subsequently, another 90 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. They wriggled down and were ready to attack. 8th level Intermediate Water Concept. Duan Lingtian's eyes could not help but narrow when he saw this. He did not expect Nan Gongyi's strength to be so strong. Other than having an extraordinary cultivation base, he had even comprehended the 8th level Void Interpretation concept. Without using any spirit weapon, Nan Gongyi's strength was equivalent to 190 ancient horned dragons' strength. Compared to Huang Daniu who relied on his Earth concept to borrow the Earth energy, he was even more powerful. He had an extra strength of 5 ancient horned dragons. 7th level Void Interpretation. 8th level Intermediate Water Concept. Seeing the strength that Nan Gongyi displayed, Huang Daniu turned pale with fright. After taking a deep breath, Huang Daniu's expression gradually calmed down as he stared at Nan Gongyi. Although the difference of the strength of 5 ancient horned dragons was still a little huge, with the help of the Earth energy, it was enough for him to contend with it. The Earth energy gave him an additional strength of 35 ancient horned dragons. If he did not borrow the Earth energy from the Earth concept, the gap between him and Nan Gongyi would not be as simple as just the strength of 5 ancient horned dragons. Instead, it was the strength of 40 ancient horned dragons. The difference of the strength of 40 ancient horned dragons was enough for Nan Gongyi to easily defeat him in one blow. Senior Marshal Brother Yi is so strong. No wonder Senior Marshal Brother Yi agreed to Huang Daniu's unreasonable request. It turns out that he wasn't afraid of Huang Daniu at all. So what if this Huang Daniu borrowed the power of the earth? He's still not as good as Senior Marshal Brother Yi. Many of the 5 Element sect's younger generation disciples who were spectating stared at Nan Gongyi with burning eyes. In their eyes, Nan Gongyi was an existence that they could not surpass and could only look up to. At the same time, he was also the future pillar of the 5 Element sect. Come on. Nan Gongyi was surrounded by a light shield formed by aqua blue waves. He looked at Huang Daniu with a smile on his face. The moment Huang Daniu heard this, he took a deep breath. The muscles all over his body bulged as the khaki energy around his body began to surge. In the next moment, a part of the khaki energy separated and quickly consolidated into a stone platform under his feet. The moment the stone platform appeared, Huang Daniu made his move. Boom! Huang Daniu's feet landed on the stone platform and made a deafening sound. In an instant, the stone platform cracked. Cracks began to appear on it and spread out in all directions. They intertwined with each other and looked like a spider web. The cracks spread all over the stone platform in an instant. With a loud bang, the stone platform exploded and turned into dust. Whoosh! At the same time, Huang Daniu, who borrowed the force from the stone platform, shot out like a cannonball and charged toward Nangong Yi. He lifted his hand and threw a punch. Whoosh! The punch was like a landslide. The vast khaki energy swept out like a khaki divine dragon and pounced toward Nangong Yi with bared fangs and claws. At the same time, 185 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons charged out from the void above Huang Daniu's head and charged toward the 190 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Nangong Yi's head. Boom! 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 Huang Daniu unleashed his full strength the moment he attacked. The punch that contained the strength of 185 ancient horned dragons shook the air and set off a series of ear-piercing explosions. A Daniu who borrows the earth's energy. Even I can't take one punch from him without using my soul skill. The scene before him made Duan Lingtian feel extremely complicated. He suddenly felt that he seemed to have been overly reliant on his soul skill since the beginning. Of course, he knew in his heart that the reason he was so reliant on his soul skill, the 1,000 illusions, was because it was the most powerful technique he possessed now. The level of his spiritual energy was higher than his cultivation base, which also meant that the effect of his soul skill would be greater than his own strength. Perhaps, after my cultivation base broke through to the 6th level void interpretation, my spiritual energy did not break through to the 7th level void interpretation as well. It might not be a bad thing for me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. One had to admit that the existence of the soul skill, the 1,000 illusions, had affected Duan Lingtian's desire to improve to a certain extent. At the very least, he had slacked off on the cultivation of his martial skill. Duan Lingtian hadn't cultivated the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash since he'd stepped into the initial stage in Drift Cloud Town, and he'd instead wholeheartedly immersed himself in the improvement of his cultivation and comprehension of his concept. Boom! A loud noise resonated in the air, causing Duan Lingtian, who was distracted, to regain his senses. He lifted his head and looked at the source of the noise. He saw that in the face of Huang Daniu's ferocious punch that contained the strength of 185 ancient horned dragons, Nangong Yi actually did not avoid it at all and greeted it head-on. He also threw out a punch and collided with Huang Daniu's fist. In an instant, the khaki-colored energy and the aqua-blue energy collided with each other. After a deafening loud noise resonated in the air, it set off a series of terrifying air explosion sounds. At the same time, the airflow in the air was continuously compressed and exploded, causing waves after waves of violent winds to sweep out in all directions in a continuous and unending manner. Whoosh! 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 The violent wind wreaked havoc, causing the robes of the people present to flutter and flutter loudly. Some of the 5-element sect's disciples with a lower cultivation base even turned pale. They could not help but take a few steps back and squint their eyes to withstand the violent wind that was blowing in their faces. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, who was not afraid of the violent wind, looked at the changes in the field with a solemn expression. Since Nangong Yi chose to fight head-on with Huang Daniu, it was obvious that he also had the intention to fight Huang Daniu head-on. Fighting Huang Daniu with a single blow might seem simple, but there were many tricks involved in it. First of all, one could gain the upper hand by striking first. Huang Daniu had taken all the advantages. Under such a premise, even if Nangong Yi's strength was 5 ancient horned dragons more than Huang Daniu's, nobody dared to say that he could defeat Huang Daniu head-on. Boom! 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 In the distance, the sound of air explosion continued to resound. The airflow in the air swept out and set off gusts of violent wind that spread out in all directions. In the field, Nangong Yi and Huang Daniu's bodies came to a halt in the air as their fists collided with each other. The waves of aqua-blue energy seemed to form waves of stormy waves that crashed out one after another. It was as though it wanted to blast away the obstacles in front of it. The khaki-colored energy on the other side was not any weaker. The rolling energy continued to rush out and formed a strange resonance with the nearby gold peak. The two of them were in a stalemate. They were equally matched. This Huang Dainiu is actually so strong after borrowing the earth energy? He can even fight senior brother Yi to a draw. One of the five-element sect's disciples could not help but exclaim. No matter what the result is today, this Huang Dainiu will definitely become famous in our five-element sect and become a new young powerhouse in our five-element sect. With Huang Dainiu's strength and the earth energy, I'm afraid only senior brother Chen and senior brother Yi can be a match for him in our five-element sect. Even senior brother Hu Fei can't do it. That's right. Although senior brother Hu Fei has also made a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation, he has only comprehended the 7th level void interpretation concept. When he unleashes his full strength with his bare hands, he's weaker than senior brother Yi by 10 ancient horned dragons. He's also weaker than Huang Dainiu by 5 ancient horned dragons. If they were to fight head-on, I'm afraid senior brother Hu Fei won't be a match for Huang Dainiu. However, this Huang Dainiu can only borrow the earth energy to possess such a powerful strength in a specific environment. Senior brother Hu Fei can definitely stay away from this specific environment that's beneficial to Huang Dainiu. That's true as well. The group of five-element sect's disciples discussed animatedly. Their words could not help but compare Huang Dainiu and Hu Fei. This Huang Dainiu, he actually has such strength? Upon hearing these words, Hu Fei's face turned extremely grave. Not long ago, when he found out from some of the Fire Peak's disciples that the person who slapped him twice was Huang Dainiu, he could not wait to tear Huang Dainiu into pieces and burn his bones into ashes. Initially, he thought that someone like Huang Dainiu was destined to be tortured by him no matter what the situation was. However, only now did he realize that if Huang Dainiu borrowed the earth energy and did not use any spirit weapon, it was almost impossible for him to be a match for Huang Dainiu. This made him feel ashamed and resentful. If it was his turn to fight with Huang Dainiu, and Huang Dainiu insisted on acting shamelessly and stayed at the side of Gold Peak, he would really not be able to do anything to Huang Dainiu. The Battle of the Five Peaks did not seem to have any rule that stated that one could not borrow the earth energy. At that time, they would most likely be judged as a draw. He did not have the confidence to defeat Huang Dainiu, who had borrowed the earth energy. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Nangong Yi and Huang Dainiu continued to be in a stalemate. The strength in their hands continued to surge out and collided with each other violently. They were evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine the winner. That's Chapter 892. Just when Duanling Tian fixed his gaze on Nangong Yi's fist, the aqua-blue energy on the surface of Nangong Yi's fist suddenly shrunk as though it was being squeezed together. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the aqua-blue energy around Nangong Yi's fist suddenly shrunk and twined around his fist. As he shrunk his energy, Huang Dainiu's energy was completely released. The energy that seemed to have transformed into a khaki-colored divine dragon as it rushed toward Nangong Yi with a crushing force. Senior brother Yi. At this moment, most of the five-element sect's young disciples could not help but feel their hearts in their mouths as they looked at Nangong Yi worriedly. In their opinion, Nangong Yi had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. Don't worry. Don't worry. Even if senior brother Yi loses, Huang Dainiu still has an unfair advantage. Senior brother Yi did not use the earth energy at all. Many of the Gold Peak's disciples comforted themselves, including Duanling Tian, the peak masters of the 5 peaks of 5-element sect, as well as the elders beside them, thought differently from the 5-element sect's disciples. The layman would just watch the show while the expert would know the skill. It seemed like Nangong Yi had shrunk the energy on his fist and allowed Huang Dainiu to gain the upper hand. However, in reality, he was already preparing for his next move. Just when the group of 5-element sect's disciples broke out in cold sweat for Nangong Yi and when Duanling Tian's eyes were completely focused, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Nangong Yi made his move. Whoosh! Nangong Yi took a step forward and welcomed Huang Dainiu's punch that contained a vast amount of energy. In the eyes of the others, it was no different from suicide. Senior brother Yi. Upon seeing this, Many of the Five Elements sect's female disciples were so frightened that they could not help but cry out. It was at this moment that the blue energy around Nan Gongyi's fist, which seemed to have turned into liquid, suddenly exploded as he clashed with Huang Daniu with his fist once again. Boom! A terrifying power blossomed from Nan Gongyi's fist and exploded. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, this scene was no different from a bomb explosion on Earth in his previous life. After the power of Nan Gongyi's fist exploded, all that was left in front of the spectators was a watery blue sky. It was as if half of the sky had been dyed blue. At this moment, one could vaguely see two figures colliding with each other behind the blue sky. Suddenly, one of the figures with a medium build leaned forward and maintained his punching posture, not moving at all. On the other hand, another tall figure flew out like an arrow leaving the bow. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood into the sky. He let out a few muffled groans. Boom! Almost at the same time, a terrifying loud sound rang out, and a vast gale swept in all directions, blowing away even the blue sky. In the distance, Nan Gongyi stood in the sky with a graceful bearing. On the other hand, Huang Daniu stood even further away in a sorry state, and his countenance that was ghastly pale recovered slightly after consuming a healing medicinal pill. "You're very strong. I, Huang Daniu, wholeheartedly accept my loss." Huang Daniu took a deep breath and looked at Nan Gongyi as he spoke frankly. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Nan Gongyi to reply before flying out to return to the side of Duan Lingtian and the other members of the Wood Peak. "Peak Master, Elder Yang, Elder Ku, I've disappointed all of you." Huang Daniu spoke apologetically. "Daniu, you've done very well." Kuzheng smiled. Earlier, when Huang Daniu revealed his strength without holding back, it had shocked him as well. Never had he imagined that in a short period of a month, Huang Daniu's strength would undergo such a great change. "Daniu, when did you break through to the 6th level of the void interpretation stage? Besides that, you've actually comprehended 6th level intermediate earth concept." Chen Wei looked at Huang Daniu with a dazed expression. At this moment, he felt that the big guy in front of him had suddenly become so unfamiliar to him that he had to reacquaint himself with him. Hee. Huang Daniu grinned foolishly and did not explain further. He could tell that neither Ku Zhang nor Chen Wei knew about the origin-enhancing fruit. Since that was the case, he naturally would not take the initiative to expose them. After all, the origin-enhancing fruit that he consumed was originally intended to be given to Chen Wei by the Peak Master of Wood Peak. Who knew if Ku Zhang and his disciple would have any opinions about it after they found out about it? Not bad, not bad. Qi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, smiled and nodded at Huang Daniu. It was obvious that he was very satisfied with Huang Daniu's performance earlier. Upon hearing this, Huang Daniu was overwhelmed by the favor. "Daniu, you've really hidden it well. When did you comprehend 6th level intermediate earth concept?" Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Daniu deeply. Hee. Just a few days ago." Huang Daniu said with a grin. "I admit defeat." Suddenly, a gentle voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, causing him to snap back to reality. He turned his head to look at the source of the voice. With just a glance, he saw the owner of the voice. Tan Huan. She was the strongest person among the younger generation of Water Peak and also the strongest female disciple among the younger generation of the Five Elements sect. After the battle between Huang Daniu and Nan Gongyi, it was her and Hu Fei's turn. However, after witnessing Hu Fei's cultivation base at the 7th level void interpretation, she knew very well that she was no match for him. Therefore, she rationally admitted defeat. Hu Fei advanced to the next round. The second round had ended. The male disciple from Earth Peak had a bye. The third round began. This was because Hu Fei, Tan Huan, and the male disciple from Earth Peak admitted that they were no match for Nan Gongyi. Since Nan Gongyi had defeated Huang Daniu, he was temporarily ranked first in the Battle of the Five Peaks. It was precisely because of this that Huang Daniu took his place to advance to the next round and fought with the male disciple from Earth Peak. The other party had seen Huang Daniu's strength and did not have the intention to fight with him. Therefore, he admitted defeat immediately. Subsequently, only Huang Daniu and Hu Fei were left. Whoosh! Before Hu Fei even entered the arena, Huang Daniu suddenly transformed into a bolt of lightning under the dumbfounded eyes of the crowd. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived at the side of Gold Peak and leaned against the cliff. Upon seeing Huang Daniu's actions, other than Duan Lingtian and a few others, the rest of them were speechless. It did not cross his mind that other than the disciples from Fire Peak, the disciples from Gold Peak, Water Peak, and Earth Peak would also stand on Qi Yu's side and support him. However, if this battle really ended in a tie, he would not be willing to do so no matter what. After all, once the battle between Hu Fei and Huang Daniu ended in a tie, both of their rankings would be tied. At that time, as long as the other representative from Wood Peak defeated the other representative from Fire Peak, his Fire Peak would have to submit to Wood Peak. That was something that he did not want to see. The other representative from Wood Peak, Duan Lingtian, was a young man who was shrouded in mystery. Since Wood Peak chose him as their trump card and allowed him to rest temporarily, it could be seen that his strength was above Huang Daniu. It would be a piece of cake for Duan Lingtian to defeat the other representative from Fire Peak, a Fire Peak disciple who had just made a breakthrough to the 5th level void interpretation. Qi Yu, you can't say that. Everyone knows that as long as a martial artist's cultivation base has stepped into the void, as long as they encounter someone who has comprehended the earth concept, they would not fight with their opponent on the ground. Cha Bai stared at Qi Yu and said in a deep voice, "Am I wrong?" "You're right." Qi Yu nodded his head. Chapter 893. But what if the martial artist who has comprehended the earth concept refuses to leave the ground? What can those martial artists who are far away from the ground do to him then? Qi Yu said as he glanced at Cha Bai nonchalantly. You're twisting logic." Cha Bai was so angry that his face turned grave. His anger was rising. "Twisting logic?" Qi Yu smiled. His smile was extremely bright. "Cha Bai, since you said that I'm twisting logic, then let's just be straightforward. You and I will fight. If you win, I'll ask Daniu to admit defeat. If you lose, I'll ask Hu Fei to admit defeat. What do you think?" Qi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, directly challenged Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak. Whoosh! The moment Qi Yu's words left his mouth, it was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples, causing the group of 5 element sect's disciples to be shocked. "Peak Master Qi Yu wants to challenge Peak Master Cha Bai? I heard that Peak Master Qi Yu is the second most powerful person in our 5-element sect, second only to the sect leader. Does Peak Master Cha Bai dare to accept the challenge? Can't you see that Peak Master Cha Bai's face has turned green? If he dares to accept the challenge, I'll give you 10 mid-grade origin stones. If he doesn't, you'll give me 10 mid-grade origin stones. What do you think?" "Bah! Only a fool would bet with you." Other than the Fire Peak's disciples whose faces were slightly pale, the disciples from the other 4 peaks began to discuss among themselves. The Wood Peak's disciples, in particular, even began to openly bet with each other. Cha Bai, of course, heard all these words without missing a single word. He was so angry that the qi and blood in his body began to boil. He could not wait to accept Qi Yu's challenge and fight him for 300 rounds. However, could he do that? He knew that he was no match for Qi Yu. If he was defeated in front of so many people, where would his dignity as the Peak Master of Fire Peak be? "All right. Both of you want to fight. Don't tell me that you're worried that you won't have a chance. Don't forget that today is the Battle of the 5 Peaks. This is not your stage." Guocheng, the sect leader of 5-element sect, finally could not stand it anymore. "Humph! For the sake of the sect leader, this Peak Master will not argue with you." Guocheng's words, without a doubt, gave Cha Bai a way out. Cha Bai snorted coldly. "Hee. Cha Bai, the sect leader has also said that we don't have to worry about not having a chance to fight. Now, I challenge you to a fight after the Battle of the 5 Peaks. Do you dare?" With a faint smile on his face, Qi Yu mercilessly smashed the excuse that Guocheng had given Cha Bai. "Do you dare?" You. Cha Bai's face turned ghastly pale when he saw that Qi Yu was not going to show him any mercy. However, he did not dare to accept the challenge. Qi Yu's reputation as the second strongest person in the 5-element sect was not undeserved. As the Peak Master of Fire Peak in the 5-element sect, Cha Bai naturally knew this very well. This was also the reason why he didn't dare to accept the challenge. Because once he accepted the challenge, his fate was already sealed, and he would definitely lose. Qiyu, give me some face. Guochong frowned and tried to persuade him again. Qiyu took a deep look at Guochong. Then, he nodded and retreated. At the same time he looked at Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, and said nonchalantly, Cha Bai, all these years, I've never asked about the matters of Wood Peak. However, it doesn't mean that I don't know what you've done. In the future, if you dare to do anything to my Wood Peak that makes me unhappy, I, Qiyu, will definitely go to your Fire Peak and cripple both of your legs. Qiyu's words made Cha Bai's face turn even graver. However, he did not dare to retort. At this moment, he knew that the Qiyu from more than 20 years ago had returned. That arrogant and unruly Qiyu, who dared to fight a powerhouse at the peak of the void with his cultivation base that had just entered the 9th level void transformation stage, had returned. When they saw how Qiyu had rendered Cha Bai speechless with just a few words, they immediately burst into an uproar. All of the 5 element sect's disciples, including the disciples from Fire Peak, burst into an uproar. Although they had heard that Qiyu was the second strongest person in the 5 element sect, they had never thought that his deterrence would be so great. With just a few words, he had rendered the peak master of Fire Peak completely speechless. Sect leader. When the Wood Peak disciples saw this scene, their faces were filled with excitement and pride. This was their peak master of Wood Peak. Hey, brother, which peak are you from? A Wood Peak disciple looked at a disciple from another peak nearby and asked with a smile. I'm from Earth Peak. What about you? The latter replied. I'm from Wood Peak. Do you see that? That's our peak master of Wood Peak. Isn't he awesome? The Wood Peak disciple raised his chest and asked with a smile. Awesome. The latter nodded his head vigorously before smiling flatteringly. Brother, can I ask you something? What is it? If I want to transfer to Wood Peak from Earth Peak, is there anything that I need to do? Similar scenes were playing out on many Wood Peak disciples. In the past, they could not lift their heads in front of the other 4 peaks. However, today, they could finally lift their heads up and proudly say in a loud voice, I'm a Wood Peak disciple. At this moment, they were proud of being a Wood Peak disciple. Yu Feng, the peak master of Water Peak, and Tian Gu, the peak master of Earth Peak, looked at each other. Both of them could see the dread in each other's eyes. At once, both of their faces turned solemn. In this world where the strong are revered, it's true that whoever has the biggest fist is the boss. When Duanling Tian saw how Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, was cowering in front of Qiyu, the peak master of Wood Peak, he could not help but shake his head and smile. At the same time, he was also shocked by Qiyu's strength. Looks like the peak master is in a good mood today. He actually taught Cha Bai a lesson without any mercy. Kuzheng smiled. I'm afraid the peak master has been wanting to do this for a long time. It's just that he didn't have the confidence to do so. After all, the younger generation of disciples from Wood Peak were really disappointing in the past. Now that we have Duanling Tian and Huang Daniu in Wood Peak, the peak master has the confidence to do so as well. Yang Ling hit the nail on the head. Although all the peaks of 5 element sect existed at the same time, they were in a competitive relationship with each other. No matter how powerful a peak master was, there would still be a day when he would die of old age. The cultivation of the younger generation of disciples was the foundation of each peak. They were the pillars that supported the future of each peak. With the intervention of Guochong, the sect leader of 5 element sect, Qiyu and Cha Bai finally retreated. Immediately after, Guochong looked at Huang Daniu and Hu Fei and said loudly, I'll give both of you another 20 breaths of time. After 20 breaths of time, if both of you still haven't made your move, this battle will end in a tie. The moment Guochong's words left his mouth, Huang Daniu smiled. Hu Fei, on the other hand, turned pale. A tie? Him and Huang Daniu? He was a 7th level void interpretation martial artist who had even comprehended the 7th level intermediate fire concept. Huang Daniu was only a 6th level void interpretation martial artist who had only comprehended the 6th level intermediate earth concept. Now, the battle between him and Huang Daniu would end in a tie? At this moment, Hu Fei could feel the mocking gazes from the surroundings. These gazes were none other than mocking him, a 7th level void interpretation martial artist, for not daring to take the initiative to fight a 6th level void interpretation martial artist. At this moment, He was so embarrassed that he could not help but feel angry. However, his rationality was constantly persuading him not to be impulsive and not to be impulsive. Once he made his move, it would be fine if he won. However, if he lost, he would never be able to hold his head up high in Fire Peak in the Five-Element sect. He did not dare to take the risk. There's still 10 breaths of time left. In just a blink of an eye, 10 breaths of time had passed. Guochong reminded him nonchalantly. 10 breaths of time left? As though he had recalled something, Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he looked at Huang Daniu. He grinned and said loudly, "Daniu, you're amazing. This Hu Fei doesn't even dare to take the initiative to fight with you. After today, you can be considered as the #1 person in the Five-Element sect." Hee hee. The moment Huang Daniu heard Duan Lingtian's words, he grinned proudly. "That's right. Daniu. Didn't your hands hurt when you slapped Hu Fei until his head was swollen like a pig's? I think this Hu Fei's skin is pretty thick." A smile crept up on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth as he asked loudly. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the group of Five-Element sect's disciples who were watching the fight were stunned. Immediately after, they subconsciously looked at Hu Fei and discovered that Hu Fei's face had instantly turned scarlet red. A murderous gaze shot out from his eyes as he stared fixedly at Huang Daniu. This Duan Lingtian is really ruthless. Isn't he just trying to force senior brother Hu Fei to make a move? I think senior brother Hu Fei's anger is about to reach its limit. Just a little bit more and he might not be able to hold himself back anymore and attack Huang Daniu. As long as Huang Daniu agrees with Duan Lingtian, with senior brother Hu Fei's temper, he'll definitely make a move. At this moment, the group of Five-Element sect's disciples had already guessed Duan Lingtian's plan. He wanted to force Hu Fei to make a move on Huang Daniu. Duan Lingtian, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have Qi Yu's support. It's impossible for Qi Yu to stay by your side all the time. If you dare to say another word, I'll make sure you die outside without even leaving a corpse behind. Suddenly, a vicious and malicious voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and looked at the source of the voice. It was none other than Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak. At once, Duan Lingtian smiled nonchalantly and said loudly, "Peak Master Cha Bai, did you just say that it's impossible for Peak Master Qi Yu to stay by my side all the time? And that you can make me die outside without even leaving a corpse behind at any time?" The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, horror dawned on Cha Bai's face. It had never crossed his mind that Duan Lingtian would actually say out the words that he used to threaten him through voice transmission. At this moment, he could feel the gazes from the surrounding were directed at him. Even Guochong, the sect leader of Five-Element sect, was looking at him with a hint of anger in his eyes. No matter what, Duan Lingtian was still a disciple of Wood Peak. A disciple of Wood Peak was also a disciple of Five-Element sect. Right now, as the Peak Master of Fire Peak, Cha Bai actually dared to threaten a junior disciple from the same sect. As the sect leader, Guochong could not help but feel anger rising from the bottom of his heart. "Duan Lingtian, don't you dare make false accusations," Cha Bai said angrily. At this moment, how could he possibly admit that he had said those words? If he admitted it, let alone the people from the other 4 peaks, even the disciples of Fire Peak would look down on him from the bottom of their hearts. Make false accusations. Chapter 894. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, all the eyes in the surroundings immediately locked onto Cha Bai. It was as though all of them wanted to know if Cha Bai dared to swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation. If he dared to, it would mean that Duan Lingtian was indeed slandering him. If he dared not to, it would mean that he had indeed threatened Duan Lingtian. Humph! Cha Bai turned a blind eye to the gazes that were directed at him from the surroundings. He glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently and snorted, "I'm the dignified Peak Master of Fire Peak. Why should I swear on behalf of a mere Wood Peak disciple like you? You're not worthy enough. Since Peak Master Cha Bai has already said so, then I'll." When Duan Lingtian reached this part of his sentence, he paused for a moment. Then, he pinched his finger and a drop of blood rose into the sky. Upon seeing this, horror dawned on Cha Bai's face. He could guess what Duan Lingtian was going to do. He wanted to interrupt him, but he realized that Qi Yu, the peak master of Wood Peak, was staring at him coldly. He had no doubt that as long as he dared to make a move on Duan Tian, Qi Yu would definitely make a move on him. I, Duan Tian, swear on my own blood. If what I said just now is a lie, I'm willing to be struck to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation. The moment Duan Tian's words left his mouth, the sound of thunder rumbled in the sky. A total of 9 claps of thunder resonated in the sky, but there was no lightning punishment. Whoosh! At once, all the 5 element sect's disciples burst into an uproar. Other than the Fire Peak disciples, the other 4 peaks disciples were looking at Cha Bai with a hint of disdain. The dignified peak master of Fire Peak actually dares to threaten an ordinary disciple like that. This is really beneath his dignity. I really don't know how such a person became the peak master of Fire Peak. Don't tell me that when the other peaks were choosing their peak masters in the past, they didn't even need to consider one's character at all? With such a peak master of Fire Peak, I think the Fire Peak's disciples wouldn't have a good character as well. The disciples of the 4 peaks discussed animatedly. None of their words were polite at all. When the Fire Peak's disciples heard these words, they were rendered speechless for a moment. They could only secretly glare at Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, with resentment. In their opinion, if it was not for him, they would not be ridiculed like this. For a moment, many Fire Peak disciples had already expressed that they were considering transferring to other peaks. When Duan Tian made the oath, Cha Bai's expression had already changed. Now that he heard the discussion among the disciples of the 4 peaks, he was so angry that his blood and qi started to surge. Whoosh! At this moment, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared in front of Cha Bai. Chiyu! Cha Bai, who only saw a flash in front of his eyes, recognized the person who had appeared in front of him. His expression changed drastically as he hurriedly circulated the origin energy in his body in an attempt to block the attack. Unfortunately, he was still too slow. Bang! A deafening sound rang out. Then, everyone saw. The instant Qi Yu appeared in front of Cha Bai was sent flying away like an arrow that was shot out from a bow. Blood kept spurting out of his mouth as though it was free of charge. After flying for more than 100 meters, Cha Bai finally managed to stabilize his body. However, even though he had consumed a healing pill, blood was still spurting out from his mouth. It took him quite a while before he finally stopped. This time, Guochong, the sect leader of the 5-element sect, merely frowned but did not interfere. Perhaps, he also felt that Cha Bai had gone overboard this time. How powerful! In just a blink of an eye, Peak Master Qi Yu appeared in front of Peak Master Cha Bai while Peak Master Cha Bai was sent flying away with severe injuries. I didn't even see how Peak Master Qi Yu arrived in front of Peak Master Cha Bai, nor did I see how he sent Peak Master Cha Bai flying. Nonsense! Without a cultivation base above the void transformation stage, how could you possibly see Peak Master Qi Yu's movements clearly? Other than the Fire Peak disciples who had a bitter expression on their faces, the eyes of the disciples from the other 4 peaks lit up immediately. All of them were shocked by Qi Yu's tyrannical strength. Did you see that? This is our Peak Master of Wood Peak. I'm a disciple of Wood Peak. Are you jealous? The group of Wood Peak disciples were beaming with joy. All they could feel was that the anger that they had accumulated over the years had vanished without a trace. At this moment, they were proud to be a disciple of Wood Peak. Cha Bai, I'm warning you. If anything happens to Duan Tian in the future, I'll definitely kill your direct disciple with my own hands. Qi Yu looked at Cha Bai and said coldly. Qi Yu you? Cha Bai's expression changed immediately. Before he could catch his breath, he spat out another 2 mouthfuls of blood. Then, he glared at Qi Yu fiercely. Qi Yu ignored him and returned to the group of people from Wood Peak. Thank you, Peak Master. Duan Tian thanked Qi Yu for standing up for him. As long as I'm here, Cha Bai won't dare to touch you. Qi Yu smiled lightly. In the distance, Huang Daniu, who was standing in the air next to Gold Peak, was enraged when he heard Duan Tian saying that Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, had threatened him. Even though Qi Yu had made a move and severely injured Cha Bai, he still felt that it was not enough to vent his anger. Hu Fei, you're really as useless as your master. Speaking of which, my hand does hurt a little after giving you 2 slaps last time. I have to say that you're really thick-skinned. Huang Daniu looked at Hu Fei and said nonchalantly. His words were filled with mockery and ridicule. Hu Fei, who was already enraged by Duan Lingtian's words, was filled with rage when he saw that his master was severely injured by the Peak Master of Wood Peak. Now that he heard Huang Dainiu's mockery and ridicule, he could no longer hold it in. Huang Dainiu, you're seeking death. Hu Fei, who was enraged, shouted angrily. He charged out and pounced toward Huang Dainiu. The moment he flew out, flames burst out from Hu Fei's body. It was like a giant flaming beast that opened its bloody mouth and bit toward Huang Dainiu. In the air, the heaven and earth phenomenon quickly condensed into form. 180 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons charged out and pounced toward Huang Dainiu. 7th level void interpretation. 7th level intermediate fire concept. Hu Fei attacked furiously with all his might. There was only one thought in his mind. Kill Huang Dainiu. Only in this way would he be able to avenge himself, avenge his master, and vent the hatred in his heart. Bring it on. Faced with Hu Fei, who was charging at him menacingly like a giant flaming beast, Huang Dainiu's eyes lit up. The origin energy that he had long accumulated surged out from his body. Soon after, the 6th level intermediate earth concept merged with the origin energy and transformed into a vast khaki energy that enveloped his entire body. Moreover, the khaki energy seemed to resonate with the nearby gold peak. It was the earth concept that was communicating with the earth energy and borrowing the earth energy. Whoosh! In the air above Huang Dainiu, 185 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons instantly appeared. Compared to the heaven and earth phenomenon that was triggered by Hu Fei's full strength, there were 5 more silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Huang Dainiu, who was surrounded by the khaki energy, suddenly stretched out both of his hands. Rumble! A series of loud noises reverberated in the air. The khaki energy shrouded Huang Dainiu, causing him to seem like he had transformed into a giant earth beast in an instant. The giant earth beast pounced toward the giant flaming beast. Boom! 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 The two giant beasts continued to collide and tear at each other. It was difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. However, as time went by, the giant earth beast seemed to possess an endless amount of energy. The more it fought, the more ferocious it became. It suppressed the giant flaming beast, causing the flames on the giant flaming beast to be extinguished continuously. 15 minutes later, the giant flaming beast was suppressed and became dispirited. Boom! However, the giant earth beast did not seem to be exhausted at all. It pounced forward with all its might and shattered the giant flaming beast with just a few slaps. The giant flaming beast's body disappeared after a few slaps. Hu Fei, who was in the middle of it, did not suffer any serious injuries. After spurting out a few mouthfuls of blood, he passed out. Whoosh! Seeing that the unconscious Hu Fei was about to fall from the sky, an old man appeared out of thin air and caught him. It was none other than Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak. Cha Bai glanced coldly at Huang Dainiu, who had already retracted his energy. His eyes were filled with extreme coldness as though he was about to devour someone. If it was not for the fact that he was afraid of Qi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, he would have already killed Huang Dainiu. Old man! Just when everyone's eyes were on Huang Dainiu, the victor, Huang Dainiu suddenly glared at him and pointed his finger at Cha Bai furiously. Upon seeing this, Cha Bai could not help but be stunned. Old man, you actually dare to use your voice transmission to threaten me. Not only do you want to kill me, but you also want to kill my family and annihilate my entire family? Huang Dainiu was so angry that his eyes turned red. He was out of breath. What? Upon hearing Huang Dainiu's words and seeing the furious expression on his face, everyone, including the people from Fire Peak, was stunned. Is there something wrong with this Peak Master of Fire Peak's brain? He was just taught a lesson by Qi Yu for threatening Duan Lingtian earlier. Now, he actually dared to threaten Huang Dainiu, who was also a disciple of Wood Peak like Duan Lingtian and was under Qi Yu's protection? Wasn't he courting death? Very soon, most of the people's eyes landed on Qi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak. They happened to see Qi Yu vanishing into thin air right before their eyes. Their first reaction was to shift their attention to Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak. As expected, Qi Yu appeared in front of Cha Bai. Bang! Another loud noise resonated in the air. Following that, Cha Bai, who was carrying Hu Fei, was sent flying again. Blood gushed out of his mouth as though it was free of charge. There were even many blood clots mixed in the blood. Barf! 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 Cha Bai, who finally managed to stop himself from flying, continued to spurt out blood from his mouth. He only managed to stop it after a long while. After he stopped the bleeding, his eyes were filled with killing intent. He did not look at Qiyu. Instead, he looked at Huang Daniu and said angrily, "Huang Daniu, when did I threaten you?" At this moment, other than feeling ashamed and angry, Cha Bai also felt wronged. Earlier, he only glared at Huang Daniu. From the beginning until the end, he did not even communicate with Huang Daniu through voice transmission. However, Huang Daniu actually slandered him and threatened him. Before he could explain himself, Qiyu appeared in front of him again. Without saying anything, he sent him flying with a palm strike. His internal organs that had yet to recover were once again severely injured. Although his injuries could be healed, even if he consumed the grade 2 life recovery pill, it would still take him 2 to 3 months to fully recover. Peak Master Cha Bai. I was just joking with you. Chapter 895. Barf! The moment Cha Bai heard Huang Daniu's words, he did not manage to catch his breath before he spat out another mouthful of blood. Was this a joke? Cha Bai was not the only one who was angered to the point of spitting out blood. The group of 5 Element Sect's disciples who were watching the scene were also rendered speechless. All of them shifted their gazes to Huang Daniu. All of them felt that Huang Daniu was just too ruthless. Just a joke, and he had caused Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, to be severely injured by Qiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak again. Daniu, this guy! Duanling Tian burst out laughing. He could not hold it in at all. Why didn't he notice this side of Huang Daniu before this? This was simply cheating people to death without paying with their lives. Yongling, Kuzhan, and Chen Wei, who were standing next to Duanling Tian, were stunned for a moment before they could not help but burst out laughing as well. Daniu is really ruthless. I'm afraid Cha Bai is going to hate him to death this time. Chen Wei shook his head. This kid. I used to think that he was quite honest. Looks like I've misjudged him. Kuzhang sighed. That's why people say that you can't judge a book by its cover. Yongling said with a straight face. Qiyu, why, you better give me an explanation. Cha Bai turned around and glared at Qiyu as he shouted. The first time, he did threaten Duanling Tian using his voice transmission and was severely injured by Qiyu for Duanling Tian. Although he was ashamed and resentful, he could still hold it in. However, this time, he did not threaten Huang Daniu at all. However, he was severely injured by Qiyu because of Huang Daniu's slander. While he was resentful, he could not help but feel wronged. Explanation? Qiyu raised his eyebrows and said nonchalantly, Cha Bai, you're an elder. Why are you so serious? Daniu also said that he was just joking with you. Barf. The moment Cha Bai heard Qiyu's words, he spat out another mouthful of blood. His face turned even paler. Joking? How could he be so serious? Sect leader, you have to help me in this matter. Cha Bai looked at Guo Chong with grief and resentment. Cha Bai, let's just end this matter. Guo Chong furrowed his brows. Then he displayed it and said slowly. But, just as Cha Bai was about to say something, Guo Chong interrupted him. I've already said. This matter ends here. If you hadn't threatened Duanling Tian before, would Qiyu have hurt you without hesitation? As he spoke, Guo Chong's face turned solemn. Cha Bai took a deep breath and did not say anything in the end. However, his eyes were still glowing with a cold light as he glared at Qiyu and Huang Daniu. Good job, Daniu. Qiyu gave Huang Daniu a thumbs up. He seemed to be praising Huang Daniu for defeating Hu Fei, but he also seemed to be praising Huang Daniu for making a good joke. Hee hee. Huang Daniu grinned and gave Cha Bai a provocative look, causing Cha Bai's face to turn even uglier. Daniu, you're really something. After Huang Daniu came back, Duanling Tian recalled what had happened just now. He couldn't help but smile again. At the same time, warmth filled his heart. He knew that Daniu was standing up for him. At this moment, after Tan Huan admitted that she was no match for Huang Daniu, the provisional ranking of the Battle of the Five Peaks was announced. Due to the fact that Nan Gongyi had defeated Huang Daniu, Hu Fei, Tan Huan, and the male disciple from Earth Peak admitted that they were no match for Nangong Yi. Nangong Yi was temporarily ranked first in the Battle of the Five Peaks. On the other hand, Huang Dainiu, who replaced Nangong Yi and continued to battle with Hu Fei and the other two, was temporarily ranked second in the Battle of the Five Peaks. Hu Fei was temporarily ranked third. Tan Huan was temporarily ranked fourth. The male disciple from Earth Peak was temporarily ranked fifth. The five of them did not have any objections to the current ranking. After that, it was time for the five people who were eliminated the earliest to issue challenges. They were Duan Ling Tian, Nangong Chen, Tian Zhen, the female disciple from Water Peak, and the male disciple from Fire Peak. The female disciple from Water Peak challenged the male disciple from Earth Peak. She lost and was temporarily ranked sixth. The male disciple from Fire Peak challenged the male disciple from Earth Peak. He won and was temporarily ranked fifth. The male disciple from Earth Peak dropped to sixth. The female disciple from Water Peak dropped to seventh. The seven of them did not have any objections to the current ranking. Whoosh! Just when Duan Ling Tian was looking at Nangong Chen and Tian Zhen to see if they were going to make the first move, Nangong Chen made his move and arrived at Gold Peak in just a short while. Then, his gaze landed on Huang Dainiu. Although he did not say anything, his target was obvious. It was Huang Dainiu. Senior brother Chen is going to make his move. It's obvious that senior brother Chen wants Huang Dainiu to borrow the earth energy since he intentionally went to Gold Peak side. It seems like he's very confident in his own strength. Of course. I heard that senior brother Chen's strength is even higher than senior brother Yi's. Until now, I still can't figure out who's older between senior brother Chen and senior brother Yi. I heard that even senior brother Chen and senior brother Yi don't know who's older. However, they both regard themselves as the elder brother and the other as the younger brother. Most of the Five Element Peaks disciples shifted their attention to Nangong Chen. Some of them shifted their attention to Huang Dainiu as well. You're Nangong Chen? Both of you are pretty good. The fact that you dare to challenge me here and allow me to borrow the earth energy shows that you're very confident and a worthy opponent. Huang Dainiu stood in the air opposite Nangong Chen and said solemnly. Nangong Chen's face was cold as he nodded nonchalantly. Let's do what I did with your brother earlier. We'll decide the victor with a punch. What do you think? Huang Dainiu asked. Nangong Chen nodded again. Great. Today, regardless of who wins or loses, I, Huang Dainiu, will definitely make friends with you. Huang Dainiu laughed heartily before he attacked with all his might. As he punched out, the vast khaki energy seemed to have transformed into a cannonball as it charged toward Nangong Chen violently. In the air, 185 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared out of thin air. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced toward Nangong Chen. Seeing that Huang Dainiu had made his move, Nangong Chen made his move as well. He took a step forward and casually punched out. Vast origin energy swept out and emitted waves of majestic and heavy aura. Whoosh! In the air, 100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. They seemed to be telling his cultivation base that he was at the 7th level void interpretation. Subsequently, a wave of khaki energy appeared out of thin air and merged with the origin energy. It seemed to have some sort of resonance with the nearby Gold Peak. Whoosh! When the origin energy completely merged with the khaki energy, 135 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the air once again. He's comprehending the earth concept as well. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as shock appeared on his face. At this moment, when Huang Dainiu realized that Nangong Chen had also comprehended the earth concept, a wry smile appeared on his face. However, it was difficult for him to withdraw his fist. In the end, his fist collided with Nangong Chen's fist. When the strength of 185 ancient horned dragons collided with the strength of 235 ancient horned dragons, the result was self-evident. Huang Dainiu was sent flying with just one punch. However, it was fortunate that Nangong Chen withdrew his fist in time. That was why Huang Dainiu only suffered some minor injuries. If I knew earlier that you've comprehended the earth concept as well, I would have admitted defeat directly. The 8th level intermediate earth concept is comparable to the strength of 90 ancient horned dragons, and it can draw support from the earth energy that's comparable to the strength of 45 ancient horned dragons. The combination of the two is really formidable. Huang Daniu said with a wry smile as he took a deep breath to ease the injuries in his body. Earth concept. Senior brother Chen has also comprehended the earth concept. Many of the five-element sect's disciples finally regained their senses and could not help but exclaim. Looks like not many of the five-element sect's disciples know that Nangong Chen has comprehended the earth concept. This Nangong Chen has really hidden it well. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself when he heard the words of the five-element sect's disciples. Look at Huang Daniu's expression right now. I'm dying of laughter. Perhaps he would never have dreamed that senior brother Chen has also comprehended the earth concept. Senior brother Chen's earth concept is much more powerful than him. Without borrowing the earth energy, it's already equivalent to the strength of 90 ancient horned dragons. Once he borrows it, it's equivalent to the strength of 135 ancient horned dragons. Senior brother Chen's strength is even more powerful than senior brother Yi. The five-element sect's disciples discussed animatedly as they looked at Nangong Chen with reverence. Nangong Chen had defeated Huang Daniu and was temporarily ranked second in the Battle of the Five Peaks. Starting from Huang Daniu, everyone behind him took a step back. Huang Daniu was temporarily ranked third. Hu Fei was temporarily ranked fourth. Tan Huan was temporarily ranked fifth. The male disciple of Fire Peak was temporarily ranked sixth. The male disciple of Earth Peak was temporarily ranked seventh. The female disciple of Water Peak was temporarily ranked eighth. All 8 of them did not have any objections to the current ranking. With Nangong Chen's strength, he might be able to defeat Nangong Yi and temporarily rank first. However, since he had already admitted defeat in front of Nangong Yi, he could not challenge Nangong Yi right now. For now, he had no chance of being ranked first. Of course, nothing was absolute. As long as there was someone who could defeat Nangong Yi and replace him to rank first, Nangong Chen would still have a chance to challenge that person to be ranked first. At this moment, only Duan Ling Tian and Tian Zhan had not made their move yet. Whoosh! Tian Zhan took a deep breath and flew out. After his gaze swept past Nangong Yi, Nangong Chen, Huang Daniu, and Hu Fei, it locked onto Tan Huan, the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Water Peak. As long as he defeated Tan Huan, the Earth Peak that he represented would be ranked fourth in the individual battle of the Battle of the Five Peaks. This was also his goal. Tan Huan. Tian Zhan issued a challenge to Tan Huan. Tan Huan was not surprised by Tian Zhan's challenge. In fact, after Huang Daniu had displayed his shocking strength and defeated Hu Fei with the help of the Earth energy, Tan Huan had already known that she was in the Battle of the Five Peaks. There was no doubt that the last 2 peaks in the Battle of the Five Peaks this time would be the Water Peak that she was from and the Earth Peak that Tian Zhan was from. Now what she had to do was to defeat Tian Zhan and get Water Peak out of the fate of being ranked last. Her thoughts were exactly the same as Tian Zhan's. Whoosh! Whoosh! After both of them entered the arena, they did not speak. They attacked at the same time with tacit understanding. For a moment, they were evenly matched. Both of them were 6th-level void interpretation martial artists. Moreover, the concepts that they had comprehended were similar. It was more of a test of their martial skills, battle experience, and understanding of each other. This Tian Zhen. I'm afraid he's going to lose. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched the young man and woman who were constantly crossing each other. He could see that Tian Zhen was gradually at a disadvantage. Chapter 896. After Tian Zhan was defeated, his face turned extremely pale. He was well aware of the significance of the defeat. In the distance, Tian Gu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak, looked a little desolate as he sighed. Looks like our Earth Peak is destined to come in last this time. Although this was only the individual battle of the Battle of the Five Peaks, the team battle had not begun yet. However, generally speaking, the peak that had the upper hand in the individual battle would not have a bad result in the team battle. Tian Zhan retreated with a solemn expression. On the other hand, Tan Huan returned to Yufeng, the Peak Master of Water Peak, with a beaming smile. Huaner, well done. A gentle smile appeared on Yufeng's face. She was very satisfied with Tan Huan's performance. Although her initial goal was to be 3rd place, Yufeng's Wood Peak had already reached the 3rd place. But since the Wood Peak's Huang Daniu revealed a shocking strength and the Wood Peak had Duanling Tian as its trump card, she didn't dare think like this. Duanling Tian. Yu Fang's gaze quickly landed on the purple figure in the distance. The other people's gazes landed on Duanling Tian as well. Now, it was Duanling Tian's turn to issue a challenge. Sensing the gazes that were directed at him, Duanling Tian remained calm as he flew out. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived at the empty space in front of him. His gaze immediately locked onto Nangong Yi. This Duanling Tian wants to challenge senior brother Yi? At once, many of the Five Elements sect's disciples who followed Duanling Tian's gaze were stunned. They knew about Nangong Yi's strength. Even if Huang Daniu from Wood Peak borrowed the earth energy, he was still no match for him. Nangong Yi. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duanling Tian called out his name and issued a challenge. Nangong Yi did not seem to be surprised when he was called out by Duanling Tian. He flew out and confronted Duanling Tian. He really wants to challenge senior brother Yi. He's the trump card of the Wood Peak. Could it be that he really possesses some sort of ability? Peak Master Qi Yu of the Wood Peak seized the papers numbered 5 and 6. Since he made Duanling Tian make a move first, I presume he takes Duanling Tian to be the strongest trump card of the Wood Peak. This Duanling Tian seems to have some strength. However, it won't be easy to defeat senior brother Yi. The gazes of the Five Elements sect's disciples landed on Duanling Tian. They were curious from the bottom of their hearts towards this trump card of the Wood Peak. Although Nangong Chen said that I am no match for you, I still want to give it a try. Nangong Yi, who was confronting Duanling Tian, finally spoke. The moment he opened his mouth, other than Guocheng, the sect leader of the Five Elements sect, Nangong Chen, and the few people from Mufeng, all of them were stunned. Senior brother Chen said that senior brother Yi isn't a match for Duanling Tian? How is this possible? Many of the Five Elements sect's disciples found it hard to believe. This Duanling Tian looks much younger than senior brother Yi. Can he really defeat senior brother Yi? Many of the Five Elements sect's disciples expressed their doubts. Please. Upon hearing Nangong Yi's words, Duanling Tian's expression remained unchanged as he nodded his head nonchalantly. The moment Nangong Yi heard this, he responded with a smile before his face tensed up immediately. In the next moment, he stepped out into the air. As he stepped out into the air, the origin energy on his body rumbled and transformed into waves of aqua-blue energy that swept out. The aqua-blue energy wrapped around his body and made him look as though he had transformed into a giant sea beast as he pounced towards Duanling Tian in a menacing manner. In the sky, 190 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons swept out in an imposing manner. Thousand illusions. In the face of Nangong Yi who was charging at him menacingly, Duanling Tian did not dare to be careless at all. His eyes gleamed as he immediately used his strongest technique, the soul skill. An illusory space instantly formed and enveloped the area within a radius of 100 meters. He's coming. Tian Gu, the peak master of Earth Peak, narrowed his eyes as though he had already guessed that this would happen. Boom. After Nangong Yi arrived near Duanling Tian, he threw out a punch that contained a vast aqua-blue energy. It swept out like a giant sea beast stretching out its giant claw towards Duanling Tian. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duanling Tian seemed to have foreseen this. He did not show much speed as he casually moved to the side and avoided Nangong Yi's attack. This scene seemed to have been discussed with Nangong Yi beforehand. Only those who knew about Duanling Tian's background knew that all of this was caused by the illusory space that Duanling Tian controlled. That Duanling Tian has already moved aside. Why is senior brother Yi still charging forward and attacking the air? Why do I feel that this scene is somewhat familiar? Before the Battle of the Five Peaks began, didn't something similar happen when senior brother Hu Fei from Fire Peak attacked Duanling Tian? Isn't that an external force? Many people felt that the scene in front of them was very familiar. It was exactly the same as the scene when Hu Fei attacked Duanling Tian and did not continue to pursue him after his attack missed. It's an external force. Hu Fei, who had regained his consciousness and recovered with the help of Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, had a change of expression when he saw this scene. Upon hearing this, Cha Bai's eyes lit up immediately. Then he looked at Guocheng and said loudly, "Sect leader, this Duanling Tian used an external force. According to the rules of the Battle of the Five Peaks in our Five Elements sect, He should be disqualified from participating in the Battle of the Five Peaks. The moment Cha Bai's words left his mouth, it attracted the attention of many five-element sect's disciples. Looks like my eyesight is not bad. I can see that Duan Ling Tian used an external force. Bah! Isn't it me who reminded you? The scene immediately became lively. Many people thought that Duan Ling Tian would be disqualified. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian happened to pass by Nangong Yi. He almost brushed past Nangong Yi's rolling aqua blue energy. A part of the gentle and vast aqua blue energy entered his body mercilessly. It was the remaining energy of Nangong Yi's all-out attack that was being used by Duan Ling Tian. As for the purpose of using it, it was naturally the same as the time when he borrowed Qi Feng's energy to activate the tyrannical medicinal efficacy of the Nirvana pill during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. This time, Duan Ling Tian wanted to use the same trick again. He wanted to borrow Nangong Yi's energy to help him complete the breakthrough. Of course, with his current strength, he did not dare to face Nangong Yi head-on. Otherwise, with Nangong Yi's strength that was equivalent to the strength of 190 ancient horned dragons, he could easily injure him, let alone borrow Nangong Yi's energy to make a breakthrough. If he unleashed his full strength, even if he used the other 3 types of elementary concepts and did not use any spirit weapons, his strength would only be equivalent to the strength of 130 ancient horned dragons. Compared to Nangong Yi's strength, it was not on the same level at all. For this reason, he could only use his wits. He avoided Nangong Yi's attack and brushed past Nangong Yi's attack, allowing the remaining energy of Nangong Yi's attack to enter his body so that he could use it to help him make a breakthrough. Right now, he was only one step away from making a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation. As long as his cultivation base made a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation, his spiritual energy would be elevated to the 8th level void interpretation. At that time, it would not be difficult for him to defeat Nangong Chen. Because Nangong Chen was an inscription master, and their spiritual energy was also at the 7th level void interpretation, his soul skill was useless against Nangong Chen. However, if his spiritual energy could be elevated to the 8th level void interpretation, even if Nangong Yi was an inscription master, he would not be able to shake his spiritual energy and destroy the illusory space that he created with his soul skill. Once Nangong Yi was trapped in his illusory space, he was destined to be a fish on his chopping board. However, imagination was beautiful, reality was cruel. No matter how Duan Ling Tian borrowed Nangong Yi's strength, the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill was still unaffected even when his meridians were on the verge of collapse. Looks like because I used the same method to activate the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill last time, it's already adapted to it this time and no longer has a sense of danger. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly. This was the same logic as the story of the boy who cried wolf. Once or twice, he would be able to fool people. However, nobody would be fooled the 3rd time. Sect leader, Duan Ling Tian from Wood Peak borrowed external strength. I, Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, request that he be disqualified from participating in the Battle of the 5 Peaks immediately. When Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, saw that Guochong was indifferent, he raised his voice again. When he reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but feel a little angry when he saw that Guochong did not respond at all. Why, you can't shield him? Whoosh! The moment Cha Bai's words left his mouth, the entire place burst into an uproar. Most of the people had their eyes on Cha Bai. Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, openly questioned the sect leader of the 5-element sect for shielding a Wood Peak disciple. Finally, Guochong reacted. He glanced at Cha Bai nonchalantly. Peak Master Cha Bai, Duan Ling Tian did not borrow any external strength. If you doubt me, you can ask Peak Master Tiangu if I'm telling the truth. He's an inscription master, so he can definitely confirm whether or not Duan Ling Tian borrowed any external strength. When Guochong reached the end of his sentence, a hint of impatience could be heard in his tone. Before Cha Bai could ask Tiangu had already said, "Sect leader is right. Duan Ling Tian did not borrow any external strength at all. Right now, he's using his own spiritual energy to cast something similar to a soul skill to create an illusion that can affect Nangong Yi." In fact, even if Tiangu did not say anything, Cha Bai also realized that Guochong must be telling the truth. This was because there was no need for Guochong to help Duan Ling Tian at all. Right now, Duan Lingtian was fighting with Guocheng's direct disciple, Nangong Yi. Once Duan Lingtian won, the one who would be at a disadvantage would be Guocheng, the sect leader of the Five-Element sect, who was personally in charge of Gold Peak. Soul skill. The moment Tiangu's words left his mouth, the crowd burst into an uproar. Isn't that a technique that can only be cast by special demon beasts? Unless a human martial artist is as powerful as Emperor Wu, it's impossible for him to use his spiritual energy to fight against his enemy. Don't tell me that Duan Lingtian is a demon? Many of the Five-Element sect's disciples began to discuss among themselves. Duan Lingtian is not a demon. When Tiangu saw that the group of Five-Element sect's disciples were speculating that Duan Lingtian was a demon, he continued to say, according to my guess, Duan Lingtian should be a variant. The technique that he cast is a unique innate ability. Innate ability. The moment Tiangu's words left his mouth, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Innate ability? Variant? Chapter 897. Hu Fei, who was standing next to Cha Bai, immediately turned gloomy. Whether it was the variant or the innate ability, he had heard of them before. He also knew what these two terms meant. This Duan Lingtian is actually a variant? Hu Fei's eyes gleamed with a cold gleam as he glared at Duan Lingtian. So, from the very beginning, he's the one who has been teasing me and embarrassing me in front of everyone. Hu Fei was enraged to the extreme. He could not wait to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces and grind his bones into dust. However, he also knew that Duan Lingtian's innate ability was not something he could fight against. Duan Lingtian, you're just born with a good background. If you're not a variant, if you don't have any innate ability, you're nothing but an ant in front of me. Hu Fei roared in his heart. Other than anger, there was also a trace of jealousy in his heart. Jealousy and hatred towards Duan Lingtian, this variant. On the Cloud Continent, the variants who possessed innate ability were also known as the gods' favored ones. Their innate ability and techniques were enough to make anyone envious and jealous. Variant. Many of the Five-Element sect's disciples who had heard of the variant shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. Their eyes were filled with a burning desire. Those Five-Element sect's disciples who did not know what the variant was also looked at Duan Lingtian with gleaming eyes after they heard the explanation from the people around them. It was as though they had seen something rare. Of course, there were also many people who remained calm. For example, Guocheng, the sect leader of Five-Element sect, and his direct disciple, Nangong Chen. On the other hand, everyone from Wood Peak, including Qi Yu, the peak master of Wood Peak, remained calm. Their expressions did not change at all. It seems like Qi Yu has long known that Duan Lingtian is a variant. Yu Feng, the peak master of Water Peak, had a gleam in her eyes. Dread was written all over her face. Now, she finally knew why Duan Lingtian was taken to be a trump card by the Wood Peak. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian was not a pure human. Half of his blood was demon blood. He was an alien, an existence between human and demon. There were two types of foreign species. Firstly, it was extremely mediocre. Secondly, he had extraordinary talent. Duan Lingtian was obviously the latter. It's time to end this. After trying for a long time, Duan Lingtian realized that Nangong Yi's strength couldn't help him break through. He sighed and casually dodged behind Nangong Yi and punched out. Boom! Nangong Yi was sent flying like an arrow that had been shot out of the bow. He only stopped when he was in the distance. At the corner of his mouth, there was a trace of dazzling blood. It seems that I still lost. Although he was in the illusory space constructed by Duan Lingtian using his spiritual energy, Nangong Yi did not move at all. He just stood there with a wry smile on his face. It was obvious that he had admitted defeat. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian hurriedly withdrew his soul skill, Thousand Illusions. The illusory space also shattered and disappeared completely. The onlookers did not find this result strange. This was because they already knew that Duan Lingtian was a foreign species and could not be judged with common sense. Senior Brother Yi still lost in the end. There's no other way. It's hard for Senior Brother Yi to not lose when encountering a foreign species like Duan Lingtian. Humph. If Duan Lingtian didn't use his innate ability, he would definitely not be a match for Senior Brother Yi. The innate ability is Duan Lingtian's technique. Why didn't he use it? Your words are a little biased. The onlookers of the Five Elements sect sighed. Many of them felt that it was unfair for Nangong Yi and felt that Duan Lingtian had an unfair advantage. There were also many people who supported Duan Lingtian. Although he knew that Nangong Chen's spiritual power was enough to counter his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, he did not admit defeat. This was because he had a new idea in his mind. He wanted to let his opponent's origin energy enter his body. But the Nirvana pill's medicinal efficacy did not react at all. All of this was because the Nirvana pill had encountered a similar situation before. Therefore, he had a certain level of immunity. However, what about his spiritual power? What if he guided Nangong Chen's spiritual power and pierced it into his soul, causing him to tense up and create another sense of danger? At that time, would the Nirvana pill's medicinal efficacy still stand aside and watch? This was what Duan Lingtian was thinking right now. One had to admit that Duan Lingtian's idea was crazy. If he was not careful, his soul would be injured. He might not be able to recover from the setback and his life would be in danger. Fortune was found in danger. Duan Lingtian, who was confronting Nangong Chen, had a cold look in his eyes as he secretly made up his mind. As long as he could force the Nirvana pill to work again, it would be a piece of cake for his cultivation base to break through to the 7th level void interpretation. He would be able to achieve it in an instant. In the distance, Guochong, the sect leader of the Five Elements sect, looked at the two people who were confronting each other calmly. He did not know why, but there was a slight worry in his heart. Perhaps, it was because Nangong Chen had said earlier that he only had a 90% chance of defeating Duan Lingtian. Father, isn't Nangong Chen asking for humiliation? Tianjin frowned at Earth Peak. No. Tiangu shook his head and said solemnly, don't forget, Nangong Chen is an inscription master just like me. Based on my investigation of Duan Lingtian's spiritual power, his spiritual power should not surpass Nangong Chen. So what? Tianjin was puzzled. Don't you understand? As long as Duan Lingtian's spiritual power does not surpass Nangong Chen's, even if he cast his innate ability, Nangong Chen will still be able to break it with his spiritual power, Tiangu said slowly. If Duan Lingtian does not have his innate ability to rely on, do you think he'll be a match for Nangong Chen? Then won't Duan Lingtian be in trouble? Tianjin gasped. As long as there are no accidents, Duan Lingtian will definitely lose. Our Five Elements sect's legend of being the first in Gold Peak will continue to be maintained, Tiangu said. Some of the inscription masters present had the same thought as Tiangu. Some of these inscription masters were elders from the various peaks while some were disciples from the various peaks. All of them knew that Nangong Chen was an inscription master. Looks like Duan Lingtian's spiritual power does not surpass Nangong Chen's. Otherwise, Nangong Chen would not have gone up and humiliated himself. Duan Lingtian's spiritual power should be at the 7th level void interpretation. It's because of this that Nangong Yi and Hu Fei were defeated by him. Nangong Chen is not afraid of an innate ability cast by a 7th level void interpretation. Many of the Five Elements sect's elders who were inscription masters discussed among themselves. Their words were spread by the Five Elements sect's disciples who were inscription masters. It instantly enlightened many of the Five Elements sect's disciples who had doubts in their hearts. So, senior brother Chen is not afraid of Duan Lingtian's innate ability. Humph! Without his innate ability to rely on, isn't this Duan Lingtian a fish on senior brother Chen's chopping board that he can do as he pleases? Gold Peak is still Gold Peak. No peak can take away the honor of being the first in Gold Peak. The group of Five Elements sect's disciples discussed among themselves. Their voices spread out and also entered the ears of the few people from Wood Peak. Yang Ling, Ku Zhang, and Chen Wei's face turned solemn at the same time from Qi Yu, the peak master of Wood Peak. Duan Lingtian, is what they said true? Can that Nangong Chen really break your innate ability? Chen Wei could not help but ask through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian, your spiritual power is at the 7th level void interpretation? Yang Ling and Ku Zhang could not help but ask as well. Yes. Duan Lingtian responded to the three of them. Chapter 898. Soon after, Qi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, found out from Yang Ling and the other two that Duan Lingtian's innate ability could not deal with Nangong Chen. Although he was a little disappointed, he was not dejected at all. Duan Lingtian, just admit defeat if you really can't do it. I'm already very surprised that our Wood Peak is ranked second in the Battle of the Five Peaks this time. Qi Yu's eyebrows twitched as he spoke to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Don't worry, Peak Master. I know what I'm doing. Duan Lingtian replied. Qi Yu nodded and did not say anything else. However, his gaze was still locked onto Nangong Chen. Once he discovered that Nangong Chen might injure or even kill Duan Lingtian, he would immediately make a move and save Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was the future of Wood Peak, and he could not afford to lose him. Duan Lingtian and Nangong Chen faced each other under the watchful eyes of the crowd. If there's no accident, you're no match for me. Nangong Chen was unusually talkative when he faced Duan Lingtian. However, his expression was still cold as he looked at Duan Lingtian calmly without any emotions. You said it yourself. There's no accident. Perhaps the accident will happen just like that? Duan Lingtian looked at Nangong Chen calmly as he spoke. I'll look forward to it. Nangong Chen's dull eyes lit up with a rare glimmer of light. Thousand illusions. As soon as Nangong Chen finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered. His vast spiritual energy pierced into the soul brand in the depths of his soul as he unleashed his soul skill. An illusory space appeared silently with Duan Lingtian as the center. It enveloped an area of 100 meters around him, including Nangong Chen. Nangong Chen seemed to have sensed something and raised his eyebrows. Soon after, a sharp and invisible mental energy extended from his body and ruthlessly smashed into the illusory realm, easily shattering it. They're here. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he sensed Nangong Chen's mental energy. Unfortunately, just as he was about to make his next move, Nangong Chen retracted his mental power. He was unable to make use of it in time. Thousand illusions. For a moment, Duan Lingtian could only use his soul skill again. The illusory space appeared again. As Nangong Chen's mental power swept out, the illusory space was shattered once again. This time, he was a little closer to Duan Lingtian's goal. However, he was still unable to draw Nangong Chen's mental power. This made Duan Lingtian feel a little helpless. However, he did not give up. Thousand illusions. Thousand illusions. Thousand illusions. His mental power continued to pierce into the spiritual imprint in the depths of his soul. He unleashed his soul skill again and again to create the illusory space. It's useless. Faced with Duan Lingtian's illusory space, Nangong Chen did not feel any pressure at all. His mental power extended out continuously and easily destroyed the illusory space that Duan Lingtian had created. The illusory space was shattered one by one. Nangong Chen's mental power was also drawn closer and closer to Duan Lingtian. The 5 Element Sect's disciples who were watching were stunned. They only saw Duan Lingtian and Nangong Chen standing there and staring at each other. They did not see the two of them do anything. Now that they heard Nangong Chen's words, they could not help but be stunned. Could it be that senior brother Chen and Duan Lingtian have already started fighting? It should be. They should be fighting with their mental power. Mental power is invisible. That's why we can't see anything. The group of 5 Element Sect's disciples discussed among themselves. Although they felt that it was a little boring, they still stared at the two of them without blinking. They wanted to know who would emerge victorious in the end. However, Tiangu and the others who were inscription masters were frowning. They could sense that Duan Lingtian was constantly creating the illusory space while Nangong Chen was also constantly destroying the illusory space that Duan Lingtian had created. This made them feel a little strange. What was the meaning of Duan Lingtian doing this? If this continued, Duan Lingtian's mental power would be depleted very soon. However, Nangong Chen's mental power consumption was far less than his, so it would not affect him at all. Now! Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up all of a sudden. The mental power that he extended out finally cut off Nangong Chen's mental power and brought it back to his soul in the depth of his mind. Although Nangong Chen's mental power was no longer controlled by Nangong Chen, it still went on a rampage when it entered a foreign place. It could not be stopped. At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt a little dizzy. The mental power that originated from Nangong Chen was about to burst his head open. The sense of danger spread throughout Duan Lingtian's entire body in just a blink of an eye. Even the mental power in the depth of Duan Lingtian's soul was stirred up. It was extremely uneasy. Nirvana pill. At that moment, Duan Lingtian did not care about that. Instead, he shifted his attention to the nirvana pill that was hidden in the depth of his dantian. He wanted to know if there was any movement from it. At that moment, even the yuan power in Duan Lingtian's body was stirred up. It was as if it felt a great sense of danger. However, it had no way to defend against it. The mental power that originated from Nangong Chen was rampaging in Duan Lingtian's mind. It was like a wild bird that was trapped in a birdcage and wanted to escape. Although Duan Lingtian could use his own mental power to suppress this mental power, he did not do so at the moment. This was because if he did so, his plan would be in vain. Ouch! Ouch! At that moment, Duan Lingtian's body was trembling violently. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. In the blink of an eye, sweat was pouring down like rain. Seeing this, Nangong Chen was stunned. The surrounding crowd was also stunned. What was going on? What was happening to Duan Lingtian's body? Looking at Duan Lingtian, who seemed to be in a strange situation, their faces were filled with confusion. However, they did not know that Duan Lingtian was suffering a torment that ordinary people would not be able to endure. His soul could be shattered at any time. Once his soul was shattered, it would mean that his entire body would become a body without a soul. Even if the reincarnation Emperor Wu was still alive and knew what Duan Lingtian was doing, he would not be able to help but call him a madman. I did it. After what seemed like an instant, yet it also felt like a century had passed. A light flashed in Duan Lingtian's mind. He seemed to have noticed something and his emotions surged. At the same time, the medicinal effect of the nirvana pill in the depth of his dantian quickly rushed out of his dantian and merged with his yuan power. It moved his yuan power at lightning speed. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. Sword Dragon Form. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian hurriedly circulated his mental cultivation method and guided the lightning-like origin energy toward the bottleneck of the 7th level void interpretation. I've let you jump around for a while. Now destroy. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who felt dizzy, controlled his spiritual energy that had been accumulating and swept it out. In the blink of an eye, it surrounded Nangong Chen's spiritual energy. Boom! His mind power suddenly contracted, and Nangong Chen's mind power was completely annihilated in an instant. Huh! Nangong Chen, who was standing in the distance and was about to make a move, seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly stopped and frowned. At this moment, he felt a piercing pain coming from the depth of his soul. However, the piercing pain disappeared in the blink of an eye as though it had never appeared. What's going on? Nangong Chen frowned slightly. He glanced at Duan Lingtian, whose body had stopped trembling. His face had regained its color, and the cold sweat on his forehead had stopped. He felt that this matter might have something to do with Duan Lingtian. Boom! At the same time, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body broke through the bottleneck of the 7th level void interpretation, easily under the influence of the nirvana pill's overbearing medicinal effect. After breaking through the bottleneck, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body underwent an earth-shattering change. This change was like a qualitative transformation and a qualitative improvement. Compared to the previous 2 breakthroughs, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. I've broken through. Duan Lingtian's heart surged as he felt the majestic origin energy in his body after the transformation. Ha! It's still not stopping? Soon after, Duan Lingtian noticed that the nirvana pill's medicinal effect did not stop after it urged the origin energy to break through the bottleneck of the 7th level void interpretation. Instead, it continued to rush forward fiercely. It was only when the bottleneck of the 8th level void interpretation appeared that the nirvana pill's medicinal effect finally stopped and left the origin energy to return to his dantian. His origin energy also stopped moving restlessly and completely quieted down. I've really gone too far this time. I'm only 1 step away from breaking through to the 8th level void interpretation. Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he could not help but laugh. Riches and honor are found in danger. This saying is not false at all. Now that my cultivation has improved so much, all the hardships I suffered before were not for nothing. Duan Lingtian still had lingering fear when he recalled the scene earlier. At that moment, The spiritual energy that originated from Nangong Chen was so close to bursting his head and crushing his soul, killing him. Until now, Duan Ling Tian still felt a chill down his spine when he recalled it. He broke out in cold sweat. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have noticed something, and his expression changed slightly. When he returned to his senses, he realized that Nangong Chen was already flying towards him. Along with Nangong Chen was a vast khaki-colored energy that wrapped around his body, making him look like a gigantic beast on the ground. There were 190 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above the enormous beast's head. They pounced over like lightning and opened their bloody mouths as if they wanted to swallow Duan Ling Tian in one gulp. 1,000 illusions! When he saw Nangong Chen's gaze turn cold when he was enveloped by the khaki energy, Duan Ling Tian knew that he was about to make a move. He hurriedly activated his soul skill with his origin energy, and created an illusory space that enveloped him. Subsequently, he transformed into a gust of wind and quickly moved to the side. Just when Duan Ling Tian moved to the side, boom! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Nangong Chen stared at the empty space where Duan Ling Tian was standing at earlier and punched out. Chapter 899. At the same time, gusts of majestic wind swept out from Nangong Chen's fist, causing the robes of the onlookers to flutter. Some of the 5-element sect's disciples with a lower cultivation base were blown back a little. They could not help but squint their eyes. Boom! Before the crowd could react to it, they saw Duan Ling Tian, who had dodged to the side in advance, struck out at lightning speed. His palm landed on Nangong Chen's back and sent him flying. After Nangong Chen was sent flying, his body trembled before he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned extremely pale. Whoosh! The crowd burst into an uproar when they saw this. Senior brother Chen doesn't seem to see Duan Ling Tian dodging to the side at all. He also didn't notice Duan Ling Tian sneaking an attack on him from behind. Looks like senior brother Chen is also affected by Duan Ling Tian's innate ability. It's obvious. The group of 5-element sect's disciples' faces turned extremely solemn. This Duan Ling Tian. Has he made a breakthrough? Tiangu, the peak master of Earth Peak, twitched the corner of his mouth as shock appeared on his face. Earlier, Duan Ling Tian had used his spiritual energy to construct the illusory space many times, but it was shattered by Nangong Chen's spiritual energy. From the beginning until the end, he could sense it clearly. Earlier, when Duan Ling Tian used his spiritual energy to construct the illusory space again, Tiangu's spiritual energy sensed that Duan Ling Tian's spiritual energy had risen by an entire level. Because of this, Nangong Chen had no way of discovering the illusory space constructed by Duan Ling Tian, let alone shattering it with his spiritual energy. Many of the 5-element sect's elders who were also inscription masters had also discovered this. As they discussed among themselves, the news of Duan Ling Tian's breakthrough spread to other people's ears. Soon after, everyone knew what had happened earlier. Damn it! This Duan Ling Tian has actually made a breakthrough? Hu Fei stared coldly at Duan Ling Tian, his face extremely gloomy. Initially, he thought that Duan Ling Tian would lose to Nangong Chen. However, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian to complete a breakthrough at the critical moment. Furthermore, he defeated Nangong Chen in one fell swoop. Chen is right to be worried. This Duan Ling Tian really can't be judged with common sense. Guo Chong, the sect leader of the 5-element sect, sighed. However, he was not unhappy at all. It was just like how Jin Feng's failure to obtain first place in the Battle of the 5 Peaks did not affect him at all. This Duan Ling Tian is indeed very strong. Nangong Yi, who stood at the side, had an extremely serious expression, and then he frowned. But when I saw him attack earlier, the strength contained within his origin energy seemed to be far inferior to the 8th level of the Void Interpretation stage, and it seemed to be on par with me instead. His cultivation base has just made a breakthrough to the 7th level of the Void Interpretation stage. As for his spiritual energy, it should be 1 level higher than his cultivation base. A gleam flashed across Guo Chong's eyes as he muttered, "If I'm not mistaken, he must have consumed a spirit fruit that can elevate his soul, causing his spiritual energy to be 1 level higher than his cultivation base. So, it's the 8th level of the Void Interpretation stage spiritual energy. No wonder." The moment Nangong Yi heard this, He could not help but gasp. Haha. Duan Lingtian, good job. Seeing how Duan Lingtian had heavily injured Nangong Chen and seemed to have obtained the final victory, Huang Daniu laughed out loud and shouted loudly. Qi Yu, Yang Ling, and Ku Zheng's eyes lit up immediately. It did not cross their minds that Duan Lingtian would be able to complete a breakthrough at the critical moment and defeat Nangong Chen in one fell swoop. At the same time, they could not help but be pleasantly surprised by this. YUV made a breakthrough? At this moment, Nangong Chen, who was still in the illusory space, did not make any movements after he was injured. He stood in the air and asked slowly. It was obvious that Nangong Chen had also realized that he was trapped in the illusory space. Duan Lingtian recalled his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, and looked at Nangong Chen. He said calmly, I was lucky. It doesn't matter if you were lucky or not. You've won. After the illusory space disappeared, Nangong Chen looked at Duan Lingtian and said seriously. After he finished speaking, without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, Nangong Chen returned to Guocheng's side in a flash and bowed slightly to Guocheng. I've let you down. Please punish me, master. You've done your best. It's just that your opponent is too strong. Guocheng shook his head. His gaze landed on Duan Lingtian as he smiled. Duan Lingtian, you're very good. With you in Wood Peak, it'll definitely rise again. I'm looking forward to it. You flatter me, sect leader. Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. With his current cultivation base, he did not dare to be negligent when facing the sect leader of Five Elements sect. Qi Yu, Wood Peak is really lucky. Guocheng looked at Qi Yu and smiled. The moment Qi Yu heard this, a rare bright smile appeared on his face. I can't believe that Duan Lingtian from Wood Peak would be the one to obtain the first place in the individual Battle of the Five Peaks. With his innate ability, he could definitely obtain the first place in the team battle as well. It seems like Wood Peak is going to be ranked before Gold Peak and become the first peak of our Five Elements sect this time. The first peak of Five Elements sect has always been the glory of Gold Peak. This time, it's going to change owners because of Duan Lingtian. The resources that the first peak of Five Elements sect can obtain is not something that the other four peaks can compare to. In the next 3 years, Wood Peak can definitely use those resources to rise again. Other than the disciples from Wood Peak, the disciples from the other 4 peaks exclaimed one after another. Each and every one of the Wood Peak disciples had an indescribable excitement on their faces. Their gazes landed on Duan Lingtian, and a deep sense of gratitude could be seen in their eyes. They knew that it was all thanks to Duan Lingtian alone that Wood Peak could become the first peak of Five Elements sect. If it was not for Duan Lingtian, Wood Peak would not have this moment of glory. Humph! Whether it was Cha Bai, the peak master of Hu Peak, or his direct disciple, Hu Fei, both of their faces were extremely grave. Especially Hu Fei. 10 years ago, the reason why he betrayed Wood Peak and his first master, Yang Ling. Other than being unable to resist the temptation of the things that Cha Bai promised him, he also wanted to rely on Fire Peak, the second peak of Five Elements sect at that time. He wanted to rely on Fire Peak to rise to the top. All these years, he had indeed done it and became the strongest person among the younger generation in Fire Peak. However, today, the Wood Peak that he had betrayed 10 years ago had obtained the honor of being the first peak of Five Elements sect. This honor was like a loud slap to his face, causing him to feel ashamed and resentful at the same time. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. It's all because of you. It's all because of you. If it wasn't for you, how could Wood Peak obtain such an honor? If it wasn't for you, how could I be humiliated in front of so many people? Hu Fei's eyes were filled with extreme coldness as he stared at the purple figure in the distance. The killing intent that was emitting from his body seemed to condense into a sharp arrow that was shot out. Duan Lingtian, who was just about to return to the few people from Wood Peak, had just turned around when he felt a cold killing intent locking onto him. For a moment, he could not help but look at the source of the killing intent. With just a glance, he saw the red-clad young man whose eyes were filled with killing intent. It was the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak, Hu Fei. This Hu Fei. If I have the chance, I must kill him. Otherwise, he'll definitely be someone as difficult to deal with as Zishang. The killing intent in Duan Lingtian's eyes was cold as he secretly made up his mind. In his life, There were not many things that he regretted. The one that left the deepest impression on him was that he did not kill Xianxia when he was at the peak of the 7-star sword sex Dubhe Peak in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. At that time, it was easy for him to kill Xianxia with his soul skill, Thousand Illusions. It was precisely because Xianxia had survived that he became a huge threat to him. He even caused the people from the Sky Wolf Fort to hunt him down with the intention of snatching the Devil Seal tablet from him. Xianxia, let's slowly settle our score in the secret treasure left behind by the powerhouse Emperor Wu. This time, I'll definitely kill you with all my might. The killing intent in Duan Lingtian's eyes intensified when he thought of Xianxia. After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian returned to the few people from Wood Peak led by the Peak Master, Qi Yu. As soon as he returned, he was warmly welcomed. Duan Lingtian, you're too terrifying. Even the two most outstanding fellows in the younger generation of the Five Element sect were defeated by you. I, Huang Daniu, admire you. Huang Daniu gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up as he praised. Junior brother Ku, our Wood Peak owes it to you this time. If it wasn't for you finding Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, we'd probably still be at the bottom this time. Yang Ling spoke to Kuzheng. I never imagined that I would be able to encounter Duan Lingtian when I made a trip to Drift Cloud Town with Chen Wei. No matter what, this is fate between our Wood Peak and Duan Lingtian. Kuzheng smiled. The nearby Chen Wei nodded in deep agreement, and at the same time, he gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up. Duan Lingtian, the promise I made to you earlier will always be valid. As long as it's within my ability and doesn't endanger the Five Element sect, I'll agree to one request of yours. Any request? Qi Yu looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile. When he reached the end of his sentence, his tone became heavier. Upon hearing Qi Yu's words, Yang Ling and the other three were taken aback. It did not cross their minds that Qi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak and the second strongest person in the Five Element sect, would actually make such a promise to Duan Lingtian. Thank you, Peak Master. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. He had witnessed Qi Yu's strength with his own eyes. Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, was completely powerless in front of Qi Yu. The promise of such a powerhouse was undoubtedly priceless to him right now. Although Duan Lingtian had returned, most of the eyes in the surroundings were still on him. They were paying attention to him, the champion of the individual Battle of the Five Peaks. This Duan Lingtian seems to be younger than Senior Brother Chen and Senior Brother Yi, but he actually managed to defeat Senior Brother Yi and Senior Brother Chen one after another. How shocking! Don't forget that he's not an ordinary human. The blood of a demon is flowing in his veins. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had also become the focus of discussion among the Five Element sect's disciples. It was only until the loud voice of the sect leader, Guochong, reverberated in the air that they finally stopped talking. Everyone's eyes shifted to Guochong in unison. The individual battle has ended. Now, let's begin the team battle. Chapter 900. In the team battle, 2 representatives from each peak would join forces and fight with the representatives from the other 4 peaks. It would be a 2-on-2 battle. Compared to the individual battle, the team battle was more like a formality. Wood Peak. Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu joined forces. Duan Lingtian was responsible for confusing his opponent with the illusory space while Huang Daniu was responsible for attacking. They easily defeated the Nangong brothers from Gold Peak. Awesome! Huang Daniu, who managed to injure the Nangong brothers in just a few moves, laughed heartily. He looked like a fox exploiting the tiger's might. Nobody was surprised by this result. After all, they already knew how terrifying Duan Lingtian's innate ability was. After defeating the Nangong brothers from Gold Peak, the other 3 peaks did not dare to enter the team battle with Wood Peak. This was because they knew that they would only be looking for a beating if they went up. It was better for them to preserve their strength. Although Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, and his direct disciple, Hu Fei were unwilling, they did not dare to compete with Wood Peak that was at its peak. In that case, Wood Peak has won the first place in the team battle. Combined with Wood Peak's results in the individual battle, Wood Peak has won the first place in our 5 Element Sects Battle of the 5 Peaks. In the next 3 years, Wood Peak will be the first peak of our 5 Element Sect. the first peak of Five Elements sect. Guo spoke slowly. His tone was natural and carefree. However, the disciples from Gold Peak sighed one after another. The glory that belonged to them in the past was snatched away by Wood Peak. This made them feel very upset. Wood Peak, the peak that had been at the bottom for more than 20 years, suddenly rose up and soared to the 9 heavens. It was truly shocking. Duan Lingtian's innate ability helped Wood Peak to reach the top in one fell swoop. With him around, Wood Peak's rise is inevitable. Everyone from Five Elements sect present on the scene was very clear about this. Subsequently, in front of the Nangong brothers from Gold Peak, the other 3 peaks immediately admitted defeat. Gold Peak became the second peak after Wood Peak. In the next 3 years it would be the second peak of Five Elements sect. Duan Lingtian. 3 years later, Gold Peak will definitely reclaim the glory of the first peak of Five Elements sect. Nangong Yi's gaze swept across the sky and landed on Duan Lingtian as he spoke in a loud voice. Nangong Yi exuded a strong sense of confidence. Many of the Five Elements sect's disciples who were present were impressed by him. As expected of senior brother Yi. He's neither arrogant in victory nor discouraged in defeat. With senior brother Yi and senior brother Chan at Gold Peak, I'm sure Gold Peak will regain the honor of being number 1 sooner or later. That Duan Lingtian relied on his innate divine ability, which is not the right path. Many disciples from the other 4 peaks said. Of course, their words were refuted by the disciples of the Wood Peak. What is not the right path? The innate ability is senior brother Lingtian's method. You can't have it even if you want it. Senior brother Lingtian is even younger than brother Nangong. Since he was able to help our Wood Peak seize first place this time, then he'll naturally be able to do the same 3 years from now. I have confidence in senior brother Lingtian. Upon hearing Nangong Yi's words and seeing the enthusiasm of the Wood Peak's disciples, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly to himself. 3 years from now? By that time, he would no longer be in the Five Elements sect. Subsequently, the remaining 3 peaks, Fire Peak, Water Peak, and Earth Peak, would decide the final 3 rankings for the team battle. With Hu Fei, a 7th-level void interpretation martial artist, Fire Peak obtained the 3rd place without any surprise. Based on the individual battle results, Fire Peak would be named the 3rd peak of the Five Elements sect for the next 3 years. Subsequently, the battle between Water Peak and Earth Peak began. Among the 2 female disciples of the Water Peak, Tan Huan was the strongest. As for the Earth Peak, Tian Jun was the strongest. In the individual battle, Tan Huan was slightly better than Tian Jun. Even so, she did not dare to be careless in this battle. She advanced step by step. First, she used her agile movement martial skill to avoid Tian Jun and injure the other Earth Peak's disciple. Then, she narrowly defeated Tian Jun. It's over. Although Tian Jun was mentally prepared, he still could not help but feel a little discouraged when he was defeated. Thank you. Tan Huan nodded at Tian Jun. The final ranking for the team battle was also out. Water Peak ranked 4th. Based on the individual battle results, Water Peak would become the 4th peak of the Five Elements sect. Earth Peak ranked last and became the 5th peak of the Five Elements sect. Senior brothers and junior sisters. I, Tian Jun, am useless. I'm sorry. After Tian Jun was defeated, he bowed to many Earth Peak's disciples. His tone was filled with bitterness. Senior brother Tian Jun, you've done your best. We can all see it. We've fallen this time. It'll be the same even if we climb back up 3 years later. I'm confident in our Earth Peak. The Earth Peak's disciples chimed in one after another. Although Earth Peak ranked last, their morale did not decrease. The disciples from the other 4 peaks could not help but admire them. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Unknowingly, the Wood Peak's disciples began to shout Duan Lingtian's name loudly. They were enthusiastic and high-spirited. Their aura was like the sun in the sky. Duan Lingtian became the center of attention once again. With his own strength, he turned the situation around and allowed Wood Peak to ascend to the top and become the 1st peak of the Five Elements sect in the next 3 years. Peak Masters. The battle of the 5 peaks has ended. Please make arrangements as soon as possible. Guo, the sect leader of the Five Elements sect, looked at the other 4 peak masters and said loudly. 10 days later, bring the two strongest youths from each peak to Gold Peak. At that time, Gold Peak will activate the profound assimilation formation to help the two most outstanding youths from each peak to quickly elevate the concept that they've comprehended. Guocheng finished his sentence in one breath. Profound assimilation formation. The moment Guocheng's words left his mouth, most of the five element sect's disciples were puzzled. However, the eyes of the four peak masters, including Qi Yu, the peak master of Wood Peak, lit up immediately. A hint of excitement could be seen on their faces. Profound assimilation formation. At first, Duan Lingtian thought that he had misheard it. It was only when he heard the discussion of the five element sect's disciples around him that he realized that he did not hear it wrongly. Naturally, he knew what the profound assimilation formation was. However, it had never crossed his mind that a mere five-element sect would actually have a profound assimilation formation as well. In the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, the profound assimilation formation was created by him himself. By right, in the Cloud Continent, only a few forces that were on good terms with him would know how to set up this kind of inscription formation. Duan Lingtian frowned. He was a little puzzled. By right, with the preciousness of the profound assimilation formation, it was impossible for those few forces to share the method of setting it up with other forces. However, it has already been 10,000 years since the reincarnation Emperor Wu's second reincarnation. Perhaps, something had happened in these 10,000 years that caused the method of setting up the profound assimilation formation to spread throughout the Cloud Continent. The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. 10,000 years was enough to change a lot of things. However, when he thought of the function of the profound assimilation formation, he could not help but feel a little excited. The profound assimilation formation was an inscription formation that could help a martial artist quickly comprehend concept and profundity. Apart from the large amount of origin stones that it required, it also required a large amount of concept fragments and profundity fragments. Once the profound assimilation formation was activated, the concept fragments and profundity fragments that were placed in it would be consumed without restraint. It would then help the martial artist in the formation to quickly comprehend the concept and profundity. This time, my concept will be able to complete a new transformation. With the reincarnation Emperor Wu's understanding of the profound assimilation formation, I can definitely use my spiritual energy to gain control of the profound assimilation formation to a certain extent and plunder other people's good fortune. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he became excited. The profound assimilation formation was originally created by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Although he had passed it down to many people, the person who understood the essence of the profound assimilation formation the most was still the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Since he had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, it was equivalent to the reincarnation Emperor Wu being alive. It was extremely easy for him to tamper with the profound assimilation formation. Every time the profound assimilation formation is activated, it requires a large amount of concept fragments. It seems like the five-element sect is going all out in order to obtain the secret treasure left behind by the powerhouse Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Right now, I can only hope that the profound assimilation formation that Gold Peak will activate 10 days later will have more concept fragments for the wind concept, thunder concept, earth concept, and sword concept. With my understanding of the profound assimilation formation and my ability to comprehend two concepts at the same time, I can raise all four concepts at once. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a bright light, and his face was filled with anticipation. Peak Master, what's the profound assimilation formation? At this moment, Huang Daniu's voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. Huang Daniu was asking Qi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak. It was obvious that Huang Daniu was like most of the five-element sect's disciples. It was his first time hearing about the profound assimilation formation. The profound assimilation formation is a type of inscription formation. When Qi Yu reached this point, he paused for a moment and glanced at Duan Lingtian. When he noticed that Duan Lingtian was looking at him, he continued to say, the profound assimilation formation is mainly made up of origin stones that are inscribed with inscriptions and some precious and special materials. Other than that, the most important thing is to put in a large amount of concept fragments. This is because the profound assimilation formation needs to consume concept fragments to help the person inside to comprehend the concept quickly. As everyone knows, once a martial artist who has comprehended a concept obtains the concept fragment of the concept that he has comprehended, the speed of his comprehension of the concept will increase by leaps and bounds. The profound assimilation formation can speed up this speed. As for how fast it is, to a certain extent, it depends on the comprehension ability of the person inside. The comprehension ability of the person who enters the profound assimilation formation will be magnified countless times. The higher the comprehension ability, the faster the speed of comprehending the concept. Qiyu explained. Quickly comprehend the concept? Huang Daniu's eyes lit up. Then, with the 6th level intermediate earth concept that I've just comprehended a few days ago, would it be possible for me to comprehend a 7th level intermediate earth concept in there? Of course. As long as your comprehension ability is high enough and there are enough earth concept fragments in the profound assimilation formation, let alone the 7th level intermediate earth concept, it's not impossible for you to comprehend the 8th level intermediate earth concept. Qiyu added. 8th level intermediate earth concept? Huang Daniu was stunned. Completely stunned. Chapter 901. I can't believe that our 5-element sect still has such a terrifying inscription formation. Initially, I thought that with the concept fragment, the speed of comprehending concept would be considered fast. However, in front of the profound assimilation formation, that speed is nothing at all. Crazy! This is too crazy. How can there be such a crazy inscription formation in the Cloud Continent? However, even though this profound assimilation formation is terrifying, it's not something that anyone can use. Every time it's activated, it would consume at least several hundred concept fragments. No wonder I've never heard of this profound assimilation formation, even though I've been in the 5-element sect for so many years. Even our 5-element sect can't bear such a consumption. Activating the profound assimilation formation in 10 days. This time, the sect is really going all out. The 10 young disciples who can enter are really lucky. After the group of 5-element sect's disciples found out about the function of the profound assimilation formation, they went completely crazy. Envious gazes shot out from their eyes and landed on Duanling Tian, Nangong Chen, Nangong Yi, and the others. They knew very well that the 10 young disciples who displayed their extraordinary strength today would have a brand new transformation in the concept they comprehended 10 days later. It might even soar to the sky. 10 days later, the profound assimilation formation. How exciting! Tian Zhen, the son of the Peak Master of Earth Peak, had also walked out from the haze of failure. His eyes shone brightly. This time, my goal is the 7th level intermediate water concept. Tan Huan, the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Water Peak, had a gleam in her eyes. Her eyes were filled with confidence. Currently, although her cultivation base had broken through to the 6th level void interpretation, she had only comprehended the 5th level intermediate water concept in terms of concept comprehension. Profound assimilation formation. 10 days later, I must comprehend the 9th level intermediate fire concept. I'll never allow Brother Nangong to continue suppressing me. Hu Fei, the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak, had a cold expression on his face. A hint of coldness crept up the corner of his mouth. And that Duanling Tian. One day, I'll make him beg for death. At the thought of this, Hu Fei's cold eyes glanced at Duanling Tian again. Although they were far apart, Duanling Tian could still feel Hu Fei's cold gaze. He felt as if a cold wind was blowing behind his back. Hu Fei, I'll give you a surprise in 10 days. The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth curled into a faint smile. At this moment, it was as if he had become the master who controlled Hu Fei's fate. In the profound assimilation formation 10 days later, Duanling Tian indeed had the ability to become a sovereign. After all, the profound assimilation formation was created by the Emperor Wu himself. He had fused with the memories of 2 lifetimes of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. He was no different from the reincarnation Emperor Wu when he was alive. When the 5-element sect's senior officials and disciples left, the only thing they discussed was the profound assimilation formation. As for the Battle of the 5 Peaks, it was temporarily thrown to the back of their minds. After all, the profound assimilation formation was just too shocking. Duanling Tian, Huang Daniu, Qiyu, Yang Ling, Kuzhang, and Chen Wei left together and returned to Wood Peak. On the way, Chen Wei sighed. It's been almost 20 years since I came to the 5-element sect, but this is the first time I've heard about the profound assimilation formation. Duan Lingtian, Dainyu. Both of you must work hard when you enter the formation. Don't worry. Huang Dainyu grinned. This time, I'll definitely comprehend the 8th level intermediate Earth concept. Who knows, maybe I'll be so lucky that I can directly comprehend the 9th level intermediate Earth concept. 9th level intermediate Earth concept? Upon hearing Huang Dainyu's words, even Qi Yu, the peak master of Wood Peak, could not help but twitch his mouth. He felt that Huang Dainyu was too greedy. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly as well. Did this Dainyu really think that the profound assimilation formation activated by the 5-element sect was that insane? According to Duan Lingtian's estimation, the concept fragments that the 5-element sect would put into the profound assimilation formation to consume 10 days later would definitely be some low-level concept fragments. If a martial artist used only one of these concept fragments and comprehended them over a long period of time, they might be able to improve a lot. However, if they were to be placed into the profound assimilation formation, they would be depleted very quickly. Moreover, each of them would not be very useful to a martial artist. It mainly relied on the accumulation of quantity. This was also the drawback of the profound assimilation formation. It consumed too many concept fragments. If I were to put in hundreds of 7th-level concept fragments or above at one go, the effect would be completely different. However, even if the 5-element sect only put in a bunch of low-level concept fragments, I'll still use them to elevate my 4 concepts quickly so that my strength can be elevated to a higher level. A gleam flashed across Duan Lingtian's eyes as he secretly made up his mind. He was confident about this. With my current spiritual energy, although I don't dare to say that I can completely seize the control of the profound assimilation formation, it's still not a problem for me to tamper with it a little. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. If Duan Lingtian's words were heard by the 5-element sect's senior officials, their jaws would most likely drop from shock. In fact, the 5-element sect's Gold Peak's profound assimilation formation was personally set up by a martial monarch stage inscription master that the 5-element sect paid a huge price to hire many years ago. And now, Duan Lingtian, who had not even stepped into the void transformation stage, actually said that he would tamper with it a little. If that martial monarch powerhouse knew about this, he would most likely be so angry that he would throw up 3 liters of blood. After returning to Wood Peak, Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainyu parted ways with Qi Yu and the others and returned to the 3-story pavilion that they had been staying in all this time. Elder brother Duan. Big guy. When Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainyu approached the pavilion, they immediately heard a familiar voice resonating in the air. On the balcony on the 2nd floor of the pavilion, a young girl was waving at them with a smile on her face. She was none other than Yi Xian, who had come to the 5-element sect with Duan Lingtian some time ago. Xiao Xian. Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainyu leaped onto the balcony on the 2nd floor of the pavilion together. Duan Lingtian greeted Yi Xian with a smile on his face. Hee hee. Little girl Xian, you must be itching to see the Battle of the 5 Peaks since you didn't get to witness it with your own eyes, right? Huang Dainyu grinned and said, It's a pity that you didn't get to see your brother Nyo's peerless demeanor. What a pity, what a pity. Humph. Who wants to see you? Yi Xian said with a snort as she scrunched her nose. In the next instant, her eyes landed on Duan Lingtian. Her eyes gleamed brightly as she asked, Elder brother Duan, how was it? Not bad. Duan Lingtian smiled. Not bad? Yi Xian was stunned. She was slightly puzzled. Little girl Xian, Duan Lingtian and I have personally made a move. Do you still need to ask about the result? If we can't make Wood Peak the first peak of the 5-element sect, we'd be too embarrassed to come back. Huang Dainyu said with a carefree smile. You're bluffing. Yi Xian had a don't try to lie to me expression on her face. Don't think that I don't know. In the past history of the 5-element sect, Wood, Water, Fire, and Earth Peaks have never been able to defeat Gold Peak in the Battle of the 5 Peaks and become the first peak of the 5-element sect. You said it yourself. That's the past history of the 5-element sect. What if I say that this history of the 5-element sect has been broken today? Huang Dainyu continued to laugh. Broken? Yi Xian was stunned. She faintly realized that Huang Dainyu did not seem to be joking. However, she did not really believe Huang Dainyu. Instead, she looked at Duan Lingtian who was at the side. In her heart, only Duan Lingtian could make her completely and unconditionally trust him. What Dainyu said is true. When he saw Yi Xian looking over, Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded. Xiao Xian, from today onwards, the wood peak that we're at will be the first peak of the Five-Element sect for the next 3 years. The first peak of the Five-Element sect. Naturally, Yi Xian believed Duan Lingtian's words. However, she was still shocked to the point that she was stunned. Although it had not been long since she came to the Five-Element sect in the wood peak, she still knew what the first peak of the Five-Element sect represented and what it meant. And now, the wood peak would replace gold peak and become the first peak of the Five-Element sect in the next 3 years? All of this was the credit of the two people standing before her? For a moment, she could not help but feel excited. Elder brother Duan, tell me in detail about the Battle of the Five Peaks today. Yi Xian had always felt regretful that she could not witness the Battle of the Five Peaks today. However, there was nothing she could do. She had not stepped into the void prying stage yet, so she could not stand in the air. I'll let Dainyu tell you. Duan Lingtian smiled. Big guy, tell me. Yi Xian looked at Huang Dainyu and asked with a frown. I say, little girl Xian, you called Duan Lingtian elder brother Duan, but you call me big guy. Isn't that a little rude? Huang Dainyu narrowed his eyes and asked slowly with a smile on his face. If you don't tell me, I'll burn your room down when you're cultivating in the future. When Yi Xian saw that Huang Dainyu was about to take advantage of the situation, she glared at him and threatened. After being threatened by Yi Xian, the smile on Huang Dainyu's face froze and completely collapsed. He was really afraid that Yi Xian would do something like that when he was cultivating. Facing the mischievous and terrifying Yi Xian, not to mention that he could not bear to do anything to her, even if he really wanted to, Duan Lingtian would probably not agree to it. I'm scared of you. Huang Dainyu shook his head and then roughly told her about the situation of the Battle of the Five Peaks today. From the beginning, he had been bragging about how heroic he was. Little girl Xian, you didn't see it at that time. That Hu Fei was sent flying with a single punch from me. Humph. You're good. Yi Xian snorted. But you're not a match for Brother Nangong from Gold Peak. Looks like the reason why Wood Peak can become the first peak in the Five-Element sect in the next 3 years is all because of my elder brother Duan. It has nothing to do with you at all. Little girl Xian, you can't simply say that. Even if Duan Lingtian didn't make a move, our Wood Peak can still become the second peak in the Five-Element sect in the next 3 years. When Huang Dainyu saw that Yi Xian denied his credit with just one sentence, he immediately became anxious. You also said that we're the second. Can the second be compared to the first? Chapter 902. Yi Xian's words made Huang Dainyu completely lose his temper. Indeed. Even without him, just Duan Lingtian's strength alone was completely capable of assisting Wood Peak to seize the glory of the first place in the Battle of the Five Peaks this time. All right. Duan Lingtian couldn't watch on any longer, and he mediated. Today, Dainyu defeated the Fire Peak's Hu Fei, and not only did he vent his anger for Elder Yang, he even brought glory to our Wood Peak, and his contributions can't go unnoticed. The moment Huang Dainyu heard this, he immediately laughed and glanced at Yi Xian proudly. Yi Xian, on the other hand, rolled her eyes at him and ignored him. Let's go back and cultivate. Duan Lingtian glanced at the pair of clowns before him helplessly, and took the lead to return to his room. After returning to his room, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on his bed and sensed the origin energy in his body that had transformed. A bright smile appeared on his face. 7th level void interpretation. When he made the breakthrough earlier, everything happened in just a blink of an eye. It was so fast that Duan Lingtian felt like he was dreaming. Not only did I make a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation, but the bottleneck to the 8th level void interpretation has also appeared. It won't be long before I can make a breakthrough to the 8th level void interpretation. The moment Duan Lingtian thought about this, his emotions surged and he could not calm down for a long time. My cultivation base has made a breakthrough, and my spiritual energy has improved. I've left my concept far behind. However, 10 days later, my concept will have a new breakthrough as well. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he thought about the profound assimilation formation. In his opinion, the profound assimilation formation was like a timely rain. It came to him just in time when the concept he had comprehended was still low. 10 more days. It'll be great if I can make a breakthrough to the 8th level void interpretation within these 10 days. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought about this, he no longer dared to hesitate. He quickly closed his eyes and calmed his heart to cultivate. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. Sword Dragon Transformation. The yuan power within Duan Lingtian's body surged. Even though it had brought along a trace of the medicinal efficacy of the Nirvana pill, the medicinal efficacy of this Nirvana pill was far from being as overbearing as before. I've used external origin energy and spiritual energy to stimulate the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill. Now, it has already become a frightened bird. In the future, it is impossible for him to be stimulated in the same way. Duan Lingtian was well aware of this. In the future, unless he consumed the spirit fruit and let the medicinal power of the spirit fruit further stimulate the medicinal power of the rebirth pill. Otherwise, he would have to continuously raise his cultivation base to allow the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill to gradually appear and help him raise his cultivation base even faster. Duan Lingtian's target was to break through to the 8th level of the void interpretation stage within 10 days. But the truth proved that it was merely a target. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. 10 days passed, yet the bottleneck that led to the 8th level of the void interpretation stage in Duan Lingtian's body didn't move in the slightest. Duan Lingtian. A familiar voice resonated in his ears, waking Duan Lingtian up from his cultivation. He could not help but sigh. I'm still too greedy. Unless I have the spirit fruit, I'm afraid it'll take me at least 2 to 3 months to complete the breakthrough. It's already been 10 days? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he opened the door and looked at Huang Daniu who was standing outside. The reason why he said it was familiar was because the reincarnation Emperor Wu was very familiar with it. As someone who had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 reincarnations memories, it was only natural that Duan Lingtian would find it familiar as well. The profound assimilation formation. It did not cross Duan Lingtian's mind that the profound assimilation formation was actually in this palace. At this moment, he could not help but feel a little excited. Humph! Qiyu, you and the people from Wood Peak are really arrogant. How dare you ask the sect leader to wait for you? The moment Duan Lingtian and the other 2 entered the palace, Cha Bai, the peak master of Wood Peak, had already cast a cold glance at them as he mocked them. Cha Bai, it seems like you've really forgotten the pain after your wounds have healed. A disdainful smile crept up on the corner of Qi Yu's mouth. Or perhaps, I was too lenient on you last time? If you need it, I can make you stay in bed for a few months at any time. A threat. A blatant threat. Qi Yu's words caused Cha Bai's face to turn green and pale. Although he was furious, he did not dare to flare up at all. Sect leader, look. Right now, this Qi Yu is riding on top of your head as well. Cha Bai took a deep breath. He knew that he was no match for Qi Yu, so he did not confront Qi Yu directly. Instead, he looked at Guo Chong and said angrily. However, Guo Chong ignored Qi Yu's provocation. He nodded at Qi Yu and said, since everyone is here, let's begin. The 10 of you, go to the platform and sit down with your legs crossed. After you've sat down, take out your concept fragments and begin to comprehend it. After 15 minutes, I'll activate the profound assimilation formation. Guo Chong glanced at the 10 people including Duan Lingtian before he said slowly. After the profound assimilation formation is activated, I'll put in several hundred concept fragments. At that time, those concept fragments will be absorbed by the profound assimilation formation and transform into concept energy that will help all of you to elevate your concept quickly. As for how much you can elevate your concept to, it'll depend on your own comprehension and luck. Guo Chong finished his sentence in one breath. The moment Guo Chong's words left his mouth, the 2 brothers, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi, who were next to him, flew up to the spacious platform in the palace and sat down with their legs crossed at a distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon after, the 6 people from Water, Fire, and Earth Peak ascended the platform one by one and sat down with their legs crossed. Hu Fei glared at the purple figure in the distance with his cold eyes before he closed his eyes. Holding a fire concept fragment in his hand, he began to comprehend the fire concept in a meditative state. Tan Huan from Water Peak and Tian Zhan from Earth Peak also closed their eyes one after another and began to comprehend the concept with the help of the concept fragments. The other 3 young disciples from the 3 peaks also closed their eyes one after another. Daniu, let's go. Duan Lingtian completely ignored Hu Fei's cold eyes. He called out to Huang Daniu and flew up to the platform in front of them together. However, there was a faintly discernible smile at the corner of his mouth, mixed with a trace of a conspiratorial smile. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu sat down with their legs crossed separately. Huang Daniu held an earth concept fragment in his hand and began to comprehend. He turned a deaf ear to everything around him. Duan Lingtian also closed his eyes and began to comprehend. However, he had 2 concept fragments in his hand at the same time. They were the wind concept fragment and the thunder concept fragment. It was fortunate that Guocheng, the sect leader of the 5-element sect, and the peak masters of the other 4 peaks did not see this. Otherwise, who knew how shocked they would be? Comprehending 2 different concepts with the help of 2 different concept fragments at the same time? They had never heard of anyone who could do this on the Cloud Continent before. A quarter of an hour passed quietly. In the eyes of the peak masters of the 5 peaks of the 5-element sect, the 10 young talents on the high platform had completely entered the concept comprehension state. However, they did not notice that there was one person who was not in the state at all. This person was none other than Duan Lingtian. It's going to be activated soon. Duan Lingtian secretly took a deep breath. He was a little excited. He was waiting for the moment the sect leader of the 5-element sect would activate the profound assimilation formation. Only then would he be able to smoothly integrate his spiritual energy into the profound assimilation formation and do what he wanted to do. Chapter 903. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Suddenly, Guocheng, the sect leader of 5-element sect, made his move. With a raise of his hand, 4 origin stones that were shining with white light shot out and landed at the 4 corners of the spacious high platform. Almost at the same time when the 4 origin stones landed, a white mist gushed out of the high platform and shrouded the 10 young talents on the high platform. It was apparent that this was an inscription formation. To be more precise, it was a profound assimilation formation. Whoosh! Almost at the same time when the 4 origin stones landed at the 4 corners of the spacious high platform, Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged on the high platform, suddenly released the spiritual energy that had been accumulating in his mind. In just a moment, it followed the spiritual energy that extended from the various materials that formed the profound assimilation formation and merged into the profound assimilation formation like a fish in water. It's done! Now, all that's left is to wait for the hundreds of concept fragments. As long as those concept fragments come into contact with the profound assimilation formation, they'll be instantly refined and transformed into concept energy. Usually, the amount of concept energy that can be absorbed by the people in the profound assimilation formation will not be more than 1%. However, with the advantage that I have now in the reincarnation Emperor Wu's understanding of the profound assimilation formation, I can extract 10% of the concept energy to help me improve the concept that I've comprehended. This was also Duan Lingtian's goal. It was not that Duan Lingtian did not want to extract all of the concept energy that was refined by the profound assimilation formation, but he could not do it at all right now. 10% was the limit that he estimated based on his current spiritual energy. After all, his spiritual energy was only at the 8th level void interpretation. It was still too weak in front of the profound assimilation formation. The minimum requirement to set up the profound assimilation formation was spiritual energy that was at the martial monarch stage or above. With his current spiritual energy, he could only snatch 10% of the profound assimilation formation from under the nose of the profound assimilation formation because of the reincarnation Emperor Wu's thorough understanding of the profound assimilation formation. Otherwise, let alone snatching the profound assimilation formation from under the nose of the profound assimilation formation, he could not even merge his spiritual energy with the profound assimilation formation. Ha! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian, who was quietly waiting, seemed to have noticed something, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. At the same time, he could clearly sense a strange spiritual energy suddenly attacking him from within the profound assimilation formation. It then followed the spiritual energy that he had extended out and attacked his soul. Not good. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. There's a reversal formation hidden inside the profound assimilation formation. Damn it. The reversal formation was a type of passive defensive inscription formation that was a one-time use inscription formation. It was usually hidden in other inscription formations and belonged to the category of inscription formations. Normally, the reversal formation would not have any unusual movements. However, once an inscription master's spiritual energy entered the inscription formation that hid the reversal formation, the reversal formation would be activated and turn into a mirror. The inscription master's spiritual power would be replicated and reflected back, directly attacking his soul and injuring it. Of course, the prerequisite was that the inscription master who left behind the reversal array had to have a stronger spiritual power than the invader. Otherwise, the reversal formation would not have been activated. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was facing a spiritual energy that was as strong as his own spiritual power. The spiritual energy was charging straight to the soul in the depths of his mind. Although the strength of the spiritual energy was not enough to completely destroy Duan Ling Tian's soul, it was enough to cause great damage to Duan Ling Tian's soul. Boom! The spiritual energy came very quickly. By the time Duan Ling Tian reacted, it had already collided with Duan Ling Tian's soul as though it wanted to completely destroy it. Duan Ling Tian's soul instantly trembled, causing him to feel a wave of dizziness, and his vision blurred as he lost consciousness. Even the spiritual energy that had entered the profound assimilation formation was almost subconsciously retracted from the impact. It was fortunate that Duan Ling Tian reacted in time and controlled his spiritual energy so it did not leave the profound assimilation formation. If his spiritual energy left the profound assimilation formation that had been activated, everything that he had prepared and done today would be in vain. That was not something he wanted to see. Just when Duan Ling Tian thought that his soul would be severely injured, he realized that his soul was unharmed. The spiritual energy that had collided with his soul had also disappeared without a trace. What's going on? Duan Ling Tian was a little confused. He subconsciously used another spiritual energy to check his soul. This check shocked Duan Ling Tian so much that his soul almost flew out of his body. My spiritual brand is gone. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He was completely stunned. The spiritual imprint in the depths of his soul, which was also what he relied on to unleash his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, had completely disappeared from his soul. Without this spiritual brand, it meant that he could no longer use his soul skill 1,000 illusions. It's that spiritual energy. It must have destroyed the spiritual brand. It was precisely because the spiritual brand blocked that mental energy that my soul was able to remain unscathed. This was something that Duan Ling Tian could easily figure out. Without the spiritual brand, it meant that his soul skill 1,000 illusions was gone. From now on, he could no longer use his soul skill 1,000 illusions against his enemies. He could no longer use his unpredictable illusory space to toy with his opponents in the palm of his hand. It had to be said that Duan Ling Tian was very, very disappointed. The soul skill 1,000 illusions had accompanied him for a very long time. Along the way, it had saved him many times. It had also given him the ability to defeat the strong as the weak. He had defeated many martial artists who were stronger than him. Now, the soul skill 1,000 illusions was gone. It had left him. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual energy trembled. It caused him to quiver. He temporarily, through the disappointment of his spiritual brand being destroyed and the disappearance of his soul skill 1,000 illusions to the back of his mind. At the same time, he could clearly sense that the originally calm profound assimilation formation had suddenly become restless. Without even thinking, he could guess the reason why the profound assimilation formation was restless. Guachong, the sect leader of the Five Elements sect, was finally going to throw the hundreds of soul fragments into the profound assimilation formation. The spiritual brand is gone, and the soul skill 1,000 illusions is gone. It's a foregone conclusion. It can't be changed. What I have to do now is to seize this opportunity and let my four concepts soar. Duan Ling Tian quickly adjusted his mood. He was anticipating the arrival of the hundreds of concept fragments. He knew very well that without the spiritual brand and the soul skill 1,000 illusions, he was nothing compared to the group of young talents in the Five Elements sect. Let alone the Nangong brothers from Gold Peak. Even Hu Fei from Fire Peak could easily defeat him. Hu Fei was at the 7th level Void Interpretation. He had comprehended the 7th level Intermediate Fire concept. What about him? 7th level Void Interpretation. He had comprehended the 3rd level Intermediate Wind concept. The remaining 3 types of elementary concepts added together did not exceed the strength of 10 ancient horned dragons. What did he have to compete with Hu Fei? Even if he used the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand, he was still far from being a match for Hu Fei. Although Duan Ling Tian was unwilling to admit it, he had no choice but to do so. Without the soul skill 1000 illusions, to a certain extent, he was just a piece of trash with a high cultivation base and low strength. Therefore, he must seize this opportunity. If he did not seize this opportunity, he would be trampled under Hu Fei's feet. Was he willing to be trampled under Hu Fei's feet? Of course not. This time, I want to rely on the profound assimilation formation to possess the strength to defeat Hu Fei, Nangong Chen, and Nangong Yi without using the soul skill 1000 illusions. Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with longing. It was an endless longing. Duan Lingtian's unusual movement was completely shrouded by the profound assimilation formation that had transformed into a cloud of fog. Naturally, the peak masters of the 5-element sect outside did not notice it. At this moment, the sect leader of the 5-element sect, who was also the peak master of Gold Peak, Guochong, was standing in front of the high platform. There were hundreds of concept fragments suspended in the air in front of him. They were held up by an invisible force and did not move for a long time. Among these concept fragments, there were green, red, blue, purple, and even earthy yellow. These 4 colors represented the 5 types of nature concepts, namely wind, fire, water, thunder, and earth. They were the concept fragments that corresponded to the 5 types of concepts. Of course, other than these 5 colors of concept fragments, there were also 2 other types of concept fragments that were emitting waves of sharp aura. These 2 types of concept fragments were shining with a faint light on their surface. The light either condensed into a sword or a saber. It was the sword concept fragment and the saber concept fragment. However, compared to the wind, fire, water, thunder, and earth concept fragments, the sword concept fragment and the saber concept fragment were much lesser. Do any of you have any sword concept fragments and saber concept fragments with you? I remember that the 5th level Void Interpretation stage disciple of the Fire Peak comprehended sword concept. The 5th level Void Interpretation stage disciple of the Earth Peak comprehended saber concept. Guochong looked at the other 4 peak masters and asked slowly. Based on his words, it was obvious that he felt that the sword concept fragments and saber concept fragments were too little. I have 23 sword concept fragments with me. The lowest is the 1st level while the highest is the 4th level. Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, raised his hand and took out 13 sword concept fragments. I also have 21 saber concept fragments with me. Tian Gu, the peak master of Earth Peak, also took out 11 saber concept fragments. As for Qi Yu and Tan Huan, the peak masters of Wood Peak and Water Peak, they did not make any move at all. All the peaks in the 5-element sect were originally in a competitive relationship. They would not be willing to do things that would benefit the disciples of the other peaks. Moreover, no matter if it was Cha Bai or Tiangu, the concept fragments that they took out were all beneficial to the disciples of their own peaks. If they were asked to take out other concept fragments, they would definitely not be willing to do so. It's almost time. Chapter 904. The eyes of the other 4 peak masters lit up when they heard Guochong's words. Whoosh! Suddenly, Guochong raised his hand. At once, the hundreds of concept fragments that were suspended in front of him rained down on the profound assimilation formation that shrouded the entire high platform. Whoosh! 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 One by one, the concept fragments fell into the fog that shrouded the high platform and disappeared. It's here! Duan Ling Tian, who was in the profound assimilation formation, immediately noticed the appearance of the hundreds of concept fragments when he merged his spiritual energy into the profound assimilation formation. As soon as the concept fragments fell into the profound assimilation formation, they were refined into waves of concept energy by the profound assimilation formation. The concept energy instantly filled the entire space in the profound assimilation formation. Duan Ling Tian, who had opened his eyes, could clearly see the solidified concept energy. There were 7 types of concept energy in total. 5 of them were green, red, blue, purple, and khaki respectively. It was obvious that they were the concept energy that was transformed from the wind, fire, water, thunder, and earth concept fragments. The other 2 types were colorless. However, there was a faint solidified energy surrounding them. They were either swords or sabers. It was obvious that they were the concept energy that was transformed from the sword and saber concept fragments. Unfortunately, I've only comprehended the wind concept, thunder concept, earth concept, and sword concept. Otherwise, I would have gained more this time. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. His spiritual energy began to move in the profound assimilation formation. He tried his best to control the profound assimilation formation, according to the memory of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. At the same time, the green concept energy, purple concept energy, khaki concept energy that permeated the profound assimilation formation, as well as the concept energy that permeated the sword-shaped energy in the surroundings, were separated by 1/10 each. The 4 types of concept energy that were separated shook in the air and flew in the same direction. It was the direction where Duan Lingtian was at. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The concept energy that originated from a large amount of wind concept fragments, lightning concept fragments, earth concept fragments, and sword concept fragments surged into Duan Lingtian's body. At the same time, 4 material concepts emanated from the surface of Duan Lingtian's body, and they became even more majestic and vast. It was the concept of wind, concept of thunder, concept of earth, and concept of sword. The 4 wills gradually grew stronger and transformed. It was obvious that it was constantly digesting the 4 concept energies that surged into Duan Lingtian's body. As long as it completely digested the 4 concept energies, the 4 concepts would complete their final transformation. After separating the 4 types of concept energy that he needed and allowing them to flow into his body, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Duan Lingtian could feel the profound assimilation formation that had consumed more than 90% of his spiritual energy trembling, as though he was about to be forced out of the profound assimilation formation. With my current spiritual energy, it's not enough to separate the concept energy anymore. However, it's still possible for me to make someone in the profound assimilation formation be repelled by the concept energy. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian used the last bit of his spiritual energy to pierce into the profound assimilation formation again, and gave his last command. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy that had merged into the profound assimilation formation was completely depleted. If Duan Lingtian opened his eyes now, he would definitely see it immediately. A red figure that was also in the profound assimilation formation was Hu Fei, the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Wood Peak, who was sitting cross-legged not far away. There seemed to be an additional resistance around him. As soon as this resistance appeared, the red concept energy that was originally close to him, which was also the concept energy that was transformed from the fire concept fragments, was completely pushed away. It could not get close to him at all. At this moment, the red concept energy gradually dissipated and soon disappeared without a trace. The other 8 people had more or less absorbed some of the concept energy that they needed. However, the concept energy that had merged into their bodies was only 1% of the total. The remaining concept energy disappeared into the profound assimilation formation just like that. It was as though it was forcefully swallowed by the profound assimilation formation. Even if it was only 1% of the concept energy, it was still enough to benefit the 8 of them greatly. Time continued to pass by quietly. An hour went by. 2 hours went by. Outside the profound assimilation formation, the 5 peak masters of the 5 elements sect were waiting outside the high platform. Their eyes were fixed on the profound assimilation formation from the beginning until the end. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. All of them wanted to know what level the concepts that the young geniuses from their respective peaks who entered the profound assimilation formation had elevated to. 5 hours went by very quickly. However, the mist on the high platform did not disappear. This also meant that the profound assimilation formation was still there. The concept energy transformed from the concept fragments had not been completely digested by the people inside. What's going on? Yu Feng, the peak master of Water Peak, frowned. Something doesn't seem right. I remember that when the few of us entered the profound assimilation formation, It only took us 3 hours to come out. I think it's a little strange as well. Jianghu, the peak master of Earth Peak, nodded his head. Unfortunately, my spiritual energy can't penetrate this profound assimilation formation. There's no way for me to investigate the situation inside. There's only one possibility. Someone hasn't completely digested the concept energy that has entered his body. Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, said solemnly. Looks like this generation of disciples has given us a big surprise. The longer we stay in there, the more benefits we'll get. Guachong, the peak master of Gold Peak, who is also the sect leader of Five Element Sect, exclaimed in surprise. Chi Yu, the peak master of Wood Peak, stood by the side with a face filled with anticipation as well. Duan Lingtian, could it be you? Chi Yu asked quietly in his heart. Inside the profound assimilation formation. Due to the existence of the profound assimilation formation, even those young talents who had completely digested the concept energy they had absorbed and raised the concept they had comprehended had yet to wake up. Once they were shrouded by the profound assimilation formation, they would not wake up as long as the profound assimilation formation did not disappear. At this moment, they were completely unaware of the changes in the concept they had comprehended. Only when the profound assimilation formation disappeared completely would they be able to sense the changes in the concept they had comprehended and wake up immediately. It was very easy to make the profound assimilation formation disappear. As long as the concept energy that was lingering in the profound assimilation formation, including the concept energy in the body of the people in the profound assimilation formation, disappeared completely, the profound assimilation formation would disappear as well. Right now, the only person who was awake in the profound assimilation formation was Duan Lingtian alone. This feels so good. Duan Lingtian was in a great mood when he could clearly sense that the 4 concepts he had comprehended were still rising. Originally, I would need to spend at least 120 hours to completely digest these 4 concept energy. However, since I can comprehend 2 different concept energy at the same time, I only need half the time. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart jolted. For Huang Daniu and the others, it would take them 3 hours to absorb and digest 1% of a concept energy. On the other hand, it would take him 30 hours to absorb and digest 10% of a concept energy. For concepts meant that he would need 120 hours. Since he could comprehend 2 different concepts at the same time, it was even more efficient. The time was halved, which meant that he would only need 60 hours. Now, 5 hours have passed. I still need 55 hours. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian immersed himself in the 4 concepts that were rising rapidly again. The feeling of sitting on a rocket made him feel extremely carefree from the bottom of his heart. Wind, sometimes gentle, sometimes swift. Thunder, sometimes reserved, sometimes violent. Sword, sometimes calm, sometimes swift and fierce. Earth, it made Duan Lingtian feel as though he had become one with the earth beneath him. There was no longer any distinction between him and the earth. Inside the profound assimilation formation, Duan Lingtian, who was digesting the 4 concept energy to his heart's content and improving the concepts he had comprehended, was in a great mood. He only hoped that this moment would last forever. However, the 5 people outside of the profound assimilation formation were completely anxious. It's already been 10 hours, but the profound assimilation formation still hasn't disappeared. Could something have happened inside? Tiangu speculated worriedly. I don't think so. Yu Feng shook her head. This profound assimilation formation was set up by a martial monarch stage inscription master that was hired by our 5 element sect's ancestors. It has never had any problems before, and this time shouldn't be an exception as well. But this time, it's taking too long. In the history of our 5 element sect, no matter which time the profound assimilation formation was activated, it would usually only take 3 hours to complete. Cha Bai frowned as his face turned slightly grave. At this moment, even Guachong, the sect leader of the 5 element sect, was no longer as calm as before. 10 hours. What's going on inside? Soon, Guachong looked at Chiyu, who was standing by the side with a calm expression. Chiyu, what do you think? What can I think? Chiyu shrugged and smiled faintly. Chapter 905. Gua Chong's words reminded the other 4 peak masters, including Qi Yu. At once, they could not help but be shocked. That was right. If there was really someone who had not completely absorbed and digested the concept energy contained in the profound assimilation formation, to what extent would his concept be raised to? I don't think that's possible. Very soon, Tiangu seemed to have recalled something as he shook his head and frowned. Ever since the profound assimilation formation became popular in the entire cloud continent several thousand years ago, I've never heard of anyone being able to stay in it for more than 3.5 hours, let alone 10 hours. Usually, it would be around 3 hours. Perhaps, something has happened in the profound assimilation formation. Tiangu voiced out his speculation. What you said does make sense. Yu Feng, who was standing by the side, nodded her head. A hint of worry could be seen in between her eyebrows. If something has really happened in the profound assimilation formation, would anything happen to them? The moment Yu Feng's words left her mouth, Guochong, Qi Yu, and Cha Bai's faces turned grave immediately. The words that Tiangu said earlier had resonated with them as well. Right now, after listening to Yu Feng's words, they could not help but feel worried as well. They were worried about the safety of the disciples in the profound assimilation formation. Time continued to pass by quietly. Just like that, a day had passed by quickly. It's already been a day and there's still no movement at all. No. I must break through this profound assimilation formation. After waiting for a day, Cha Bai could no longer hold himself back and immediately flew out. With a raise of his hand, a flaming saber materialized in his hand and slashed down with a whistling sound. Whoosh! The flaming saber slammed into the profound assimilation formation fiercely. However, when it came into contact with the mist above the profound assimilation formation, it completely disappeared. The mist above the profound assimilation formation was like a terrifying beast that opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the flaming saber whole. It's useless. Seeing that Cha Bai was about to make his move again, Tiangu shook his head and said, "That's an inscription formation that's set up by a martial monarch powerhouse. On top of that, it's a profound assimilation formation that requires an extremely high amount of spiritual energy. Unless you're a martial monarch powerhouse, it's impossible for you to forcefully destroy it." Tiangu himself was an inscription master. He had the absolute right to speak in this regard. Therefore, after hearing Tiangu's words, even though Cha Bai's face was still a little ugly, he was no longer as impulsive as before. "Peak Master Cha Bai, we can understand your feelings. However, just like what Peak Master Qi Yu said earlier, the only thing we can do now is to wait for the profound assimilation formation to close on its own and for them to come out." Cha Bai nodded. Then, he glanced at Guochong and Qi Yu who were sitting cross-legged at a low altitude. After taking a deep breath, he also sat cross-legged in the air. He meditated while waiting for his direct disciple, Hu Fei, to come out of the profound assimilation formation. Soon, another day had passed. Still nothing. Qi Yu opened his eyes and looked at the profound assimilation formation on the high platform not far away. He muttered to himself, "Duan Ling Tian, Huang Daniu. Please don't let anything happen to the two of you. The future of the Wood Peak depends on the two of you to support it." After witnessing the strength of Duan Ling Tian and Huang Daniu, Qi Yu had already regarded both of them as the future pillars of the Wood Peak. In his heart, he even had the thought of cultivating one of them to be the next peak master of Wood Peak. Of course, the reason why he had the thought of choosing one of them was not because he felt that it was difficult to choose because both of them had similar innate talents. It was because he felt that it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to stay in the Wood Peak and the Five Element sect in the future. After all, Duan Ling Tian was an anomaly. He was publicly acknowledged as the darling of the heavens on the Cloud Continent. Such an existence was destined to not be bound by the Five Element sect. In the entire eastern region of the Northern Desert, the Five Element sect could be considered as one of the 3 major forces. However, in the entire Cloud Continent, it was only a tiny third-rate force at the border. It was not even worth mentioning in front of the truly powerful forces. As long as Duan Ling Tian was willing, he would not hesitate to regard Duan Ling Tian as the successor of the Peak Master of Wood Peak. However, if Duan Ling Tian was unwilling, he would not force him. He could only settle for the second best and choose Huang Daniu as the successor of the Peak Master of Wood Peak. Although Huang Daniu was not as good as Duan Ling Tian, he was much more outstanding compared to the other Wood Peak disciples. Why? Are you worried about Duanling Tian and Huang Daniu? Suddenly, a familiar voice entered Qi Yu's ears through voice transmission. He did not even need to turn his head to know whose voice it was. Aren't you worried about those two precious disciples of yours? Qi Yu glanced at Guocheng, who was standing nearby, and asked through voice transmission. The moment Guocheng heard that, he smiled wryly. How could he not be worried? Of course not. After so many years of being together, he who did not have any children had long regarded his two direct disciples as his own. Did you ask Duanling Tian if he's willing to stay in the Five-Element sect in the future? Guocheng looked at Qi Yu and asked through voice transmission again. Without waiting for Qi Yu's reply, he added, as long as he's willing to stay in the Five-Element sect, not only will he become the Peak Master of Wood Peak, I can even pass on the position of the sect leader of Five-Element sect to him. Qi Yu could not help but be moved by Guocheng's words. What about your two direct disciples? Them? When Guocheng heard Qi Yu mentioning Nangong and his brother, he could not help but sigh. Those two boys are really ambitious. They've already decided to leave the Five-Element sect after coming out from that place and explore the outside world together. Their ambition is not bad. Moreover, they've been staying in the Five-Element sect since they were young and have never left. It's not strange for them to yearn for the outside world. Qi Yu nodded. They're too ambitious. It's impossible for them to inherit the position of the sect leader of Five-Element sect. If Duanling Tian is willing, I can pass on the position of the sect leader to him even without him coming to Gold Peak. Guocheng replied. Don't tell me you think that the position of the sect leader of Five-Element sect that even your two precious disciples don't care about can move Duanling Tian? Qi Yu shook his head. When he reached the end of his sentence, his tone turned solemn. Don't forget, he's still a variant. Variant. Upon hearing Qi Yu's words, Guocheng fell silent. That was right. How monstrous was a variant? How could they be bound by the Five-Element sect? Even those top-notch first-rate forces on Cloud Continent would fight to the death for a variant. I can't help but feel that something's not right about the situation with the profound assimilation formation this time. By right, it's impossible for anything to happen to the profound assimilation formation. Soon, Guocheng changed the topic. He looked at Qi Yu and asked, do you think this incident has something to do with Duanling Tian? After all, he's a variant. You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask? Qi Yu rolled his eyes at Guocheng. Looking at the way he was acting, he did not seem like he was talking to a sect leader at all. Instead, he seemed like an ordinary senior brother chatting with each other. Guocheng was rendered speechless. However, he did not mind Qi Yu's casual attitude at all. In front of other people, perhaps he would still put on the airs of a sect leader in front of Qi Yu to show the dignity of a sect leader. However, when he was talking to Qi Yu in private, he did not treat himself as the sect leader at all. Instead, he still treated Qi Yu as the junior brother that he used to roam the world with in the past. At that time, he had saved Qi Yu's life many times, and Qi Yu had saved his life many times as well. Although he and Qi Yu were not from the same peak and were usually in a competitive relationship, they were still friends who would go through life and death together. In the current Five-Element sect, only they knew about the friendship between the two of them. Even the peak masters of the other three peaks did not know about the friendship between the two of them. Otherwise, Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, would not have deliberately tried to sow discord between Guocheng and Qi Yu in front of Guocheng, the sect leader of Five-Element sect. If Cha Bai knew about the friendship between the two of them, he would most likely be so angry that he would vomit blood. As it turned out, his action of wasting so much saliva was just a big joke in the eyes of Guocheng and Qi Yu. 2 days have already passed. To think that the profound assimilation formation still hasn't disappeared. Guocheng sighed. Let's wait a little longer. I have a feeling that we won't have to wait too long. Qi Yu chimed in. All right. Guocheng nodded his head and continued to close his eyes to meditate. Qi Yu also closed his eyes and waited patiently. Not long after the two of them closed their eyes, Cha Bai, who was hovering on the other side, slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the high platform that was enveloped by the profound assimilation formation and muttered to himself, Hu Fei, with your attainments in fire concept, with the help of the profound assimilation formation, you should be able to comprehend the 9th level intermediate fire concept this time, right? Cha Bai's words were filled with great expectations for Hu Fei. Not long after, Tiangu and Yu Feng also opened their eyes. They glanced at the high platform that was enveloped by the profound assimilation formation and sighed softly before closing their eyes again. Time continued to pass by. 1 hour. 2 hours. In just a blink of an eye, another 7 hours had passed by. Inside the profound assimilation formation, a purple figure sat there. His body was completely surrounded by 4 solidified energies that were emitting a vast and majestic aura. This was a young man in purple. He sat there motionlessly like a mountain, like an eminent monk who had attained the Tao. Chapter 906. 5 hours was not a long time. Very soon it had passed by. When Duan Lingtian sensed that the remaining concept energy had completely merged with the concept that he had comprehended and raised his concept to a certain level, he suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, Duan Lingtian noticed that the profound assimilation formation had begun to shake. He knew that the profound assimilation formation was about to close on its own. An ordinary person can only stay in the profound assimilation formation for 3 hours at most. However, I've been in there for a total of 60 hours. And this is because my consciousness can be divided into 2, allowing me to comprehend 2 different concepts at the same time. Otherwise, I could have stayed in there for 120 hours. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he glanced at the 9 young men and women who were sitting cross-legged. A gleam flashed across his eyes as he made up his mind. I mustn't let anyone find out that the reason why the profound assimilation formation has been open for 60 hours is because of me. Otherwise, once this matter spreads out, I'm afraid countless people will want to get the method to stay in the profound assimilation formation for such a long time from me. At this moment, Duan Lingtian thought of many things. At the same time, he withdrew the 4 types of vast and majestic concepts that were spreading out from his body and closed his eyes again. The profound assimilation formation was about to close. What he needed to do now was to not give himself away so that no one would be able to trace him. After all, there were a total of 10 people in the profound assimilation formation. As long as he did not give himself away, even if someone really suspected him, they would not have any evidence and would not dare to confirm it. Outside the profound assimilation formation, in front of the high platform, the 5 peak masters who were sitting cross-legged in the air opened their eyes at the same time. The reason they had such a tacit understanding was that they had noticed the strange movement of the profound assimilation formation in front of them at the same time. The profound assimilation formation is finally closing. Tiangu's eyes lit up as he exclaimed in surprise. It's been 2.5 days. If we convert it into hours, it would be 60 hours. Yu Feng exclaimed. Usually, the people who are in the profound assimilation formation can only stay for about 3 hours at most. However, the 10 of them have stayed for 60 hours. This is really strange. Cha Bai's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. Either something has happened to the profound assimilation formation, or someone has absorbed the concept energy for 60 hours straight. The former is fine, but if it is the latter... Guochong muttered to himself, his eyes shining brightly. Guochong's murmur was not loud, but it was clearly heard by the peak leaders of the other 4 peaks, who agreed with him. At the same time, they stared at the gradually dissipating fog in front of them. All of them wanted to know if there was really someone who had absorbed 60 hours of concept energy in the profound assimilation formation. If that was the case, then to what extent would that person's concept be raised to? Duan Lingtian, could it be you? Qiyu asked again in his heart. He had a feeling that the change in the profound assimilation formation had something to do with Duan Lingtian. Perhaps it was because Duan Lingtian was a variant that he had such thoughts. When the fog gradually dissipated, it also meant that the profound assimilation formation had been shut down. After the profound assimilation formation was completely shut down, the fog on the high platform disappeared without a trace. Only 10 young men and women were left sitting cross-legged. Their eyes were closed, and they did not move at all. Then, He proceeded to tell Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu about his understanding of the profound assimilation formation. Usually, those who enter the profound assimilation formation can only stay in there for about 3 hours. Until now, I've never heard of an exception in the entire Cloud continent. Nan Gongyi finished his sentence in one breath. I see. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu. Duan Lingtian secretly scoffed at Nan Gongyi's explanation. If his spiritual energy was strong enough to absorb all of the concept energy, he could definitely stay in the profound assimilation formation for a longer period of time. Naturally, he knew the reason why ordinary people could only stay in there for 3 hours. It was because those people could only absorb and digest 1% of the concept energy in the profound assimilation formation. No matter how strong one's comprehension was, one would only need 3 hours to absorb and digest 1% of the concept energy. Of course, even if it was only 1%, it was enough to raise one's concept to a certain level. I also feel like I've been in there for more than 3 hours. It feels like a few days have passed. Don't tell me that being in the profound assimilation formation makes one feel like a day is as long as a year? Huang Daniu frowned and pondered for a while before he finally asked. At once, the 10 young talents' eyes that were filled with questions landed on the peak masters of each of the 5 element sects peaks in unison. They wanted to get an answer from them. Indeed, all of you have been in there for more than 3 hours. To be exact, all of you have been in there for 2.5 days, which is a total of 60 hours. Guachong, the peak master of Gold Peak, who is also the sect leader of 5 element sect, said slowly. 2.5 days? 60 hours? The moment Guachong's words left his mouth, the 10 young talents could not help but be stunned. Among them, Nan Gongyi from Gold Peak was included as well. His face was still cold and did not change much. However, there was a hint of astonishment in the depth of his eyes. It was obvious that he was also shocked by his master's words. Master, didn't you say that the martial artists on the Cloud continent can only stay in the profound assimilation formation for about 3 hours at most? What's with the 60 hours? Nan Gongyi was the first to ask. His face was filled with confusion. He couldn't understand this at all. The other young talents were also confused and puzzled. All of them looked at Guachong in confusion, wanting to get an answer from him. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was included among them as well. Although Duan Lingtian knew the reason, it was impossible for him to reveal it. In order to not give himself away, he pretended to be ignorant just like the other 9 people. Huh! All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian noticed that a pair of eyes had locked onto him. This pair of eyes was sizing him up from head to toe as though they were trying to figure out something from him. Duan Lingtian immediately noticed the owner of this pair of eyes. It was Qi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak. Peak Master, what are you doing? Duan Lingtian looked at Qi Yu and asked through voice transmission. His face was filled with confusion. Duan Lingtian, I remember that the concept you comprehended earlier was only the 3rd level intermediate wind concept, right? I'm looking forward to seeing your improvement after coming out of the profound assimilation formation this time. Qi Yu's voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears clearly. He emphasized on the word improvement, as though he was hinting at something. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Don't tell me that the Peak Master of Wood Peak discovered something? Impossible. Soon after, Duan Lingtian denied it. He must think that I'm a variant and suspect that I'm the one who made the profound assimilation formation open for 60 hours instead of 3. Chapter 907. What? As expected, shock appeared on Qi Yu's face when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. You've comprehended another void interpretation concept as well? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded his head in response. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze away from Qi Yu and looked at Guachong, the sect leader of 5 element sect. In the face of Nan Gongyi's question, Guachong finally opened his mouth. Logically speaking, all of you should have stayed in the profound assimilation formation for 3 hours before coming out. This time, all of you have stayed in there for a total of 60 hours. Let alone all of you, even we find it strange and puzzling as well. Guachong replied. Guo Chong's words caused the group of young geniuses to be stunned. However, there's one thing that I'm certain of. Guo Chong's gaze swept across the 10 young talents, including Duan Tian, one by one before he said slowly, "There are only two possibilities for the profound assimilation formation to remain open for 60 hours. First, something has happened to the profound assimilation formation. Second, someone has continuously absorbed the concept energy for 60 hours. When Guo Chong reached the end of his sentence, his eyes shone brightly. Continuously absorbing the concept energy for 60 hours? The moment Guo Chong's words left his mouth, the 9 young talents, other than Duan Tian, were completely dumbfounded. If there was really someone who had continuously absorbed the concept energy for such a long time, then what level would the concept he had comprehended be raised to? Other than Duan Tian, the other 9 young talents, including Huang Daniu, were shocked. Perhaps, Guo Chong could see through the thoughts of most of the young talents, so he continued to say, "Based on the hundreds of concept fragments that I've placed into the profound assimilation formation, if there's really someone who has continuously absorbed the concept energy for 60 hours, even if he had only comprehended the first-level void interpretation concept previously, his concept would have definitely broken through to the 4th-level void transformation concept or above after he comes out of the profound assimilation formation." 4th-level void transformation concept. Upon hearing Guo Chong's words, the group of young talents who had just regained their senses were completely stunned again. 4th-level void transformation concept, what kind of concept was that? Among the group of people, the person who had comprehended the strongest void interpretation concept earlier was none other than Gold Peak's Nangong and his brother. Both of them had comprehended the 8th-level void interpretation concept. The 8th level of the void interpretation concept was only equivalent to the strength of 90 ancient horned dragons. 4th-level void transformation concept was equivalent to the strength of 500 ancient horned dragons. There was a gap between the 9th-level void interpretation concept and the 1st-level void transformation concept. The gap was like a chasm. The former was only equivalent to the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons, while the latter was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Every level of the void transformation concept gave him the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons. Who is it? For a time, the 10 young geniuses, with the exception of Nangong Chen, looked at each other. It was as though all of them wanted to know who had been absorbing the concept energy for such a long time. Who was that pervert? When he saw the group of young geniuses looking at each other, Duan Tian naturally followed suit and pretended to be ignorant. It might not necessarily be someone who has been absorbing the concept energy for such a long time. Perhaps, something has happened to the profound assimilation formation. Guo Chong added when he saw the 9 young talents looking at each other. Right now, all of you should be able to more or less sense the changes in the concept that you've comprehended. However, I don't think all of you can confirm the exact level of your concept. Guo Chong stared at the 10 young talents in front of him with a burning gaze before he said, "Now, I'll call out your names. All of you will show us your concepts one by one and show us what you've gained from the profound assimilation formation." The moment Guo Chong's words left his mouth, the eyes of the other 4 peak masters lit up right away. Qi Yu, the peak master of Wood Peak, especially, glanced at Duan Tian meaningfully. A faint smile appeared on his face. It was as though he was saying to Duan Tian, Kid, since you said you've comprehended 2 types of void interpretation concepts, then let me see what level the other void interpretation concept you've comprehended is at." Duan Tian, naturally, noticed Qi Yu's gaze. He could also guess what Qi Yu was thinking, but he was not bothered by it at all. The reason he said those words earlier was, naturally, because he was confident that Qi Yu would not be able to confirm that he was the person who had been absorbing the concept energy for 60 hours. Although he had been absorbing the concept energy for 60 hours, it was not just one type of concept. If he had only been absorbing one type of concept for such a long time, just like what Guo Chong had said earlier, his concept would have been elevated to the 4th-level void transformation concept or above. When he was in the profound assimilation formation, he had absorbed a total of 4 types of concept energy. It took him 30 hours to fully absorb each type of concept energy. Originally, he would need a total of 120 hours to absorb all 4 types of concept energy. However, since his consciousness could now be divided into 2, he could comprehend 2 different types of concept at the same time. The efficiency had doubled. Due to this reason, it only took him 60 hours to fully absorb all 4 types of concept energy. The 4 types of concept that he had comprehended had also improved tremendously. Humph! Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on Hu Fei as he secretly snorted. Hu Fei had been frowning ever since he came out of the profound assimilation formation. He had noticed this long ago. As for the reason, it was easy for him to guess. What's going on? Hu Fei was a little hesitant when he heard that Guochong wanted them to demonstrate their improved concept. This was because he could feel that the concept that he had comprehended did not seem to have improved at all compared to before he entered. Naturally, he did not dare to confirm if it had not improved since he had yet to demonstrate it. According to Master, after entering the profound assimilation formation, no matter how useless I am, I'll still be able to improve my fire concept and comprehend the 8th level intermediate fire concept. Hu Fei thought to himself. It's not impossible for me to comprehend the 9th level intermediate fire concept. After all, my 7th level intermediate fire concept is only a step away from the 8th level intermediate fire concept. Perhaps my fire concept has already broken through, but since I've just come out of the profound assimilation formation, my senses are a little slow. That should be the case. The moment Hu Fei thought of this, he felt relieved. His furrowed brows began to relax. In his opinion, no matter how useless he was, it was impossible for his fire concept to fail to break through a level while he was in the profound assimilation formation. That was almost impossible. However, Hu Fei did not expect this even in his wildest dreams. However, Duan Ling Tian's existence could make many things that were impossible in his eyes become possible. Don't tell me this Hu Fei didn't notice? When Duan Ling Tian saw Hu Fei's furrowed brows relax, he could not help but be stunned. Is his reaction that slow? Let's start with you. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian's thoughts were pulled back by Guochong's voice. In the next instant, he saw Guochong looking at the male disciple from Earth Peak, and asking him to demonstrate the concept he had comprehended after breaking through in the profound assimilation formation. This male disciple was the other young disciple from Earth Peak other than Tianzhen. Yes, sect leader. The moment the Earth Peak disciple heard Guochong's words, he did not dare to be negligent and responded respectfully. In the next instant, his face turned solemn as a peerless aura exuded from his body. It shot up into the sky as though it could tear everything in the air apart. In the next instant, everyone present on the scene saw a layer of translucent energy suddenly appearing on the surface of the Earth Peak disciple's body. It was a solidified saber energy. The saber energy enveloped the Earth Peak disciple, and enveloped him as though it had transformed into a gigantic saber that was about to shoot up into the sky. Saber concept. At this moment, everyone present on the scene could see the concept that the Earth Peak disciple was demonstrating. Whoosh! At the same time, the heaven and earth energy in the sky stirred. Waves of vast heaven and earth energy quickly gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. Silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared one after another. There was a total of 70 of them. The strength of 70 ancient horned dragons. 6th level intermediate saber concept. Tiangu's eyes lit up as he exclaimed in surprise. Good boy! I remember that before you entered the profound assimilation formation, you only comprehended the 4th level intermediate saber concept. With the help of the profound assimilation formation, you actually managed to cross 2 levels and comprehend the 6th level intermediate saber concept. Hehe. The Earth Peak disciple chuckled before he looked at Tianzhen, who was next to him, and said humbly, Senior brother Tianzhen, you must be much more powerful than me. You brat. Are you trying to harm me? Tianzhen laughed as he scolded. I've only comprehended the 5th level void interpretation concept to begin with. Now that you mention it, won't I be defeated by you if I don't break through to the 7th level void interpretation concept after I demonstrate my concept? Senior brother Tianzhen, you must have comprehended the 7th level void interpretation concept. The Earth Peak disciple quickly tried to salvage the situation. The conversation between the two of them caused the 5 peak masters to chuckle. Tianzhen, I'd like to see if you're defeated by him. You, demonstrate the concept that you've comprehended now as well. Guochong looked at Tianzhen and smiled. Yes, sect leader, Tianzhen responded. Tianzhen responded. Then, his expression turned solemn and he started to feel a little uneasy. Although he could clearly sense that his concept had undergone a huge change compared to before he entered the profound assimilation formation, he was certain that his concept had broken through. However, he had no idea how much he had broken through. Only by demonstrating his concept completely and triggering the heaven and earth phenomenon would he be able to confirm the level of the concept that he had comprehended. 10 days ago, during the Battle of the Five Peaks, the concept that Tianzhen demonstrated was the 5th level intermediate wind concept. Duan Lingtian's gaze immediately landed on Tianzhen. The others had the same gaze as well. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Just when a smile appeared on Cha Bai's face and he was about to reply to Yu Feng, Tiangu interrupted. What you said is already history. Right now, Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu are among the younger generation in our five-element sect. Their innate talent is not inferior to Hu Fei at all. Duan Lingtian, Huang Daniu. The moment Tiangu's words left his mouth, Yu Feng could not help but be stunned. She then glanced at Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu before smiling awkwardly. I've forgotten about them. Cha Bai's face turned grave. Although he did not like Tiangu's words, he could not refute it because it was an indisputable fact. Before Hu Fei entered the profound assimilation formation, the fire concept that he had comprehended was only one step away from the 8th level intermediate fire concept. This time, he must have already comprehended the 9th level intermediate fire concept when he comes out from the profound assimilation formation. Cha Bai announced loudly just when most of the people's attention had shifted to the conversation between Tiangu and Yu Feng. His words were filled with confidence toward Hu Fei. As expected, the moment Cha Bai's words left his mouth, everyone's attention shifted to him again. Congratulations, Peak Master Cha Bai. Yu Feng congratulated Cha Bai. Congratulations. Guochong and Tiangu congratulated Cha Bai as well. In the next instant, everyone's attention shifted to Hu Fei again. Guochong smiled and said, Hu Fei, let's begin. Hu Fei nodded his head. Immediately, wisps of faint flames appeared around his body and gradually solidified. Wait a minute. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly resonated in the air. It shocked Hu Fei so much that he could not help but shudder. The wisps of flames that had yet to solidify around his body were extinguished immediately. Ha! At once, everyone, including Hu Fei, shifted their attention to the source of the voice. There was a young man standing there. He was a young man in purple clothes. Duan Lingtian, what are you trying to do? Hu Fei's face turned grave right away. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Initially, when his master said those words that were filled with confidence in him, although he was still a little nervous, he still mustered up his courage and was prepared to show his fire concept. In his opinion, since everyone else had made such great progress, it was impossible for him to be an exception. For this reason, he was very confident that he would be able to comprehend the 9th level intermediate fire concept. Although he felt that his fire concept was no different from before he entered the profound assimilation formation, he thought it was because he had just come out of the profound assimilation formation and had yet to adapt to it. Chi Yu, is this how you discipline your Wood Peak's disciples? Cha Bai glanced at Duan Lingtian coldly before he looked at Chi Yu and sneered. Chi Yu looked at Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression and ignored Cha Bai. Duan Lingtian, what's the matter? Guochong frowned. Duan Lingtian's shout earlier was equivalent to interrupting him. He could not help but feel dissatisfied. Sect leader, I'm sorry. I just want to have a word with Peak Master Cha Bai. If I don't say it, I'll feel uncomfortable. Duan Lingtian smiled apologetically at Guochong before he looked at Cha Bai. At once, everyone, including Guochong, shifted their attention to Cha Bai. All of them were curious about what Duan Lingtian was going to say to Cha Bai. What are you trying to say? Cha Bai's face turned grave. Peak Master Cha Bai, it's like this. I can't stand people bragging in front of me. Earlier, you said that Hu Fei has comprehended the 9th level intermediate fire concept, but I don't believe it. I think you're just bragging. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian's tone was still calm. However, when he reached the end of his sentence, his tone was filled with hostility. Bragging. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, everyone was dumbfounded. This Duan Lingtian actually said that Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, was bragging? This was the sentence that he would feel uncomfortable if he did not say it out loud? Everyone, including Qi Yu, shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. All they could think was that Duan Lingtian was too bold. No matter what, Cha Bai was still the peak master of Fire Peak. However, right now, Duan Lingtian actually questioned Cha Bai in front of so many people and even said that Cha Bai was bragging. Provocation. It was a blatant provocation. How dare you? Cha Bai's expression changed right away. He could not help but shout angrily. Peak Master Cha Bai, I can't tolerate even half a grain of sand in my eyes. Please don't blame me if I accidentally said what's on your mind. Chapter 909. Duan Lingtian opened his mouth once again, causing everyone on the scene, other than Cha Bai and his disciple, to be petrified. What the hell was this Duan Lingtian trying to do? The other 8 five-element sect's young disciples, other than Huang Daniu who seemed to be deep in thought and Nangong Chen who still had a cold expression on his face, all of them, including Nangong Yi, felt their scalps go numb. It was apparent that they were all shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Even Nangong Yi, the direct disciple of the sect leader of Five-Element sect, did not have the courage to provoke Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak. Duan Lingtian, you're seeking death. After being provoked by Duan Lingtian again and again, Cha Bai, who was enraged, instantly had a layer of frost on his face. His eyes were filled with a chilling coldness as though he was about to devour someone. Peak Master Cha Bai, don't tell me that you've become angry out of embarrassment? In the face of the enraged Cha Bai, Duan Lingtian's face remained calm as he said nonchalantly, or perhaps, you think that you're not bragging and that I'm slandering you? Aren't you? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Cha Bai could not help but ask with a sneer. Peak Master Cha Bai, if you think that you're not bragging and that I'm slandering you, then, why don't we make a bet? A gleam flashed across Duan Lingtian's eyes unnoticeably. However, his tone remained calm and indifferent without any emotion. A bet? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, everyone, including Cha Bai and Hu Fei, was stunned. Why should I make a bet with you? Soon, Cha Bai glanced at Duan Lingtian in disdain and said sarcastically, do you think that you're worthy? Haha. Looks like you don't dare to do it, Peak Master Cha Bai. Duan Lingtian laughed out loud. After he stopped laughing, he sneered without any restraint. Do you think that your little provocation will work on me? Cha Bai was the peak master of Fire Peak in Five-Element sect. He had lived for half of his life. What kind of situation had he not seen before? With just one sentence, he exposed Duan Lingtian's thoughts. His tone was full of disdain. Then what if I bet with you that Hu Fei hasn't even comprehended the 8th level intermediate fire concept? After being exposed, Duan Lingtian did not get angry. Instead, he asked in a pleasant manner. 8th level intermediate concept of fire? Cha Bai was stunned at first. Then, he could not help but burst out laughing. Are you kidding me? This personal disciple of mine, Hu Fei, was only a step away from comprehending the 8th level intermediate fire concept. Now that he's out of the profound assimilation formation, you're saying he hasn't comprehended the 8th level intermediate fire concept. As he spoke, Cha Bai looked at Duan Lingtian with a mocking smile on his face. It was as if he was looking at a big joke. I'll bet with you. If Hu Fei's fire concept has not improved at all and is still at the 7th level intermediate fire concept, then you'll have to give me a 7th level thunder concept fragment. If Hu Fei's fire concept has improved to the 8th level intermediate fire concept or above, then I'll switch my allegiance to you and Fire Peak. On top of that, I'll use the 9-9 heavenly tribulation to swear that I'll never betray you. What do you think? Duan Lingtian did not answer Cha Bai's question. Instead, he continued to speak nonchalantly. Duan Lingtian's words entered Hu Fei's ears clearly. It made Hu Fei's face change instantly as though he had suddenly thought of something. Don't tell me that my fire concept has not improved at all, just like what I've sensed earlier? Hu Fei's heart skipped a beat as an ominous feeling rose in his heart. But, even if that's the case, How did this Duan Ling Tian know about it? Hu Fei could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. In his opinion, the profound assimilation formation was left behind by a martial monarch powerhouse. How marvelous was it? Almost everyone who entered the profound assimilation formation would be able to obtain great benefits. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to be an exception. Even if he was the exception, how could Duan Ling Tian know about it? Duan Ling Tian's words did not only enter Hu Fei's ears, but it also entered Cha Bai's ears, Qi Feng's ears, and everyone else's ears as well. Duan Ling Tian wanted to make a bet with Cha Bai. He was betting that Hu Fei's fire concept had not improved at all after he came out of the profound assimilation formation. It was still at the 7th level intermediate fire concept. Once Hu Fei made a breakthrough, it would be his loss. If he won, he would obtain a 7th level thunder concept fragment from Cha Bai. If he lost, he would lose everything to Cha Bai and Fire Peak. On top of that, he would use the 9-9 heavenly tribulation to swear that he would never betray them. At once, the entire place burst into an uproar. Other than Qi Yu and Huang Daniu who were deep in their thoughts, everyone, including Guo Chong, the sect leader of the Five Elements sect, could not help but be dumbfounded. In their opinion, Duan Ling Tian would definitely lose this bet with Cha Bai. Perhaps, this Duan Ling Tian doesn't want to stay in Wood Peak anymore and wholeheartedly wants to go to Fire Peak. The bet that he mentioned is just an excuse. It must be that Peak Master Cha Bai has made some kind of promise to this Duan Ling Tian to poach him to Fire Peak. He must have been tempted by it as well. However, he's too embarrassed to betray Wood Peak directly. He's afraid that he'll become the second Hu Fei and be spurned by everyone. That's why he chose to go to Fire Peak in such a way. The few Five Elements sect's disciples, including Tan Huan and Tian Zhen, could not help but think to themselves. Other than that, they could not figure out why Duan Ling Tian would take the initiative to make this bet with Cha Bai. After all, it was obvious that Duan Ling Tian would definitely lose this bet. Hu Fei had already comprehended the 7th level intermediate fire concept. Let alone the fact that he was only one step away from comprehending the 8th level intermediate fire concept before he entered the profound assimilation formation. Even if he had just comprehended the 7th level intermediate fire concept before he entered the profound assimilation formation, he would definitely be able to comprehend the 8th level intermediate fire concept after he came out of the profound assimilation formation. However, right now, Duan Ling Tian actually said that after Hu Fei came out of the profound assimilation formation, his comprehension of the concept was still at the same level and remained at the 7th level intermediate fire concept. This was something that was almost impossible to happen. Only Qi Yu and Huang Daniu were looking at Duan Ling Tian from afar, deep in their own thoughts. What's Duan Ling Tian trying to do? Look at Hu Fei's face. Don't tell me. Qi Yu was very observant. Very soon, he noticed that something was not right with Hu Fei's face. His heart immediately jolted. The scene before his eyes made him even more certain that Duan Ling Tian had deliberately lured Cha Bai into this trap. His purpose was to get the 7th level thunder concept fragment from Cha Bai. This little fella could have just told me if he needed the thunder concept fragment. It seems like he doesn't want to owe me a favor. As Qi Yu muttered to himself, he could not help but sigh. Like I said, Duan Ling Tian, this fella's smile just now was a little strange. As expected, there's something fishy going on. Huang Daniu stared at Duan Ling Tian as a smug smile crept up the corner of his mouth. It was an expression that said, "Brother Niu, I've already seen through you. Why, you're telling the truth?" Cha Bai was stunned by Duan Ling Tian's words. After a while, he finally regained his senses and stared at Duan Ling Tian with gleaming eyes as he asked loudly. He had to admit that he was very dissatisfied with Duan Ling Tian before this. However, that was because Duan Ling Tian had humiliated his direct disciple, Hu Fei. If Duan Ling Tian was a disciple of Fire Peak, even if Duan Ling Tian had really humiliated his direct disciple, Hu Fei, he would not resent Duan Ling Tian at all. He would only be glad that his Fire Peak had a genius disciple who was even more outstanding than his direct disciple. However, Duan Ling Tian had said that as long as his direct disciple, Hu Fei, had comprehended at least the 8th level of the intermediate fire concept, he would switch over and join Fire Peak. On top of that, He was willing to swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation that he would never betray Fire Peak. For a moment, he was completely overwhelmed by joy. He did not even have the time to think about why Duan Ling Tian would propose such a ridiculous bet. He did not even hesitate to bet his entire life on a 7th-level Thunder concept fragment. At this moment, he only knew that he would definitely win. Duan Ling Tian would also switch over to Fire Peak. Perhaps, it was because Duan Ling Tian had considered this that he decided to use himself as the wager. That's right. I wonder if Peak Master Cha Bai would dare to make this bet with me? In the face of Cha Bai's loud question, Duan Ling Tian nodded his head before asking back with a doubtful look on his face. Since you have the intention to switch over to Fire Peak, why would I reject you? Duan Ling Tian, you can rest assured. As long as you switch over to Fire Peak, Hu Fei and I will bury the hatchet between us and forget about the past. Not only that, I guarantee that Fire Peak will definitely not treat you unfairly. Cha Bai, who was so excited that he could not even find his bearings, said with a smile. It was obvious that Cha Bai had agreed to Duan Ling Tian's bet. All right. Duan Ling Tian smiled as well. His smile was very bright. Wait a minute. At this moment, Cha Bai's face turned tense as he suddenly cried out in surprise. Huh! Duan Ling Tian frowned. Could it be that Cha Bai had finally realized what was going on? Or perhaps, Hu Fei had already realized what was going on and told him everything, causing him to have the thought of going back on his word? Very soon, Duan Ling Tian realized that he had thought too much. Sect leader, about the bet between Duan Ling Tian and I. Please be our witness. In his excitement, Cha Bai did not forget to ask Guo Chong, the sect leader of the Five Elements sect, to be his witness. Naturally, the reason he did this was not because he was afraid that Duan Ling Tian would go back on his word. Instead, he was afraid that Qi Yu would intervene after the matter was over. He knew Qi Yu's strength very well. He was far from being a match for him. Chapter 9-10. Cha Bai could be said to be burning with anxiety right now. He was afraid that Duan Ling Tian would regret making that bet if Hu Fei showed his fire concept any later. Once Duan Ling Tian went back on his word, their Fire Peak would lose a monstrous disciple who could make Fire Peak the first peak of the Five Elements sect 3 years later. Yes, yes. Hu Fei suddenly heard Cha Bai's exclamation. He was so shocked that he shuddered. His mind was in a complete mess. He did not have time to think about anything else. He hurriedly nodded his head, not daring to hesitate at all. At the same time, wisps of flames gradually solidified on his body. They rose up and shrouded his entire body, making him look like a fire god. Whoosh! At the same time, the heaven and earth energy began to stir in the sky. The heaven and earth phenomenon gradually solidified into form. Silhouettes of ancient horned dragons also appeared before the eyes of the crowd. At once, everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, stared at the silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Duan Ling Tian is definitely going to lose this bet. This was what most of the people were thinking at this moment. Although the bet was initiated by Duan Ling Tian, they did not think that Duan Ling Tian would win. Most of them thought that Duan Ling Tian was persuaded by Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, to leave Wood Peak and join Fire Peak. As for the bet, it was just a cover to fool the crowd. Only a few of them were deep in thought. First of all, it was naturally Qi Yu and Huang Daniu. Secondly, it was Guo Chong, the sect leader of the Five Elements sect, and his direct disciple, Nangong Chen. Their eyes were filled with bewilderment. It was obvious that things were not that simple. Very soon, the silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Hu Fei's head began to solidify. The number was still increasing. 10, 20, 30. Not long after, the number of silhouettes of ancient horned dragons stopped increasing. One by one, the silhouettes of ancient horned dragons spiraled down and entered the eyes of the crowd. Most of the people narrowed their eyes as they stared at the silhouette of the ancient horned dragon in shock. Some people even thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. They couldn't help but rub their eyes. After a while, they confirmed that they hadn't seen wrongly. 80 ancient horned dragons' strength? Tianjun looked at the 80 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the sky and muttered, It's really the 7th level intermediate fire concept. However, how is this possible? 7th level intermediate concept of fire. It was the concept Hu Fei was currently displaying. It was no different from the concept he had before he entered the profound assimilation formation. In other words, there was no change in Hu Fei's appearance when he entered the profound assimilation formation. He didn't obtain even the slightest benefit. What happened? Whether it was Tiangu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak, Yu Feng, the Peak Master of Water Peak, or Nangong Yi, all of the young talents had a confused expression on their faces. In their opinion, this was something that was impossible. However, the scene in front of them continued to shock their visual nerves, constantly telling them that everything was real. Peak Master Chabai. Lost? All of a sudden, someone whispered. Although his voice wasn't loud, it was especially ear-piercing in this deathly silent atmosphere. It's you. Duan Lingtian, you did this. What did you do to me? All of a sudden, a hysterical roar resonated in the air, causing everyone to snap back to their senses. It was Hu Fei who had completely regained his senses. He retracted his gaze from the 80 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the sky and glared at Duan Lingtian. It was as though he was going to fight Duan Lingtian to the death. In the beginning, when he came out of the profound assimilation formation, he already felt that something was amiss. At that time, he tried to sense his fire concept. In the end, he realized that his fire concept did not seem to have any difference compared to before he entered the profound assimilation formation. He was puzzled for a while. He thought it was because he had just come out of the profound assimilation formation and could not clearly sense the changes in his fire concept. However, when he saw that Tianzhan, Tan Huan, and the others had raised their concepts by 2 levels, he was completely relieved. In his opinion, if the others had raised their concepts, it was impossible that he did not. However, when sect leader Gua Chong asked him to show his concepts, Duan Lingtian stopped him and even mocked his master for bragging. He even made a bet with his master. He bet that his fire concept did not raise at all, and it was still at the 7th level intermediate fire concept. At that time, he could not figure out why Duan Lingtian would say that his concept did not have a breakthrough. Coupled with his own senses, he could not help but feel a little guilty. Subsequently, after he was distracted, he was shocked to the point of being out of his wits by his master's shout, and he hurriedly displayed his fire concept. When he saw that he was still at the 7th level intermediate fire concept, he was stunned. He was stunned. He was completely stunned. What the hell was going on? The first person he thought of when he regained his senses was Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, all of this must be Duan Lingtian's doing. Otherwise, how could Duan Lingtian be so sure that he did not make any progress in the profound assimilation formation? Don't tell me that it's really Duan Lingtian? Seeing how Hu Fei was shouting at Duan Lingtian, the rest of the people also shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. They had clearly heard the bet that Duan Lingtian made with Cha Bai earlier. Based on his words, it was as though he had confirmed that Hu Fei's fire concept did not have any breakthrough before, and after he entered the profound assimilation formation. When they first heard that Duan Lingtian had made such a bizarre bet, most of them thought that Duan Lingtian did it on purpose. They thought that he wanted to use this as an excuse to switch to Fire Peak and become Cha Bai's disciple. However, it seemed like Duan Lingtian did not have such intentions at all. This was because Hu Fei's fire concept did not have any improvement after he entered the profound assimilation formation. He was still at the same spot. At this moment, they recalled what Duan Lingtian had said earlier. All they could think of was that it was a divine prophecy. When they heard Hu Fei's shout, the first thought that popped up in their minds was that Duan Lingtian must have done something to Hu Fei in the profound assimilation formation, preventing Hu Fei from using the concept energy to comprehend the higher level of fire concept. Chapter 9-11. The moment Cha Bai's words left his mouth, everyone's eyes landed on Duan Lingtian. Hu Fei stood still on the spot as his body began to tremble slightly. He gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with a ferocious blood-red color. A bone-piercing hatred could be seen as he glared at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Hu Fei seemed to have transformed into a venomous snake that was hibernating in the dark. He could attack Duan Lingtian at any time. Don't worry, Peak Master Cha Bai. Since I've said that I'll give you an explanation, then I'll definitely give you an explanation. After Duan Lingtian kept the 7th level Thunder Concept fragment, he took a deep look at Cha Bai and smiled. However, I still have to thank you for giving me this concept fragment, Peak Master Cha Bai. Humph. Cha Bai's face turned solemn when Duan Lingtian exposed his scar. He snorted coldly. Cut the crap. I'd like to see. How are you going to explain this to me? Peak Master Cha Bai, what you want me to explain is, how did I know that your trash of a disciple's concept did not make any progress? Duan Lingtian looked at Hu Fei as he spoke. There was no lack of provocation in his words. Hu Fei, who had long vented all his anger on Duan Lingtian because his fire concept did not make any progress, had a drastic change in his expression when he heard Duan Lingtian calling him trash. Duan Lingtian, you're seeking death. At the same time, Hu Fei could no longer hold it in. He let out a hysterical roar and flew towards Duan Lingtian. Like a venomous snake that had been hibernating in the dark, he opened his mouth and bit at Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! When Hu Fei flew out, the origin energy on his body skyrocketed. After it merged with his 7th level intermediate fire concept, it turned into a flame that soared into the sky and shrouded his entire body. At this moment, Hu Fei seemed to have transformed into a giant flaming beast. He opened his bloody mouth and pounced towards Duan Lingtian. It was as though he wanted to swallow Duan Lingtian whole. Above the void, the power of heaven and earth stirred as the heaven and earth phenomenon took shape. A total of 180 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons followed Hu Fei and pounced on Duan Lingtian rapidly. The momentum was extremely vast. It was as though Hu Fei had transformed into a flaming beast that carried the strength of 180 ancient horned dragons. Wherever he passed by, the sound of air explosions rose and fell continuously, setting off waves of terrifying air waves. A strong wind swept out along with the air waves, blowing away all the decorations in the palace. Some murals even left the walls and fell to the ground. Hu Fei, who had transformed into a giant flaming beast, arrived in front of Duan Lingtian in an instant. He let out a hysterical roar and punched out like a falling meteor. A fist wrapped in flames smashed towards Duan Lingtian. It was as if a giant flaming beast had slapped out mercilessly. With the power of this punch, Duan Lingtian would be crippled even if he didn't die. Hu Fei! Horror dawned on Cha Bai's face. He did not expect Hu Fei to attack Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian's innate ability was so powerful that he could easily toy with Hu Fei and the Gold Peak's Nangong brothers. If Hu Fei were to attack him now, would he not be looking for trouble? Everyone present, including Cha Bai, thought that Duan Lingtian would use his innate ability to create an illusion to confuse Hu Fei. However, Duan Lingtian's action was beyond everyone's expectation. Faced with Hu Fei who was charging at him menacingly, Duan Lingtian did not dodge at all. Instead, the origin energy on his body skyrocketed. The boundless origin energy swiftly transformed into numerous bolts of lightning that were like violet snakes of lightning, and they coiled around his body, causing him to seem like a god of lightning that had descended to the world. Then, as if he was pushed by a huge force, he flew out like an arrow released from a bow and slammed into the wall of the palace. Boom! With a loud bang, Hu Fei's body brushed against the wall and fell to the ground. His body was curled up in pain, trembling. Wah! Wah wah! Hu Fei spat out more than 10 mouthfuls of blood in a row. The blood formed a scarlet stream around him. It was a ghastly sight. This feeling is pretty good. Just when the entire place was in a dead silence, a faint voice could be heard all of a sudden. It was Duan Lingtian who had sent Hu Fei flying with a punch. After the intertwined bolts of lightning on his fist disappeared, he stretched his arm gently and muttered to himself. At once, everyone present was petrified. Pretty good? When everyone regained their senses, other than Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, whose expression had changed drastically as he flew toward Hu Fei to check on his injuries, the rest of the people had their eyes fixed on Duan Lingtian. Good lad. Qi Yu's eyes lit up as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a surprised expression. When he saw Hu Fei attacking Duan Lingtian earlier, he initially thought that Duan Lingtian would use his innate ability to create an illusion to deal with Hu Fei. It had never crossed his mind that not only did Duan Lingtian not use his innate ability, but he also did not dodge at all. Instead, he met Hu Fei's punch head-on and sent Hu Fei flying with just one punch. Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was similar to Hu Fei's. Both of them were at the 7th level void interpretation. However, the concepts that both of them had comprehended were not at the same level at all. Hu Fei had comprehended the 7th level intermediate fire concept. Since the thunder concept that Duan Lingtian cast earlier could completely crush Hu Fei, it was at least at the 8th level intermediate thunder concept. It might even be at the 9th level intermediate thunder concept. Duan Lingtian, you actually managed to comprehend such a powerful thunder concept? Huang Dania's eyes were wide open as he stared at Duan Lingtian in a daze. He was completely shocked by the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier. That punch was like the god of thunder. It instantly sent Hu Fei, who was charging at him menacingly, flying away. Duan Lingtian's attack was clean and efficient. Even the heaven and earth phenomenon above his head did not have the time to solidify. It's at least at the 8th level intermediate thunder concept. Guochong narrowed his eyes. When he looked at Duan Lingtian, a hint of surprise could be seen on his face. Duan Lingtian was a Wood Peak disciple. He was a variant who possessed an innate ability. His cultivation base was at the 7th level void interpretation, and he had comprehended the 3rd level intermediate wind concept. This was his understanding of Duan Lingtian before today. In Guochong's opinion before today, Duan Lingtian's strength relied more on his innate ability. If it was not for his innate ability, let alone his 2 direct disciples, Duan Lingtian would not even be comparable to Duan Lingtian's Fire Peak's Hu Fei. However, today, Duan Lingtian had given him a huge shock. He did not use his innate ability. With just a punch, he managed to send Hu Fei, who had made the first move and had the upper hand, flying away in a clean and efficient manner without any hesitation at all. As it turns out, this Duan Lingtian has not only comprehended the wind concept, but he has also comprehended the thunder concept as well. His 3rd level intermediate wind concept is just a weaker concept that he has comprehended. The intermediate lightning concept that he comprehended at the 8th level and above is his true trump card. Tiangu sucked in a breath of cold air and murmured, I can't believe I thought his strongest concept was the 3rd level intermediate wind concept. Now, it seems like he must have raised his thunder concept when he entered the profound assimilation formation this time. Yu Feng took a deep breath. In other words, his intermediate thunder concept was already at the 6th or 7th level before he entered the profound assimilation formation. This was because when Duan Lingtian had just arrived at the 5-element Sexwood Peak, he had demonstrated his wind concept. Don't worry. Chabai nodded his head with a gloomy expression. Even if Hu Fei did not say anything, he would not let Duan Lingtian go so easily. First, Duan Lingtian had humiliated his direct disciple during the Battle of the 5 Peaks. Then, he had caused his direct disciple to end up empty-handed in the profound assimilation formation. Not only that, he had even cheated him of a 7th level thunder concept fragment. And now, he even injured his direct disciple severely. This was a provocation. A blatant provocation. Ever since he became the peak master of Fire Peak in the 5-element sect, this was the first time he, Chabai, was provoked like this. Duan Lingtian. Chabai walked up to Duan Lingtian slowly. His eyes were gleaming with coldness. Now, you can explain to me how you know Hu Fei gained nothing in the profound assimilation formation. Or perhaps, you've done something that caused Hu Fei to gain nothing in the profound assimilation formation. When Chabai reached the end of his sentence, there was a bone-chilling coldness in his tone. The moment Chabai's words left his mouth, everyone, including Qi Yu, shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. In fact, they were also very curious about what Chabai had just said. Hu Fei had gained nothing in the profound assimilation formation. Nobody, including Hu Fei himself, knew about this matter beforehand. However, Duan Lingtian was able to reveal it as though he was a prophet. Peak Master Cha Bai, if you say that, you think too highly of me. Do you really think that a young brat like me would be able to tamper with the profound assimilation formation left behind by a martial monarch powerhouse? Duan Lingtian shook his head. The way he looked at Cha Bai was as though he was looking at an idiot. Humph! Cha Bai snorted coldly. Stop trying to twist the truth. If you didn't tamper with it, how can you be so sure that Hu Fei gained nothing in the profound assimilation formation? Or perhaps, you're going to tell me that you're able to see through the level of the fire concept that Hu Fei has comprehended before he even displayed it? When Cha Bai reached the end of his sentence, a mocking smile could be seen on his face. Peak Master Cha Bai, I can answer your question right now. Duan Lingtian was not bothered by the mocking smile that appeared on Cha Bai's face. The moment his words left his mouth, his gaze landed on Nangong Yi, who was not far away. Nangong Yi, can you do me a favor? When Nangong Yi saw Duan Lingtian looking at him, he felt a little strange. However, when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could not help but nod his head. Go ahead. He did not have a good impression of Duan Lingtian, but he did not have a bad impression of him either. Now, show your water concept that has undergone a transformation. You only need to show it a little. Remember to put it away before you trigger the heaven and earth phenomenon. Duan Lingtian told Nangong Yi. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Some of them could vaguely guess what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. However, they could not be certain at the moment since it was just too unbelievable. Nangong Yi was one of them as well. Interesting. Interesting. Nangong Yi smiled and took a step forward. Speaking of which, after I came out of the profound assimilation formation, I don't even know how much my water concept has improved. I'm very curious if there's really someone who can tell to what extent my water concept has risen to before I can trigger the heaven and earth phenomenon when I slightly display my water concept. The moment his words left his mouth, the air around Nangong Yi began to tremble slightly under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Soon after, wisps of faint mist rose in the air and twirled around Nangong Yi's body, rolling and rising continuously. It's done. As soon as the mist appeared, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth. That's it. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Nangong Yi immediately withdrew his water concept and asked in astonishment. In fact, he was merely accumulating his strength earlier. He did not even have the time to fully display his water concept. The heaven and earth energy did not even have the time to react. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded his head before he looked at Cha Bai and asked calmly. Peak Master Cha Bai, can you tell how much Nangong Yi's water concept has improved after he came out of the profound assimilation formation? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Cha Bai could not help but chuckle. Don't tell me you can tell? It was obvious that Cha Bai was admitting that he could not tell. That's right, I can tell. Under Cha Bai's stunned gaze, Duan Lingtian nodded his head before he looked at Nangong Yi and said with a smile. Nangong Yi, your water concept has improved to the 9th level intermediate stage. 9th level intermediate stage. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, everyone, including Cha Bai and Hu Fei, shifted their attention to Nangong Yi. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Show your water concept. Let's see if Duan Lingtian is right or not. Guocheng said to Nangong Yi. At this moment, even he, the sect leader of 5 Element sect, could not help but feel astonished. This was his first time hearing that someone could see through another person's concept under such circumstances. Yes, Master. Upon hearing Guocheng's words, Nangong Yi did not dare to slack off. The air around his body began to tremble again as wisps of mist appeared. In the end, it transformed into a vast blue wave that shrouded his entire body. Whoosh! At the same time, the heaven and earth phenomenon began to form above Nangong Yi's head. In the end, it transformed into 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. With just his concept alone, he could mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. This was the symbol of the 9th level void interpretation concept. It's really the 9th level intermediate water concept. Tianjun could not help but exclaim out loud. After he retracted his gaze from the 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons, He immediately shifted his attention to Duan Tian. His eyes were filled with astonishment. It's really the 9th level intermediate water concept. Nan Gongyi sighed. He seemed to be a little disappointed and discouraged. It was apparent that his goal was the void transformation concept. However, Nan Gongyi quickly regained his senses. Together with the others, he looked at Duan Tian. At the same time he could not help but ask curiously, Duan Tian, how did you see through it? Other than Cha Bai and Hu Fei, whose face was slightly gloomy, the rest of them also had a hint of doubt on their faces. I'll tell you about this later. Duan Tian smiled before he looked at Cha Bai. Peak Master Cha Bai, are you satisfied with my explanation? When Hu Fei slightly displayed his fire concept, I could see that his fire concept did not change at all. Duan Tian replied. Humph! Who doesn't know that Nan Gongyi has comprehended the 9th level intermediate water concept or the 1st level advanced water concept after he came out of the profound assimilation formation? You must be guessing. Chapter 9:13. A blind guess. Cha Bai's words stunned Duan Tian for a moment. Then, he could not help but burst out laughing. At this time, he also noticed that the moment Cha Bai opened his mouth, more than half of the people present on the scene changed their gaze when they looked at him. It was apparent that they were all swayed by Cha Bai's words. No matter if you say that Nan Gongyi has comprehended the 9th level intermediate wind concept or the 1st level advanced wind concept, you still have a 50% chance of getting it right. Cha Bai looked at Duan Tian and sneered, in my opinion you're just lucky. Look at me. All of a sudden, a cold voice resonated and suppressed Cha Bai's laughter. It was Nan Gongchen who had been standing at the side. He took a step forward and looked at Duan Tian before he opened his mouth. The moment Nan Gongchen's words left his mouth, everyone, including Duan Tian, shifted their attention to him, causing him to become the center of attention. I wonder if Senior Brother Chen has comprehended the 9th level intermediate Earth concept or the 1st level advanced Earth concept after he came out of the profound assimilation formation. Earlier, Peak Master Cha Bai said that Duan Tian was actually just guessing when he saw Senior Brother Yi's concept. I wonder if Duan Tian can get it right this time. The few young 5-element sect's disciples, including Tian Zhan and Tan Huan, kept shifting their gazes between Duan Tian and Nan Gongchen. Duan Tian. Huang Daniu looked at Duan Tian. His face was filled with confidence as he said loudly, if you can see the concept that Nan Gongchen has comprehended, and Peak Master Cha Bai still says that you're just guessing, then take a look at mine. The moment Huang Daniu's words left his mouth, horror dawned on Cha Bai's face. Was it not obvious that he was deliberately slandering him? Let's wait until he can see the concept that Nan Gongchen has comprehended first. Cha Bai sneered. Duan Tian nodded and smiled at Huang Daniu. Then, he looked at Nan Gongchen and said, you may begin. Nan Gongchen nodded. At the same time, the ground beneath his feet trembled. An earthen yellow energy rose up around his body, giving off a vast and boundless aura. It's done. Duan Tian said. When Nan Gongchen heard this, he put away the concept of earth that had yet to activate the power of heaven and earth. Congratulations! You've already comprehended the 1st level advanced earth concept. Duan Tian congratulated Nan Gongchen. With his current spiritual power, as long as someone released the aura of intent realm, with the experience of 2 lifetimes, Emperor Wu could easily identify the level of that person's intent realm. Just like how he could use his spiritual power to probe the cultivation of many people. 1st level advanced earth concept. The moment Duan Tian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Gua Chong, the sect leader of 5-element sect, was the first one to react. He looked at Nan Gongchen with a burning gaze. Chen, are you? Before he could finish his words, the earth concept around Nan Gongchen's body had already risen. The earthen yellow energy continued to rise until it reached its limit. Whoosh! The power of heaven and earth stirred in the sky and soon, it gathered into a clear heaven and earth phenomenon. There was a total of 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. With just the concept alone, He could mobilize the power of heaven and earth to form 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. This was the symbol of the first-level void transformation concept. It's really the first-level advance earth concept. Senior brother Chen is so powerful. After coming out of the profound assimilation formation, he has already leveled up by 2 levels and comprehended the first-level advance earth concept in one go. With senior brother Chen's current strength, he's already considered terrifying even if he doesn't borrow the power of heaven and earth. How terrifying would he be if he borrows the power of heaven and earth? Jianghu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak, was the first to exclaim in surprise. Subsequently, the group of young disciples could not help but whisper among themselves. They had one thing in common. Their faces were all filled with shock. Haha, good. Guochong could not help but laugh out loud when he saw his direct disciple had made such a huge improvement after entering the profound assimilation formation just once. Nangong Chen's face was still cold. However, Duan Lingtian could see that there was a hint of surprise in the depth of Nangong Chen's eyes. It was apparent that Nangong Chen was not cold on the outside but cold on the inside. Congratulations, sect leader. At this moment, Tiangu and Yu Feng smiled as they congratulated Guochong. Sigh. Nangong Yi, who was standing by the side, glanced at Nangong Chen and could not help but sigh. Not only were he and Nangong Chen twins, but they were also born rivals. Since they were young, he had always competed with Nangong Chen. However, he had always lost more than he won. It had always been like this. It was like a curse that was difficult to break. Chabai, don't tell me you still think that Duan Lingtian is just blindly guessing? Chi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, asked with a sneer on his face after he shifted his gaze away from Nangong Chen and looked at Chabai. Chi Yu's voice was not loud, but it entered the ears of everyone present. At once, everyone's eyes shifted to Chabai. Chabai's face turned slightly grave. Was Duan Lingtian really just blindly guessing? When Duan Lingtian saw the specific level of the concept that Nangong Yi had comprehended, he did think that Duan Lingtian was just blindly guessing. However, he was a little uncertain right now. However, at this point in time, could he show his uneasiness? Humph! Chabai glanced at Chi Yu nonchalantly and snorted. Chi Yu, you're right. Even until now, I still think that he's just blindly guessing. It's not strange for him to get 2 guesses in a row. What if it's 3 guesses? Huang Daniu, who was standing at the side, could not stand it anymore. He glanced at Chabai in disdain and sneered. We'll have to wait until he sees through your current concept. A cold gleam flashed in the depth of Chabai's eyes. However, his face remained calm as he replied nonchalantly. Duan Lingtian. Huang Daniu did not waste any time as he looked at Duan Lingtian and greeted him. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. However, he was not in a hurry to ask Huang Daniu to display his earth concept. Instead, he looked at Chabai and said coldly, Peak Master Chabai, before I see through the specific level of Duan Lingtian's concept, I want to confirm one thing. If I can see through the specific level of Duan Lingtian's concept, does that mean that I don't have to explain to you anymore? Duan Lingtian emphasized the word, explain. There was a hint of mockery in his tone. As long as you can see the specific level of Huang Daniu's concept after he comes out of the profound assimilation formation, and you only need to see the concept of another Fire Peak disciple that I brought from Fire Peak, you don't have to explain anything to me anymore. You don't have to explain to me anymore, Chabai said nonchalantly with a gleam in his eyes. Very well. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. Since the sect leader is here as well, I believe that you, the dignified Peak Master of Fire Peak, would not lie to me. Humph. Chabai snorted coldly. A cold gleam flashed in the depth of his eyes as though he was about to devour someone. Daniu, let's begin. Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Daniu. Huang Daniu also displayed his earth concept in a timely manner. Of course, the moment he displayed it, he immediately retracted it. The heaven and earth energy was not triggered, let alone forming a heaven and earth phenomenon. Haha, Daniu, you're really a monster. When Duan Lingtian retracted the earth concept that Huang Daniu had slightly displayed, everyone present had their eyes fixed on him. However, Duan Tian could not help but burst out laughing. What's wrong? Huang Dania's eyes lit up immediately. Then, as though he had just recalled something, he said excitedly, "Don't tell me that Brother Niu has really comprehended the 9th level intermediate Earth concept? If that's really the case, Brother Niu will be the first genius to raise his concept by 3 levels after coming out of the profound assimilation formation." Before Huang Daniu entered the profound assimilation formation, he had only comprehended the 6th level Earth concept. This was not a secret. Everyone present knew about it. The moment Huang Daniu's words left his mouth, Chabai had already sneered out loud. Raise your concept by 3 levels? Are you daydreaming? Just when Huang Daniu was glaring at Chabai, Duan Tian opened his mouth. Daniu, since someone thinks that you're daydreaming, why don't you show him how your daydream will turn into reality? I'm very curious to see what kind of expression he'll have when that time comes. If he really has comprehended the 9th level intermediate Earth concept, I won't look for any other Fire Peak's disciple anymore. You, Duan Tian, won't have to explain things to me anymore. Chabai sneered. No matter what, he did not believe that Huang Daniu would be able to raise his 6th level intermediate Earth concept to the 9th level intermediate Earth concept just by entering the profound assimilation formation once. You're the one who said it. Upon hearing Chabai's words, Duan Tian smiled before looking at Huang Daniu. Daniu, let Peak Master Chabai have a good look at your Earth concept after it has transformed. Haha. All right. Huang Daniu laughed out loud. He had unconditional trust in Duan Tian. Since Duan Tian had said that he had comprehended the 9th level intermediate Earth concept, then he must have definitely comprehended the 9th level intermediate Earth concept. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, waves of khaki energy began to swirl around Huang Daniu's body, emitting waves of vast and majestic aura that continued to rise. Whoosh! In the sky, the heaven and earth energy began to swirl and eventually gathered into a heaven and earth phenomenon. There was a total of 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. It's really the 9th level intermediate Earth concept. Tiangu could not help but exclaim out loud. At this moment, other than Duan Tian and Huang Daniu, Qiyu was the only one who was calm. It was as though he had long believed in the words that Duan Tian had said earlier. Boom, 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 boom. A series of muffled thunderclaps reverberated in the air. The purple thunderbolts that coiled around Duan Tian's body formed a net of electricity that enveloped his entire body. It made Duan Tian look as though he had transformed into a thunder god. The descent of the thunder god shook the world. Whoosh! In the air above Duan Tian's head, the heaven and earth energy stirred as the heaven and earth phenomenon gradually formed. Silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared one after another and entered everyone's eyes. 10 of them. 20 of them. 30 of them. The number of silhouettes of ancient horned dragons was still increasing. Soon after, it finally came to a stop and stopped increasing. The strength of 100 ancient horned dragons. 9th level intermediate thunder concept. Huang Daniu could not help but exclaim out loud when he saw the 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the air. 9th level intermediate thunder concept. At once, everyone's eyes landed on Duan Tian again. In the depth of their eyes, there was only astonishment. The purple-clad young man in front of them looked like he was only around 25 years old. His actual age was not more than 30 years old. A martial artist who was not even 30 years old had already comprehended the 9th level void interpretation concept. Although he had the help of the profound assimilation formation with such a comprehension ability, let alone a third-rate sect like the Five-Element sect, he could be considered as having a good innate talent even if he was in a second-rate sect or even a first-rate sect. I can't believe that not only does Duan Tian have an unfathomable innate ability, but even his comprehension ability in terms of concept is so good. As expected of a variant. It's said that a variant like Duan Tian who possesses an innate ability is also known as God's favored child. God's favored child. Duan Tian is indeed famous. The 4 Water Peak and Earth Peak's disciples, including Tianzhan and Tan Huan, could not help but exclaim out loud. Even Tiangu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak, and Yu Feng, the Peak Master of Water Peak, were no exception. At this moment, the way they looked at Duanling Tian was a little complicated. How good would it be if he was a disciple from their Earth Peak or Water Peak? Unfortunately, imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. The Wood Peak has really gotten lucky this time. Both of them thought to themselves tacitly. Duanling Tian, before you entered the profound assimilation formation, what level of intermediate thunder concept did you comprehend? Qi Yu asked curiously as he looked at Duanling Tian. At once, everyone, including Guochong, shifted their attention to Duanling Tian. They were also curious about this. 7th level. A gleam flashed across Duanling Tian's eyes. Haha. The moment Duanling Tian's words left his mouth, Huang Daniu had already burst out laughing. On the way back to Wood Peak, Qi Yu raised his hand and 4 spirit fruits appeared in his hand. The 4 spirit fruits were divided into 2 types, and there were 2 of each type. One of them was completely green in color. Its entire body shone with a green luster and emitted a faint and elegant fragrance. The other one was completely green in color. Its entire body was covered with tiny red lines that crisscrossed with each other. Green origin fruit? Blood scar fruit? The moment Duanling Tian saw the 2 spirit fruits, his eyes could not help but turn serious. Excitement and joy could be seen on his face. He who had gone through the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory immediately recognized the 2 spirit fruits. Both of them were spirit fruits that were exclusively used by void interpretation martial artists. In terms of medicinal efficacy, they were not inferior to the origin-enhancing fruit that he and Huang Daniu had consumed previously. You really can get whatever you want. Back then, the reason why Skywolf Fort organized the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and selected the most outstanding young talents from the 10 great dynasties was all for the sake of obtaining the secret treasure left behind by Emperor Wu. Later on, the people from Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion Severing Sect arrived at Skywolf Fort one after another and forced Skywolf Fort to take a share of the loot, taking away many young talents from the 10 great dynasties. Originally, he wanted to go to the Blade Sect, but who knew that an unexpected event would suddenly occur on the way, and he was pursued by the members of the Skywolf Fort. After the sudden change in the Devil Seal tablet, he unconsciously came to the eastern district of the Northern Desert and even entered the 5 Element Sect's Wood Peak by chance. No matter what, I'm indebted to the 5 Element Sect. If it wasn't for the 5 Element Sect, I wouldn't have had the chance to make such a big breakthrough in the profound assimilation formation. Although I can get the same treatment if I go to Blade Sect, I'm still enjoying the same treatment from the 5 Element Sect after all. Duanling Tian's heart jolted. For this reason, other than fighting for some treasures for myself, I'll also help the 5 Element Sect and Wood Peak find the things they want in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. This way, I'll be able to return the favor. Duanling Tian thought to himself. Qi Yu had been looking at Duanling Tian and Huang Daniu. When he told them about the danger of the place they were going to in half a month, his eyes never left Duanling Tian and Duanling Tian. Soon, he saw horror dawning on Huang Daniu's face while Duanling Tian remained calm. The difference between the two was obvious. At this moment, he had a higher opinion of Duanling Tian. Unfortunately, no matter if it's Wood Peak or the 5 Element Sect, it's impossible for them to restrain Duanling Tian. Otherwise, under Duanling Tian's leadership, the 5 Element Sect will definitely be able to walk toward the unfathomable glory in the future. When Qi Yu thought about this, he sighed deeply. Soon after, the 3 of them returned to Wood Peak. After bidding farewell to Duanling Tian and Duanling Tian, Qi Yu left. Duanling Tian. At this moment, Huang Daniu finally regained his senses from the absent-minded state he had been in throughout the journey. He looked at Duanling Tian and said, I noticed that you seem to be very calm throughout the journey. The Peak Master said that the place we're going to in half a month is dangerous. Aren't you worried at all? When Huang Daniu reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but ask. Worried? What's there to be worried about? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Then his eyes narrowed as he muttered, How can you catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? How can you catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? Duan Lingtian's voice was not loud, but it was still heard by Huang Daniu. A gleam flashed across Huang Daniu's eyes as he forced a smile on his face and asked, Duan Lingtian, do you know something that I don't? You're quite smart, aren't you? Just from these few words of mine, you can already tell that I know something that you don't. Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh as he scolded him. Duan Lingtian, even if the Peak Master doesn't want to tell me, don't tell me that you're unwilling to tell me as well? Huang Daniu looked at Duan Lingtian eagerly. His face was filled with anticipation. I remember. There was someone who was boasting in front of me earlier. He said that his concept had increased by 3 levels after he came out of the profound assimilation formation. However, my concept had only increased by 2 levels, so I can't compare to him. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he looked at Huang Daniu with a faint smile on his face. Huang Daniu could not help but smile wryly. He felt like he had shot himself in the foot earlier. Duan Lingtian, you can't be so petty, right? Huang Daniu was stunned as he asked with a bitter expression on his face. If I'm not mistaken, the place that we're going to with the Peak Master and the rest in 2 weeks should be a secret treasure left behind by a powerhouse like Emperor Wu. Naturally, Duan Lingtian would not be so calculative with Huang Daniu over such a small matter. Facing the bitter expression on Huang Daniu's face, he no longer teased him and told him everything that he knew. A secret treasure left behind by a powerhouse like Emperor Wu? Huang Daniu was stunned when he heard this. However, his eyes narrowed when he regained his senses. A powerhouse like Emperor Wu. To him, such a thing only existed in legends. However, there was no doubt about how terrifying a powerhouse like Emperor Wu was. He was a powerhouse who stood at the peak of the Cloud Continent. A secret treasure left behind by such a powerhouse would, of course, be something extraordinary. Unknowingly, Huang Daniu's breathing had become rapid. He only managed to catch his breath after a long time. His eyes stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze as he asked, Are you sure about this, Duan Lingtian? What? You still don't believe me? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Why don't you think about it? Why would the group of 5 Element Sect's senior officials suddenly activate the profound assimilation formation to elevate our strength? Isn't it because they want us to help them look for some things in the secret treasure of Emperor Wu? Huang Daniu was speechless. However, his eyes were gleaming with a burning light as he muttered to himself, This is really exciting. There must be a lot of good stuff in the secret treasure left behind by a powerhouse like Emperor Wu, right? The current Huang Daniu was like a completely different person compared to the Huang Daniu who had a fearful look on his face earlier. As the saying went, birds die in pursuit of food just as men die in pursuit of wealth. It was undoubtedly referring to the current Huang Daniu. All right, let's go back and cultivate first. Duan Lingtian snapped Huang Daniu, who was still in a daze. There's still half a month left. Try your best to break through to the 7th level void interpretation. Otherwise, you'll have a hard time facing those young powerhouses from the other sections. There are other sects? Huang Daniu, who had snapped back to reality, could not help but be stunned. Of course. Duan Lingtian said matter-of-factly. Otherwise, how dangerous do you think the secret treasure left behind by a powerhouse like Emperor Wu is? The real danger is not the danger in the secret treasure, but the danger that comes from the other young powerhouses. When you're in the secret treasure, even if you really manage to obtain any treasure, you'll still need to have the ability to protect it. Otherwise, everything you do is destined to be a wedding dress for someone else. As Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his tone became solemn. Upon hearing this, Huang Daniu took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Understood. It's good that you understand. Let's go. Duan Lingtian called out to Huang Daniu and flew towards a 3-story pavilion at the mountainside of Wood Peak. That was the place where they had been staying recently. Duan Lingtian, I've thought about it seriously. Something seems to be wrong. Why would the sect's senior officials bring us, the young disciples, to the secret treasure left behind by a martial monarch powerhouse? Wouldn't it be fine if they brought the elders of the older generation? Huang Daniu seemed to have recalled something and asked with a frown. The elders of the older generation are much stronger than us. If we go, we'll only be cannon fodder in front of the elders of the other sections. What if I told you that the secret treasure left behind by Emperor Wu Powerhouse has an age restriction? Chapter 9:16. There's an age restriction? How? Huang Daniu had a puzzled expression. You should know about the age measuring pearl, right? As long as we use the age measuring pearl as the material and supplement it with some other inscriptions to form an inscription formation, it can completely restrict people above a certain age and prevent them from entering and exiting the door enveloped by the inscription formation. Duan Lingtian explained patiently. So that's how it is. Huang Daniu was enlightened and asked curiously at the same time. According to what you said, the secret treasure left behind by Emperor Wu has this kind of inscription array as a restriction? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. How old is the restriction? Huang Daniu asked curiously. 40 years old. Duan Lingtian said. 40 years old? In other words, only martial artists of the younger generation can enter. No wonder. Huang Daniu was enlightened. When he recalled Duan Lingtian's words earlier, he felt a trace of heavy pressure. The pressure pressed down on him to the point he felt slightly suffocated. Then let's hurry back and cultivate. At that time, when the young experts of the various sects enter Emperor Wu's secret treasure together, there will definitely be a lot of battles. After Huang Daniu finished speaking, he didn't wait for Duan Lingtian's reply and turned into a bolt of lightning, entering the three-story pavilion on the mountainside in the distance and disappearing before Duan Lingtian's eyes. This fellow... Duan Lingtian was stunned by Huang Daniu, and then he couldn't help but smile bitterly as he returned to his room on the three-story pavilion. After returning to his room and sitting cross-legged on his bed, Duan Lingtian didn't dare to have any hesitation as he stuffed the 2 spirit fruits in his hand into his mouth. The spirit fruits turned into a cool juice that flowed down his throat and into his body. 2 different spirit fruits naturally had different medicinal effects. If it was an ordinary martial artist, they would absolutely not be as bold as Duan Lingtian to swallow 2 different spirit fruits at once, because it was easy to cause the medicinal effects of the spirit fruits to conflict. Once the medicinal effects conflicted, a powerful force would emerge and explode in the body, causing great damage to the meridians and internal organs in the body. At the very least, he would suffer from qi deviation. At the very least, he would die suddenly. As for Duan Lingtian, he was naturally not an ordinary cultivator. He was not worried that the medicinal efficacy of the 2 spirit fruits would conflict because of competing for the initiative. He knew that even if the medicinal power of the 2 spiritual fruits entered his body at the same time, they would not be able to take the initiative. This was because there was another medicinal power hidden in his body that was countless times more overbearing than the medicinal power of the 2 spirit fruits. The medicinal strength of the rebirth pill. Sure enough, just as the medicinal power of the 2 spirit fruits merged with Duan Lingtian's Yuan Li and was about to clash for the initiative, an even more boundless medicinal power appeared. The moment the rebirth pill's medicinal effect discovered the medicinal effect of the 2 spirit fruits, it was as though it had been injected with chicken blood as it swept out from his dantian. After the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill fused with his origin energy, he urged his origin energy to rush towards the 2 spirit fruits' medicinal efficacy. Just as the 2 spirit fruits' medicinal efficacy were about to clash, he crushed them in one fell swoop. Bang! After a short moment, the origin energy urged by the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy and the origin energy urged by the 2 spirit fruits' medicinal efficacy converged together, and the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill also took the initiative as it rampaged within Duan Lingtian's body. For a moment, Duan Lingtian felt the meridians in his body tremble, and even his internal organs started to tremble. Duan Lingtian did not dare hesitate as he hurriedly concentrated his mind and calmed his qi. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. Sword Dragon Form. As Duan Lingtian started to meditate and cultivate, the origin energy that was rampaging within his body once again returned to the right track and circulated according to the mental cultivation method of the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the sword dragon form. According to this speed, it won't be long before I can smoothly break through to the 8th level of the void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he sensed the origin energy that was rapidly flowing through his body like a raging wave. He was filled with excitement. Previously, with the help of Nan Gongchen's spiritual energy, the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill had urged his origin energy to break through to the 7th level of the void interpretation stage in one go. Moreover, it had also opened up the bottleneck that led him to the 8th level of the void interpretation stage. This time, as the medicinal efficacy of the 2 spirit fruits merged into his body, the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill had entered his body once again. Although it was not as fast as before, it was not slow either. Moreover, other than the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill, the medicinal efficacy of the other 2 spirit fruits continued to merge with his origin energy, and merged with his origin energy. Bang! It felt like it did not take long before Duan Lingtian noticed that the origin energy in his body that was like a raging wave had broken through the bottleneck and helped him to successfully break through to the 8th level of the void interpretation stage. The moment he broke through to the 8th level of the void interpretation stage, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body underwent a tremendous change. It was a qualitative change. What a powerful origin energy! After breaking through to the 8th level of the void interpretation stage, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He was filled with joy. At the same time, the origin energy that was urged by the rebirth pill continued to surge out rapidly. It flowed through the meridians in Duan Lingtian's body in an orderly manner, helping Duan Lingtian to advance further. Time passed by quietly. Duan Lingtian lost track of time as he cultivated. However, he could still clearly feel the changes in his body. Ever since he had broken through to the 8th level of the void interpretation stage, the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill continued to guide the medicinal efficacy of the other 2 spirit fruits to cultivate according to the mental cultivation method of the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the sword dragon form. It was as though he would never feel tired. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel that the bottleneck leading to the 9th level of the void interpretation stage had appeared. After an unknown amount of time, he could once again sense that the origin energy that was rolling out of the meridians in his body had quickly broken through the bottleneck leading to the 9th level of the void interpretation stage. Bang! A light sound resonated in his body, causing Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but open his eyes. Excitement appeared on his face. I've broken through. 9th level of the void interpretation stage. As the milky white origin energy around Duan Lingtian's body spread out, the heaven and earth energy above his head roiled and gathered to form a clear heaven and earth phenomenon. A total of 120 ancient horned dragon silhouettes seemed to be telling everything in the surroundings that his current cultivation base was at the 9th level of the void interpretation stage. Suddenly, the origin energy around Duan Lingtian's body shook before disappearing without a trace. Ah! Almost at the same time, Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. His body trembled, and he opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood. The blood splattered on the floor in front of the bed and bloomed like a red rose that was dazzling and eye-catching. Before he could wipe off the blood at the corner of his mouth, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and closed his eyes again. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Sword Dragon Form. Currently, Duan Lingtian hurriedly circulated his mental cultivation method to return the restless origin energy in his body to the right path as he was afraid that he would be injured by it again. Earlier, it was because he was busy trying out the origin energy after his breakthrough that he forgot to continue guiding the restless origin energy in his body. Once the restless origin energy went out of control, it ran amok in his body and even injured his internal organs. The medicinal strength of the rebirth pill is already overbearing. Coupled with the medicinal strength of the other 2 spirit fruits, the 3 of them added together is far from what my body can endure. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, Duan Lingtian could also notice that the medicinal strength of the 2 spirit fruits was almost depleted after helping him break through 2 levels consecutively. It would probably not be long before it was completely exhausted. After an unknown period of time, Duan Lingtian noticed that the medicinal strength of the 2 spirit fruits was completely exhausted. However, even though the medicinal strength of the spirit fruits was completely exhausted, the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill could not be retracted immediately. It continued to circulate the origin energy to rush forward. After another period of time, Duan Lingtian noticed that his cultivation base had increased again. The bottleneck to the void transformation stage had also appeared. Boom! The overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill circulated the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body, according to the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique Sword Dragon Form's mental cultivation method for 1 cycle before it crashed into the bottleneck. The bottleneck trembled, but it did not show any signs of breaking through. Boom! 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 Under the urging of the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, the origin energy seemed to never know exhaustion as it crashed into the final bottleneck of the void interpretation stage again and again. The bottleneck that showed no signs of breaking through in the beginning gradually loosened. In the end, it almost broke through a few times. Boom! The origin energy swept out again and violently crashed into the bottleneck again. The bottleneck loosened for a while, and it seemed like it was about to break through. However, it did not break through in the end, and it still stood there firmly. I should be able to break through it one more time. Duan Lingtian secretly took a deep breath. However, to his dismay, he realized that his origin energy had actually slowed down after circulating for half a cycle under the influence of the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill. The overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill came and went quickly. In just a blink of an eye, it entered his dantian and hid there. Let's give it a try. As Duan Lingtian secretly smiled wryly, he circulated the remaining half of his origin energy on his own and continued to charge towards the bottleneck to the void transformation stage. The bottleneck that was already loosened only trembled slightly, but it did not break through. Compared to the origin energy under the urging of the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, the origin energy that Duan Lingtian circulated on his own was pitifully weak. It was as though he had not eaten anything. Just a little bit more. Even without the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, I should be able to break through it after circulating it for another 100 cycles and successfully break through to the first level void transformation stage. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he continued to circulate the origin energy on his own to break through. After a while, Duan Lingtian circulated his origin energy for another 5 to 6 cycles. The bottleneck kept on loosening, but it was still unable to be broken through by Duan Lingtian's origin energy. Duan Lingtian. Just when Duan Lingtian wanted to continue, a familiar voice resonated from outside the room, causing him to return to his senses and open his eyes. Just a little bit more. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly as he got off the bed and went forward to open the door. He looked at the young man outside the door. Chen Wei, why are you here? The person standing outside the door was none other than Chen Wei. He was Ku Zheng's direct disciple. At that time, he had met Ku Zheng and his disciple in Drift Cloud Town, and it was under their lead that he came to the 5-Element sect. Chapter 9:17. It was the Peak Master who asked me to call you and Dainyu. Chen Wei smiled. The Peak Master is looking for us? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Could it be that half a month has already passed? Yes. Chen Wei nodded. Only you and Dainyu are left now. Once all of you are here, we can head to Gold Peak to meet up with the Peak Masters of the other 4 peaks and the young disciples of the various peaks. As? You're going as well? Duan Lingtian was stunned. It's not just me, there are 3 other Wood Peak disciples that will be going as well. Chen Wei smiled. Even though I don't know where we're going, but since our Wood Peak is the #1 peak of the 5-Element sect and has 6 quotas, whereas the quotas of the other peaks are inferior to ours, I presume it won't be a bad thing. Wood Peak has 6 quotas? Aren't the other peaks the same? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he never imagined that the Wood Peak would have so many people going this time. At the same time, he was curious as to how many quotas the other peaks had. Yes. Chen Wei nodded once more. The quotas this time are distributed according to the ranking of the 5 peaks. Our Wood Peak is the first peak, so we have 6 spots. The Gold Peak is the second peak, so we have 5 spots. The Fire Peak is the third peak, so we have 4 spots. The Water Peak is the 4th peak, so we have 3 spots. As for the Earth Peak, we are at the bottom, so we only have 2 spots. Chen Wei finished speaking in a single breath. So in this way, our 5-Element sect will have 20 young disciples and the Peak Masters of the 5 peaks this time? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he muttered to himself. I'll go call Dainyu. Then we'll go meet up with the Peak Masters. After informing Duan Lingtian, Chen Wei headed to the ground floor of the pavilion and knocked on Huang Danyu's door before calling Huang Danyu out. When Huang Danyu came out, his face was rosy and brimming with energy. Duan Lingtian, do you want to train? After Huang Danyu greeted Chen Wei, he looked at Duan Lingtian who stood in the sky and grinned as he asked confidently. How do you want to train? Hearing Huang Danyu's words, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but squint his eyes as he asked with interest. How about this? I won't draw support from the earth energy, and you won't use wind concept. The two of us will fight each other with our bare hands. How about it? Huang Danyu's eyes lit up. He was eager to try. Danyu, you actually dare to challenge me. It seems like your breakthrough this time is not small. Duan Lingtian smiled. How is it? Do you dare? A bright smile appeared on Huang Danyu's face. His words were filled with provocation. Why not? However, we'd better stay away so as not to disturb Xiao Xian's cultivation. Duan Lingtian said fearlessly. At the same time, he glanced at the master bedroom on the second floor of the pavilion, and a trace of gentleness flashed across his eyes. Immediately after, he flew out and headed straight for the distant horizon. In front of Huang Danyu and Chen Wei's eyes, Duan Lingtian gradually turned into a small black dot, floating in the distant sky. Duan Lingtian, you're really straightforward. The smile on Huang Danyu's face grew wider, and he flew out at the same time to follow Chen Wei. These two fellows. The Peak Master is still waiting for them. Chen Wei laughed bitterly as he shook his head, and then he followed as well. High up in the sky, Duan Lingtian and Huang Danyu stood in confrontation as they looked directly at each other, and their bodies emitted dense battle intent that would erupt at any moment. Huang Danyu stared at Duan Lingtian with a strained mind as if he was facing a great enemy. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression, and his gaze was extremely calm. It was as if Huang Danyu wasn't a threat to him at all. Of course, he really felt that Huang Danyu wasn't a threat in his heart. When Huang Danyu had just come out, his acute spiritual force had detected Huang Danyu's cultivation at the first possible moment. 8th Level Void Interpretation Stage. 8th Level Void Interpretation Stage. 9th Level Intermediate Earth Concept. This was Huang Danyu's current strength. Danyu, make a move. Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile. Duan Lingtian, you have to be careful. I'm no longer the same Huang Danyu from half a month ago. Huang Danyu could not help but warn Duan Lingtian in a deep voice when he saw how casual Duan Lingtian was. It was obvious that Duan Lingtian was underestimating him. Come. Duan Lingtian nodded, and the smile on his face did not change. Huang Danyu's face sank when he saw this. Although Duan Lingtian was his friend, he could not help but feel slightly angry when he was looked down upon by Duan Lingtian. He was slightly unable to hold it in. Ha! Suddenly, Huang Danyu shouted, and the origin energy on his body skyrocketed. Subsequently, it merged with the rolling earth concept and transformed into waves of khaki energy. A small portion of the khaki energy condensed and formed a thick stone platform under Huang Danyu's feet. Bang! As soon as the stone platform appeared, Huang Danyu's legs had already kicked out like a running cheetah. He landed on the stone platform, causing the stone platform to shatter into pieces. Then, it was shattered into pieces by a vast force. In the next moment, with the shattered stone platform as the center, a vast rolling airwave swept out and transformed into a gust of violent wind that blew in all directions. It blew so hard that Chen Wei, who stood at the side, could not help but squint his eyes. Chen Wei's robe fluttered with the wind and fluttered. At this moment, Chen Wei's eyes could not help but narrow when he saw Huang Danyu, who had transformed into a figure that was difficult to capture as he charged straight for Duan Lingtian. He was shocked in his heart. When did Danyu's strength become so strong? Chen Wei did not have the time to react when he saw the 210 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that followed Huang Danyu in the sky. He could not help but be dumbstruck for a moment. He knew very well what it meant to display the strength of 210 ancient horned dragons without the use of a spirit weapon. An 8th level void interpretation martial artist could do it by casting the 9th level void interpretation concept. A 9th-level void interpretation martial artist could do it by casting the 8th-level void interpretation concept. If it was a middle-aged powerhouse from Wood Peak that displayed such strength, he would not be surprised. But the problem was that the person who displayed such strength was Huang Daniu. Huang Daniu, who only displayed a cultivation at the 6th-level void interpretation stage and 6th-level earth concept almost a month ago. The current Huang Daniu was like a completely different person compared to the Huang Daniu from that time, and it gave him a strange feeling. Bang! He did not have the time to react when he heard another loud bang sound out. At the same time, an even more terrifying airwave swept out and set off waves of vast violent wind that blew onto his body and forced him back by a few meters. What happened? Chen Wei used all his strength to open his eyes that had unconsciously narrowed, and he quickly saw the two figures that were colliding in the distance. They were two young men. Now, the two of them were facing each other with their fists. The two people in front of him could be considered to be his acquaintances. However, at this moment, he felt as if it was the first time he got to know the two people before him. Besides the 210 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared in the sky above the robust and tall young man, there were even 220 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared in the sky above the violet-clad young man. The strength of 220 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. 9th-level void interpretation stage martial artist. 9th-level void interpretation concept. Duan Lingtian, he. Chen Wei was shocked to the point his mouth opened wide, and he was dumbstruck as he looked at the violet figure in the distance, and he was unable to recover from his shock for a long time. Bang! Another loud bang sounded out, and it shocked Chen Wei to the point his body trembled, and he could not help but shudder. He clearly saw the dense violet lightning that was coiled around Duan Lingtian's fist swept out and easily crushed the khaki energy that was coiled around Huang Daniu's fist. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's body leaned forward. On the other hand, Huang Daniu was blasted flying by the punch like an arrow that left the bow. Barf! Huang Daniu, who was blasted flying, flushed. His vital energy and blood were in a mess, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. After a while, Huang Daniu finally came to a stop after flying for several tens of meters. After consuming a healing pill, Huang Daniu's injuries were almost completely healed. Of course, this was also because Duan Lingtian had held back. Otherwise, it was impossible for Huang Daniu to only suffer such minor injuries. Duan Lingtian, you freak! Monster! You've actually made a breakthrough to the 9th-level void interpretation. Do those two spirit fruits have such powerful medicinal efficacy? Huang Daniu could not help but curse out loud after he regained his senses. His voice became softer and softer as he spoke. The reason he dared to challenge Duan Lingtian earlier was purely because he thought he had some understanding of the medicinal efficacy of the two spirit fruits that Qi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, gave him. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had only made a breakthrough to the 7th-level void interpretation during the Battle of the Five Peaks a month ago. Even if Duan Lingtian completely absorbed and digested the medicinal efficacy of the two spirit fruits, he would only be able to raise his cultivation base to the peak of the 8th-level void interpretation at most. It would be impossible for him to make a breakthrough to the 9th-level void interpretation. However, the strength that Duan Lingtian displayed today made him realize how wrong and ridiculous his previous thoughts were. You think that I haven't made a breakthrough to the 9th-level void interpretation? Upon hearing Huang Daniu's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. Nonsense! Huang Daniu said snappily. If I knew that you've made a breakthrough to the 9th-level void interpretation, who the hell would want to fight with you? I don't have the hobby of asking for a beating. When Huang Daniu reached the end of his sentence, he looked gloomy. Upon seeing Huang Daniu's gloomy expression, Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh. His smile was bright and sunny. Duan Lingtian, Daniu, both of you. When did both of you become so strong? Chen Wei flew forward and stared at both of them with his mouth agape. Both of your void interpretation concepts made a breakthrough to the 9th level in the profound assimilation formation? Also, Duan Lingtian, you've actually comprehended the thunder concept as well? At this moment, there were too many questions in Chen Wei's heart. That's right. Our concepts made a breakthrough in the profound assimilation formation. However, My intermediate Earth concept has indeed been raised to the 9th level in the profound assimilation formation. It's raised by a total of 3 levels. Huang Daniu grinned. You mean, you've comprehended the 9th level intermediate Earth concept now? Chen Wei stared at Huang Daniu with his eyes wide open. His face was filled with shock. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.